1. Awakening the Deed Soul, the Big Systematized World. Monadnock University. Freshman Hall. Lin Haiban, System Activation Failed, Contracted Soul Awakening Failed. Chen Yunhao, System Activation Failed, Contracted Soul Awakening Failed. Pan Yi, System Activation Failed, Contracted Soul Awakening Failed. Luo Zhao, System Activation Successful. Has awakened the contracted soul. Excavator. Physical, Grade B. Magic, Grade E. Field Control, Grade C. Total rating, Grade C. The fact that a student had finally succeeded in awakening their contracted souls was sort of a way to finally get the freshman in the hall, who had been sulking in a state of depression, to light up a tiny bit of morale again. After all, dozens of people had passed before only one managed to awaken. But this at least gave the students in the back a glimmer of hope. The student who succeeded in awakening, on the other hand, had long been so excited that he was cheering, and his face was flushed red as he blew up with the students next to him, as if he had already stepped onto the peak of his life. The burly instructor who was responsible for recording the list of trainees hummed lightly in disdain. The quality of the new students in this session is really so bad that it's going to be outrageous. Dozens of people are only able to awaken a waste with an overall rating of C, and they're just happy to become this virtuous. Timothy Chu was sitting in the middle of a crowd of freshmen. It had been a week since he crossed into this world, and Shurchio had basically figured out what kind of world it was. In a nutshell, it's a big systematized world. In this world, almost anything can be data mined. Everyone has the opportunity to successfully awaken their contracted souls and systems after the age of 18. A contracted soul can be anything: a being, an elf, a spirit animal, or even any item such as a sword, gun, or a heroic figure from your ancestry, or even air, bacteria, and so on that you can't see with your naked eye. Those who have awakened their contracted souls gain special abilities in one area or another. For example, if you awaken the magnetite deed soul, you can control the magnetic field around you, and in this way, you can control the metal. There is also the awakening of the musical instrument soul. Randomly playing a musical movement can help teammates' battle power greatly increased. The contracted soul and the system are often awakened together. The contracted soul can also be said to be the soul of the system, and once awakened, the two will be bound to each other. The system will data materialize the host's contracted soul to help the host better strengthen the contracted soul and help the host gain more powerful abilities. In this world where the spacegate cracks were disorganized, alien races were constantly invading, and foreign enemies were flooding the world, the status of soul checkers in human society was transcendent, while ordinary people had almost no status or human rights, nor any ability to defend themselves. The only way to come out on top is to successfully activate the system and awaken the contracted soul. Next, Meng Hao, Wang Feng, Lin Chang. Time autumn. The correctional supervisor finally read Tokio's name. Tokiwa stood up and slowly walked out of the crowd, walking to the stage with a few other freshmen who had been called. Several students stood on the stage nervous and apprehensive. Only sometimes Autumn looked more calm. After all, the last life is a person who died once. There were quite a few girls who were brightening up and couldn't help but focus their eyes on Shurchio's body, as he was indeed very handsome and clean-cut, and quite temperamental. Then, several pillars of light fell from the air, descending onto several freshmen on the stage, including Shurchio. A few seconds later, Meng Hao, system activation has failed, and deeded soul awakening has failed. Wang Feng, system activation failed, contracted soul awakening failed. The steward's eyes lit up with joy. I didn't expect the school's new students today to have one that was able to awaken an S-rank deed soul. To know that the entire empire wouldn't show up a few times a year. Such a talent will definitely be sent to the capital city for development in the future. And it will definitely be the object of competition from all the major powers. I don't know how much time has passed. The black light finally slowly faded away, all of it focusing on Shurchio alone before being gradually absorbed by him. Eventually it disappears completely. The freshmen in the hall were all in shock and had not yet been able to fully recover. Just now, it was as if they had seen death. What the hell is that? The new students' faces were pale, cold sweat beaded, and a few of them had just even been so scared that they sat directly on the ground. Shurchio, system activation is successful. Has awakened the contracted soul, the god of death. Total rating, unknown. Tokio looked down at his hands. Is this what it feels like to awaken the soul match system? The freshman on the stage exploded with chatter. Reaper? What the hell is that? I don't know, never heard of it. Isn't that the skeleton with the scythe that just appeared? But why is his total rating for the soul contraction system unknown? This world does not exist, god of death. Oh no, or you can say, the people of this world simply do not have the concept of God. So of course the students didn't know what death was. Shurchio was also a bit surprised. He had been in this world for a week now, and he had seen 1,000 strange contracted souls, but he had never heard of any contracted soul that had awakened a soul that was a god. And isn't the Shinigami a legend that only existed in his last world? How did he become my soul in this world? Is it because I wasn't originally from this world that the contracted soul I awakened is a product of the last world? Unknown? Several of the teachers in the room were stunned. Even the chief instructor was a bit baffled. He'd been an instructor for 10 years, and he'd never been in a situation like this before. It was logical that the one that would show such an anomaly must be a sole contract system with an overall rating of more than S. How could it be unknown? The chief instructor walked onto the stage and looked at Shurchyo. Student Shurchyo, can you light up your various scoring panels and show them to us? After a pause, the chief instructor added, don't worry, you don't have to light up your personal attributes and skill panels, we just want to see which aspect of your ability you are in so that we can assign you to a class in a while. In this world, stealing a look at other people's personal attributes and skill panels was taboo, and no one would be stupid enough to easily display their undercurrents for outsiders to see, not even a teacher. Timothy nodded slightly, of course. With that he raised his hand. A light screen projection then appeared in front of the crowd. Name, Tokioka. Level, LV1. The Soul of the Covenant, Death. The ratings for each ability are as follows: hexagram.jpg. Physical damage ability? Magic damage ability? Ranged damage ability? Ability to control the field? Defense ability? Auxiliary ability, S rank. Total system rating? Now that I've read it, the custodians and teachers are even more confused. WTF? With the exception of the secondary ability, which is rated S, all the other abilities are rated? But it's okay? What the hell is going on here? 2. How dare you ask me to play as an auxiliary? Heavens! This little brother's awakened contracted soul actually has a rating of S on the support side. Taking off, this brother is taking off. People are more angry than people, how come I don't have this life? What the hell is going on here? The teacher in charge of the new students scratched his head, because they did not know what kind of soul the god of death was, and wanted to look at Shurchyo's various abilities to arrange Shurchyo's position. As a result, after looking at Shurchyo's hexagram, they were even more confused. Other than making sure that Tokiyaki has an S rank in the development of the aspect of assistance, it's okay to see that it's not viewable? The teacher had no choice but to let Shurchyo go back first. Tokio silently got off the stage and went back to his seat first. He also wondered why the system was unable to display ratings for his own contracted souls, except for the assisting aspect. And as far as he remembered, the Grim Reaper shouldn't be an assist anyway, right? Not to mention, this thing doesn't even look like an auxiliary. Other people's aides are to add milk to their teammates. Does this aide seek out their teammates to claim their lives? After half an hour, when all the new students had finished awakening, the vice principal went to the stage to say a few words on the scene. Nothing more than telling the remaining students, don't be discouraged, you still have a chance, go back and continue to prepare for the next system awakening, or something like that. However, those who actually know the insiders know. Most people awakening only one chance, a failure. After that, want to awaken the deed soul system is almost impossible, so the rest of those students who failed, either beaten back to high school to repeat, or can only go out to find a class, always just be an ordinary person. After that, all the students who hadn't awakened were arranged to go back, leaving only a handful of new students who had succeeded in awakening. It's about getting ready to split classes. Thousands of freshmen are now down to 100 or so. And there's a whole bunch of upperclassmen sprawled out on the side bleachers watching the action. Shurchyo remembered the last time he was in college, he was also so lying on the playground bleachers to watch the younger siblings were military training. And those school sisters on the bleachers also seemed to have noticed the good-looking and handsome like a little puppy Shurchyo in the crowd, whispering something to the little sisters beside them, and occasionally letting out a delicate laugh like a silver bell. Next we'll do the class allocation. The tiger-backed chief instructor held a tablet displaying a list of names. In a moment, all those whose names are read out will come forward and get behind me: Zhang Dong, Luo Zhao, Sun Bing. One by one the trainees were called out, and from groups of 5 were assigned to classes with a responsible guide. Shurchyo quickly realized that after these classes were assigned, the strength of each class was not balanced. Those rated E overall will basically just bunch up with E or Ds, and those rated B overall will basically have teammates no lower than Cs. It seems that just like the last world, the classes in this world are also divided into superior and normal classes. This was good. This way, Shurchyo at least didn't have to worry about his teammates dragging him down. After most of the people had been distributed, only Tokioka was left to be left out. The chief instructor looked at the data of autumn at the tablet in his hand, considered for a while, and turned his head to a female teacher behind him and asked, Ms. Duanlan, as I recall, isn't your class still missing an auxiliary? Only a pretty young female teacher in a tracksuit froze for a moment, then stepped forward. Yes. Chief instructor, okay, then he'll be assigned to your class first. Ms. Duanlan nodded. Good. The crowd of freshmen were also stunned. Ms. Duanlan? Isn't that the senior class guide? How did our freshman year get assigned to a senior class? Hey, you don't understand this, do you? My brother is the senior of this school, and as long as a cadet with a certain single rating of S rank can mix and distribute with the seniors of the higher grades, it's almost like skipping a grade. I remember Ms. Duanlan's class was 4 girls. And it's also the legendary 4 school beauties of our school. No way? Is it just Sister Joe and Sister Blue's class? Ah. Damn, it's so unfair. I want to be in a class with 4 schoolgirls too. You know, Mono City University was originally a yin and yang university, nearly 70% were male, now Shurcho alone actually directly divided 4. Or 4 school flowers. For a moment, Shurcho was like becoming the enemy of all males, and countless gazes of jealousy, hostility, envy, and ferocity instantly engulfed him. Tim Chu. Actually, Tokioka was a little depressed. At least my awakened ability is a god of death, a god that looks so ferocious and horrible and scary, and you're actually asking me to play as a support? Still working as a support for 4 schoolmates. Why is there always a premonition of being drained? The chief instructor said coldly, the classes have now been assigned. Since you've gone to college, activated the system, and become soul fittings, from today onwards you are warriors of the Empire and will be fully trained by the Empire. In the future, you will be facing all sorts of terrifying alien foreign enemies, one arduous task after another. At the same time, you will truly begin to understand the cruelty of this world, and will no longer be the little brats who have to be protected when they pee and fart. Everyone goes back and grapples with their teammates in the same class, and after that, ABA. After that, it was nothing more than words of bracing and dismay. Dismissed. The chief instructor said the last word. As the chief instructor left, the freshmen were dismissed and left one by one, following their respective instructors and fellow classmates. Just then, a certain voice suddenly rang in Shurcho's mind. Ding! Third world cheat tool activated. In the process of binding with the host system. Warning! The system has been invaded by an unknown external force. Is a virus check to be performed immediately? Warning! Unknown external forces are performing indescribable operations on the system. Warning! Timothy, Cheating tools? Isn't that a plug-in? Could it be that the gold finger of crossing over has arrived? This world is a big systematized world where everyone can activate the system, and it seems that because of this, the traveler's perks have simply changed from a system to a third-party world cheating tool. How can you check this good stuff as a virus? Shurcho immediately set this cheating tool into a safe program. Just as then Autumn was about to see what the cheating tool was, a silhouette walked right up to him. Teacher Duanlan was dressed in a very competent attire, her ponytail hair tied behind her head, beige shorts plus white sneakers, a pair of long and fair legs made her figure look well proportioned, looking like an ordinary college guide. Hello, Tokioka-san. Duanlan smiled and reached out. First time meeting, I'll be your guide from now on. If you have any problems in any area, you can come to me. Tokyo, okay. Although Shurcho was already the university schoolboy in his last life, he still had little experience in facing girls and didn't know how to communicate because of his introverted and inarticulate personality. Duanlan suddenly felt that the shy informal teenager in front of him was a bit cute, and playfully tasted, "Are you being shy?" Shurcho smiled bitterly, "This shouldn't count, I'm not very good at getting in touch with people I'm not familiar with yet." Giggle, "That's good, just get acquainted slowly in the future, I thought you'd be shy when you meet girls." Duanlan said with a smile, "After all, you'll be spending time with 4 girls in the future." Tim Chu. Duanlan snorted, "Well, I can see that you really aren't very good at talking to strange girls. Well, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the residents first, and you'll be able to meet your 4 teammates later." Shurcho followed Duanlan as he left. And at that moment, being not far from the stands, a tall girl with white skin and a hot body was lying on the guardrail with a playful expression, and the cell phone in her hand clicked a photo in the direction of Shurcho and Duanlan's departure. 3 turns out assisting is my weakest item? Senior sister. Is not good, Senior Long Ming is back. A boy came panting and ran over to the tall teenage girl holding her knees as she panted. Xiao Xie turned around to retrieve her cell phone, but did not look at the boys, but naturally leaned against the guardrail, white and thin fingers scratching up the cell phone, carelessly said, "Come back, just come back, what's all the fuss about?" The boy smiled bitterly, but Senior Long Ming is very angry, saying that you've screwed him over this time. Xiao Xie lazily, "It's not like it's the first time he's gotten angry. Boys." Senior said that he risked his life to break into the capital Spacegate forbidden area for the sake of his date with you, 9 deaths, and managed to seize the black crystal from the hands of the foreigners, and as a result, you still cooled his date. After a moment's pause, the boy carefully said, Senior Long Ming said that that group of foreigners might want to retaliate against him for this, and that if you don't give him a statement this time, he'll take it to the president. Oh. Xiao Xie smiled, her eyes narrowing into a slit. Then wouldn't it be fine if you had him make another trip to the Spacegate and return that black crystal to those foreigners again? Boys. Xiao Xie glanced at him, why are you still standing here? Why don't you hurry up and go? The boy cried out, Sister if I go and say that, Senior Long Ming will cut me down. Oh, so do you want to be cut by him or by me? Xiao Xie said, raising her hand in a scissor-like fashion and clicking it. Boy. Okay schoolmarm, I'm on my way. After the boys left, Xiao Xiyu immediately operated her cell phone with both hands and opened the chat group on her cell phone with great interest. Xiao Xie, sisters, come on out. There's finally going to be a new person in our class. And it's a cute little kid. Yuli? Xiaoyao, really? Really? Sister Yu, I want to see the pictures. Color, 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 color. Xiao Xia posted several sneak peek photos in a row. Xiaoyao, excited, wow 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 wow, sure is handsome. Blue Nimbus, dazed, what a cute little puppy. Bear.jpg. Yuli, then. What is his position? Xiao Xiu, he's an auxiliary. Oh, his contracted soul is very special, I've never seen it before, but the auxiliary direction has an S rank rating. Xiaoyao, great, after so long our group is finally going to have an exquisitely cute and fresh and delicious boy. Happy. Lan Ningxue, where's schoolboy? I'm going to take a look too. Xiao Xie, she left with Erishur, I think she went to the apartment to arrange for a place to stay. Xiaoyao, sister Erishur, can you push my schoolmate's fly signal to me first? I think I have a lot of assisting tips I can share with him. At Duanlan goodbehavior.jpg. Duanlan, you guys be a little more restrained, don't meet in a while and scare your elementary school brother away, he's a very shy and coy boy. Lan Ningxue, shy? Oh ho, isn't that even better? Excited, bad smile. Duanlan. Xiao Xiyu's fingers tapped the words quickly. Anyone who sees their chat logs will be very surprised. Usually the appearance seems to be cool and cold, almost not much interaction with other boys of the several major school flowers, nowadays is actually enthusiastically studying how to divide the new elementary school brother. In the meantime, the other side. Duanlan brought Shurchio to the student apartment. The number of new students recruited by the school each year is not large, so the treatment of students is naturally good, especially the elite class students. The apartments they live in are single rooms, and there are supporting public facilities on the floor. This whole floor, it's our class. Duanlan said, pointing to the room across the hall, that's my room. The other doors, on the other hand, are the rooms of your 4 teammates. You're a freshman, so if you have any questions that you don't understand, you can come to me, or your older sisters as well, and I think a couple of your older sisters would be more than happy to help you out. Okay. Timothy Fall walked into his room and looked around, secretly staggering. The environment here can be too good to be outrageous. Equipment and facilities network furniture is readily available, almost all with the configuration of a 5-star hotel is almost the same. The only regret is that this place seems to be a long time no one has lived, table cabinets and corners have fallen a lot of dust. After teacher Duanlan left, Shurchio finally had some free time to put down her luggage, lay out all her things, organize her room, and sit on the living room sofa to open her system panel. Hint, the third world cheat tool has been fused. Have unlocked the host's hidden information. Tokiwa froze. Unlocking hidden messages? In that case, isn't it true that the ratings I've had hidden are visible? Tokio immediately opened his panel to check. Name, Tokioka. Level, LV1. The Soul of the Covenant, Death. The ratings for each ability are as follows. Hexagram.jpg. Physical damage ability, SS grade. Magic damage ability, SSS grade. Ranged damage ability, SSS grade. Defense ability, SS grade. Ability to control the field, SSS level. Auxiliary ability, S rank. Overall system rating, SSS. Only to see Shurchio's hexagram potential chart, all the direct items were pulled to full capacity, and even except for the auxiliary, all the other items directly exceeded beyond the pattern. Hiss. Shurchio sucked in a breath of cold air when she read it. Nice guy. So it turns out that my secondary ability is my weakest one? For you're the new kid in school? Looking at the hexagram, Shurchio cried and laughed, not knowing what to say. Isn't it slightly late to activate this hidden message? Worthy of being a god-level contracted soul, this natural endowment value is really perverse. But that's fine. No one knew about Tokiwa's other abilities yet, except for the auxiliary aspect, which was known throughout the school. It's always right to keep a few hands. I'm afraid he'd have to be treated like a monster if anyone knew about it. Shurchio checked up on the other features of the system. The main interface of the system is much like that of a number of handheld games. On the interface, there are attributes, items, system mall, spirit ability, forging, strengthening, quests, trading house and other functional options, forging, reinforcement, quests, trading house and other functional options. Shurchio directly opened the soul contraction ability, and what appeared was a panel similar to a skill tree, forming several branches from left to right, representing the growth of various aspects of the ability. The several branches are: Physique can enhance all basic attributes of the host. Undead unlocks or enhances various undead contracted by the Grim Reaper. Damage unlocks or enhances Reaper's damage-based skills. Assist unlocks or enhances the Reaper's assist-type skills. Golem unlocks or enhances Death's ability to manipulate golems. Soul apparatus that can be unlocked or strengthened for Death. Judgment strengthens Death's ability to judge life. Shurchio thought secretly, it seemed that he could independently strengthen all aspects of his abilities in the direction he wished to develop. Shurchio didn't realize that the average person's skill tree probably only had around 3-4 branches, and the most outstanding achievement in the history of the Empire was 5. However, the branches of Shurchyo's skill tree reached as many as 7. This was an extremely terrifying concept, enough to drive any power within the empire crazy. If word got out, those guild members would send someone to appear in front of Shurchyo the next day to either pull him in and take him away or make him disappear completely. After thinking for a while, Shurchyo first clicked on the physique branch, which stretched out to the right and divided into more options, such as strength, agility, spirit, life, charisma, etc. He then clicked on the undead section and realized that there would be many branching options in that section as well, with various routes of undead development appearing. For every ability evolved, or skill unlocked, it costs 1 system point. Normally, a soul contractor would gain 1 system point for every 1 level. However, a newly awakened soul contractor will have 3 points of soul contractor points. This also meant that it was impossible for an average person to light up the skill tree all the way even if they spent their entire life. Most people, even, can only specialize in 1 or 2 paths. Shurchyo thought about it, but first carefully checked his own gold finger, that is, the third world cheat tool. He took a rough look at it and realized the function of the cheating tool. Simply put, this aid could help Shurchyo see all the attribute information of himself and others, and it would also come with host upgrade rewards. Meaning as long as the host gets an extra reward for every level up. Since Shurchyo had just awakened his deeded soul, Goldfinger then directly gave him a newbie gift pack. Ding! The host's cheat tool has been successfully bound to the system. The cheat tool newbie gift pack has been issued. Gift pack cheat code? #%. Ha! Shurchyo suddenly felt that this cheat code somehow looked a bit familiar. Oh yeah, in his last life, he seemed to have seen a similar string of code in his college roommate's computer. But Tokio says he's still simple and doesn't know what it is. Entering the cheat code into the cheats, the gift pack was quickly sent through the system. Congratulations to the host. Receive the cheating experience gift pack, 100,000 cash, 200 empire points, 10 system points, automatic experience absorber 1 inch. Imperial points, which could be used to purchase some of the special goods in the mall, and the automatic experience absorber, which, in simple terms, could help Timothy Chio automatically absorb and accumulate experience in the experience pool anytime, anywhere. In other words, even if Shurchyo didn't cultivate right now, this experience absorber would constantly accumulate experience in it. Good lord, this is equal to 24 hours of online hang-ups to eat experience, huh? Shurchyo staggered. Undoubtedly his cheat was a bit too perverted. Of course, the experience gained from hanging up was naturally not as much of an increase as the experience gained from real cultivation. He opened up his skill tree again and went through the abilities first. Although Shurchyo had more system points than the average person, he didn't want to use them indiscriminately. He first spent 7 system points to strengthen all the basic attributes in the physique column. Then he spent another 1 system point to unlock a Scythe of Death, and another 2 system points to unlock a contracted undead and a damage type skill. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the Death God Soul Artifact, Death God Scythe, consuming system points, 1 inch. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the Reaper Undead Pet, Urchin, consuming system points, 1 inch. Congratulations to the host. Unlock damage-based skill, Soul Devouring Chop, consume. Spending 10 system points in 1 bold breath, Shurchyo felt as if his body had undergone a radical change. Shurchyo turned his palm over and moved his mind. Only to see black light flashing, a 5-foot-long, blackish shadow death scythe appeared in his hand. Dang! Stick the scythe in the ground. Well, it's certainly majestic and dominant. 3 points left, still need to unlock something. Oh yeah, auxiliary. Almost forgot I'm a sub. Shurchyo opened the auxiliary column. There were 3 first-rank auxiliary skills at the bottom, 1 that added milk-adding blood and 1 that added buffs. There's another one that's more specific, called something like Soul Draw. Effect: for a certain period of time, the host slowly absorbs the life force of his teammates. Teammates are judged based on the target's favorability to the host and strengthens his own strength, agility, burst, and spirit. Range of effect: effective within 50 meters. Timothy? After seeing the effect, Shurchyo was directly shocked. What the hell do you call that a secondary skill? What is this? A teammate sacrifice to the heavens? As for the second order skills, you have to unlock all the first order skills before you can learn them. Shurchyo hesitated for a moment and directly lit up all 3 basic skills straight away. Although that third skill is slightly awkward. But who knows if it will come in handy. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Tokio walked over and opened the door and froze. Only to see a tall and attractive-looking young lady standing outside the door. Xiao Xie smiled and narrowed her eyes. So you're the new elementary schooler? 5. You don't believe what your sister said? Xiao Xie smiled on the surface, looking very natural and generous, maintaining the reserve and modesty of a school sister. Yet the moment he saw Shurchyo, his heart immediately thumped. It's almost like the little boy next door who walked out of an anime. What's wrong with a boy who looks like that? It's just too foul. Shurchyo was stunned for a while, then reacted, "You're the schoolmate who's in the same class as me? Joe Sia, aha, smart. I heard from Erasure that there's a new member on our team, a freshman junior, so I came over to say hi. Shurchyo smiled coyly. Hello senior sister, my name is Shurchyo. My name is Xiao Xia, well. I'm sort of the class president of our class, or you could say captain, and I'm very happy to welcome you to our class. Xiao Xia took the initiative to extend her hand. Shurchyo also stretched out his hand and briefly made contact with Xiao Xia's small white hand. Xiao Xia playfully winked. I mean, you're not just going to sit here and chat with me, are you? Aren't you going to invite me in? Sure, come on in. Tokiwa sidestepped. Xiao Xia walked into the house, but was surprised to find that Shurchyo had already unpacked all her bags. Mugs, computers, books, all neatly placed where they belonged, and the room was obviously simply organized and clean. Wow, schoolmate, you cleaned up your room so quickly? Xiao Xiyu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No girl will not like a clean boy. I can't imagine that this elementary school brother is so self-disciplined. Thinking of her own messy house, Xiao Xia couldn't help but blush her pretty face. Shurchyo smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Like most travelers, Shurchyo was an orphan. Even in his last life, he was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, so his ability to take care of himself and be independent was relatively strong, but this also forged his relatively introverted personality. Here, this is for you. Xiao Xia took out a card and handed it to Shurchyo. What is it? This is your cadet ID card, proof of your status as a student of Mono City University, as well as future school subsidies for sole contractors, which you will also need to sign for through this card. For every sole contractor, the school will give out a generous grant every month. Xiao Xia smiled. You should have heard about all of this, right? Timothy nodded. I've heard something about it, but I don't know much about it. Xiao Xia explained, sole contractors are the key cultivation targets of the Empire, and every month, the Empire will distribute cash grants, Empire Point grants, and various cultivation resources to each student through the school. There's no lack of some very precious resources among them. Of course, not every sole contractor receives the same subsidy. The higher the talent, naturally the better the attention from the school and the Empire, and the more generous the resources they receive naturally. Xiao Xia smiled and said, for those like you, senior brother, who have a total rating of S for the sole contraction system, you will naturally receive the highest level of resources as well. Shurchyo was silent for a moment, but didn't my total rating from the previous test show unknown? Even though the overall rating shows unknown, the school administration has decided to categorize you as being cultivated with an overall rating of S or higher. Xiao Xia said seriously, because only those with a total rating of S or higher will be able to have a vision like the one you had during your noon test. As for why your overall system rating isn't showing up, I'm not quite sure. Timothy nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Xia smiled playfully, but as your schoolmate and teammate, I have to remind you that the more resources you get, the more people eyeing you. The struggles within the university are brutal. I've even seen quite a few geniuses with a ranked deeded souls or above die in conspiracy calculations before they even survived their freshman year. Tokyo was slightly stunned. Originally, it was thought that the greatest enemy of the humans in this world was the alien foreign enemy. I didn't realize there was so much internal competition. Is it true that human beings can't escape infighting no matter where they go? But you don't have to worry too much, you're my schoolmate, well, I'll definitely protect you all. Xiao Xie grinned greatly and patted her chest in a big sisterly manner. Shurchyo smiled, then thank you, senior sister. It's perfect timing now, let's go have dinner together? Xiao Xia blinked her eyes. After dinner we can still go to the training gym together, we'll be teammates in the future, so it's a good time to bond in advance? Tokyo hesitated, just the two of us? Of course. What about the other schoolmates? I'm talking about our other teammates in the same class. They? Xiao Xiyu paused for a moment, her eyes quickly turned. They all went off campus on a mission, and they can't come back for a while, so it's just the two of us tonight. Shurchyo scratched his head, but didn't Ms. Duanlan say that she was going to meet with the other school sisters tonight? Well, then she must have forgotten about it. Xiao Xia had a serious face. Is that so? Tokyo always felt that something was not quite right. Hey schoolmate, what kind of expression is that? Xiao Xia boarded up her face. Is this because you don't believe me? Of course not. Tokiwa laughed bitterly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Xiao Xia happily took Shurchyo's arm and pulled him towards the outside. Shurchyo's head was still in a daze, and she had already been taken out of the apartment by her schoolmate. 6. The forces on the move. Sister, aren't we going to the training center? After the two of them spent dinner together at the restaurant, Tokyo saw the other side of this schoolmate, the horrible gigantier physique, before being dragged to this movie theater in front of her. Xiao Xia thought for a moment, well, I suddenly remembered that the training hall isn't open today, so we'll have to train in a different way. Watching a movie counts as training? Of course. Xiao Xiyu was serious. Proper mental relaxation is also one of the necessary training. You've just entered the university, and you're about to face thrilling missions in the future. You must be very confused and nervous about the road ahead. How can you not properly relax and regulate? Tim Chu. Go go go. Xiao Xie's eyes lit up, holding onto Shircho's arm as she excitedly rushed towards the movie theater. The movie is about to start. After seeing the movie. Sister, I don't know how to drink. It's okay, you can learn if you don't know how. Wine is the best mind conditioner. But? Well, grunt 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 grunt. How does it taste? Is not bad. Another drink then. At this point. FMS chat group. Lan Ningxue, hey, Sister Lan, where's schoolboy? Didn't you say he's moved into the apartment? At Duan Lan. Duan Lan, he did move in already. I personally took him into the apartment this afternoon. Blue Ningxu, but I just went to his room and knocked on the door and no one was there. Duan Lan? Xia Yao, I went to knock on the door earlier and no one was there either. Blue Ningxue, what's going on? Could it be that elementary school brother is too shy to see us and hide? Xia Yao, Sister Moon, have you seen primary brother? At Xiao Xiuyu. Xiao Xiu did not respond. Lan Ningxue, where is Xiao Yuer? How come she's gone too? Yuli, well. She seemed to tell me this afternoon that she had something to go out for the night and might come back. Later tonight or might not. Blue Nimbus. Xia Yao. Blue Ninja. I seem to understand what's going on. Xia Yao, sister, you are so cunning. Is it possible that you secretly took your elementary school brother away behind our backs? At Xiao Xiu. However, Xiao Xie still didn't reply to the message, but updated a friend circle. Slightly drunk, sitting on the beach watching the stars with my newfound soulmate, what a fun and enjoyable night, hee. There was also a picture of it on the beach. Xiao Xiu curled legs sitting on the beach, the sea breeze blew the long hair fluttering and flying, white incredibly beautiful face still with some drunken slight red, looks pure and lust, night scenery with a perfect beauty is almost unbelievable. But the angle, it's obvious that someone helped take the picture. Who it is, speaks for itself. Lan Ningxue commented below, very good, I kind of know what plastic sisterhood means, I can't imagine you're such a little Yuer, smile. Xia Yao, sister you're too much, molesting a schoolmate without actually bringing me along, actually a person cha solo food. Angry. Duan Lan, that. Yuki, don't get your elementary school brother drunk, come back early, you have to take him to train tomorrow. Lan Ningxue, come back and let you know what it means to be beaten by society, smile. It was late at night. On campus, in the student president's office, the lights are still on. A svelte-looking student was sitting behind a desk, reviewing a document. Among this year's freshmen, are there any good seedlings? The Sven man's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. Yes, all 8 campuses are counted, a total of 53 with a single ability rating of A, and 4 with a single ability rating of S. Among them, there is a freshman with a total rating of S or higher in the soul fitting system, and it's still an auxiliary. The pen in the Sven man's hand stopped, and his eyes behind his glasses flashed with some consternation. What did you say? An auxiliary with an overall rating of S? Are you sure? As the student president, he knew very well what an S-ranked assist meant. For those guild bigwigs, what appealed to them the most wasn't recruiting physical C-suites and mage C-suites, nor were they controllers and meat shields, but rather a support with real potential. After a soul contractor has cultivated to a certain realm, it's quite difficult for the system to raise each level. Recruiting an S-ranked assist is undoubtedly giving yourself the ability to make your strength go up a level or even a few levels without upgrading. A level 20 soul contractor, if paired with an S-ranked aid, even an S-ranked aid that was only level 10, would have a chance to cross over and have a few moves with a level 25 soul contractor. If you can really cultivate it, the threat of an S-ranked assist is far more terrifying than those of a C-bit. Yes, senpai. The student in front of him was a bit surprised, he rarely saw the president so out of sorts. Which school district? Chief Swan pressed. It's our main campus. The student replied, and it's assigned to senior sister Xiao's class. Chief Sven froze for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. Great. Tell Yuki for me, this new student, no matter what, we have to drag him into our student council. Also, help me arrange a meeting with this new student, as soon as possible. Yes. At the same time, several other powers on campus also got the news one after another. Soul fitters with an overall system rating of S were already as rare as treasures. S-ranked aids are even rarer of rarer. So the major powers were soon ready to embark on a program of grabbing people. S-rank assistants? On the rooftop of an apartment in the 3rd year of college, a tall man as strong as King Kong sat up violently from his patio chair and violently yanked over the student in front of him. Are you kidding me? How long has it been since our school had an S-ranked auxiliary? The student shivered. Boss, how dare I joke with you on such a matter? Today's freshman assembly, many seniors and sisters saw it, and there was even a legendary vision at the scene. The man let go of his collar and laughed brightly. Ha. Good. I'll take this freshman, Vidra Rat. The student timidly said, but boss, this freshman happens to be assigned to the student council vice president's class now, and they're afraid that they'll strike faster than us. The man waved his hand and grinned broadly. What's the big deal? We'll just grab it from them. I, Vajra Rat, have always been much more generous than those stingy guys in the student union. I can't beat them? How can you let go of an S-ranked assist? No matter what, we have to snatch it. Do me a full background check on this freshman and bring him in tomorrow? No, I want to meet him in person in his class. Yes. Yes. Boss. 7. Is it really good to be so flirtatious? The next day. The sunlight came through the curtains from outside the house and enveloped Tokio's face. Well. Shurchio hazily opened her eyes and shakily sat up from the bed, and when she turned her head, she saw a note sitting on the bedside table. Thank you for drinking with me last night. You can sleep for the morning. Our class will gather at 2 p.m. Don't be late. Ciao see ya. It was then that Tokio realized that it was now past 1 p.m. Shurchio suddenly thought of something else. Her face turned green for a moment, and she violently lifted the covers, which was a relief. It's okay, pants and all. That said, the schoolteacher is pretty fierce. Well, I mean the booze. After getting dressed, washing up briefly, and hastily stuffing a piece of bread into her mouth, Tokio left the apartment. Yesterday, Duanlan had already brought Shurchio to recognize the door of their class training room, and Shurchio's memory was very good, so she found the training room with ease. The training room was unexpectedly large, like a small gymnasium, and several school sisters as well as teacher Duanlan had already arrived and changed into their training clothes. Xiao Xie was the first to see Shurchio and happily waved at him. Hey schoolmate, this way this way. Lan Ningxue clasped her arms to her chest and gave Xiao Xie a little look, her arrogant little mouth pouting slightly. All morning today, Xiao Xie was bragging to them about the results of molesting her elementary school brother last night. How to have fun eating, how to have fun watching movies, how to have fun drinking, how to have fun with your elementary school brother, how to be simple, how to have clear eyes with no evil thoughts, how to have fun molesting. Even if they knew that Xiao Xiyu was deliberately teasing them, they were still so angry that Lan Ningxue wanted to immediately ride on Xiao Xiyu to teach her a good lesson. Unaware of this, Shurchio had already walked over to a few schoolmates and greeted them. Aside from Xiao Xie and Duanlan, the other few schoolmates Shurchio was meeting for the first time. Things come in small packages, and several other school sisters are also school beauty. They were both wearing the same training clothes, but they came out differently. Especially the milky gray schoolmate with long wavy hair standing beside Xiao Xie. That zipper is warped. Duanlan smiled. Shurchio, how was your rest last night? Are you still used to living at school? Is pretty good. Shurchio thought to himself, thanks to the wine poured by my schoolmates, I slept well last night and almost didn't wake up until the afternoon. He subconsciously swept his remaining light to Xiao Xie, but froze for a moment, only to see that Xiao Xie also happened to be looking at him. Smiling at each other, Xiao Xie even playfully winks at him. Wow, you're only 2 years older than me, is it really okay to flirt like that? Xiao Yao's small nose sniffed and laughed badly. School brother, you have a heavy smell of alcohol, only the first day of enrollment. With whom did you have a hangover last night? Saying that, she also looked playfully at Xiao Xie next to her. Tim Chu, M. Duanlan lightly coughed twice. Alright, Xiao Yao, don't molest someone's elementary school brother. But Tokio, try not to drink at school from now on, and even if you do, don't have a hangover. Because even at school, you can't say it's 100% safe, you know? Timothy nodded. Lan Ningxue lightly grunted and said in a cold tone, that is, especially don't ever easily be abducted by certain ill-intentioned schoolmates, who have obviously stayed for 3 years, and still do their best to bring bad schoolmates and teach some bad ones. Xiao Yao also indignantly concurred, that's right, and Cha solo food, it's too much. Duanlan. Xiao Xie laid back, you're sour. Lan Ningxue glared at her, I didn't. Zhou Xie, you're in a hurry. Blue Nimbus. There was a blank look in Timothy's eyes. Duanlan coughed twice more, okay, stop it. A few of the girls who were giggling and playing around then collected themselves for a few moments. Shurchio had just been assigned to this class yesterday, and had only officially met his classmates, who were also his schoolmates, today, so he didn't have any knowledge of his teammates yet. Duanlan, in college, classes are collectives that have to be united or you can't survive in this school. In the future, we will need to complete a task as a class as a group. In order for us to work smoothly with each other, I would like everyone to first make a detailed self-introduction with the newcomer, including strength, ability, fighting style, personality fetishes, and so on, so that the youngest student can fit in with us as soon as possible. In fact, Shurchio didn't need any introductions. In his field of vision, he could see the detailed information and attributes of every single person through the cheat tool. But it was his secret, and he certainly couldn't tell. Yuki, you go first. Duanlan said. Good. Xiao Xie tidied up her wording and spoke with a smile, I'm a level 16 soul contractor, my contracted soul is shadow, and I specialize in assassination attacks that blend into the shadows, and any place that shadows can cover can be my attack range. I have an S rating in the direction of physical attacks, an A overall rating, and a few others that aren't too bad, but basically not much in the way of support abilities, so it's hard for me to get support in place in time for my teammates if they're under attack. Timothy nodded. Shadow, very interesting fitting soul. So it's the equivalent of an assassin? The words fell, and then it was the turn of the Blue Ningxue. also known as the gray cream-colored big wave, wave. Lan Ningxue skimmed her lips. My level is slightly lower than Yu's, level 15, and my contracted soul is a soul bullet, so my positioning is more on the side of a shooter, with strong long-range firepower, but weaker resistance when I'm approached, so most of the time I need the cooperation of an auxiliary more than anything else. Xiao, the implication of the schoolteacher is, hear that, stay close to me, I'm the one you need to stay close to, don't run off with that bad schoolteacher again. Blue Nimbus. Tim Chu, okay. My turn. The girl named Xiao said, my level is not high, only level 10, sophomore, my contracted soul is a string of necklaces, and I'm good at using superpowers, field control, and also spatial attribute abilities. I like handsome and cute boys, and my hobby is simple and bullying elementary school students. Anyway, if you have any problems, you can come to schoolmate Mio. Tim Chu. The rest of the crowd. Finally, there was Yuli. Well, this girl seemed to be as introverted as Shurchio, talking rather little, and had remained silent since just now. Seeing that all the gazes were directed at her, Yuli's cheeks blushed slightly, phrasing half a day before she said softly, I am currently a sophomore, level 10, and my contracted soul is an elemental energy. Sort of an elemental mage, I guess, specializing in wide-range attacks. Duanlan nodded and continued, as for me, as a guide, I won't make a move during the mission in most cases, but I'll follow the team and protect them when it matters. My contracted soul is rather special, it's ligament, so my physical ability is stronger. By the way, my contracted soul level is level 20. In this way, the abilities of each person on this team were roughly familiar to Shurchio. Shurchio could see through the cheating perspective that the total ratings of the several girls' various abilities had all reached a rank, and the individual items also had the ability to reach S rank ratings. An assassin, an ADC shooter, a control mage, an AP mage, plus a warrior. Nice guy. It's really an all-crunchy lineup, isn't it? The corner of Timothy's mouth twitched. Looks like you have a big task ahead of you. 8 reasons for cross-grade placement. Duanlan then asked, Shurchio, have you used all your system points? Timothy nodded, use it. Duanlan, alright, I won't ask you what specific skills you've lit up, in a while we'll just take a simpler quest and go to the nearest space gate for a spin. Practical combat, as always, is the best way to hone a team. After that, Mr. Duanlan took a simple assignment in the system. Shurchio's system was already bound to Chao Xia's system, so as long as they opened the system's tasks panel, they could jointly see the tasks that the class had taken on. Mission difficulty, Junior Year A level. Mission requirement, enter the D3 area of the Monocity Spacegate world, find and kill 10 middle-ranked alien beasts, and retrieve the hearts. Quest reward, 500,000 cash, 500 credits, 500 empire points, advanced soul power recovery potion 10, advanced life recovery potion 10. Tokyo narrowed her eyes slightly. At first, Shurchio couldn't fully understand why the school would assign him, a freshman newcomer, directly to a senior class. That would seem on the surface to be too much of a difference in the internal strength of the teams. What's the point of following him, a level 1, no matter how talented he is? Shouting 666 after the team? But when she saw the quest reward, Tokioka seemed to understand something. The rewards gained from quests at the Big 3 level were naturally far from being comparable to quests at the freshman age. It was extremely rare for someone to awaken an S-ranked contracted soul, and with such a talent, the school would be very eager to train them up as fast as possible. If you put it on a freshman team, the growth rate is too slow. However, the experience value and resource rewards for completing a task in a junior team will far exceed those of the underclassmen. Just like playing an online game, a small number with a big number is definitely faster than slowly brushing by yourself. Shurchio thought to himself, if he guessed correctly, the credits gained from the quests done by the freshman year should only be in the double digits, or even single digits. The cash gained was probably just less than 10,000 words out as well. Cultivation requires resources. Any activity in the school requires credit, whether it's taking a class, or renting a training room, it requires credit expenses. Those credits earned from freshman year assignments amount to a limitation. The resources given to students who were directly thrown into the upper grades were undoubtedly dozens or hundreds of times more than those of these ordinary freshmen. Sort of the school's allocation of resources to the differently gifted students. Subsequently, Xiao Xie and the others changed their clothes. Together, the group left the school and drove to the entrance of the Spacegate in the Mono City area. Duanlan drove the car, and the two of them, Shurchio and Lan Ningxue, sat alone in the back row. No words on the way. Lan Ningxue didn't say anything, and it was naturally even more unlikely that Shurchio's character would initiate a conversation. Xiaoyao looked back and lowered her head to open her FMS. Sister Lan, why don't you take care of someone else's elementary school brother? Didn't you make a bet with Sister Yu this morning that you would definitely get your elementary school brother before her? Blue Ninjago? Xiaoyao. Can you, a girl, not use such strange words? What do you mean by getting it on? When did I ever say such a thing? Xiaoyao, no? Lan Ningxue, what I'm saying is clearly cheating to get my hands on it, okay? Xiaoyao, flowcrit.jpg. Lan Ningxue, and I would say that just because I don't want Yuki to be that pleased with herself. Xiaoyao, it's all the same. But Hokage, if you don't do anything again, Yu-san will win for sure. Oh. Blue Ningxue, what do you know? See, yeah, that is the initiative, put together shameless, thick-skinned tactics, a little bit of the image of the school sister do not want. If I do not do anything, take the initiative to attract elementary school brother to tease me, is not more appear to be I have charisma? Then wouldn't I win? Xiaoyao, well, that seems to make sense. Oh. Lan Ningxue, then quickly give me some ideas on how to attract my elementary school brother's attention while maintaining my high-flying persona? Xiaoyao, I don't know, yeah, I'm better at cheeky tactics too. He. Lan Ningxue, what do I need you for? Kicksaway.jpg. Shurchio was completely unaware at this point that the content of the two schoolmates' cell phone chats were revolving around him. He was resting his eyes while checking his own system skill panel. For the first time, he was teaming up with a few schoolmates to brush copies, so he wanted to check out his assisting skills first. 2 of the 3 secondary skills should be used. Skill, Death's Blessing. Effect, the target slowly recovers life value 1% of maximum life value per second and is not interrupted. The target has plus 20 temporary favor with the Reaper host. This effect doubles when cast on targets with an intelligence of less than 50. Side effect, successful skill casting, target enters a 1-second state of disorientation. Verdict, it is inevitable that mortals will not be able to resist the lure of death, and it may have an unexpected effect. And then the second skill. Skill, Gift of the Dead. Effect, target's temporary double attack plus 11%, temporary speed plus 7%, temporary soul power plus 12%, temporary lifesteal cap plus 8%, temporary reflexes plus 14%, temporary defense plus 5%, temporary resistance plus 5%, temporary pain sense 7%, temporary goodwill towards death host plus 20. This effect doubles when cast on targets with intelligence less than 50. Side effect, the skill is cast successfully, the target enters a state of disorientation for 1 second. Verdict, it is inevitable that mortals will not be able to resist the lure of death, and it may have an unexpected effect. Timothy nodded in satisfaction. Pretty good, both skills seem to work pretty well. The addition was a percentage buff, which meant that even if one's level was lower, the gain wouldn't be so cockamamie for a few schoolmates. But what made Tokiwa a bit incomprehensible were the words that followed. Temporary goodwill plus 20 to the Shinigami host? Is this a gross effect? And these two skills actually have side effects? Skill casting successful, target enters 1 second of disorientation. What exactly this state of disorientation was, Shurchio did not yet know. But it's only for a second, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Tokio mused. As for the third skill, Soul Draw, forget it for now. Whenever you want to pitch your teammates against each other, take it out and use it again. Half an hour later, the SUV came to a stop, arriving at the location where the space door was located. It was the first time that Shurchio had seen a space door, and when he got out of the car, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. Instead of a door, it was more like a crack in space, a suction force emanating from the door, aurora-like distortions of light fluttering in and out of it. Shocking and eerie. 9 First-Order Auxiliary Techniques. There were heavy guards near the space gate, responsible for keeping an eye on the changing conditions of the space gate, and to watch out for any foreigners killing the human world from the opposite world. After registering outside, Shurchio and the others stood into the teleportation array style and entered the space gate. Passing through the spatial rift, the feeling was incomparably marvelous, and Shurchio couldn't express it in simple words. This feeling lasted for about half a minute before Shurchio snapped out of the chaos, at which point they had already entered the world within the space gate and teleported to Area D3. Tokio surveyed the place. It turns out that the world behind the door is no different from theirs. But it seems to be a gobi and very barren. Silence, cold, gray skies, withered tree branches swinging and swaying, and surroundings so quiet they almost smell like death. Xiaoyao said, Senior, you have just awakened your contracted soul. The foreign beasts in this area may be too high for you to fight, so you must follow us closely. Timothy nodded, got it. Xiao Xie and the others were obviously very experienced in finding foreign beasts. A few people walked around this barren gobi for a while, and soon found 3 wandering foreign beasts. The appearance of that beast resembled a bear, but its size was more than 3 times that of a normal brown bear, with sharp fangs exposed and the hair on its body surface as hard as steel spikes. Tokiwa's eyes flashed. Through the cheat tool, he could see that the level of this alien beast was level 15, far exceeding the average level of a typical third-year university, and it was extraordinarily powerful in terms of strength and defense. A foreign beast of such a level, if it were to be replaced by any other general junior class, I'm afraid that the entire squad would have to join forces in a bitter battle to barely be able to fight against it, and they would also have to suffer serious injuries. Yet the requirements of this quest were to kill 10 such foreign beasts. But in front of Xiao Xie and the girls, they actually lived like a vegetable chip. I didn't expect that the first time he cooperated with the team as a sole contractor, he actually showed such an outstanding combat talent. Is this what is called a genius? Duan Lan thought. I just don't know what effect his skills have. Duanlan didn't hold the expectation that the Tokiwa auxiliary skill would be of much use. After all, Shurchio had only just awakened her contracted soul, and her level was only 1. The buff gain given by the auxiliary techniques was basically dispensable to Chaosie and the others, who were high-level contracted souls. Duanlan, Shurchio, try your auxiliary technique. Aha! Shurchio nodded her head, and after ensuring that her position was safe, she began to gather her soul power. He glanced at the nearest blue Nishua, and with a lift of his left hand, he used his soul contraction skill for the first time. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Gift. As the words fell, a black light landed on Lan Ningxua's body, completely enveloping her. For a moment, Lan Ningxua still didn't know what had happened, and was aiming at a bear beast and preparing to shoot, when suddenly she only felt a wave of inexplicable energy being poured into her body, and her body trembled with a wave of relief. Received gain effects: temporary double attack plus 11%, temporary speed plus 9%, temporary soul power plus 12%, temporary life value cap plus 8%, temporary reflexes plus 14%, temporary defense plus 5%, temporary resistance plus 5%, temporary pain sense 7%, temporary goodwill towards the Reaper host plus 20. Lan Ningxue was simultaneously subjected to the system's beep in her head. Suffer side effect: enter a state of disorientation for 1 second. Tim Chu? What did I just hear? Bang! Blue Ningxue eyes disoriented, people seem to be somewhat delirious, with the trembling of the delicate body holding the gun wrist also followed a shake. As a result, a shot went astray, and the shot actually hit Xiaoyao's feet, startling Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was cold and sweaty, while Sister Lan, which way are you hitting? You're trying to murder your teammates. Lan Ningxue came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red, and blamed herself. I'm sorry, I was just too. Shurchio suddenly warned it this time, be careful, senior sister. Lan Ningxue froze and turned around violently, only to see that a bear beast on her right side had already pounced at her in a hideous manner. Lan Ningxue hastily dodged and avoided the bear beast's fatal blow. Still, the sharp bear claws scratched his thigh. Duanlan's eyes lit up. Just now, Lan Ningxue's agility in dodging the bear beast's attack had obviously increased significantly from before. How is this possible? By all rights, the auxiliary skill buff given by a level 1 soul fitter shouldn't have much effect, right? Could it be that Timing Autumn's auxiliary skill provides a percentage bonus? When he thought of this, Duanlan's entire body suddenly became excited, and even his little face reddened. Shurchio had only just awakened the deeded soul and actually had a buff skill that gained percentage attributes. What that meant, she, as a teacher, simply knew better. This year's freshmen had such a demon among them. And it even happened to be in her class. Seeing that Lan Ningxue's thigh was injured, Shurchio asked, Senior sister, are you alright? It's okay. Lan Ningxue lightly bit her lower lip. There were 3 clear claw marks on her thighs. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep. The claws of this alien bear are as sharp as scythes. If Lan Ningxue hadn't dodged just now, I'm afraid that her entire thigh would have been dislodged. Shurchio, it's alright senior sister, I still have my healing skills, I'll give you a mouthful of milk here. With that, he rubbed the skill once more. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Blessing. A black light once again descended from the sky and enveloped Lan Ningxue. 10 sister, don't do this, I'm scared. Lan Ningxue furrowed her eyebrows slightly and let out a wooing sound. Receive a healing effect that slowly restores your life value. Suffer a side effect, enter a state of disorientation for 1 second. A system beep sounded in Lan Ningxue's head. The wound on her thigh was also healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Duanlan was even more surprised. Could it be that Tokiwa's auxiliary skills are not only buff skills with percentage effects, but even this healing skill as well? An S-ranked assist is truly terrifying. Shurchio, how do you feel, senior sister? Lan Ningxue slowed down and said with a somewhat shaky voice, still, not bad. Timothy Chu was puzzled. But Blue Ningxue doesn't look like she's doing okay, does she? Why do you feel so weak? Originally, Sister Blue was so cold like an iceberg, why did her voice become so soft and sticky this moment? Shurchio kindly said, Sister, are you alright? How do I feel that you're not quite right? Lan Ningxue turned around and glared at him with her almond eyes, secretly saying that it wasn't you who caused it? However, she didn't know why, but when she looked at Shurchio's handsome and showy face, she always felt that it was even more handsome than just now. And the schoolboy looks so cute. I want to take a bite. Ha! Lan Ningxue shook her head violently. What am I doing? This is the world inside the space gate. A place of danger everywhere. Lan Ningxue tried to concentrate her mind again, lifting her gun to gather her soul power and shoot those ferocious bear beasts. Yet she couldn't help but wander off whenever Tokiwa's voice rang in her ears. The heart was pounding as if it were a deer in headlights. What the hell? Seeing that his schoolmate was gradually returning to normal, Shurchio also sighed in relief and said from the back, Schoolmate, this gain buff of mine can be stacked 3 times, I'll add 2 more layers of buff to you now. Lan Ningxue, oh, well. What? Wait a minute. However, Shurchio had already thrown out a gift of death. Black light enveloped it. Well. Lan Ningxue closed her eyes and forced herself to endure, her delicate body trembling. However, the disoriented state caused by the effect of the skill is not something that can be tolerated. Even if Lan Ningxue was a level 15 soul contractor, she couldn't resist that natural bodily reaction. Phew. After casting her third skill, Tokiwa exhaled, panting and sweating. I didn't realize that this support was a physical job. It's really true that my level is still too low, and I'm tired like this from 3 auxiliary techniques. This was on the premise that Shurchio, as a SSS rank soul contractor, was born with high basic attributes and had added physique points. I'm afraid that when a normal person is level 1, they have to basically run out of blue with 1 or 2 skills, right? Shurchio wiped the sweat from her forehead. Senior sister, I still have enough blue, let's do it again. Lan Ningxue's face stiffened. WH. What? Still coming? Auxiliary technique. With all her strength, Tokiwa released a black light once again. Subject to gain effects, temporary double attack plus 8%, temporary speed plus 7%, temporary. After the 3 buffs stacked, Shurchio sat down on the ground in exhaustion. By the time the 3rd buff stacked, the effect had obviously been discounted somewhat. Shurchio opened the system panel and checked his blue level. Phew. Not bad, a little tired but not completely overdrawn. Shurchio was now basically clear on the limits of his spellcasting. With a full blue, you can probably put up 6 first-order auxiliary techniques. 6 times in one breath, amongst level 1 soul contractors, this should be considered quite a strong record. And Tokiwa's auto-blue return is pretty fast. Under the increase of Shurchio's 3 strong buffs, Lan Ningxue's firepower opened up and quickly cleared the 2 bear beasts in front of her. Shurchio rested a little and stood up from the ground. Senior sister, I should be able to use the buff auxiliary technique twice more now. I'll go help the other senior sisters. Who knows, as soon as Lan Ningxue heard this, she suddenly stalled, then fiercely instantaneously came over and tugged on his arm. No way. Tokio was taken aback. Sister, what's wrong with you? Lan Ningxue pursed her lips and looked at Shurchio with a trace of deep emotion in her eyes. For some reason, all she wants to do now is to keep her elementary school brother firmly by her side. Are you going to help them and just leave me alone? Lan Ningxue's eyes were grudging, as if she was a little woman who had been left behind by a negative man. Shurchio was dumbfounded, but the bear beasts here are all dead. School sister Chao's side of them hasn't yet. They can handle themselves. But wouldn't it be a faster solution if I went to help out? No way. You're mine now, and I don't want you to help those bad girls. Shurchio gulped. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? I didn't what? But you don't look right. Lan Ningxue tightly held onto Shurchio's arm. Her eyes were like autumn water. Pitiful, schoolboy, you'll only add buffs to me in the future, not to others, okay? Tokio. Sister, don't be like this, I'm scared. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Xie and the others quickly cleared the remaining few foreign beasts as well. In the past, when Shurchio didn't come, Xiao Xie and her class were all 4 on a mission. Xiao Xie and Lan Ningxue's individual strengths had long been stronger than the average senior, while Yu Li and Xiaoyao's strengths were also at the level of a junior. Clearing the monsters of the junior A rank quests, the kind of quests that belong to fighting for their lives for the average junior, were indeed considered easy difficulty for them. Calling it a day, said Xiaoyao. Hee, Sister Arisher, did we break another record for monster clearing speed today? 1, 2, 3, 9. Yuli counted the corpses of the alien beasts on the ground. Well, it seems like there's still one missing. It doesn't matter, just kill another random Fey on the way back. Duan Lan said carelessly and turned back. Schwer, how's it going over there? Just now, she went to focus on the others after she saw Blue Nimbus buffed up big time. Only to see that Shurchio was walked over by Lan Ningxue on her arm. Lan Ningxue held Shurchio's arm tightly, with a face of happiness and contentment, her whole body almost sticking to him, as if she was afraid that he would run away. The girls? Xiaoyao was surprised. Wow, Sister Lan, didn't you say you were going to take the high and cold route? How come you're suddenly so proactive towards someone's elementary school brother? Xiao Xie looked deeply at Lan Ningxue, her eyes rather playful. Shurchio was embarrassed. Senior sister, actually you don't need to hold on so tightly. Lan Ningxue loosened her arm, her tone gentle, her gaze like autumn water. I'm sorry schoolmate, did I hurt you? Tim Chu. Not really, I mostly think your chest should hurt quite a bit. Yu Li's eyes were filled with confusion. What is wrong with Schwer? Why do I think she's weird? Xia Yao. I didn't realize that Sister Lan had actually started blatantly seducing in order to win Sister Yu's bet. Duan Lan also felt that something was wrong, but didn't think much of it, thinking that she was just fooling around. Schwer, just now your attributes seem to have increased quite a bit. Was it a percentage attribute increase? Lan Ningxue smiled. It's all because of the buffs given by Schoolboy that I was able to tackle those 2 foreign beasts so quickly. You guys don't know, Schoolboy was really good just now. Xia Yao? Sister Lan, you're not right. Oh. Blue Nimbus, I'm pretty much right. Tim Chu. Xiao Xie looked at Shurchio with a deep gaze. Duan Lan. Okay. Shurchio, do you have any energy left to use another auxiliary technique now? Timothy nodded, yes. Duanlan, okay, then you use the buff auxiliary technique you just used on me once too, I think. Lan Ningxue suddenly interjected, no. Duanlan, question mark. Tim Chu. Lan Ningxue once again wrapped Shurchio's arm firmly tightly around her, swearing sovereignty in a serious manner. Schoolboy is mine, he has promised me that he will only be my support alone in the future, and will only buff me alone, and will never take care of any other woman again. Duanlan? Tokio's face went white and he growled in his mind. When did I say that, oi? Xia Yao was stunned. Wow, senior, what kind of ecstasy did you give Sister Lan? Although Lan Ningxue privately said that she would trick her elementary school brother into getting her hands on him. But that's all just lip service. Xia Yao had never seen Lan Ningxue take such initiative with any boy. Shurchio, this will also finally understand what the last few sentences of the auxiliary technology introduction means. But is this damn sure it's Death's ability and not Eros? Does a Shinigami need to flirt with girls too? Shurchio found that Xiaoxia, Xia Yao, Yuli, several schoolmates, as well as teacher Duanlan, were all looking at him with an odd look. Luckily, this skill effect should only be temporary. After a while, it should be back to normal, right? Duanlan shook his head. Well, forget it. The quest is almost done, so let's go back first. Xia Yao, bring the hearts of all these monsters. Xia Yao, I put them all in the item bar. On the way back, Lan Ningxue was still sticking close to Shurchio, and the two were almost glued together as they walked. Xiao Xie walked at the end and quietly took out her cell phone. She aimed at the backs of Shurchio and Lan Ningxue and took a few pictures in a row, revealing a bad smile. 11 I want to try. On the way back, when he was almost at the Space Gate teleportation point, he finally bumped into another middle-ranked alien beast. It was a monster that resembled a wolf and a pig, its entire body wrapped under a rock-like skin. However, the size of this foreign beast was surprisingly one size larger than the bear beast just now. Roar! The wolf beast seemed to have fallen alone, sensing the presence of Shurchio and the others, and showed its teeth at them. At that moment, an idea suddenly popped into Tokio's mind. That auxiliary technique I just used, it seems like there's no restriction on who can cast it? So, should work on units that are not teammates? What would be the effect if used on this wolf beast? Shurchio pondered for a moment and used the cheat tool to check the attributes of this wolf beast. The wolf beast in front of him was level 17. In addition to the cheat tool showing the various attributes of the wolf beast, it also showed the wolf beast's hostility value towards Shurchio and the others. Tip. Target hostility values are rising: 24, 26, 28, 35, 36, 39, 40, 41. Reason for hostility: trespassing on territory, ruled an intruder. When Xia Yao saw the wolf beast, he said happily, the last of the Fey beasts, delivered to the door. Duanlan thought for a moment and said, Yuli, the last Fey beast, it's okay for you to take care of it alone, right? Yuri nodded and said in a thin voice, good. Saying that, Yuli took a step forward and walked up. However, at this time, Tokio said, that. Teacher, I actually want to try. You? Duanlan froze. Oh, you want to go on with Yuli, right? It can be. But I'm just afraid. As he said that, Duanlan swept his remaining light at Lan Ningxue. Timothy smiled. No, I mean, I'm alone in wanting to try it. What? You're alone? Duanlan froze. The rest of them were stunned. They thought they had heard wrong. You're a level 1 assist trying to go solo against a level 15 plus Fey? Are you kidding me? How can that be? Lan Ningxue said in surprise, Senior, the foreign beasts in this nearby area are all at least level 15 or above. Your current level is still too low, and your positioning is that of a support. Even if you get to the official quests later, there's no need for you to charge and kill the enemy. The rest of them nodded. Indeed, when a support needs to face the enemy alone, the team must be almost dead as well. Timothy Chu, I know, but I have some ideas I want to experiment with. No, it's too dangerous. Lan Ningxue was aggrieved. Schoolmate, if anything happens to you, what will I do? Wouldn't I be widowed? The corner of Shurchio's mouth twitched, thinking when did the two of us become that relationship? But there was nothing that could be done about it now, so Shurchio could only touch Lan Ningxue's head and softly said, it's alright, senior sister, trust me, I know what's in my heart. Lan Ningxue looked at Shurchio in a daze, her cheeks gradually blushing. Schoolboy has a great voice. The eyes are also gentle. I'm going to die. Duanlan was serious. No, I can't agree to this. I am your guide, tasked with keeping you all basically safe once you enter the space portal. You've only just awakened your contracted soul and your level is only level 1, yet you want to directly face a middle-ranked alien beast. This is too much of a mess. If anything really happens, I might not even be able to save you. And Shurchio, you're a support, why are you full of thoughts about going head-to-head with the Fey beasts? Tokio laughed bitterly and shrugged. Xiao Xie glanced at Duanlan and then at Shurchio, and suddenly smiled and said, Sister Lan, let school brother try, it's just a wolf beast, we have so many people, it shouldn't be anything. Duan Lan looked complicated. Siye, how come even you are so messed up? Xiao Siye touched her nose. Well, I don't know why, but I trust my schoolmate's judgment, even though I don't know what he wants to do. Saying that, Xiao Siye glanced at Shirchio next to her again and winked at him. Tokyo returned a smile. Xiaoyao followed and agreed. The big deal is that if I see that my schoolmate is really in any danger, I'll just use my supernatural ability to control that ugly wolf from afar. Duan Lan sighed. You guys. Alas, can't do anything about you guys. Well, Xiaoyao, you have to keep an eye on it. Shirchio, if you want to try any skill, you can try it. But be careful. Timothy Chu, good. Roar. The wolf beast let out another angry roar at Shirchio and the others. The wolf beast cursed in his heart, you humans don't go too far. Have you ever put the old man in your eyes, or not? I've never seen such an insult to a wolf. Hostile values are spiking, 45, 48, 50. It took some more effort for Shirchio to coax Lan Ningxue, and only then did he walk towards the wolf beast. Calculating his blue level, he had recovered quite a bit, which should be enough to put in 4 auxiliary techniques. He could see that the wolf beast's intelligence value was only 3 points. Well, 4 times should be enough if it can cause a double effect. Walked 20 meters in front of the wolf beast and stood still. Tokyo narrowed his eyes and focused all his attention on the wolf beast's actions. Although he already had a calculation in mind, he still had to be cautious. This was a level 17 alien beast. A casual claw could easily tear the level 1 him in half. 12 sisters and teachers who are shocked. The wolf beast also seemed to notice at this time that the walking Shirchio was the lowest ranked one here. Surprisingly, it's only level 1. Mud, looking down on wolves? The wolf beast let out a roar of anger, its entire body muscles exerted themselves, and its hind legs stumped. A leap stomped out of the sonic boom, and came flying towards Shirchio. Xiaoyao hurriedly raised her small hand, already ready to use her supernatural ability to cut that wolf beast off. However, Shirchio surprisingly did not dodge or avoid. Facing the pouncing wolf beast, he condensed his soul power and threw out a blessing head-on. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Blessing. Duan Lan and Xiao Siye and the others revealed a few puzzled expressions. They thought that Tokioka wanted to try out some skill. And it turned out to be a common blessing? And to put a blessing on a fae? What kind of operation is this? Just now, Shirchio didn't make the first move because he was afraid that this wolf beast was too fast and it would be embarrassing if the blessing was released. Now that this wolf beast was lunging head-on in a straight line, it was too late to apply the brakes even if it wanted to do so itself. The black light fell and enveloped the wolf beast's body with unerring accuracy. Ow! The wolf beast's eyes were bewildered, only feeling a wave of energy pouring into his body. The pores of his body opened up, so comfortable that he couldn't even help but grunt out. Boing! The girls? Subject to healing effect, slowly restores life value. Received a blessing effect, hostile value to host 20. The target's intelligence is below 50, and the effect is violent. Hostile value to host 40. Go into a state of disorientation for 1 second. The wolf beast couldn't even help but roll his eyes due to the blessing effect being so comfortable, and his sanity was completely lost for a second. It jerked in the air. Tokiwa also took advantage of this and dodged to the side with a roll. Boom! The wolf beast crashed headfirst into the mound of dirt behind Shirchio, sending up a large plume of smoke and dust. Xiao Siye and the other women were confused. Surprisingly, you actually dodged it? A level 1 freshly awakened soul contractor had dodged the flying pounce of a level 17 speedy wolf beast. What the hell just happened? Xiaoyao froze and said, what happened to that wolf beast just now? Yuli hesitated and cocked his head. It seems like, when he was fluttering in the air, his movements suddenly stiffened for a second and he fluttered askew? Xiao Siye turned around. Sister Lan, what just happened? Did you see it? This. Duan Lan was dumbfounded. She didn't know exactly what Tokiwa had done. Even though she had been a teacher for several years, she had never seen this before. It was already outrageous enough for a level 1 soul contractor to challenge a level 17 fae. Yet it actually allowed Shirchio to dodge a strike from a foreign beast? Shirchio rose from the ground, patted the yellow soil on his sleeves, and looked back into the midst of the flying yellow sand. The wolf beast shook his head violently, dizzily, and stood still. What just happened? What kind of sorcery did this kid use on me? But why does it still feel weirdly comfortable? Seems a bit addictive. What's with wanting to do it again? The wolf beast twisted its head, trying to glare menacingly at Tokiwa. Why does this kid look so much smoother than he did just now? Shirchio saw the wolf beast's hate value. Hostile value, 15. As for returning blood, the wolf beast was originally full of blood, so naturally there was no such thing as returning blood. It really worked. Timothy Chewy grinned a little and used his blessing on the wolf beast one more time. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Blessing. The wolf beast is once again enveloped in black light. Ow! Blessed by the effects of the blessing, the life value slowly recovers. Target hostile value cleared. Target favorability plus 25. Tokiwa's gaze flickered. Again. First order auxiliary technique deaths. Blessed. Target favorability. After using the auxiliary technique 3 more times in a row, Shircho was so tired that he was about to collapse. Fortunately, the results seemed to be quite remarkable. The wolf beast in front of him had completely lost his will to fight. The wolf beast looked at the world in a daze after a brief moment of disorientation and confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Hey! At that moment, Tokiwa whistled at it. Come here. Shircho hooked her finger at the wolf beast. The wolf beast twisted its head and saw Tokiwa. That handsome face. Very kind. The wolf beast feels like he's seeing his dad. Ow. The wolf beast spat out its tongue, both eyes shining, and obediently ran to Shircho's side, sitting down like a two-haired man. Shircho smiled and reached out to pet its head. So good. It seems to have been a complete success. It went better than he thought it would. Although Shircho didn't know why this skill would produce a blitz on creatures with less than 50 points of intelligence. Maybe it's because the lower intelligence ones are easier to fool? The ladies saw this scene? Duanlan had been completely messed up, dumbfounded. I must be dreaming. A level 1 soul contractor, or a support, actually restrained a level 17 Fey beast? What a ferocious and cruel creature that Fey Wolf had been. In the world of the Mono City Spacegate, it was a higher existence than a Fey Bear. Even if you let the average junior college student run into it, it wouldn't be easy to cope with it. Yet now it's lying down in front of people like a 200-year-old and sticking out its tongue. What's going on, Ahi? 13. There are more bugs. Xiao Xie was also filled with shock. What kind of ability is this? Could it be illusion? Illusions aren't possible either. Have any of you ever seen any level 1 soul contractor's illusion spells work on a level 17 creature? Duanlan couldn't help but growl out. She felt her worldview almost turned upside down. Lan Ningxue's eyes were filled with little stars. Oh my god. So awesome. My husband really is the best. The rest? Tokiwa stroked the Fey Wolf's head as she pondered. If I make a move to hurt it now, it should lower its favorability towards me. And with my current attack power. Even Duanlan. Xiaya walked over and stroked the foreign wolf's neck, and the foreign wolf even cooperated by bending its head down for her to touch. Wahahaha, so good, oh so cute ah. Xiao Xia looked deeply at Shircho. Schoolmate, that auxiliary skill you just used, wasn't it a bit off? Timothy Chu, see for yourselves. Saying that, he raised his hand and threw the attribute effect of the skill for them to see. The women read it, and then it dawned on them. I see, no wonder just now share will. After learning the secret, Duanlan didn't feel disappointed, but felt even more incredible. This auxiliary skill of Shircho, in addition to possessing a percentage recovery effect, surprisingly worked on both high-level soul contractors and Fey beasts as well. It was important to realize that normally, such status-type skills would basically fail when they ran into a target with a level much higher than their own. This is because the higher the level, the stronger the base resistance will be. So the reason why Shircho's skill would succeed was because the opponent's system didn't judge his skill's effect as a negative effect with hostile intent? Duanlan sucked in a breath of cool air. Shircho-san, this skill of yours, you can simply say that it's simply a bug. Even if this favorability effect is temporary, it's still a pretty impressive ability. Bug, said Tokio, rubbing his nose. Well, it should indeed count as a bug, since there are even more bugs out there. Duanlan wondered, more buggy? Shircho didn't say anything, but just clapped his hands at the Fey Wolf. Little Black, come here. Ow. The foreign wolf barked excitedly and broke away from Xiaoyao's embrace, running to Shircho's side. The women looked on in puzzlement, still not knowing what Shircho wanted to do. But a minute later, the look on their faces grew more and more shocked. Only the body of the alien wolf was seen to be thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now also strong as an elephant, muscles like iron ISO wolf, body surface muscles even gradually deflated. The Fey Wolf looked at Tokiwa, his eyes still full of excited glee. It's like a simple dog looking at its master. Yet it doesn't realize that it's weakening. Vitality is fading. About a minute or so passed. The alien wolf closed his eyes peacefully, a smile still on his lips. Gaslighting. Toku raked at the Fey Wolf's eyelids. Dead? Alien wolf. Timothy let go of his fingers and turned back. Dead. A few school teachers. 14 specialized student presidents. Is it really dead? Duanlan's head went blank. It feels like I'm dreaming. Yuli walked up, leaned down, and also peeled the eyelids of the alien wolf, and said for sure, Sister Arisher, it's really dead. Gulp. Duanlan gulped. She looked complicated. Yuki, when was the first time you killed a middle-ranked foreign beast solo? Xiao Shiyu was silent for a moment. Sophomore year, 9th grade. Duanlan, have you ever seen someone who single-handedly killed a mid-rank alien beast at level 1? Zhou Xie. Before today, if someone had said that to me, I probably would have thought he was a shamrock. Duanlan. After confirming that the Fey Wolf was dead, Shurchyo summoned the death scythe and aimed it at the location of the Fey Wolf's chest cavity, and with a single slash, he plunged it in and hooked out the heart. Teacher, the heart. Shurchyo held the still warm heart in her hand and handed it to Duanlan. Duanlan had a complicated look on his face and was completely speechless. Taking the heart and putting it into the item bar, Duanlan couldn't help but ask, Shurchyo, what is this? Ability of yours again? Why would that alien wolf? Tokyo, M. Teacher, can I not say anything? Duanlan froze for a moment and responded, I'm sorry, I took the liberty. Shurchyo's willingness to put out the detailed attributes of the healing skill earlier already showed that she trusted them, her teammates. With a skill like this, anyone in their right mind would have reservations about the detailed attributes. How can you just publish it? But really, Tokyo doesn't think about it that much. He didn't want to release it, not that he didn't trust Duanlan and the girls, he just felt that the skill was slightly embarrassing. Duanlan exhaled and settled down, alright, now that the mission is complete, let's go back. It was already evening when he came out of the space door. The crowd once again got into Duanlan's car and drove back to Mono City University. In the car, Duanlan opened the mission panel. Mission difficulty, Junior Year A. Mission requirement, enter the D3 area of the Mono City Spacegate world, locate and kill 10 middle-ranked alien beasts, and retrieve the hearts. Quest reward, 500,000 cash, 500 credits, 500 empire points, advanced soul power recovery potion 10, advanced life recovery potion 10. Mission progress, 1010 completed. Is it submitted? Yes, no. Yes. Duanlan submitted the quest, and the 10 hearts of the alien beasts were immediately exchanged from the item bar. Then after about 10 seconds or so, Shurchyo and the others all received their rewards for the quest. Looking at the $600,000 in cash in the item bar, Shurchyo inexplicably sighed a little. That money alone is probably a figure that the average freshman student couldn't earn in a semester of hard work on an assignment. Reality, as it is inherently unfair. Xiaoyao licked an old popsicle and bristled, the principal is really getting more and more stingy, the junior A-ranked quest is only so rewarding. Sister Erishur, next time let's take on some quests at the Big 4 level? Duanlan said, no, the difficulty of the senior mission is basically equal to the difficulty of the quasi-graduation soul fitter mission. In our class, only Yuki and Yuki have reached the level of senior year for the time being, and junior brother hasn't grown up yet, so it's too early to do senior year tasks. Xiaoyao didn't insist, suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, by the way senior, that healing skill you just had, what exactly did it feel like when it landed on your body? Why are both Sister Blue and that alien beast making strange noises after receiving your treatment? A few black lines popped up on Tokyo's head. How can he explain this? Xiaoyao, how would schoolmate know? He hasn't milked himself either. That's right 2-0. Xiaoyao twisted her head, so Sister Lan, what does it feel like to be healed anyway? Then there's no need to ask? Lan Ningxue leaned her head against Shurchyo's shoulder, of course it's especially comfortable. Tim Chu. Xiaoyao happily said, then junior brother, you've got your blue back now, right? Heal me too, I also want to. Lan Ningxue grabbed onto Shurchyo and said seriously, no, I can't, you don't want to, elementary school brother is mine. He can only let me bind. Tim Chu. Back at school, just in time for dinner. Xiaoyao proposed to go out for a meal together before returning to the apartment. This was also unanimously agreed upon by the crowd. Duanlan first parked his car in the parking lot under the school's apartment. By the time the group came out of the parking lot together, ready to exit the school, who knew they would be hit by a bunch of people? Several upperclassmen walked up to them, and they looked like they were coming for Tokiwa and the others. The leader was a svelte man wearing glasses, followed by several juniors. Xiao Xie tilted her head in confusion, Chairman? The Sven man laughed, oh, you're here too, Yuki, that's just perfect. But I've been waiting here with my men for most of the day for you. Xiao Xie looked at the Sven man and then at Shurchyo, seemed to understand something, and smiled playfully, President, what is it that you suddenly brought so many student council cadres to squat under our class's apartment building? The Sven man laughed, oh, Yuki, I don't believe that with your icy intelligence you can't guess. Then, his eyes locked onto Shurchyo, his gaze deep, this is student Shurchyo, right? 15 The pull of the three powers. Tokiwa froze, you wanted to see me? Yes, I came all the way here to see you. The Svengali man smiled and reached out, hello for the first time. Introduce myself, I'm the student president of our Mono City University, my name is Yu Wenhan. Timothy raised an eyebrow and shook his hand. The school's student president actually made a special trip to find him in person, which was a bit surprising to Shurchyo. But this world's student union shouldn't be the same concept as the one in his last life, right? I don't know if you have the time now, is it convenient to have a chat alone? A smile piled up on Yu Wenhan's face. But just as the words fell, a loud and rough voice rang out, ooh, why are there so many people crammed in here? What's going on? Yu Wenhan's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. That guy actually came too, the wind is spreading too fast. Shurchio sniffed and looked, only to see a thick-bodied senior boy wind his way to the front, somewhat naive in appearance, but those eyes were incomparably sharp and ferocious. Vidra Mouse, why are you here too? Yu Wonhan raised an eyebrow. Vidra Mouse saw Yu Wonhan. Yo, who did I think it was? Your student council moves fast enough. Looks like you guys are here to rob people too? Yu Wonhan smiled bitterly, seemingly acquiescing. At that moment another group of people arrived. We, the Black Soul Society, are also here to rob people. The visitor was a short man, but he looked competent and spoke simply and directly. Xiao Xie and the others stood on the sidelines, seemingly ready to eat the melons. Xia Yao came up and patted Shurchio's shoulder. Hee, senior, it seems that you are very popular. You've actually got all three major forces of the school here. How many years has it been since we've seen such a scene? The three powers? Shurchio didn't know anything about Mono City University, and it was the first time she had heard of the concept. Vidra Mouse hugged his arms and looked at the short man with a sneer. There are really a lot of hilarious people. What, you Black Soul Society only sent you such a small minion? Where is Blackbone? I thought that guy would definitely come in person. The short man laughed. Senior Blackbones is out on a mission, so I'll be the representative for this nativity. The Vidra Mouse grunted a snort from his nostrils and then rushed at Shurchio. It doesn't matter no matter what, kid, I'll just say what I have to say. Join our Zodiac sect. I guarantee that you'll get the best cultivation resources, and we at the Zodiac sect will single-handedly cover all the credits needed for all the classes you'll be taking in the future. How's that? Yu Wonhan pushed his glasses. If we're talking about cultivation resources, what our student council can give must be superior to yours, right? Wolverine, ha! Your student council? Don't laugh my ass off. Your student council is just an official organization. How can it compare to our Zodiac sect in terms of benefits? A trace of coldness flashed through Yu Wonhan's. Xiao Xie asked, Shurchio, do you have an organization you want to join? Tokio was silent for a moment. I don't know. Just like what Xia Yao said, he had just enrolled in school yesterday and didn't know anything at all about the situation at Monocle University. Senior sister, can you tell me about these major powers? Sure. Xiao Xie laughed. In our school, there are countless clubs and organizations, group forces, both official and unofficial, but the biggest forces, there are only 3 in total. Which is what you just saw, the Student Council, the Zodiac Sect, and the Black Soul Society. The Student Council is the only official organization among the 3 forces, and is inextricably linked to the university. The Zodiac Sect and the Black Soul Society, on the other hand, are both student-run organizations, but their power isn't at all inferior to that of the Student Council, and they don't have as many restrictive rules as the Student Council. Xiao Xie, these 3 powers, no matter which one, are organizations that almost all students would want to join if they bumped their heads. Bumping your head? Shurchio was puzzled. Is joining them really that much of a welfare benefit? 16. The importance of dependence. Bumping your head? Shurchio was puzzled. Is joining them really that much of a welfare benefit? Actually, it's not just about favorable benefits. Xiao Xie's expression suddenly became serious. Competition in school is brutal, where students are in competition with each other and even step on each other, because resources are limited, while there are so many people who share the resources, so. You understand. Without a good backer, the powerless will soon be targeted and become a meat pig to be slaughtered. It dawned on Timothy. No wonder Ms. Duanlan had said earlier that even at school, it wasn't that safe. Then, doesn't the school administration care? Shurchio asked. In that case, wouldn't a lot of talented people fall in the infighting? Heh, Xiao Xie laughed bitterly. The chief instructor should have told you guys about this yesterday during the freshman assembly. When you become a sole contractor, you are no longer a child who has to be protected when you eat, drink, and sleep. A sole contractor must learn to protect himself before he is capable of serving the empire. As for the many talents that will be wasted. If those talents, even the infighting during their student days, can't survive, what kind of talents are they? What else is there to talk about going to the battlefield to kill and fight with the foreigners? Tokio was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. He gets it. That's pretty special for a rule like that. It's the same as taking a bunch of hungry beasts and trapping them in the same cage. Even if the feeders are feeding daily, the food is limited. The one who ultimately eats the most and gets to enjoy the best piece of meat must be the fiercest beast. As long as the beasts in the cage don't go too far and bite all the other beasts to death, then naturally the keepers don't bother to ask who gets a little more full. Interesting. I'm the vice president of the student council, so if we go by my position, of course I want you to join our student council. Xiao Xie smiled, taking out her cell phone and shaking it. Just a moment ago, the president sent me a text message, saying that he's going to persuade you to come to the student council no matter what. It's the first time I've seen him speak in that tone of voice. It seems he thinks highly of you. Of course, if as a teammate and a friend, I prefer you to decide according to your own will, and do not be influenced by us, lest you regret it in the future. I see. Shurchio smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Hey, what's the point of being polite? I'm your schoolmate. Xiao Xie playfully winked. However, at this time, Lan Ningxue, who was standing behind Shurchio, was staring at Shurchio's back in a daze. Her eyes grew blank. After remembering everything, her cheeks slowly blushed in layers, and her ears involuntarily flushed with heat. Hot enough to almost cook her. What the hell did I do? Half an hour later, Tokio arrived at the small cafe that had opened inside the university. There weren't many people in the cafe, but almost everyone couldn't help but look sideways toward Shurchio's table and theirs, including the few baristas and waiters at the bar. Manojo University is not open to the public, so naturally those who work and spend money here are also students. The leading figures of the three major powers were actually all concentrated in such a small place. It was undoubtedly shocking news. No matter which power Shurchio chose to join today, it would undoubtedly immediately spread throughout all of the school's campuses. At this moment, Shurchio was sitting across from several of the three major powers' family members. These three people, no matter which one of them went out, with a casual flip of the hand, they would be able to stir up a storm of blood in Mono City University, or even the entire Mono City. But Tokio didn't show any state of timidity. In his last life, although he was introverted, his mind was already quite mature and would not show his emotions easily. This also caused Yuan Han to look at this teenager a few points deeper. If it was an average student, especially a freshman, facing the power holders of the three major powers, they might just be so scared that they wouldn't be able to speak at all, right? It was the first time he had seen one that could remain so calm. Moreover, Yuan Han had investigated, and Shurchio didn't have any background. It won't be like those out of the big families who have seen a lot of the world since they were young. This is even more intriguing. Yuan Han took a sip of his coffee and put the cup down. Shurchio, I won't beat around the bush. I'll talk about the benefits I can give you after joining our student union. Our student council is an official organization. Join us and I can guarantee that for every welfare, course schedule, and various places in the school, your name will definitely be prioritized at the top of the list, and I'll help you arrange the resources properly. Also, you do realize that the school pays out a subsidy bonus to soul fitters every month, right? Timothy nodded gently, indicating that he knew. Yuan Han said indifferently, these grants are actually given to us by the school, and our student council is responsible for distributing them. Generally speaking, when the school gives out grants, the student council will take 10% as labor costs. It's the remaining 90% that actually goes out to the students. Toku staggered when she heard this. Good lord, so there's such a thing? Yuan Han smiled, but if you're a member of our student council, naturally you don't have to deduct this 10%. 17 selection. Tokiwa was silent. I see, no wonder there are so many people who are squeezing their heads to get into the student council. 10% per month, that's a lot less resources in a year. The short senior from the Black Soul Society smiled playfully. Resources don't exactly represent the whole picture, do they? The environment that suits you is the key. Shurchio, your contracted soul attribute should be the dark attribute, correct? All of us in the Dark Soul Society are dark attribute soul fittings. For your future cultivation and upgrades, joining us will definitely be the most beneficial for you. The short senior licked his lips with a light smile, a chilling aura about him, and we'll do our best to fulfill all your needs as well. Whether you want money, power, or women, we can give you anything you want. Tokio smiled. In this world the strong are honored. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as they are strong enough, they can enjoy more privileges. It is legal and reasonable to marry as many women as you can if you are strong enough. Similarly, no one will say anything about how many men a woman has if she is strong enough. Seeing that Shurchio didn't seem too interested in any of this, the short senior added, or even, whomever you have a problem with, whichever person's life you want can be. Tokio raised an eyebrow at that. The Vajra grunted coldly, I have nothing to say. What I can give, I've just said it all. I'll just say one thing, I'll give double what the student council and the Dark Soul Society can give. With that, he slapped a contract in front of Shurchio and rasped, I'm a rough man, not very good at talking, so you can read it yourself. Sign it if you wish, or if you have additional conditions, make them immediately. Vajramouse grunted and added, also, primary brother, to remind you, if you want to join the two of them, you'd better think clearly. These two forces, one is hypocritical and assholish, and the other is netting some unprofitable hooks. Hearing these words, Yuan Han's eyes instantly transmitted a gloomy and piercing chill. The short man was dissatisfied. Senior Vajra, when we spoke just now, we didn't disparage your zodiac sect, did we? Vajramouse sneered. What, am I not telling the truth? The short man showed his teeth. Yuan Han was obviously also very unhappy with Vajrarat's statement. Three people tit for tat, hidden soul force field released, looking as if they are going to fight immediately. The people in the crowd of students in the cafe also perked up their ears as if they wanted to put them on their desks. If they hadn't dared to, they would have immediately gathered around to eat the melon. Timothy spoke slowly, but I'm sorry. I may have no intention of joining any power for a while. 18 rejected in its entirety. The three people sitting in front of Shurchio were stunned as a whole, staring blankly at Shurchio. They thought their ears had misheard. The crowd of students eating inside the cafe also thought that their ears had misheard, and they all had a stunned expression. What do you mean by that, Tokioka-san? Yu Won-han was puzzled. Could it be that this guy thinks he's a hot commodity, so he's saying this on purpose to raise his price? Want to see who gives the higher price? Vajramouse frowned. Yeah, kid, just to be clear, what did you mean when you said you didn't want to join any forces for the time being? Tokiwa smiled slightly. It's literal. I'm sorry if you seniors, maybe I haven't thought it through yet. I've always been used to being a loner and a loner, so I might not be too used to suddenly being under someone's control. So right now I probably don't want to join either power. The students in the cafe sucked in a breath of cold air. Now they were sure they had heard right. This freshman actually turned down all the invitations from the big three powers? The short boy suddenly burst out laughing with a pfft. Schoolboy, do you realize what you're saying? Any student of Monocity University, if they were given a chance to join the three major powers, it's estimated that they would be willing to let them run around the school naked for 20 laps, or the kind that can wake up laughing in their dreams. We took the initiative to invite you and gave you such a generous offer, and you're actually saying you haven't thought it through? Many of the students inside the cafe couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. That's right, if I had the chance to join the Black Soul Society, not to mention running around naked for 20 laps, I would run around naked every day for 4 years of school. That is, let me learn to cry wolf every day while I run. That is, I'll sacrifice myself to senior Blackbones any way I want. The rest of the students turned their heads to look at the boy with strange eyes. Vajramouse was also angry and happy. Ha! That's funny, I've been in this school for 3 years, and it's the first time I've made such a generous offer to recruit a newcomer, and you actually told me that you're not willing? I'd like to know why. Yu Won-han pondered for a moment. Shurchyo, is it possible that Siya didn't understand some of the rules within the school to you? What kind of all kinds of trouble a student without any backing, isolated and unsupported, would run into in this school was something they, the older students, all knew. Tokio rubbed his nose. I'd like to ask, there should be people in the school's history who rejected the student council as well, right? Yu Won-han was silent for a moment. Yes. What happened to them? 90% are wasted, and less than 10% set up their own forces. The forces within the school, apart from the student council, which was an official organization that had always existed, the rest, like the Black Soul Society, the Zodiac sect, and large and small clubs, were also created by the students themselves. Vajramouse was actually a good example of this, when the student president of his term had invited him, but the terms offered weren't very good, basically wanting to whore himself out. So in a fit of pique, Vajra Rat rejected the student council and decided to go it alone, without joining any forces. Using their class as a unit alone, they slowly developed the club, which eventually became the current Zodiac sect, one of the three major forces in the school. Tokiwa smiled slightly. That's not it. The students present, including the several student council cadres standing behind Yu Won-han, all sucked in a breath of cool air. At this time of the year, autumn has a big mouth. It turns out to have such ambitions. Yu Won-han froze for half a second, lost his smile and shook his head. Student Shurchyo, I think you forgot the most crucial thing. He stared into Tokiwa's eyes and said, word for word, you're an auxiliary. Auxiliary, indeed, is very much in demand and sought after. Especially the highly rated auxiliaries. It can be said that in any organizational power, the salary of the highly rated auxiliaries must be the highest. But again, aides are just aides after all. Less than 10% of the 90% of the talents that had rejected the student council survived, yet those that did were also combat-type soul fittings who were particularly outstanding in either physical or magical attacks. Never heard of an auxiliary that could be a lone wolf. This is because an auxiliary can almost be said to have no self-protection ability if they don't join a club. Much less have I ever heard of a secondary that could be the boss by itself. So what if it's auxiliary? Timothy shrugged. Yu Won-han didn't know what to say. He mentally sneered. It's normal for young people to be ambitious. What man doesn't want to be a dominant force? But it's more important to recognize your own abilities, otherwise it's just plain arrogance. This instantly caused Yu Won-han's curiosity about Shurchyo that he had just had to completely dissipate. It turned out to be just a young man who didn't know what he was doing. Awakening a more gifted deeded soul and thinking you're a son of chi? When he's taken a beating from society, he'll realize how stupid he was in the first place. Yu Won-han stood up, still smiling on his face. Well, since you've already decided, senior, I won't say anything more, and wish you good luck for the next 4 years in school. After saying that, he waved and left the cafe with the student council cadres he brought with him. The short boy also sneered and didn't even speak to Shurchyo anymore, directly leading people away. Wolverine scratched his head. Boy, I actually quite appreciate your behavior, but one must always live within one's means. Never mind, I don't know what to say. But if you come back to your senses one day, you can still come to the Zodiac sect to find me. Shurchyo smiled. Okay, thank you, senior. 19 attempting a breakthrough. When Timothy Fall came back from the cafe, he went straight back to the apartment and returned to his room. In one breath, directly refused the invitation of the three major forces. This wave of psychedelic operation, I think within a few days, he will become a celebrity in the whole school, right? After a while, Shurchio's cell phone rang drip 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 beep. He took it out and found that it was Duan Lan's invitation to join the group reminder. Duan Lan has invited you to join the 5 beautiful girls and milk dog schoolboys chat group. Tim Chu. Seeing the name of the group, Shurchio knew that this was the class group. Open the group chat. Xia Yao, yo welcome schoolmate. At Shurchio sprinkleflowers.jpg. Tim Chu. Xiao Xie, schoolmate, you're back? Come out to eat together? We're at the barbecue restaurant on the East Snack Street outside the school. Shurchio, no, senior sister, you guys eat, I'll just eat some random instant noodles in the apartment by myself to pad it out. Xia Yao curiously asked, senior, which club did you join? Timothy, didn't add, I turned them all down. Xia Yao, huh? Duan Lan? Xiao Xiu, catface shock.jpg. Xia Yao, surprised, why? The president and the others can't make a good deal? Tokyo, that's not true, maybe I'm used to being alone, I don't like to be bound by others. The group was silent for a while. After a while, Xia Yao said, ha, worthy of being our schoolmate. Nah, if I had known this I would have followed along piece by piece, not having the chance to see the expressions of the chairman and the others at that time, it must have been wonderful ha. Duan Lan expressed her concern, Shurchio, have you thought about it? This may cause you a lot of trouble at school in the future. Xia Yao, it's fine, school brother is not afraid, there is school sister we cover you, see who dares to mess with the members of our class. Paddingchest.jpg. Duan Lan, by the way Shurchio, did you see Shuer at the apartment? Didn't we agree to eat barbecue together, how come we couldn't find her in a flash? Timothy Chu was bewildered, I didn't see it. Xia Yao, oh, I know, Sister Lan said she's socially dead and told us not to look for her, she wants to be alone. Tim Chu. Duan Lan. Xiao Xiu, red hot trance ha 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 goose 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 goose. After a few more conversations, Tokyo put the phone down. It is indeed nice to have someone to cover. Or a couple of silly and cute schoolmates. This soft rice seems to smell pretty good. But Shurchio didn't want to spend all 4 years of college relying on being covered by a few schoolmates. Before that, there was still a need to build up strength before that could happen. Tokyo sat down on the bed, closed her eyes, and opened the system menu. He had not yet fully familiarized himself with the systems of this world. Shurchio's current level of soul contraction was level 1, and the level represented the degree of mastery that the soul contractor had over his or her own soul contraction. Every time a soul contractor fights with someone and uses the soul contractor's ability, or every time he or she practices on his or her own and operates his or her soul power at various nodes of the body, the soul contractor's mastery of his or her soul contractor's ability will increase, resulting in the so-called experience value. When you reach a certain level of experience, you will naturally level up. Also known as upgrades. Due to the fact that he had a cheating plugin, coupled with the fact that he had gone through an actual battle today, Shurchio's current experience pool had accumulated to 86,100. It's still close to breaking through to level 2. Shurchio immediately held his breath and ran his soul power. He wants to break level 2 tonight alone. Since awakening his contracted soul, he could clearly feel the presence of several soul power nodes in his body. Cultivation was to run the soul force, allowing it to cycle back and forth to impact at various nodes. In this way, the nodes are progressively stronger. Such a cultivation required a great deal of concentration, as the node routes within the body were very complex, and a lack of concentration might even be counterproductive if the soul power operated on the wrong route. 1 hour later. Tokyo opened her eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath. I didn't realize that the progress of such cultivation would be so slow. And very tired. This kind of cultivation that required complete concentration of the mind, the consumption of mental energy, was simply too great. Shurchio only cultivated for an hour, it feels like he is tired as if he has been working for a day and a night, and he can't wait to lie down on the bed immediately and ruthlessly sleep him for a dozen hours. Experience, however, actually only went up 2 points. No wonder the older sisters, who were already juniors, were only just in their teens. And when it comes down to it, the experience value required for upgrading will definitely increase. Shurchio thought about it and opened the system mall. It is said that the system mall has everything, as long as you want it, you can buy it, even if you want to buy a girlfriend. The prerequisite is that you have to have enough money in empire points. Now Shurchio, hand holding 600,000 yuan of huge money, want to see if there is anything that can help to cultivate. 20 puppet indenture. Shurchio directly opened the column of spiritual medicine and curiosities, a pair of eyes quickly swept around, and sure enough, he found something that could be used. Name, primary mental rejuvenation injection. Rating, mundane. Effect, temp spirit plus 50, temp concentration plus 20%, temp mental stability plus 15%, temp memory plus 18%, temp reflexes plus 8%, temp. Applicable rating, unlimited. Statute of limitations, 2 hours. Price, $5,000. Name, intermediate level mental rejuvenation injection. Rating, mundane. Effect, temporary spirit plus 100, temporary concentration plus 40%, temporary mental stability plus 45%, temporary memory plus 31%, temporary reaction plus 22%. Applicable level, unlimited. Statute of limitations, 3 hours. Price, $10,000. Name, advanced mental rejuvenation injection. Rating, good. Effect, temporary spirit plus 250, temporary concentration plus 108%, temporary mental stability plus 99%, temporary memory plus 71%, temporary reaction plus 50%. Applicable level, 10 or higher. Statute of limitations, 5 hours. Price, $20,000. Tokwaki was secretly staggered after reading it. Man, that's expensive. In an era when the average hitman generally earns only $3,000 or $4,000, a tube of primary psycho-injection potion costs $5,000. And there's only a 2-hour statute of limitations. It would be impossible for an average family and an average freshman to afford such a high cost. If you let the former Shircho see this price, he will not hesitate, directly turn off the mall, as what did not see. Luckily, I've picked up a newbie pack once, and completed another junior year. For now, at least, the funds are still available. But Tokiwa knew that later on it would be impossible to say. When you get to the back of the cultivation, you will definitely need to spend more money. This kind of cultivation resource, once it was not supplied, the speed of cultivation would slow down. This is how the gap between the students' grades is widened. Spending $10,000, Shircho bought a tube of intermediate spirit injection. Within a few seconds, the system mall shipped the item, and the item was delivered to Shircho's item bar. Tokio smiled bitterly. Assuming this is a game, this game is really only for the rich and famous. Sticking this tube of injection into his arm, Shircho felt an inexplicable energy within his body gradually transferring into his brain, and his spirit was suddenly renewed. It's truly magical. Shircho closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation once again, running his own soul power and circulating it through every node in his body. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. When then Autumn opened his eyes again, his level had long since broken through to level 2. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat, but his body was indescribably smooth. Sure enough, the downside of expensive things is just that they're expensive. Shircho clenched his fists and felt that all the attributes of his entire body had increased significantly. Meanwhile, the cheat rewards have been handed out once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade, the upgrade reward has been issued. Cheat code, $###$%%. Host opens the upgrade reward. Gain, 200,000 cash, Death Puppet Contract Book 10. Timothy Chu was puzzled. A puppet indenture? I think it should be related to the ability of the puppet item in his skill tree. Shircho opened the skill tree and clicked on the column of puppets. As a result of leveling up, the system gave away 1 system point. The golem has only 1 first-order ability. Shircho didn't hesitate and directly lit up the puppet's first skill. Skill, Puppet Contract. Casting condition, the target needs to be someone who has just died and whose undead spirit has not yet dissipated. Effect, the Grim Reaper takes in his undead spirit and grants the targeted person a new life. The other person will become a half-dead puppet martial corpse, and his thoughts and consciousness as well as his actions will be manipulated and dominated by the Grim Reaper host. Consumption, Puppet Contract Book 1. Timothy Chu is appalled. That's an ability that looks pretty sick just by looking at it. Moreover, when Shircho took a closer look, there was no limit to the amount of time that the puppet could be manipulated. That is to say, after the other party becomes one's puppet, the other party's appearance, strength, and other various states will forever remain as they were at that time, and as long as the host doesn't die, the other party will always be the host's puppet. If it had been in some worlds, however, the people who paid attention to Tokioka weren't just these ordinary students. Inside the instructor's office, the chief instructor and a couple of male teachers were sitting around drinking tea and talking and playing cards. Have you guys heard about this? There's a freshman in this year's class who turned down all the invitations from our school's student council, the Black Soul Society, and the Zodiac sect. Oh, I went to the cafeteria at noon to eat, and I heard at least 8 tables talking about it, so it's hard not to want to hear about it, right? It's that kid named Tokiuchi, right? The S-rank auxiliary with the strange soul contract? I was present at the freshman meeting today, and I was impressed. I heard that he even let out big words about creating his own power? Ha 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 ha, how interesting. In fact, Timothy said he said no such thing on the spot. What he meant at the time was simply that he wasn't used to being constrained. But public opinion, the word spreads, it is more and more high. Version also become more and more outrageous. People don't care what reality is like, it's enough to have a good laugh. So the final version turned out to be Shircho faced the big brothers of the school's 3 major powers, slapped the table in front of him, and said in a loud voice, "Sooner or later, I will create my own club, and step on all of you stinky brothers and call them daddy." It made Tokiwa laugh and cry. Hey, Instructor Wu, what do you think? A male teacher leisurely lit a cigarette and flashed a three-headed K. The chief instructor paused and said with an expressionless face, if he wasn't an auxiliary, maybe I'd still have an inkling of what to expect from him. But the system has positioned him in such a way that it's been decided that he's not going to survive as a lone ranger in the college ecosystem. Another male teacher laughed, aren't all the other items of his positioning unknown? And he should have an overall rating of S as well, so doesn't that mean that all his other ratings will? Yet just today, the hearts of countless young men, broken? A photo was attached below that posting on the forum. Lan Ningxue was holding a boy's arm, walking beside him in a bird-like manner. And looking at the posture, it was obvious that Lan Ningxue still took the initiative to come up to the boy, and also took the initiative to rest her head lightly on the boy's shoulder. The forums blew right up when I saw that picture. OMG. My blue schoolgirl, woohoo. The goddess I'd been crushing on for 3 years. Master's youth is over. I don't agree with this marriage. Who the hell is this guy? I want to duel with him. Listen, men in the picture, if you have the ability to stand up and admit it yourself, let's go to the gladiator arena and have a duel between men. Schoolgirls are only for the strongest. Tim Chu, MDZZ. With this kind of big news, Shurchio, the arrogant freshman, was pushed to the second place. Yet no one knows. This time, the headline is still the same as when the fall. 22 What should I do about my little brother? Still, that picture left Tokyo feeling very confused. Who the hell put this out? The background within this photo, others couldn't see it, but of course, Shurchio knew that it was taken when he was within the space gate of Monocle University. Tokyo took another closer look at the poster's nickname. Your sweet little Yuki. Tim Chu. For a moment, Tokyo seemed to understand a little bit who did it. At that moment, the cell phone ticked again. Xiao Shiyu would add him in the group, schoolboy, are you out of class? Timothy Chu, aha. Xiao Xia, happy face carrot, we're in cafeteria number 1, come over quickly and let's have lunch together, no refusing this time, or I'll ignore you later. Tim Chu. Cafeteria. The 4 girls, Xiao Xia, Yuli, Xia Yao, and Lan Ningxue, were sitting at a dining table. All 4 were silent as they each sucked on a cup of milk tea. Lan Ningxue lowered her head, her eyes averted, her fingernails picking at the label on her milk teacup. Obviously not out of the social death yet. Except for Blue Ningxue, who kept her head down. The remaining 3 women looked at me and I looked at you. Xiao Shiyu broke the silence first, ha 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 ha. Lan Ningxue was instantly infuriated and raised her head to glare fiercely at her. Blue Nimbus. After a while, Yuli's eyes could not hide the smile, curved into a crescent moon, covering his mouth. Lan Ningxue slapped the table in anger, Shaoli. How come even you? Forget it, it's a day without hair. I'll go back to my social life, bye. Just about to get up, Xiaya pulled her back, hee, okay, Sister Lan, we won't laugh at you. Poof. Lan Ningxue skimmed her lips. Opening her cell phone, Lan Ningxue's face suddenly changed, glaring at Xiao Xia in shame and anger. Why did you? You tell your elementary school brother that we were here? And let him come over? Xiao Xia looked innocent. What's wrong? Schoolmate is our teammate, isn't it normal to eat with teammates? You're still pretending. Lan Ningxue's almond eyes roundly glared. Did you post the photos on the forum as well? Xiao Shiyu, I don't know what you're talking about. Ah. Lan Ningxue had mounted Xiao Xia's body and shook her head vigorously. Xia Yao was cheekily fanning the flames. Yuli also revealed a quiet smile, quietly looking at a few of them. A few of the girls joked around for a while until they realized that quite a few people in the cafeteria had their eyes focused on them, and only then were they somewhat restrained. After making a scene, Lan Ningxue sat back in her seat, bowing her head without saying anything. Her eyes were flustered. She now no longer had the heart to blame Xiao Xia, she was now full of thoughts about the image of meeting with her schoolmate in a moment. Although externally, Lan Ningxue was the strong and high-cooled school sister, internally, she also often got high on her mouth with Xiao Xia and Xia Yao. In reality, however, she's still just a little girl with no experience whatsoever from 20 years of maternal soloing. I can't believe I said so many shameless things yesterday and did so many intimate things with a boy younger than myself that I couldn't even think of before. And of his own accord. It's simply humiliating. How the hell are we going to face schoolmates in a while? Xiao Xia smiled and said, Schwer, now that the schoolmate has completely become a celebrity in our school, in the future, maybe she'll have a lot of fans. Oh, if you want to get your hands on her, you have to take advantage of it. Lan Ningxue glared at her. He refused the invitation of the 3 major powers. Without the shelter of the powers, I'm afraid that the people who want to find trouble with him in the future will be so many that they will be lined up to the school building to the school gate. So think about how to get through these difficult times first. Lan Ningxue mouthed the words. Though in her heart she was equally a little worried for Tokioka. I heard that schoolmate he not only rejected the chairman and the others yesterday, but also said in front of the chairman and the people from the Zodiac sect and the Black Soul Society that he wanted to create his own society and step on all of them, the Minato brothers. Xiaoyao looked excited and clenched her two small fists. Ho ho ho. I can't imagine that schoolmate, who usually looks grandma's cool, so shy, and so good at flirting, turns out to have such a domineering side too. I really want to see what Hokage looks like when he says that ha. Xiao Siye smiled bitterly. That kind of talk, just think about it, it should be blindly rumored outside. Xiaoyao grinned widely. It doesn't matter, it's just about the same. 23 being together for a long time, it's good to get used to it. Xiao Siye guffawed. Xiaoyao, you seem to be very optimistic that your schoolmate can create his own club? Xiaoyao, of course, don't you guys think so? Lan Ningxue paused, and after a moment of silence, she said only one word, difficult. As a student council officer, she knows more about the inner workings of the school. She couldn't be more aware of how difficult it was to form her own forces. Even the original Vajra Mouse, the class they started in, out of the 5 people, he was the only one who ended up surviving. Yuli paused her chopsticks and said in a thin voice, there are very few S-class soul contractors, but he is positioned to assist. Xiao Xia, I think that it doesn't matter if it's an assist anymore. Have any of you ever seen a level 1 assist that single-handedly killed a level 17 Fae? The women were silent. Don't say assist. Even if one looked through the entire empire, it was unlikely that there would be a level 1 soul contractor who could single-handedly kill a level 17 Fae beast. It would be mind-boggling wherever it was placed. It's simply an unbreakable record. Unless someone can level 0 solo, i.e. solo the Fae without awakening the fellowship soul. But that was impossible. The difference between a soul contractor and an ordinary person was like the difference between heaven and earth and dust. Yuli, but he didn't join the student union. Any subsidy he can get in the future will only be 90%. Shouldn't we find a way to help him? Xiaoyao smiled playfully. What's wrong with that? Sister Lan, isn't what you manage in the student union finance? As long as you let my schoolmate go through the back door, it won't be a problem if my schoolmate wants to get twice the subsidy. Lan Ningxue's cheeks blushed. I wouldn't help him. Xiao Xia blinked. Then you can't bear to see your schoolmate have 10% less resources than others every month? What am I intolerant of? It's you who's intolerant, isn't it, Vice President? Lan Ningxue grunted and said in a conspiratorial manner, you're the one who took the initiative to fall on people on the first day they came. I'm the class president, and getting along with my new teammates is a must. Oh? Getting laid means getting someone's elementary school buddy drunk? You can't really get to know your new teammates until you're drunk. I believe the hell out of you. After a while, Tokio arrived at the cafeteria. From afar, he could see a few schoolmates waving at him. Except for Lan Ningxue, when she saw her schoolmate arrive, she immediately remembered yesterday's incident, her cheeks turned red, and she was too shy to lower her head to look at Shurchio. Due to yesterday's incident, Shurchio was noticed by quite a few people as soon as she walked into the cafeteria. Leaning north, look, that's Tokiwa. He's Tokiwa, huh? That's Shurchio, the freshman pretender king who rejected the 3 major powers this year. Being invited by the 3 major powers and assigned to a class with 4 school flower sisters, martyr is too much. What the hell kind of life is this? That guy beside Sister Blue on the forum couldn't be him, could it? The body shapes look quite similar at first glance. How can it be? What kind of status strength is Blue's senior sister? How can she look at a freshman? Timothy touched his nose. Well, it's pretty hard to get used to being noticed like that. I'm just trying to keep a low profile for school. How did it get so complicated? Alas. Shurchio finally walked over to Xiao Xiyez and their table, senior sister. Xiaoyao, hey, good noon, schoolmate, come on, we've reserved a good place for you, come and sit over here. She patted the spot next to her on the edge of the blue nimbus. Blue ninja? This chick definitely did it on purpose. Shurchio didn't think too much about it and walked over to sit down. Lan Ning Shuetang stood up, her cheeks so red that they were almost smoking. I suddenly remembered that the student council still has some matters, I have to rush back to deal with it. After saying that, he didn't even dare to look at Shurchio before fleeing in a panic. Shurchio was still puzzled. What's going on with Blue School Sister? Xiaoyao waved her hand very naturally, a look of habit. Oops, very normal. Girls thin-skinned. Well, you two have just been together. Meet embarrassed, reasonable. Well. Tim Chu? What? Xiao Shiyu expressed her agreement and nodded. Well, that's right. When you've been together for a long time, you'll get used to it. Timothy? Xiaoyao was serious. Senior, Sister Lan is in love for the first time. You can't let her down. Xiao Siye was in the same serious mode, right? Or else we as sisters won't forgive you lightly. Right, Yuli? Yuli reacted a beat slower, her eyes dull and blank, her sandalwood mouth slightly open. Right. Wait a minute. Shurchio was dumbfounded and couldn't help but interject. The two of us were together? When did this happen? Why don't I know? 24 I'm off the hook? Wait a minute. Shurchio was dumbfounded and couldn't help but interject. The two of us were together? When did this happen? Why don't I know? Xia Ya was shocked, it was just yesterday. Xiao Xia was shocked in the same way. Didn't Shuer already take your arm and swear sovereignty to us yesterday in the space-doored dimensional world, saying that you were her boyfriend? Xia Ya was dumbfounded. Good man, schoolmate, you made Sister Lan so happy yesterday, you couldn't have lied to her, right? Shurchio was dumbfounded for a while and didn't know what to say, but yesterday it would turn out like that because of the effect of my auxiliary skill. But you didn't object at the time. Xiao Xia was serious, you admitted it too, and now you're denying it out of the gate? Tim Chu. Xia Yao immediately said, yes, schoolmate, I see that you're introverted, simple and cute, you wouldn't have done something you refuse to admit, right? The corners of Tokio's mouth twitched. I didn't do anything. Xiao Xia boarded up her face. Who said you guys didn't do anything? Snowy's been mothering Solo for 20 years, and she's never been this close to any boy. You guys did that, and this, and the picture of Cher hooking up with you was even put on the forum, and the whole school knows that Cher is in love, so you're not going to just throw in the towel, are you? When Shurchio heard this, she gave Xiao Xia a somewhat grudging and helpless look. Senior sister, your lovely little Xia, it's you who's right, isn't it? Xiao Xia's eyes were innocently blank. What cute little Xia? Tim Chu. Aya, none of this matters. Xia Yao playfully looked at Shurchio. Anyway, senior, tell me honestly, do you like Sister Shuer or not? This. Do you hate her? Timothy shook his head slowly. Of course not. So you just like her then? Shurchio felt that she was somewhat unable to keep up with the two schoolmates. Gotta hold off for a while. He was silent for a while. It's not something I can say alone, right, and I don't think Shuer senpai took it seriously. Who said that? Xiao Xia said. Ning Shuo was especially excited this morning, and was just telling us that she's with her schoolmate, yet she doesn't know how a relationship works yet. Xia Yao concurred. In fact, she has long wanted to pick you up, and before that, she secretly asked me how to maintain a high cool persona under the premise of attracting your attention, but this time, the persona is broken anyway, so she simply went along with the donkey. But it's just that I felt a little shy seeing you and said I didn't know how to face you, so I just ran away as soon as I saw you. You also know well, Sister Shuer is usually so arrogant a person, and your auxiliary skills became like that, will certainly be embarrassed well. Shurchio's head was full of black lines. Really? Can't be right? You're really serious about this? Xiao Xia, that's for sure, you don't trust us? Timothy scratched his head. In that case, could it be true that he was so confused with his schoolmate? You're just going to get out of being single? This works too. Recall the school sister's exquisite beauty, evocative body, elegant and cool temperament. There was no doubt that Shurchio had never seen such a good-looking young lady in her last life. In this life, there was probably only Xiao Xia, Xia Yao, and Yuli in the school that they could be compared together. But Toku couldn't figure out how he'd managed to endear himself to his schoolmate. Could it be that the effect of the assist skill hadn't faded cleanly yet, and that's why the schoolteacher couldn't help but be attracted to him? It shouldn't be, it's been overnight. Tokio struggled for a while. So should I call and get her back now? Aya, no. Sister Shuer is in love for the first time. Her face burns red when she sees you now. If you go to her again now, she will have to open up straight away. Xia Yao smiled cheekily and said, you let her slow down for a while, then turn around and you can just go directly to her with roses in your arms to make a formal confession once more. Shurchio. Sisters, you guys shouldn't have set me up, right? Of course not. Xia Yao plucked up his voice. We never set people up, right sister you? Xiao Xia nodded. Yeah, we never set people up, right Xiao Li? Yuri stammered. Right. Tokio was slightly surprised. Yesterday, I had thought that Gakuya was only like that because of the effect of the auxiliary technique. I didn't realize that my senior sister actually liked herself? If that's true, shouldn't one do something about it? At least you're a man, you can't let a girl take the initiative, right? But Shurchio had never been in a relationship at all, and had no idea how to talk about relationships, much less how to coax a girl, so his mind was basically at a loss right now. 25, so you know Versailles, too? Never mind, let's wait to think about it. Tokio smiled bitterly. Xia Yao tilted her head, curious. Senior, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Shurchio changed the topic. By the way schoolmates, do you guys know if there is a death penalty field anywhere in our single city? Death row? Well, it's where the city guards execute those on death row for the most heinous crimes. There are, but those places are closed, and no one who isn't a member of the city's defense force can get in. Xiao Xia wondered, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Nothing. Just about cultivation. Shurchio smiled helplessly and shrugged. If you wanted to collect contracted puppets and build an army of martial corpses, you first had to find dead people, and they had to be freshly dead. But it can be difficult. Apart from the battlefield, where could Tokio find so many dead people? You can't just fail your classes and go out there and kill innocent ordinary people, can you? Let's not talk about the fact that ordinary people had made them into puppets with little combat power. It wasn't like Shurchio was a psychopathic murderer, he hadn't lost his heart to that point. The only thing that could make Tokio think of was the execution ground. Other than that, unless someone is stupid enough to run and give him head. Once Xiao Xiu heard that it was a matter of cultivation, she did not ask in detail. Each person's contracted soul is different. Cultivation method is also a private secret. For questions on cultivation, you can ask the teachers in class. Xiaoyao followed. Although your contracted soul is relatively rare, they have taught so many students. As long as they have taught contracted souls of the same type, they should still be able to give you a bit of advice. And in addition to the auxiliary courses, in fact, you can also enroll in some other basic courses. Anyway, we are an elite class, credits and so on you certainly will not be lacking. A few more classes will certainly not be harmful. Tokyo thought for a moment. Are school classes, too, based on grades? Aha, yes. Xiaoyao laughed. But you've only just awakened your contracted soul, so you can start without thinking about level 1 or higher courses, so you can just get used to school life for the first week. Actually, I'm up to level 2. Shurchio said, exploding his soul power, displaying his level 2 strength, and faintly said, just last night. The three women were suddenly stunned as they looked at Shurchio. It wasn't like Tokyo to like pretending and bragging. And the psionic energy in him doesn't lie. He is indeed level 2. But how is this possible? If he didn't count the first night when he was dragged out to drink by Xiao Xia, when Shurchio stayed in this school, it was only a day off. In just one day, you actually went up to level 2? Xiao Xia's cherry lips opened wide, unable to speak after half a dozen rings, her face full of disbelief. You really upgraded? How did you do it? Xia Yao also staggered. Schoolmate, you're on a plug-in, aren't you? Didn't you just start classes today? How did you level up so fast? And still, you leveled up last night? It can't be a system error, right? Yuli didn't say anything, but it was hard to hide her horror. Timothy Chu secretly thought I'm still really open. Converging his soul power, Shurchio said, I don't know, I was just practicing normally, and somehow I got upgraded. 3 girls. Xia Yao raised an eyebrow. Senior, so you know Versailles too. Do you know that after the average freshman awakens his contracted soul, he has to cultivate for at least a week before he can break through level 2? You upgraded in one night and you're telling me you don't know how? Tokyo smiled helplessly. It's probably because I used the spiritual power injection, so it's a bit more efficient to cultivate. There was no way for Tokiwa to say anything about the cheats, so he just made up a random excuse. Xiao Xia looked at Shurchio in a daze, not saying anything for a moment. Even though Tokiwa said so, she still found it unbelievable. Even with the mental power injections, breaking through level 2 in a day was too outrageous. Unless the elementary school student was the one who had been practicing every moment of this entire day, then it was still possible. But it's impossible. It was useless even if one worked hard. One's physical strength and soul power were limited. A normal person cultivating for an hour without drugs would already be the limit. Moreover, elementary school brother had spent yesterday morning at the apartment catching up on his sleep, and in the afternoon, he followed them to the Spacegate world to do a quest, so he didn't have any extra time at all. In other words, elementary school brother had spent yesterday's night cultivating to level 2. Highlight and outrageous. However, Xiao Xia absolutely could not have imagined that Shurchio was still really hanging out and cultivating 24 hours a day at all times. Even if he was currently eating at the same table as his schoolmates, the experience pool in his body was still accumulating automatically. I can't tell when it's going to be upgraded again. Looking at Shurchio, a premonition inexplicably rose in Xiao Xia's heart. This schoolmate of his own had an unlimited future. Such a talent, if it really grows up. The so-called behemoths in the eyes of ordinary students like the Student Union and the Black Soul Society in the university may be nothing to him in the future. 26. The troubled Blue Nishue. Afternoon. Lan Ningxue returned to the student council office and sat behind the swivel chair of her desk, her face full of sorrow. Hey, what to do? She pinched her brow, feeling a huge headache. I thought that I could act like nothing mattered, just like before. But when I saw it, I realized that I couldn't calmly face my schoolmate at all, and the moment I saw him, I would be reminded of what happened in the space door. Lan Ningxue first time with boys have such contact, that feeling makes her still vividly remember. The moment she thinks about it, her heart is messed up. Shame on you for even buckling your toes. Lan Ningxue's cheeks turned red as she spat. It's all because of him. This auxiliary skill is too immodest, isn't it? Despite this. But the schoolboy doesn't really seem to have done anything yet. Although it turned out like that yesterday, Lan Ningxue's memory was still very clear, and his elementary school brother was not someone whose image was different from his heart. There are some people who come from large families, with noble instruments and gentlemanly manners, but who are very sinister at heart. Blue Ningxue grew up in a rich family but also saw more of those so-called celebrities, those so-called gentlemen, the surface elegant and decent, but the superior eyes are still difficult to hide the nasty nature, an opportunity, the hand will still desperately to the girl's waist. And elementary school kids are clean on the outside and have clean hands and feet. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary man, he took the initiative to stick up, I'm afraid he would have taken the opportunity to mooch, right? It's clear that I talk about molesting schoolmates, but when I actually do it, I still can't let go like Yuki. Lan Ningxue smiled bitterly. The computer in front of him, the data on the screen scrolling automatically, rolled right up to Shirtio's bill for the month. When Lan Ningxue saw the last line of subsidies written by Shirtio, even she was taken aback. There are actually 2 million. Lan Ningxue's jaw almost dropped in shock. When did the principal become so generous? You know, the average freshman's allowance is only just a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. Although S-ranked sole contractors were rare, it wasn't as if the school hadn't produced them before, so why did the principal give so much worse treatment this time? Lan Ningxue felt a little confused. The income of a sole contractor in this world is far beyond that of an ordinary person. But again, the monthly expenses and overheads of a sole contractor are unimaginable to the average person. The cultivation of a sole contractor required the investment of a large amount of money and resources. In order to cultivate a qualified sole contractor warrior, it would cost at least more than $100,000 a month, and if one wanted to cultivate a better one, it would cost as much as hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many famous big families, in order to cultivate a good sole contractor, it is not uncommon for them to consume millions a month. That's why regular students need to scramble to do quests, make money, and earn credits. Because the subsidy is far from enough, once the resources are not supplied and the strength is not improved fast enough, then it will soon be eliminated by the same period. The school had an examination every semester, and once the strength could not reach the standard, they would be forced to be sent to the front line, sent to the cities that were at war to become big-headed soldiers and participate in the war against the alien race in the other dimension. And those sent there are basically cannon fodder, 9 deaths. The subsidy alone gave $2 million, a precedent that Lan Ningxue had never seen before. If there was no previous understanding of Shirtio, Lan Ningxue would even wonder if Shirtio would be the principal's illegitimate son. But when she thought about what happened yesterday at the Spacegate, she was relieved. Let's not talk about the fact that he single-handedly killed a middle-ranked Fey beast with the power of level 1. He deserves to be groomed like this just for his potent percentage assist skill effect. And that was just his first-rank auxiliary skill. Principal, this old man, vision is also quite poisonous well. Blue Ningxue smiled, also inexplicably feel happy for the schoolmate. After a long moment of silence, Lan Ningxue used the mouse to modify the amount of subsidy behind Shirtio. Just helping out my own teammates. Nothing to be embarrassed about, right? If he can't keep up with his cultivation, won't he be dragging us down? Well, that's right, it is. Lan Ningxue was frantically making excuses for herself in her mind. After revising it, Lan Ningxue felt much more relaxed. Then, using the office printer, she printed out the specific list. At this time, someone pushed the door and walked into the office. In came a well-built boy, dressed like a thug, but with a dog-licking expression on his face. "Sister, where were you all day yesterday? I couldn't even find you." "Hey," the boy said with a sarcastic smile. "Where do I have to report to you?" Lan Ningxue was expressionless, organizing the list in her hands without even glancing at him. The boy smiled sarcastically. "Of course not, of course not. Do you have something to do? If nothing, get out, I'm busy." Is not much of a problem." Seeing that his senior sister was still as cold as that, the boy was not in a hurry and smiled a little. "In fact, senior sister, I just finished a work yesterday, and I want to give it to you as a gift. I think you'll definitely like it." With that, the boys brought up a suitcase they were carrying in their hands and placed it on the tabletop. It was an exquisitely decorated suitcase. The leather on the surface alone was worth a lot of money, and looking at the boy's smug expression and proud demeanor, one couldn't help but wonder what he would pull out. 27 Blue Ningxue's suitor. "Your work?" Blue Nimbus glanced toward him. The boy opened the leather case, only to see a well-made musket lying inside. The musket was made from very expensive materials that were only found in high-leveled alien space and were hard to come by on the market. And there were also strange patterns attached to the gun, clearly a weapon that had been enchanted and strengthened. Lan Ningxue raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest finally appearing in her eyes. "So that's how it is, enchanted weapons." She picked up the musket in the leather case and the system immediately gave her the attributes of the musket. "Exactly." The boy grinned out, and though he wanted to try to remain humble as well as bland in front of his schoolmate, his eyes that wanted to show off had betrayed him. "Just yesterday, I've learned my 3rd rank auxiliary skill. This enchanted musket, which possesses the effect of boosting attacks by 12%, also comes with 100 points of spirit and 180 points of psionic efficiency. Boys are a supportive soul checkers. There are many types of auxiliary soul fitters. One is a status type assist, similar to Tokiwa's current ability to milk and buff people or add curses to enemies. One type is a protective auxiliary that specializes in creating various boundary barriers to protect teammates. There was another kind, the type of the boy in front of him, specializing in enchanting or crafting runic constructs. In layman's terms, these types of assistants were more like enchanters and forgers, attaching potent abilities to the weapons of their teammates, as well as creating all sorts of weaponry. Supports that can boost percentage attributes for teammates have always been in high demand. It is natural for a boy to feel proud of himself for having gained this ability when he is only just a sophomore. Boost attack power by 12%. Blue Ningxue was silent for a moment. Thinking of yesterday in the space door, Shirtyo that almost full attribute percentage increase in the auxiliary effect, this piece of work let a person really do not know how to comment on it. But she eventually nodded softly and said lightly, well, it does seem like good work for your stage. But take it back, I don't need it. The blue Nimbus put the gun back in the box and pushed it back to the boys. This musket is made of good material, it's just a shame it's wasted. The boy's smile froze and his face changed. This? Schoolmate, you don't want it? The boy did not expect this result, and could no longer maintain his calmness, and eagerly said, I know that you will soon be participating in the Capital Space Gates examination, and you must need a good enchanted weapon. If you really want to give it away that badly, just leave it there. Lan Ningxue was also too lazy to waste her breath with him, and after lazily saying that, she sat down and continued working. Something was not right in the boy's mind. Although the schoolteacher took it, it seemed to be an attitude of indifference. That's not how he imagined the picture should look. Things had been sent out, but did not get the desired effect. The boy was a bit unwilling, and smiled dryly again. Sister, are you free this weekend? I want to treat you to a movie. Not available. Then next weekend. Not available either. The boy's face stiffened for a moment, then he smiled sarcastically and said, then we can't pick a weekend, we don't usually have classes every day anyway. Lan Ningxue coldly scratched him. Sure Wenlei, it's fun to be a licking dog? Boys. Go back and do more useful things if you have time. Sure Wenlei stood behind Lan Ningxue, his eyes gradually becoming somewhat gloomy and angry. He had been pursuing Lan Ningxue for a whole year. The task given to him by his family was to make sure he chased down Lan Ningxue before he graduated from college. In this regard, Sure Wenlei was happy to do so, because he already liked Lan Ningxue, and this was tantamount to picking up a girl on command. Not only was Lan Ningxue pretty and with a hot body, she was also a high and cold goddess in the eyes of all the male compatriots in the school, and conquering such a woman would make Sure Wenlei feel a great sense of fulfillment. Originally, it didn't matter to him if Lan Ningxue was a bit colder to him, because Lan Ningxue was like that to almost everyone. But this morning, he saw a photo on the forum. That was the point that made Sure Wenlei sit up and take notice. Lan Ningxue is actually suspected to have a boyfriend. Seeing the photo of Lan Ningxue snuggling next to that boy, holding his arm in an intimate manner, Sure Wenlei felt a pang of annoyance. You obviously know how to please men too, and you're still pretending to me that you're a high-flying fairy on Earth? Sure Wenlei cursed so in his heart. Lan Ningxue organized the freshman file and turned around. Sure Wenlei's gloomy expression immediately returned to a sardonic smile. It's like a Szechuan opera face turn. Even if he cursed this woman's false innocence how he wanted in his heart, on the surface he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Lan Ningxue. After all, Lan Ningxue's strength could easily crush him with one hand. If you've got that much free time, go help me get this year's freshman resource allocation recorded. Lan Ningxue yawned lazily and slapped the file in her hand onto Sure Wenlei's hand. Okay, sister. Sure Wenlei took the file and casually flipped through it. Soon, Tokyo's name came into his view. What made him feel very solid was Tokyo's allowance for this month. $2 million. Sure Wenlei almost bit his tongue, thinking he had looked at an extra zero. 28, being struck by a double blow. Sister, isn't this freshman subsidy a bit off? Sure Wenlei couldn't help but ask, indignant. The school's expenses are limited, and the fact that Shirtyo alone receives such a high subsidy is an accident that the subsidies for the others will be cut. You'll have to ask the principal, his old man, about that. Not. Based on what? Just based on the fact that he's an S-ranked auxiliary? Sure Wenlei suppressed the fire in his heart. This person is the principal's illegitimate son, right? Lan Ningxue was expressionless. I just teamed up with him for a quest yesterday. This is the effect of his first-rank auxiliary skill. See for yourself. With that, she raised her hand and waved it, and a systematic projection light screen stood in front of Sure Wenlei. Gain effect, temporary double attack plus 11%, temporary speed plus %, temporary soul power plus %, temporary lifesteal cap plus %, temporary reflexes plus %, temporary defense plus %, temporary resistances plus %, temporary pain sense % on death host. In addition to the first double attack, the part of the specific stats, as well as the part of the special effects at the back, were all deliberately hidden by Blue Ningxue. After all, it was Shirtyo's skill attributes, and without permission, of course, Lan Ningxue would not easily display the detailed data to others. Sure Wenlei was stunned and opened his mouth wide. This is a first-order auxiliary skill effect? Double attack adds 11%. No. This is impossible. How could someone have a percentage attribute bonus effect from a first-rank auxiliary skill? And it's still so many. As for the other items of the attribute actually added how much percent are no longer necessary to look deeply into. A first-rank auxiliary skill already possessed a percentage bonus effect, and even if it was just 1%, the significance was immense. And it was still such a multiple attribute bonus. What's more, given the expression on the schoolteacher's face, it clearly couldn't be just 1%. Now you understand? Lan Ningxue said expressionlessly. Moreover, such an effect can be repeated to stack on one person 3 times. 3 times? Sure, Wenlei's body swayed and almost fell to the ground. No wonder school sister couldn't look at his enchanted musket. That musket, loaded with 3 rune engravings by him, had already reached its limit and could not be loaded with any additional engravings before reaching the effect of 12% attack power. As for the added points of fixed spirit and soul power efficiency, the effect was simply negligible for a teenage-level soul contractor like Lan Ningxue. And a normal buff from Tokiwa could give such a boost to all of one's attributes. It was still his first-order auxiliary skill. A first-order auxiliary skill. This was the point that caused Shi Wenlei to be the most devastated and broken. The so-called subsidized money was not something he cared about the most, and with his family's situation, he was actually not short of money. However, the high subsidy money also means that the school will pay attention to the school and will train you as what level of talent. What Shi Wenlei needs more is the recognition of the school and his schoolmates. But he hadn't expected that there would be such a big difference between an A-ranked assist and an S-ranked assist. Shi Wenlei's hand holding the file trembled slightly, and after a few heavy breaths, he suddenly reacted to something. Tokyo had just declined the president's invitation yesterday. That means he didn't get into the student government. But here on the list, Shirchio is taking 100% subsidy. There's no deduction for the student council's draw. Shi Wenlei asked. Sister, but this Shirchio isn't in our student union, right? Did you forget to deduct his allowance? Lan Ningxue's eyes flashed a flash of panic. But then, she quickly recovered and coldly said, what do you care? He's my teammate in the same class, I intend to cover him, do you have a problem with that? But he just refuted the chairman yesterday, and you're still putting a full subsidy on him, the chairman will not be happy when he finds out, right? Lan Ningxue narrowed her eyes, so you're planning to go snitch on the president? Shi Wenlei stiffly laughed twice, how could it be? I have always been on your side, senior sister. Then don't ask too many questions. Lan Ningxue sat back in her seat, swiveled her chair to the computer, and languished, I have other work to do, so if you're fine, go out. Shi Wenlei exited the office and took out that file again, looking at Shirchio's information and photos in detail. This figure, how come it looks so much like the man who was beside sister school in the forum yesterday? Does it mean that? Shi Wenlei's eyes snapped open. Evening. Lan Ningxue came out of the teaching building and walked to the apartment building, when she suddenly thought of something and stopped in her footsteps. If I go up there now, I shouldn't happen to run into him, should I? What should I say if I bump into him? But you can't avoid him all the time. Why should I hide? The big deal is just to learn from Yuki's indifferent and shameless spirit. Well, what would she do if it was Yuki? Lan Ningxue lowered her head, her little head frantically brainstorming. Schoolmate, I was just looking at you as cute that day and deliberately flirted with you, you won't take it seriously, right? Don't be embarrassed, sister is just joking with you. Come on, little brother, give your sister a smile. Blue Nimbus. Without a doubt, Lan Ningxue felt it was impossible for her to say this kind of words, privately with Chao Siye girl's mouth high still possible. How can you say that when you're really facing your schoolmate's face? Shame on you. Hokage? At this time, Shirchio's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lan Ningxue's figure stiffened for a moment as he turned back to find that Shirchio was standing behind him at some point. 29 Ask your sister to dinner. Why are you standing behind me and not making a sound? When Lan Ningxue saw Shirchio, she instantly reddened her face again and said in exasperation. Shirchio was suspicious, I just called you several times, senior sister, is that so? Blue Ningxue was embarrassed at the sound of it. So, it's because he was distracted and didn't hear? Shirchio looked at her schoolmate, then looked up at the apartment and asked curiously, what are you standing here for? Not going up? Of course I'm going up there. It's just that I have some unfinished student council work and it just came to me on the spur of the moment, so I'm just going to stand still and think about it. Lan Ningxue stammered and glared at Shirchio again, schoolmate, you care a lot, eh? Shirchio smiled, I didn't realize that senior sister usually had so many things to worry about in addition to classes and cultivation. Blue Ningxue pulled her hair, well. Usually actually okay, but recently just started school well, your freshman year so many people, several campuses of information to be integrated. Shirchio nodded her head, thought for a moment, and then asked, then, senior sister, have you had dinner yet? Dinner? Lan Ningxue froze. If not, let's go to dinner together? Tokyo asked with a smile. He couldn't think of any other tricks to ask a girl out, the only thing that came to mind was dinner. Speaking of eating, Lan Ningxue remembered that she had been busy all afternoon today and hadn't even eaten yet. My stomach has been rumbling for a long time. Lan Ningxue paused and asked tentatively, are we with the UUA girls? It seems like the schoolmarms and the girls all went to class and didn't come back. Timothy shrugged, so it should be just the two of us, alone. Single. Alone. Lan Ningxue's heart beat wildly when she heard this word. He asked me to dinner alone? Lan Ningxue nervously looked up at Shircho's nice and clean smile and couldn't help but sigh in her heart again. He's really good looking. Good looking, great personality, great talent. For a guy like him to take the initiative to ask a girl out to dinner with such a heartwarming smile, there shouldn't be many girls who can resist, right? Well. Shircho saw that Lan Ningxue was slow to respond, and thought that Lan Ningxue was not too willing. If it's not convenient for senior sister right now, then forget it. Convenient. Lan Ningxue, for some reason, was suddenly terrified of this meal with her schoolmate slipping away. Tokyo? It was only then that Lan Ningxue realized that her voice was too high-pitched. I mean, I happen to be going to dinner too, and what's the point of not eating dinner for nothing? It's stupid not to eat. School brother, your mission bonus has also arrived, won't mind treating school sister to a meal, right? Tim Chu, sure. A new and trendy hot pot restaurant decorated in a snack street somewhere in Mono City. Somewhere in a box. Shircho was filled with astonishment as she looked at Lan Ningxue, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, with a completely different temperament than usual, and was eating a large amount of food. There was also a table of food that had been all but wiped out. Lan Ningxue finished the last mouthful of hot soup and put down the bowl with a satisfied face, only to realize that her schoolmate was staring blankly at her, and was a bit embarrassed. I haven't even eaten anything today and I'm kind of hungry. Well. Shircho nodded in a daze. I probably know why you and senior sister Qiao are BFFs, you two really do share the same traits. Lan Ningxue's pretty face flushed red and her almond eyes glared. Stinky schoolmate, you dare to flirt with your schoolmate? Do you know what happens when you dare to make fun of your senior sister in college? With that, under the table, he kicked at his schoolmate's calf. But the kick was light and fluffy, as if it was more like a girlfriend pouting after a tantrum. Oh, I wouldn't dare. After the fondue, Tokyo ordered some after-dinner sweets. Eat, chat, and laugh with your schoolmates. Lan Ningxue was afraid that the meal would be awkward at first, but the more she talked to her schoolmate, the more she was attracted to his conversation. And got a few laughs from the schoolboy. Cluck 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 cluck. Blue Ningxue laughed. Thought you were not good at talking, but it turns out you're quite able to talk. Tokyo smiled faintly. He was not lacking in humor by nature. The so-called introverts are really for those who are outsiders. Timothy Chu keeps to himself, also because he doesn't like to make too many friends in the first place. He thought that would be too much trouble. And don't bother to perfume the people. Being greasy and smooth and making nice with everyone is not his style, nor is it what he wants out of life. So when Shircho came to this university, he only dated his senior sister and teacher Duanlan and a few of them. For the rest of the time, he was all alone. Even in class, he sat alone in the corner. Even if there were a few female students who saw how good looking he was and came up to greet him, he was nonchalant. After laughing, Shircho paused. Senior sister, in fact, I invited you to dinner today because I have something I want to give you. Lan Ningxue was curious. What is it? Shircho was a little embarrassed at first, but then he figured it out. He was a big man, what was it like to squirm? So he went straight to the bouquet of roses he had hidden under the table. Blue Ningxue saw Shircho take out the roses, her head directly on the spot, confused. You. 30 confessions? Seeing the expression on Lan Ningxue's face, Shircho inexplicably felt a bit amused and touched his nose. Well, it's actually my first time confessing to someone, and I don't know exactly what all to say. Confession? Lan Ningxue was shocked, and once again, her voice line couldn't help but raise. Schoolboy. Wants to confess to himself. Tokyo, yeah, it's also my first time being boyfriend and girlfriend with someone. I don't have much experience. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Lan Ningxue was completely on the spot. Wait. The man and woman he is referring to are. I'm with him? When did I talk to you? Lan Ningxue's cheeks flushed red, subconsciously wanting to retort, but couldn't help but stop. She wanted to hear what Tokyo wanted to say next. What happened yesterday was an accident. Tokyo said, I didn't figure out the skill effect, my bad. I didn't expect an accident like that, but I'm definitely taking full responsibility for what I did. But I don't want it to be because of my skills that senior sister is so confused to be with me, so I want to make it up to you, senior sister, with a confession. Shircho said, casting an apologetic smile, but I don't have much experience in relationships either. Even this rose was Xiaoyao senpai's idea. Xiaoyao? Lan Ningxue was stunned. She seems to understand what's going on. It must be that after he left, the two screwed up gals, Xiaoyao and Shiyu, were talking nonsense again. Lan Ningxue really knew these sisters of hers too well. She could even brainstorm what these two guys had probably said. Blue Ningxue bowed his head entangled. It's actually yesterday's matter, you don't need to care. Me. Speaking later, Lan Ningxue became more and more whispered, so that even she could barely hear herself. She was going to say, actually you don't have to care, that's just a skill effect, everyone just pretend it didn't happen. But somehow, the words just wouldn't come out of her mouth. Lan Ningxue looked up at Shircho's sincere eyes, and was instantly a little flustered, and lowered her head again. He seems to be taking it seriously. Xie and Xia Yao, those two dead chicks, what the hell did they say again? Seeing as he's so sincere, he'd be disappointed if he just turned him down, wouldn't he? It might even interfere with practice. And then it goes downhill. Lan Ningxue's little head was frantically rambling. It was the first time that someone confessing to her had ever made her so torn. Shurqiu looked at her suspiciously. Sister? Ha? What's wrong with you? Timothy, what did you just say? No. Lan Ningxue looked complicated. Do you think we're suitable? I'm 2 years older than you, and the gap between us right now is still a bit big. It's okay. Shurqiu was puzzled and didn't think anything of it. Age isn't a problem, and as for the strength gap, it's only about 10 levels. Many people might not be able to rise more than a dozen levels in their entire lives, but Shurqiu didn't have that worry. He's a traveler and has a third world cheat. What's the big deal about going up a dozen levels? That's true. Lan Ningxue looked down and played with her fingers, looking flustered. But I've never been in love before, and I'm not ready to be in love yet either. Well. When Shurqiu saw this tangled expression on Lan Ningxue's face, his heart was clear. As expected, it seems that after recovering her senses, she still feels that there is something wrong. Good thing too. Tokiwa tried, then. Let's pretend that yesterday's events didn't happen. Good, too? Did he say it was okay? Lan Ningxue instantly became anxious and slammed the table. How can that be? Shurqiu. Lan Ningxue froze in embarrassment. I mean, how come you people don't have any patience with girls' confessions? I've been with you that and that, this and this, and the pictures of me hooking up with you have even been put on the forums, and the whole school knows I'm in love, so how can you just leave it like that? You must be responsible for the end. The corner of Timothy's mouth twitched. Why does this sound so familiar to me? Timothy Fall tried again, and us? Lan Ningxue's face flushed. I've never been in love. But I do want to try it once, too. So, this girl is cheap. Lan Ningxue wanted to say a little bit more imposing, but when she looked straight into Shurqiu's eyes, she was suddenly shy again and gradually whispered, You have to treat me well. Tokiwa smiled slightly. Yes, my girlfriend senpai. Lan Ningxue. Tokiwa sniffed her nose. Why does it feel like something's charred? Well. Lan Ningxue lowered her head, but maybe the hot pot is a bit hot. 31 Provisional confidentiality. Leave the fondue restaurant. Lan Ningxue held the bouquet of roses in her hands and walked beside Shurqiu, looking at the handsome schoolmate beside her from time to time, and looking at the flowers in her arms from time to time. She could not help but blush and her mood was quite complicated. I can't believe I'm actually with my own schoolmate? That school brother discuss something with you? Lan Ningxue said with a bit of a twist. Tokwaki, schoolteacher, if you want to say something, just say it. Can we not say anything about us being together for a while? Tokiwa froze. Lan Ningxue pursed her lips and said seriously, college, it's a place where danger is everywhere. You've only been here for 2 days and you've already offended a lot of people, and now that people know it's you who's with me, I'm afraid you're going to be even more of a target, so. Tokiwa smiled slightly. This girlfriend schoolmate of his was really worried about himself. That's okay. Shurqiu gently pulled on Lan Ningxue's small hand and softly whispered in her ear, I'm not afraid. When Lan Ningxue felt the hot breath of her schoolmate speaking in her ear, and the feeling of her soft little hand being held in the palm of a big warm hand, her delicate body trembled, and her whole body almost vaporized. She broke away from Shurqiu's hand with a jerk and dodged 2 steps away. We've only just gotten together, and you're making such a move. Shurqiu looked at Lan Ning's shy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Alright. But senior sister, you don't have to react so much, do you? It turns out you're so sensitive. Not allowed to say that. Lan Ningxue's beautiful eyes glared at Shurqiu. Okay. Shurqiu raised her hands in a surrender position and laughed. I'll stop. But that look on your face is clearly mocking me. Injustice, I didn't. You clearly have. I can tell you just want to laugh inside. It's a natural reaction to want to laugh, I can't help it. Aha, you admit it. Stinky schoolmate, you actually dare to make fun of me. The two jostled away as a figure stepped out from behind a roadside stand on the snack street. Shurwanlei looked at the two men's distant backs, and ignorant karmic flames emerged from his eyes. And it was as if his heart had fallen into a cellar of ice. Sure enough, it was the freshman. Originally, he had reported a hint of luck, guessing that the photos on the forum would not be synthesized and faked. After all, with Lan Ningxue's character, Shurwanlei really couldn't imagine that she would actually snuggle up next to a man like in the photo. But now that the facts were in front of him, he had to believe it too. I can't believe I lost. And to lose to a freshman underclassman. For the pursuit of Lan Ningxue, it was no longer only his personal side of the pursuit, but also his family's side of the requirements. Wenlei's family has a large component of black background, and Lan Ningxue's family history, if he can soak her, it will bring a lot of convenience to the family business. And Shi Wenlei had also boasted to his family a long time ago that he would definitely be able to take down Lan Ningxue, which was why his family was willing to give him so many resources for him to pick up girls, as well as spend a heavy amount of money to provide him with the materials to make that musket. But now it's failing. If this is known to his family, then he is afraid. Shi Wenlei couldn't help but shiver as he thought of his old man with severe mania, violent tendencies, and even a little bit of perversion. Night trail. Shirqiu and Lan Ningxue strolled in company like a normal couple. As we were nearing the school, we could gradually see the students of Monocle University. Lan Ningxue stopped her steps and said somewhat shyly, "School brother is almost to the school, you go in first, don't let people see." Shirqiu laughed, "What, embarrassed again? Ch. Lan Ningxue pouted, "I did that for your own good, there are so many boys pursuing me in school, I'm afraid you'll be killed by their eyes." And Lan Ningxue looked complicated, "It seems like we're progressing a bit too fast. You've only just enrolled in school for a few days, and if others know about it, won't they treat me as a weird senior sister who's submerging her junior?" "Oh, okay." Shirqiu said, "Then I'll listen to you, we'll play underground romance." "What underground romance are you talking about?" In a strange way, Blue Ningxue twisted her head to the side. Timothy smiled, "Good. I will definitely work hard to become stronger, and as soon as possible to the day when I have the ability to protect my senior sister." Lan Ningxue narrowed her eyes and smiled, "You have this heart on it, no need to be too anxious, don't be in a hurry to think of those unrealistic things. At least for these 3 years at school, it's better to let me protect you. The cultivation of a soul contractor is not that simple. Don't look at me and Yuki, who are both soul fitter in the teens, the average student might not even be able to touch the edge of level 10 by the time they reach their junior year. And I'm also going to get stronger. Oh, I won't let you catch up to me so easily, schoolmate." Tokio smiled slightly, thinking in her mind, "That's not necessarily." Shi Wenlei returned to the school apartment, lying on the bed. The more he thought, the more angry he became. He had thought about his senior sister being chased by so many people, and the possibility that she might be snatched away by any senior with a strong and powerful background. However, he could not have imagined that the one who finally snatched away his sister would be a freshman who had just awakened his soul for less than 2 or 3 days. Shi Wenlei sat up violently. Mud. Thinking of the projection of the Hokage showing off the Tokiwa auxiliary skill. There was no doubt that in her heart at that time, the schoolmate must have thought of herself as a joke. Why else would she have hidden the specific attributes of all the other items and deliberately put the double attack bonus on display? No doubt a satire on the musket he made. If I don't get this revenge, how can I hold my head up in front of my sister in the future? Shi Wenlei gritted his teeth. He had decided that he would make that brat disappear no matter what. Then he would snatch his schoolmate back. How to make him disappear, though, would take some planning. Shirqiu was only a level 1 auxiliary, almost 0 in terms of single combat power, and Shi Wenlei believed that he could crush him with one hand. But if he did it himself, he'd be dead if his schoolmate found out. Shi Wenlei's eyes rolled, and he came up with a foolproof good idea. 32 planned retaliation. Half an hour later. Black Soul's Society Club apartment. Shi Wenlei walked into the apartment and was immediately stopped by a few upperclassmen. "What for?" the man who had stopped him asked with little good humor. "I'm here to do business with your vice president." Shi Wenlei grinned and took out a black card to show that senior, "I'm an old customer." The seniors looked at each other, winked, and let him in. "Upstairs in 704, go up." "Thanks." Shi Wenlei took the card and walked upstairs. When he reached room 704, Shi Wenlei took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was dark, blasting powerful metal music, and in the darkness you could faintly see a couple of alluring women sitting on the couch. Shi Wenlei felt as if he had entered a KTV. The short senior sat among them. "It's the same guy who invited Tokioka into the Black Soul Society yesterday." "Senior." Shi Wenlei smiled sarcastically and greeted. The short senior looked at him, and with a wave of his hand sent the others out. And the music grinds to a halt. "Sit down." The short senior pointed to the couch next to him. Shi Wenlei sat down. "Tell me about it." The short senior picked up the glass on the table and took a sip. "Which kid pissed you off again this time?" "This time, the target I'm talking about must be of great interest to senior as well." Shi Wenlei hemmed and hawed. "Oh? Tell me about it." "Shirqiu." Shi Wenlei gritted his teeth. "It's that arrogant freshman who refused the invitation of the 3 major powers this year." The short senior was stunned for a moment and looked at him with some amusement. "Interesting, he's only been here for a few days, how did you get into trouble with him?" Shi Wenlei kept his mouth shut. So humiliating, of course he didn't want to talk about it. Who would want to tell someone that they chased a girl only to be outdone by a freshman who's been here for a few days? But the short senior guessed it in one word. "Oh, I know, the guy beside Lan Ningxue on the forum is him?" The corner of Shi Wenlei's mouth twitched. Seeing his face, the short senior knew he had guessed and laughed. "Huh, I didn't realize this newcomer was quite good at picking up girls?" Sure, Lei had no choice but to accompany him with a smile as well. Senior, this person just rejected you guys yesterday, you should be looking at him with displeasure as well, right? That's natural. The short senior looked at him. So what kind of result do you want? Abolish him, or kill him? Of course it's killing him. Sure, Lei did not hesitate. Okay. The short senior nodded and raised 2 fingers to represent the asking price. Sure, Lei, 200,000? If it was an ordinary newcomer that was to be exterminated, it would probably only cost 100,000, but Sure Chiu was an S-ranked sole contractor, so 200,000 was definitely not expensive. The short man chuckled softly. It's 2 million. Sure, Lei's face sank. 200. No, senior, he's just a level 1 freshman who just awakened his contracted soul. And it's still a support, there's no difficulty in killing him at all. 2 million is too pitiful, right? You know, even the big 3 rank quests only have a reward of 500,000 only. The short senior laughed coldly. You think the price of an S-ranked sole contractor is the same as an ordinary person? Don't be silly. He's a major concern for the school. Killing him would be a pain in the ass on the school picket's end, and all aspects would need to be taken care of. And that's just him being at a lower level right now. It'll be more expensive when he gets upgraded. You're on your own. Or, you can choose to do it yourself. If the short senior knew that Sure Chiu's subsidy had already reached 2 million in just 1 month, he might have offered a higher price. Sure, Lei was anxious, but didn't that kid mess with you guys too? He didn't give face to your Black Soul Society that much, and Senior Blackbone doesn't want to finish him off? The short senior yo-yoed. He is messing with us. Senior Blackbone has explained that if he refuses to join, then he is an enemy. But what good will it do us even if we kill him now? We can wait until someone buys his life, or we can wait to fatten him up and level him up before slowly slaughtering him. That's how you generate interest. The short senior smiled contemptuously. Get it, little brother? Sure, Lei's face collapsed. I had heard that the Black Soul Society never ate anyone without spitting. Now it seems to be even more ruthless than he had imagined. It's even more terrifying. The short senior leisurely sipped his wine with a playful smile and an expression of having eaten Sure Lei. The Black Soul Society could wait, but Sure Lei couldn't sit still. His lungs were about to explode today just from looking at Sure Chiu and Lan Ningxue together. By the time the Black Soul Society wanted to move Tokioka at some point, I'm afraid they'd have even had a child long ago. Okay, 2 million is it, I'll take it. Sure, Lei gritted his teeth, feeling a little heartbroken. Although his family was quite rich and his father was the head of the black market dealers, spending $2 million in one breath was no joke. And it was actually used to kill a level 1 support. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I've lost blood money. Not bad, refreshing, I like doing business with customers like you, huh? The short senior smiled broadly and clapped him on the shoulder. Sure, Lei was helpless in his heart, but he could only accompany the smile. This was the powerlessness of ordinary students when they faced the 3 great powers. Even if he knew that the short senior was deliberately ripping him off, he couldn't say anything. Sure, Lei couldn't help but ask, then how long will it take for the senior to get him dead? The short man thought for a moment. A week or less. So long? Sure, Lei was surprised. The other party was just a level 1 assist off. Like I said, a lot of aspects need to be tied up. It's not that simple. The short senior casually pointed to a young man with a flat head. I'll leave this to you, take care of this for Xiaosher, got it? Second leader, there's no need for me to go personally, right? The other party is just an auxiliary. Wouldn't it be better to send a few random new members who just joined? The flat-headed youth was a sophomore this year, a level 7 soul fitter, and was a summoner-like ability in terms of combat. He thought it was too much of a drop to make him, a sophomore senior, take a shot at cleaning up just a level 1 aide. The short man said leisurely, the S-rank Soul Contractor School authorities are keeping a close eye on them, and I'm afraid of accidents, and I don't want anything to go wrong. The flat-headed youth was helpless. Okay, I get it. 33 bewildered Blue Nishue. The next day. Once again, Timothy Fall slept until noon before waking up. Comfortably, he stretched out in front of the mirror. After separating from his senior sister yesterday and returning to his apartment, he had been cultivating, purchasing 2 more bottles of Vitality Potion and Spirit Potion and cultivating until the early hours of the morning. The result was that after practicing until the early hours of the morning, the body just couldn't support it anymore, and that's when he drifted off to sleep. Just like what Lan Ningxue had said, the cultivation of a soul contractor was far from simple. Just the potions that helped cultivate different uses, Tokyo could find 24 pages in them all. Although everyone in this world possessed a system through which they could learn skills and strengthen their abilities, it was still up to them to figure out how to use their abilities. The same goes for basic attributes, like strength, agility, and spirit, which can be directly boosted by going through system points. But things like the speed of casting spells that condense soul power, the speed of reaction, the brain power, the concentration, and all of these things, you just have to figure them out on your own. After a night of targeted practice, Sure Chiu had managed to increase his spell casting speed by 0.5 seconds and reduce his cooldown time by 1.7 seconds. It's quite worth it. It turned out that it took 3 seconds for Shirtyo to cast a healing spell, but really on the battlefield, even a 0.1 second time difference could directly determine life and death. After washing up and casually eating something for lunch, Shirtyo picked up her phone, only to realize that he had 2 unread messages. Lan Ningxue, schoolboy, are you asleep? Blue Ninjago, poke and prod.jpg. The first one is from last night and the latter was posted this morning. Shirtyo immediately returned a message, sister, I'm sorry, I just woke up, I didn't see it last night while I was practicing. After replying to the message, I was about to put down my cell phone, but who knew that my senior sister would reply back in seconds. It's fine, anyway, there's no task today, so you can rest some more. Shirtyo was curious, sister, you returned so quickly, you wouldn't have been guarding your phone, right? Blue Ningxue. Less stinky. I just happened to be playing a handheld game when it popped up. I still have to blame you for interrupting my game playing. Tokiwa smiled softly. It seems unlikely to get a prude to admit such a thing. A few days ago, Shirtyo would never have thought that she would actually get off so quickly. And the object of love is actually a schoolmate in his class. What will the future look like? Shirtyo put her phone aside and stretched, squinting at the sunlight coming through the window. Lan Ningxue didn't sleep all night last night. The whole night was wrapped up in the covers and rolled around, his mind thinking about what his schoolmate had said to him at the hot pot restaurant, and the gentle smile when he confessed his love. Just thinking about it made her blush and wrap her head tightly in the covers. It was the first time she had ever been in a relationship, and surprisingly, it was with her schoolmate. How could this make her sleep? Then she couldn't help herself, so she got up and sent a message to Shirtyo to ask if he was asleep. But Tokyo didn't return. Although Lan Ningxue was a bit distressed, she was still able to comfort herself with the fact that her schoolmate had probably already fallen asleep. It turned out that in the morning, the schoolboy still hadn't returned the message. Lan Ningxue wanted to go knock on her schoolmate's door, but she was embarrassed. I want to send a few more messages to ask, but I can't let go of my reserve, thinking that this is not too sticky? How can I still look like a sister? Blue Ningxue thought that the school brother might not have woken up. And then waited like this, and as a result, by noon, the school brother had not yet had any reply. Lan Ningxue was completely depressed, sitting in the student council office all morning, with no intention of organizing the new student information at all. Why isn't he returning my messages? Is he regretting it? So is avoiding me on purpose? Did he mean what he said yesterday to lull me into a frenzy? Stinky schoolmate, even if you regret it, you should still squeak out, it's too much to hang on to me like this. Scum, I'm never going to care about you again. It wasn't until Shirtyo's message came back that Lan Ningxue got in the spirit. So he's not avoiding me, he's just tired of practicing and falling asleep. Blue Ningxue was full of joy as she took her cell phone and spun around in her chair. After returning a few messages with her schoolmate, Lan Ningxue felt her mood clear up all of a sudden. In the past, she used to look at those schoolgirls who cried out in sadness and low spirits because they were in love and had fallen out of love, and she thought that was really stupid. Isn't it just about falling in love? Isn't falling in love everything in life? For soul contractors, getting their strength up was the way to go. Now she realized that as long as she had a heart for someone, every moment of her mood would change because of a small or even unintentional move by the other person. So this is me turning on my schoolmate? We've obviously only known each other for a few days. Lan Ningxue felt a little bewildered. 34 Sister Lan, you forgot to close your webpage. She walked over to the windowsill of the room. There was a vase by the windowsill, and in the bottle were the roses that Tokyo had given her yesterday. Blue Ningxue with fingers hooked play with the rose petals, from time to time to steal a silly smile, but also from time to time to take the initiative to go up, with a small nose inhaling the fresh flowers out of the good smell of fragrance. So this is what it feels like to be in love. I used to get flowers all the time, so why didn't I get this wonderful feeling? Squeak. The office door was pushed open and Yuli walked in. Sister Lan, has the complete new student information report been made yet? Sister Yu's side is pushing for it. Blue Ningxue's pretty face blushed. She'd been thinking about her schoolmate all morning today, so how could she be bothered to do any kind of report? Soon, tell her I'll take it to her before supper this afternoon. Aha, good. Yuli saw the flowers by the windowsill at that moment and cocked her little head, curious, huh? Sister Lan, who sent you the flowers? This is. Blue Ningxue's surface pretend calm, not who sent, just I saw on the road, think it looks good, by the way to buy back. You buy yourself roses? Rainy wondered. Yeah. Although Yuli usually speaks very little, she is the most introverted and shy of the 4 girls in her class. But she was much more subtle and knew these sisters of hers well. Seeing the expression on Lan Ningxue's face, he knew that it was definitely not that simple. Yuli smiled slightly. Sister Lan, I don't think you bought this flower for yourself, right? Lan Ningxue was shocked and vainly defended. Who said it wasn't? It's me who bought it myself. You buy flowers for yourself, and you need to wrap them with that kind of care? Rainy pointed with her chin to the plastic bags of packaging that had been removed from the trash can. Lan Ningxue opened her mouth, speechless. Yuli looked at Lan Ningxue's dumbfounded expression and smiled. Sister Lan, as far as I can remember, it seems like this is the first time you've ever accepted flowers given to you by someone else. Oh. Who is this boy? He, said Blue Ningxue, her eyes flustered and embarrassed. Shouldn't. Yuli suddenly remembered the tacit agreement between Xiao Xie and Xia Yao to mess up yesterday in the cafeteria. Could it be, it's from my elementary school brother? Where did Lan Ningxue think that Yuli would be right on the first guess, a face that instantly became reddish in color? Really him? Yuli was surprised. Sister Blue, you won't really be with your elementary school brother, right? Shoo. You keep your voice down. Lan Ningxue nervously covered Yuli's mouth and shyly said, Xiaoli, you have to keep my secret for me. Aha. Yuri agreed good-naturedly. Then she tilted her head again. But why? Does it mean that elementary school brother really ran to confess to you? Lan Ningxue's pretty face reddened and was considered to have acquiesced. Then he exasperated, I know, it must be those two guys, Xiaoyao and Yuki, who are up to something again, right? Yuri smiled helplessly and nodded gently. With that, Yuli told Lan Ningxue about what happened in the cafeteria yesterday. Yuli sighed. However, I also thought that elementary school brother is definitely going to hit the wall, and also wanted to come to persuade you not to be angry with elementary school brother. I did not expect that you guys actually really. Blue Ningxue heard hastened to defend, that is to see him a look of seriousness, for fear of so refused him, he will be devastated, and then depressed, and then delayed cultivation. After all, we are a class of if he is depressed, is not to drag down all of us? So I reluctantly thought of temporarily agreeing to him? As if stunned by Lan Ningxue's continuous string of words, Yuli looked at her blankly, not knowing whether he believed or not, and slowly nodded with a dumbfounded face. So it is. Lan Ningxue looked serious. Well, that's it. Yuri, so you didn't make a report all morning because of this too? Blue Nimbus. Yuli smiled, alright. Then, Sister Lan, do you want me to help you with the new student information? It just so happens that I don't have much to do today. Lan Ningxue brightened up, yes. Hehehe, thank you Ri, I knew you were the best, not like those two dogs, Yuki and Xiaoyao. It's okay. Yuli said, and sat down in front of Lan Ningxue's computer desk and was about to start, but was suddenly stunned. On the screen, it was the web page that Lan Ningxue had forgotten to close after brushing the B-side all morning. One browser, a dozen unclosed pages, all videos. The title of the video is very striking. What are all the reasons boyfriends don't return messages? How do you get into a relationship with a guy younger than you? Should a girl take the initiative in a relationship or not? Girls learn. Learn these tricks to turn your boyfriend into a clingy one in seconds. Yuli's cherry mouth opened slightly, staring blankly at the screen. Lan Ningxue saw Yuli fuming in front of the computer for half a day and was puzzled. Xiaoli, what's wrong with you? Yuli, Sister Blue. Blue, you forgot to close your web page. What page? Blue Ningxue was suspicious and walked over to take a look. Rainlay. Blue Nimbus. Rainlay. Blue Nimbus. The two were silent for half a minute. Yuli hesitated and tried to break the awkwardness. Sister Lan, actually that. Don't say it. Lan Ningxue's face was expressionless. Go away and let me die socially by myself for a little while longer. Rainlay. 35 so cooperative? The days went by quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In college, unless there are exams, or emergencies, classes and practice are the norm. As for the tasks, the university stipulated that each class only needed to complete 2 regular tasks a month, and that would be considered meeting the standard. Of course, if one is willing to do more, no one will stop them. If the school has a class that is specifically designated as an emergency assignment for any class, that is counted separately. Normally under normal circumstances, even if the school only requires a class to do only 2 regular tasks per month, the amount of tasks each class does in a month will definitely be far more than that. Because the credits earned from the 2 assignments alone are not enough to live in college. Freshman year, the number of credits it takes to take a class, even the most common, is 510. And an ordinary freshman class doing a quest would only earn 20 credits at the top. That means that doing one quest is just enough for 2 or 3 lessons. When the credits were spent, if you didn't continue to do quests to earn credits, you wouldn't even be able to afford to go to class at all. You can only rely on yourself to slowly cultivate and feel your way around. Tokyo certainly didn't have that concern. He also received his first month's allowance, which was so large that he was dismayed. As an S-rank sole contractor, the university offered him 2 million in cash, 500 credits, and a whole bunch of cultivation potions and recovery potions with various effects. With nearly 1,000 credits in hand and over $2 million in cash, Shurchio was rich as hell, and his classes were almost full. At a time when other students had to think finally about what classes would be more cost-effective to take for credit today every time they earned a credit, the way Shurchio chose his classes was basically to take the class selection form and check off boxes all the way through with a black water pen. Cultivation potions, other students have to be nervous every time to calculate the time, pinch the time to cultivate, and when the autumn basically used as a cool white drink, loaded in a thermos cup to carry around. Several times, when Shurchyo chose more advanced courses, he unexpectedly found that he was actually the only student who came to class for certain subjects. So Tokio's routine for the past few days became simple. During the daytime, everywhere in the selection of classes on the tired, open the phone with the school sister to send FMS to talk about love, chatting to tease the school sister to play. I went back to my apartment at night and practiced while getting high. Get high until you develop resistance, or keep going. It doesn't matter if you waste medicine, you can't waste time anyway. Stoned until the medicine wore off completely, then fell head over heels into bed and huffed and puffed. Shurchyo's comprehension was very strong, and after 3 days passed, he felt like he was on the verge of upgrading again. Opening the system panel, his experience bar had come to 726,800. Shurchyo sighed darkly. The difference between the experience required for level 1 and level 2 upgrades was too much. I'm afraid it would take the average student 2 or 3 months to get to level 3. Yet he did it in just under a week. In addition to the reason that there were enough cultivation resources, it was more because Shurchyo had the third world cheat, which allowed him to hang up and eat experience 24 hours a day. The only thing that made Shurchyo a bit depressed was that he still hadn't found a suitable dead body as a contractual object for his puppet corpse skill. On this evening, Tokio still finished her day's classes as usual, and was ready to return to her apartment after class. Walking in one of the more remote parts of the campus, Shurchyo suddenly sensed the presence of danger. Due to the characteristics of a Shinigami, Shurchyo was very sensitive to killing intent. And these killing intentions were directed at him. Toku swept his afterglow, only to see several boys surrounding him. Shurchyo, right? The leader was a flat-headed young man with a sneer on his face, and a few other boys likewise looked unsuspecting at first glance. Shurchyo looked at the flat head, and using the cheat, he realized that the other party was actually a level 7 soul contractor. Should be a senior. The remaining 3, all level 1 soul contractors, should be freshmen, with system ratings of B, and all of them belonging to the offensive soul contractors. You know me? Tokiwa asked calmly. Recognize you? Ha! The most arrogant newcomer since the founding of Monocity University, who doesn't know you in the whole school now? The other party sneered. Looking for me for something? Oh, of course there's something. The flat-headed youth's eyes flashed with cold light. Moreover, you're in a big mess. Several of the surrounding students had a sneer on their faces. Tokio, oh, go ahead then. We've got something for you, but we can't talk about it here. The flat-headed youth thumbed back. Change places with us. There's no surveillance here, but it's still a place where people often pass by, and it's not good enough to make a move, in case the instructors find out when they're doing their rounds. That's why the flat-headed man was planning to take Tokioka to a more remote place first. You'd better cooperate obediently, don't shout and scream, otherwise. The flathead youth's eyes were ice cold, ready to threaten a few sentences to make this schoolmate obediently listen and go with him. Who knew that Shurchyo was brightening up and said, oh, it's not convenient here, is it? Okay, why don't we go outside the school? Ha! The flat-headed youth froze. A few of the other boys were also surprised. It's the first time they've seen such cooperation. 36, just don't blame me. The flat-headed man wondered. Can't this kid see that he's up to no good and looking for him? Even if you can't see that you're trying to kill him, you can see that it's at least a case of school violence, can't you? Shurchyo was puzzled. What? I shouldn't be wrong, it should be convenient when you're off campus, right? Flat guy. It sure is convenient out there. Tokio, then why are you looking at me like that? Okay, let's go then. The flat-headed man gave him a deep look. You go ahead. Shurchyo left Monocle University with a group of flat-headed men. To an isolated spot off campus. The ruins of a dilapidated, rotten building. There's no surveillance here, much less a teacher present. It's a good place to facilitate a murderous act. Not bad, not bad. The flat-headed man sneered, not realizing that the target this time was a cutie. Thought it would take a bit of effort, this was too smooth. The flat-headed man looked around at the horrible silence of his surroundings. Oh, this should be convenient enough. Timothy, yeah, convenient enough. Flat guy, so, have you thought of any last words? Timothy, what? The flat-headed man laughed. Ha, kid, are you really stupid or not? Can't you see that we're looking for you without good intentions? Tokio looked at the man. What exactly do you want with me? Shurchyo recalled what his senior sister had said, that in this world's universities, soul covenanters trampled on each other. The more resources you get, the more likely you are to be eyed. Being approached for trouble and extorted for resources was all too normal, and Tokio had long been mentally prepared for it. But if it was just an unusual search for trouble, the other party shouldn't reveal killing intent. Obviously, the other party didn't simply want to pull out some favors on him, but wanted to kill him. This made Tokiwa puzzled. Since he had enrolled in school, he had barely come into contact with anyone except for a few schoolmates, let alone provoked anyone who would want to kill him. The flat-headed man bristled and laughed softly. I'll tell you since you're being so cooperative. We're here to kill you, someone paid for your life. Who is it? Tokio was puzzled. Even if you're jealous, it's not to this extent, is it? The flat-headed man was smug. You think I'd tell you? Shircho shrugged. I'm almost a dead man, it's not too much to satisfy a small curiosity on my deathbed, right? The flat-headed man sneered. Oh, unfortunately, I don't even want to satisfy the curiosity of the dead. Tokiwa was silent. You three, this kid is all yours. The flat-headed man was no longer going to do anything. An S-ranked soul contractor who was actually a cutie. Such goods actually need him to make a personal trip? The vice president is too careful. You're the newest members, so this kid will be a practice for you, and a pitch for you. The flat-headed man clasped his arms to his chest and said coldly, kill an auxiliary, and if it takes more than 5 minutes, the three of you will get out of the club together tomorrow. Yes. 3-inch. The three of them surrounded Shircho in a wraparound position. Then, all three of them simultaneously exploded their soul power and displayed their contracted souls. One of them held a 2-meter-long spear in his hand and gritted his teeth. Kid, weak meat is strong, don't blame us when you die. Tokyo, just don't blame me guys. What? As soon as the words left his mouth, the boy's pupils dilated. Only to see Shircho's entire body instantly erupt with a stern aura, a mass of black mist dispersed from around him and entwined around his body. The environment, which had just been silent, suddenly seemed as if one could hear many hisses of pain, mournful cries, and screams. It was the painful cry of the undead. This oppression. And the fear. Where is the support supposed to be? And, as the soul power in Shircho's body surged out crazily, the three boys, as well as the flat-headed man, had all revealed shocked expressions. That was clearly the amount of soul chi that only a level 2 soul contractor had. This kid has risen to level 2? The flat-headed man almost bit his tongue. How is this possible? It's only been a few days. Even if the cultivation resources of an S-ranked soul contractor were even better, it wouldn't be possible. And shouldn't the experience bar of an S-ranked soul contractor be even thicker? The boy holding the lance had been completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Shircho in dismay and horror. You. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Shircho struck first. Sneak attack. Swish. A black light flashed. One could only see Shircho holding a pitch-black death scythe in one hand. The silver-colored lance in the boy's hand was actually chopped in half in an instant. Ah! The boy reacted 2 seconds later, letting out a scream. This scythe not only chopped off his lance, but also directly opened a narrow slit in his chest. From his shoulder all the way to his lower ribs, it was shocking to the eyes. 37, aren't you an auxiliary? Blood splattered, even splashing into the faces of the two companions next to him. Those two were also directly dumbfounded, even as their bodies were shaking slightly. It wasn't until the man fell and let out a scream that they finally reacted. 2 idiots. The flat-headed youth glared and cursed, don't do it yet. Go together. Hearing the flat-headed man's order, one of the boys hurriedly worked his soul power, only to see a full dozen small black knives spinning and appearing to his left and right. These knives still had a reddish aura on them. Driven by the boy's soul power, all of these small knives spun and shot towards Shircho. Shircho quickly withdrew a large step back, pulling away, at the same time quickly swinging the scythe, dang 2 times to block away a few flying knives. But these flying daggers were obviously chasing, or rather, the boy was controlling these flying daggers to chase. When Shircho dodged to the left, these flying daggers followed to the left, and when he dodged to the right, the flying daggers quickly followed. It seems the person controlling the flying dagger must be defeated first. After noticing this, Shircho's hand holding the scythe tightened slightly, quickly condensing his soul power, and the black mist gradually condensed onto his right-hand scythe. After a few days of learning, it had already allowed him to cast spells more than half a second faster than before. Before the other party could see what was going on, Shircho's skill had already struck. First rank soul skill, Soul Devouring Slash. Shircho swung his scythe hard from the top left from the bottom, only to see a black light airblade being chopped out with the swing of the scythe. The airblade was 2 meters high and broke through the air, scraping out a terrifying and appalling air sound. It hit those flying daggers head-on. In just an instant, a dozen flying knives were instantly devoured by the black light gas blade and turned into ashes. However, the airblades didn't stop there and continued to chop at the boy who had cast the spell. And the boy barely even reacted to the realization that one of his arms was gone. Ah! There was another scream, and the level 1 soul contractor controlling the flying dagger covered his mutilated arm and fell to the ground rolling around in pain. The last remaining level 1 soul contractor was already filled with horror and fear. You say they're stupid to send them one by one? Don't know how to fight in groups? Actually, no. In fact, he hadn't just stood by and watched. When that soul contractor controlling the flying dagger struck out, he also struck out and chanted his soul skill at the same time. It only took 2.5 seconds for Shircho to quickly dodge the flying daggers, adjust his stance, lock onto his target, and cut out another soul-devouring chop to decapitate the enemy, all in just 2.5 seconds. His companions were all lying on the ground before his skills were released. Tokiwa looked at him strangely. Your casting spell's a bit slow, your teammates are cool. It couldn't be that you just slept through the class, could it? Or did you not take a single soul power basic cohesion class? You. The boy blushed, feeling insulted. At this moment, his skills had finally coalesced. First-ranked soul skill poison be wild dance. The boy roared, summoning the deed soul out and attacking towards Tokiwa. Tokio heard a dense buzzing in her ears. With his remaining light, he realized that there were actually countless dark red poisonous bees swarming towards him in all directions. He could sense that although this last person was a bit slower in casting spells, he should be the strongest among the 3 level 1 soul contractors. The boy was relieved to see that the poisonous bees had managed to surround Shirchio and sneered. You're surrounded. As long as this poisonous wasp of mine is staked, you'll be paralyzed for at least a whole day. Those with a level 3 or lower soul contraction are absolutely unable to resist. Yet I will never give you room to break out. Let's see what you can do this time, if you have the ability to chop up all my poisonous bees. Shirchio still didn't change his face. Just when those poisonous bees were about to attack, he raised his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers, making 2 hand seals. Undead awakening, Tokio murmured softly under his breath. In the name of death, I hold a scythe of cold and bone, and control the world's undead. That murmur, like a demonic voice from hell. Tokio's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. Urchin, now! In a flash, a dark and bizarre crow suddenly flew out from the black mist that was entwined around Shirchio, colliding with the poisonous bees that had gathered up. Those crows were actually the embodiment of hellfire, instantly transforming into rolling black flames. Only heard the burning sound of blah, 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 the smell of scorching in the air. A poisonous wasp was melted into ashes by the black flames. The boy's mouth was wide open. Where would he have thought that Shirchio would have this hand, aren't you? You an auxiliary. Why would you? Tokio smiled, what do you think? Between the surges of black mist, the crows let out sharp, ear-piercing cries and swooped towards the boy. The boy panicked in fear and turned to flee. However, where could he escape? A flock of crows had already caught up, and the black flames instantly covered his entire body and burned on him. The boy struggled, screaming and howling in pain, falling to the ground and rolling around, trying to roll out the weird flames on his body. Yet how can the fires of hell be put out so easily? In no time at all, the boy was lying on the ground completely motionless, his clothes having been burned all over his body. Shirchio said in a deep voice, Yulin, come back. Leave a whole body. 38 Have you ever been bitten yourself? Upon hearing the command, the black flames dispersed from the dead boys in an instant before transforming into a single crow that flew back towards Tokiwa. One of the crows, fluttering its wings, landed on Shirchio's shoulder, its scarlet eyes wiggling spiritually. The other crows, on the other hand, all burrowed back into the black mist. Shirchio stroked Yulin's head on his shoulder, then slowly turned his head. Now, the only one left was the flat-headed man. The flat-headed man looked at Shirchio with a grave expression, his fists clenched, and took a deep breath. Less than a minute, took out 3 level 1 soul contractors. You kid. Is too wrong, you're definitely not a simple auxiliary. Timothy, so? The flat-headed man said somberly, I've changed my mind, if you come with me now, I can spare you. Shirchio raised an eyebrow, didn't someone buy my life? You're not making any money? The flat-headed man sneered, you boys would definitely interest the boss more than a small business deal. Who's your boss? I'll know when I see you. Tokio, and what if I don't go with you? The flat-headed man scornfully said, it's not up to you. You brat are indeed a bit weird, but even more weird, you're only a level 2 soul contractor right now, and the gap between you and I is comparable to that of a hungbird. I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance. The reason the flat-headed man could remain so calm was because he had just watched from the sidelines. Although Shirchio's skills were bizarre, he was clearly an auxiliary, but he could actually make skills similar to a summoner, and he could also unleash a sword chi that was stronger than that of a weapon-class soul contractor. But in the end, it was only level 2, and there was still a gap between it and his own strength. In a head-on confrontation, the flat-headed man had absolute certainty that he could easily take down Shirchio. Shirchio grinned, then why are you still hesitating? Why don't you just knock me out and take me away? The flat-headed man's face sank, you freshmen are really as arrogant as the rumors. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll just have to make you suffer a bit. Saying that, his entire body's soul power erupted, and the strength of a level 7 soul contractor was revealed. Only the flat-headed man's hands formed a magic seal and he mouthed some sort of incantation. The Covenant's soul awakens. Bloodthirsty Guile Leopard. With a low gulp, the flat-headed man crouched down on one knee and pressed his right palm to the ground. Only a red light appeared, and a black and red spotted leopard appeared in front of him. The leopard showed its teeth and exuded a very heavy aura of ferocity and blood, obviously not knowing how many people it had eaten. With that bloody aura alone, a low-ranked soul contractor standing in front of this vicious beast would be afraid that even breathing would become difficult. How about it, do you feel breathless, dizzy, and uninspired? The flat-headed man said smugly. Tim Chu. This bloodthirsty Guile leopard of mine, when a slightly weaker creature approaches, it will be oppressed by his bloodthirsty chi to the point where it can't breathe. It's not too late for you to regret it. The flat-headed man laughed coldly, this soul-contracting beast of mine won't even listen to my words if it gets blood. It will lock onto the target that senses blood. Just in case he accidentally bites you to death, don't blame me for not warning you. Timothy was curious, so have you ever been bitten by him yourself? Ha, nonsense. The flat-headed man laughed, I'm his master, how could it bite me? That's not necessarily true. What? Shurchio looked at the leopard, because this leopard of yours doesn't have a very high IQ. Flat guy. Bloodthirsty trickster leopard. Bloodthirsty panther enemy value plus 10. The flat-headed man reacted, then instantly became irritated, you seek death. Give it to me. Bite him straight to death. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty guile leopard slightly bent down on all four limbs, then furiously rushed toward Shurchio like a cannonball. Tokyo has been ready for a long time. Instantly send out skills that have long been coalesced. First auxiliary technique, Death's Blessing. A black light landed on the body of the bloodthirsty guile panther. After the skill was released, Shurchio immediately used the cheat to observe the bloodthirsty guile panther's attributes. After all, in the previous Monocity Spacegate facing the otherworldly wolf, the other party simply treated itself as a creature that had invaded the territory. This time, the other party was the enemy's deed soul beast. Whether it worked or not, he couldn't guarantee. The panel was displayed in front of him. Name, Bloodthirsty Panther. Hostile value, 78. Reason for hostility, master's orders and host's verbal humiliation. Receive a blessing effect. Target hostile value 40. Tip. The target's hostility value is slowly rising back up. 38, 39, 40, 41. Tokyo's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, unlike the wild monsters, even after lowering the hostility with the blessing, it still goes back up. Luckily, it didn't go up very fast. There was a 10-second cooldown after Tokyo's blessing spell was released once. The bloodthirsty guile leopard was confused in place for a moment after receiving the blessing, and it didn't understand what exactly Shurchio had done to it. But with its intelligence, it didn't even bother to think about it that much either. Soon it retargeted Tokioka and lunged at him howling. The guile leopard was very fast, bursting into action twice as fast as the average leopard. The figure almost dragged out several phantoms when moving. Shurchio gave himself a fully strengthened buff and ran his soul power with all his might, gritting his teeth and exploding his highest agility before he barely managed to dodge this flying lunge with a roll. At this time, the CD had already turned, and Shurchio immediately landed another blessing on Bloodthirsty Trickster Panther. Receive a blessing effect. Target slowly recovers life value. Receive a blessing effect. Target hostility value 40. The bloodthirsty guile leopard's figure stiffened once again. Well. 39. We have a grudge. Why are you being mean to the kid? The flat-headed man watched in amusement as Tokioka tussled with his summon. He still doesn't know exactly what Tokyo was doing to his summons. He only thought that those skills released by Shurchio were just curse-type buff-lowering skills. How naive. The flat-headed man thought contemptuously. With Shurchio's level 2, the little bit of attributes reduced by the curse effect of the lower ranks had no effect at all on the bloodthirsty guile leopard. Sure enough, after a few skill downs from Shurchio, the bloodthirsty guile leopard was still very fast. But this kid is pretty agile. To actually be able to dodge the bloodthirsty guile leopard's attacks so many times? Kind of. But what's the point? Let's see how many times you can dodge. The flat-headed man just clasped his arms and watched silently from the side, waiting for the bloodthirsty trickster panther to tear Shurchio into pieces. But watch and wait. Flathead guy then gradually realized something wasn't quite right. Strange. Even if Shurchio's curse skill was no longer effective, but after releasing it so many times on the bloodthirsty guile leopard, it should have some effect, right? But why did the bloodthirsty guile leopard seem to be getting more and more energetic instead? The curse skill of an S-ranked auxiliary soul fitter is actually this ineffective? The flat-headed man frowned with great incomprehension. The only thing that seemed to work was that every time Shurchio released a skill that landed on the bloodthirsty guile leopard's body, the bloodthirsty guile leopard would always stay where it was and pause for a moment, rolling its eyes for a while. The body is also shaking strangely. And always showing some pain. But like it's not so painful? Mud, guile leopard, what are you doing? Don't tease this kid, why don't you hurry up on him? Halfway through his words, the flat-headed man's eyes widened in vain, his face filled with incredulity. It was because he realized that the bloodthirsty guile leopard wasn't trying to kill Shurchio at all. Instead, they jumped around Tokioka like a dog playing with its owner. Tokiwa sidestepped to the side and raised her scythe like a tamer. Come on, jump. The bloodthirsty guile leopard spat out its tongue and happily hopped over, then turned back to flash a pleasing look at Shurchio. So good. Tokyo smiled and stroked its head. The trickster leopard obediently sat cross-legged, squinted its eyes, and allowed Shurchio to jerk its head. The flat-headed man was completely frozen. What's going on here? Then the flat-headed man reacted, his eyes almost erupting with rage. Guile leopard. What the hell are you doing? I told you to kill this kid. But you're playing with him? The bloodthirsty guile leopard was startled by the flat-headed man's roar. Turning back to the flat-headed man, he gave him a somewhat aggravated look, and then looked at Tokiwa. Hopeless, tangled. Hypothesis. Your dad and your mom got into a fight. What are you gonna do? So Creepy Leopard is a little overwhelmed right now. Shurchio frowned, placing her hand on the top of Guile Leopard's head to gently soothe it, and gave the flat-headed man a disgruntled look. What are you doing being mean to the kid when we're feuding? Flat guy? As if he was blinded by anger, the flat-headed man turned red. Guile Leopard, don't you hurry and come back to me. Well. The bloodthirsty trickster panther hesitated for a moment, took 2 steps towards the flat-headed man, and then looked back at Shurchio, wavering between the two. Tokio smiled at it and said nothing, simply throwing a blessing at it. The bloodthirsty Guile Leopard felt its body warm up once again, and this time it finally couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. Oing. Flat guy? What was that noise? The thing that Shurchio just threw didn't seem to be a curse, but a blessing? But you, a leopard with such a ferocious and bloodthirsty appearance, being blessed by the enemy with a woo-woo. Is that even a word? The flat-headed man could feel that the bloodthirsty Guile Panther's battle spirit had almost completely faded. Now it's almost tame as a kitten. Creepy Panther. The flat-headed man said in annoyance, are you coming through? This time, Tricky Panther made a straightforward choice. It hid directly behind Tokio's thighs. Then shook his head at the flat-headed man. The flat-headed man was almost furious. One's own summoned contracted soul beast, unexpectedly turned into someone else's pet can be okay? No. This Tokiwa's skills are so wrong. The flat-headed man sank down. The few curses that this freshman just gave, although they seemed to be harmless, could actually turn the bloodthirsty Guile Leopard with a ferocious character into this? What the hell kind of skill is that? Combined with the ability that Shurchio had used earlier, it simply didn't seem like an ability that a support should have. The flat-headed man was even more convinced that there must be something fishy about Shurchio's contracted soul. It must have a special ability in some way. Mud can't get any more careless. Or else it's going to be a gutter flip. To actually tangle with a freshman who had just enrolled in school for less than a week for so long made the flat-headed man feel very stifled and annoyed. He immediately condensed his soul power and made the skill again. 3rd ranked soul skill. Berserk. A seal of contract instantly surfaced on the bloodthirsty Guile Panther's forehead. Immediately after that, Guile Leopard's eyes instantly turned red, and his aura changed instantly. 40, this will get you killed. A seal of contract instantly surfaced on the bloodthirsty Guile Panther's forehead. Immediately after that, Guile Leopard's eyes instantly turned red, and his aura changed instantly. Tokio's eyebrows snapped up. Target has received a special gain. Mental disorder. Target receives a special gain. Strength plus 86, agility plus 101, stamina plus 99, explosive strength plus 77, bloodlust plus 100%, moving object excitement plus 100%, sanity 93%, pain 70%, special restrictions lifted. Target sustains 30 points of mental damage per second. Target's hostility value is growing rapidly. Favorability 31, 25, 20, 13. 4, 16, 27. Tokio was shocked. The bloodthirsty Guile Leopard that was hiding behind Shurchio suddenly erupted with extreme aggressiveness. Roar! Fiercely opened its bloody mouth to bite at Tokiwa's thigh. Luckily, Shurchio reacted quickly and dodged in time, and immediately summoned the Wu Ling, allowing the crows to gather into an inflammatory curtain, blocking the bloodthirsty Guile Leopard's attack. Tokio held his scythe and pulled back at least 30 meters. Though that distance was only a split second's worth of diving and bouncing for Tricky Panther. Tokio probably understood. This move was a skill used by summoners to strengthen summoned beasts. The reinforcement is great, but it almost goes into a 6-parent mode, and it also causes mental damage to the summoned beast. No wonder this creepy leopard's IQ is lower than the average animal. Timothy Chu thought darkly. The flat-headed man stared at Shurchio and sneered, "You're dead this time. Though I don't know what, exactly, you just did to Guile Leopard. But it doesn't matter." The flat-headed man let out an angry growl. "You, go to hell." Shurchio coldly said with disdain. "You're the one who's dead, aren't you? Idiot, that move will kill you." The flat-headed man's heart fluttered. "What? The crow spirits. Go!" Shurchio raised his right hand and waved it, and countless crows swarmed towards the flat-headed man. The flat-headed man had just seen the power of those crows with black flames attached to them, so he didn't dare to be careless and used his skill in a hurry. 2nd ranked defense technique, Shadow Barrier. A shadowy barrier that stood in front of his body, blocking the swarm of ravens. And Tokiwa took advantage of this and gave herself another buff enhancement. With 2 buff stacks, his speed exploded to the limit. With a ghostly flash, he arrived behind the flat-headed man. The scythe was then swung out. The flat-headed man's pupils narrowed violently. A secondary, how can it be so fast? Are you a support or an assassin? And as a summoner, the flat-headed man also had an Achilles heel. That was that all of the combat power was focused on almost all of the Summon Fellowship soul beasts, and his own combat attributes were actually not very strong, with only a small amount of life-saving skills. That's why Shurchyo then used Yulin as a feint, then took the opportunity to flash behind the flat-headed man. A knife. But blood spilled. This knife was originally rushed to his life, but the flat-headed man is ultimately level 7, the basic attributes have an advantage, or let him avoid the vitals, and ultimately just the arm was cut open, a small mouth just. But it was enough. With a flick of his scythe, Tokiwa evaporated the blood from the blade, then held an expression of watching the show and silently stood to the side. The flat-headed man also seemed to anticipate something, and his face became extremely ugly. He slowly turned his head, only to see the bloodthirsty Guile Leopard staring at him with red eyes. Guile Leopard, you. Ah. Bloodthirsty Guile Leopard has no more sense under the berserk skill, soaring onto the body of the flat-headed man and biting fiercely into his neck. Ah! The screams that resounded under the sky of the ruins of the rotten building. But no one would hear it except Tokiwa and the two freshmen who weren't dead for a while. With a bloodlust value of plus 100% and a sanity of 93%, the bloodthirsty trickster leopard bites its master directly to death. Then because the sole contractor died, it naturally disappeared as a summon. Shurchyo summoned back all the ooze spirits, and the black fog gradually dispersed. He walked over to the flat-headed man. Only to see the flat-headed man die an extremely tragic death. His neck was bitten off, crooked into a right angle. Scratching his ears, Shurchyo secretly thought, will this kind of transformation into a martial corpse still work? At this moment, the only ones left to remain conscious were the two level 1 soul contractors who hadn't died yet. The two boys each covered their injured parts, but they could no longer get up and looked at Tokiwa in shock. At the moment, the expression on their faces as they looked at Shurchyo was as if they were looking at a monster. A freshman, a level 2 soul contractor, actually took out a level 7 senior. What the hell is this guy? Is this really a new student who, like them, just awakened this year? 41 in for a penny, in for a pound. Shurchyo walked in front of them again, his face expressionless. I'd like to know who the hell sent you guys, and who paid you to kill me? One of the boys trembled. I can tell you. But on one condition, you have to release me. Put. Tokioka plunged the blade of his scythe into his heart. Then you don't say it. Maybe it's the Grim Reaper. Tokio found herself surprisingly free of any mental pressure. Likewise, he felt no need to be pretentious, in a world where being indecisive and soft-hearted and lenient would only make you a meat pig to be slaughtered. The boy looked at Tokiwa with an incredulous look, his body went limp, his head lolled, and he broke off. Tokio dragged his scythe again and walked over to the last one. You. The last boy paled. You can't possibly kill me. I'm the only one left now. If you kill me, you'll never know who sent us. Tokiwa smiled a little. I think you misunderstood. But Tokiwa once again plunged a scythe into his heart. You. The boy looked up slowly, his eyes almost glazed over. Timshu, I don't need to force a confession. Pulled the scythe out and the man was dead. Because to me, dead people probably say more and don't lie. Tokiwa murmured softly. But it's a statement that no one in the audience seems to be able to hear anymore except him. No one would come here, and it was convenient for Shurchyo to complete the puppet contract. For these people who wanted to kill him, Shurchyo was not going to show any mercy at all. I was worried that I didn't know where to find a puppet, and immediately someone came to my door to deliver my head. This class of villains is so sweet. 15 minutes later. After spending 4 scrolls of contract, 4 hollow-eyed puppet martial corpses stood in front of Shurchyo. One of the puppets, neck still crooked. Tokiwa frowned, his OCD making it rather hard for him to look at the incomplete golem. Reaching out, he felt around and realized that the bones in his neck were broken. So it's just a matter of keeping a crooked head for the kill. Can this still be picked up? Perhaps I should take the time to learn the craft of tinkering with dolls? Tokio considered tornly. Shaking his head, Tokio extended both fingers and tapped on his brow, then silently recited some sort of contract spell. Buzz. A few puppets got the contract induction, and their eyes gradually came into focus. Then, they all knelt down on one knee and submitted to Shurchyo. Master. The 4 puppets said respectfully in unison. Tell me, who sent you? Shurchyo's face was expressionless. Tell me everything. The puppets still retained their original memories, but their personalities had been completely washed away by Shurchyo, becoming the most loyal martial corpses. Through the puppet's crooked-headed man's story, Tokio knew everything. Knowing that they were all assassins sent by the Dark Soul Society, and knowing who the people who bought their lives were. My life is worth $2 million now, said Tokio, rubbing his chin. I didn't realize that this Black Soul Society actually does buy lives. Sure is dark enough. No wonder Vedra Mouse said that their society is not clean. How many newcomers without backgrounds that they regarded as thorns in their side have died in their hands over the years? If it wasn't for the fact that someone wanted to buy my life this time, in the future they were planning to fatten me up and then slowly squeeze all sorts of value out of me? That's what you mean by meat pig, right? The universities of this world are really a dangerous place. Shurchyo knew very well that if he was really just a pure auxiliary, then he would really be planted this time. Moreover, now that he had killed the 4 assassins of the Black Soul Society, more trouble was sure to follow. If the Black Soul Society investigated, the first one to suspect would definitely be him as well. And that sure one lay who came out of nowhere, I've never even met him, and he's going to take me out just because my senior sister is with me? Tokio's expression went cold. He wasn't one to look for trouble, but he liked it even less when someone looked for his business. He was also afraid of trouble. This sure one lay is obviously a very careful guy. This time to spend money to hire a killer surely will not stop. Maybe the next have to make more small actions disgusted when the autumn. If you don't fix it, you might have a whole lot of trouble later on. Shircho's current strength was unique in the freshman year, but in the sophomore year, it should still be far away. Unless the opponent was a summoner-type soul-fitter who was naturally restrained by Shircho. But right now with these 4 puppets, Shircho was absolutely confident in dealing with Sure One Lay. In that case, why don't we just do nothing directly this wave and clean up this person as well? And, by the way, get someone to take the fall for me. Shircho's eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a bone-chilling chill. 42, you're sleeping on your head? Sure One Lay sat in his apartment, already waiting for good news from the flat-headed man. The flat-headed man had sent him a message when he was ready to strike. Although spending $2 million caused him a bit of pain, the Black Soul Society was quite sincere this time, and directly sent 4 soul covenants to do it together, and one of them was still a sophomore level 7 soul covenant. Sure One Lay didn't even think about the possibility that this assassination would fail, because in his impression, a person targeted by the Black Soul Society must be a dead man. Unless it's someone with a special background. But he also previously investigated over the autumn, no background of a small role, even parents do not have orphans, killed no one to pursue. So he wasn't worried at all. 5 minutes. According to Sure One Lay's calculations, 5 minutes would be enough. The strength of the flat-headed man was basically seconds against Shircho, so it was estimated that it would only take 5 seconds to kill him, and he counted 5 minutes because the rest of it was supposed to be time to deal with the aftermath and clean up the scene. 5 minutes passed quickly, which is just the time it takes to swipe 2 short videos. Sure One Lay hadn't cared about time at all, so by the time he realized that time had passed, 15 minutes had already passed. Does it take this long to deal with the aftermath? Sure One Lay frowned at the clock. However, the Black Soul Society has always acted carefully. I think they are afraid of the school authorities to pursue the matter, so they handle it a little more carefully. Comforting himself in this way, Sure One Lay continued to look down at his cell phone. But 30 minutes passed. An hour has passed. Cold sweat gradually dripped from Sure One Lay's head. No matter how prudent, it should have been done a long time ago, so long that it would have been enough to dig a pit to bury 20 people, not to mention disposing of one person's body. Did things fall apart? It couldn't have just happened to be bumped into by an instructor. Sure One Lay hesitated and held back from contacting the flat-headed man with his cell phone. Another hour passed. For 2 whole hours, Sure One Lay could no longer sit still. Even if things fall apart and the plan fails, you should have contacted me. Not a word? What the hell is going on? Knock knock. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sure One Lay's heart skipped a beat. Who is it? Me. The flat-headed man's voice came from the door. Sure One Lay froze, then sighed in relief and got up to open the door. The door opened and the flat man stood outside. Sure One Lay looked around and said nervously, "What took you so long? I thought you were caught by the instructor." His greatest fear was not that the assassination would fail, but that someone from the Black Soul Society would be caught and give him up. Flat guy. Man down? For some reason, Sure One Lay felt that there was something not quite right about the flat-headed man. His body seemed to have a sinister aura. And there's a thick dog-eared patch on his neck. But he didn't think much of it. No. There wasn't much intonation in the flat-headed man's voice either, but the man was caught by us. Caught? Then why don't you finish it off? Sure One Lay wondered. Because I'm looking for a raise from you. Sure One Lay's face changed. Add money? What do you mean? Didn't we agree on $2 million before? There had never been such a precedent, making Sure One Lay more or less dissatisfied. $2 million is the price of Tokiwa still at level 1, but you gave us the wrong information. Wrong information? What's wrong? Shircho is already a level 2 soul contractor, so of course it's more than this price. WH? What? Sure One Lay was horrified. This is impossible. It's only been less than a week since he awakened his contracted soul. How can he already be a level 2 soul contractor? You guys should know this too. That's just the way it is. The flat-headed man said, "If you don't believe me, you can come with me and see." Okay. Sure One Lay frowned. Where is he? Come with me. Sure One Lay followed the flat-headed man down the stairs. By the way, what happened to your neck? Sure One Lay still couldn't help but ask, sleeping on a pillow? Flat guy. The moon was dark and there was basically nothing left in the middle of the night. It's still the same old mess, still the same old ruins. Hey, where is he? Sure One Lay looked around and saw only the blood on the floor of the ruins, and did not see anyone. A sharp turn resulted in a crash into the flat man behind him. Ah, sorry. Gah. You. Wonlei's face was horrified, as if he had seen the most frightening thing he had ever seen in his life. Flat head guy. Oh no, now it's crooked head guy. Crooked head guy's neck crunches when he's hit by him, crooked again. Well. The crooked-headed man mumbled as he reached up to straighten his head, looks like 3 layers of doggy plaster still won't stick. Snap. Wonlei sat down on the floor in fear. You, what's wrong with your head? Just after the words were said, footsteps came from the surroundings, and the other 3 puppets walked out in their lifetime, surrounding Wonlei in the center. Wonlei finally realized something was wrong and alerted. What do you want? The crooked-headed man's face was expressionless, can't you tell? Naturally. Take your life. 43. Be an honest man in your next life. Wonlei's pupils widened violently. On the other hand, the crooked-headed man and the 4 of them exploded their soul power through and through. At the same time, they struck out at Wonlei. Blood sprayed, and an abrupt wail resounded from the empty, silent ruins. It was really easy for 4 people to pack up Wonlei, an auxiliary. Wonlei collapsed in a pool of blood, in a sorry state, unable to move, with only a trace of consciousness left. Tokio slowly walked out and stood in front of him. You. Wonlei looked at him in stunned trembling. He looked at the others again and growled angrily, why? Is this how you do business in the Black Soul Society? Did I not give you enough money? How much did this kid pay to bribe you guys? The crooked-headed men were silent. Wonlei's red eyes, you guys talk. Timothy shook his head, they can't talk anymore. Wonlei froze, and it was only then that he realized that the crooked-headed man and the others had lifeless eyes, as if they were puppets. What did you do to them? Wonlei looked at Chiu, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Timothy Chu was expressionless, clearly not prepared to answer. Wonlei suddenly felt that the man in front of him was inexplicably a little scary, as if the bottom of the sea like an abyss cannot see through. He inexplicably winced, but still gritted his teeth and said, Chiu, if you dare to touch me, my old man will never let you go. Chiu froze, did I move you? Who saw that? Wonlei. Timothy turned his head to look at the crooked-headed man, did I kill him? The crooked-headed man grimaced, no, it's me. Wonlei opened his mouth wide, you. Timothy shrugged, look, you're the one who had problems with the Dark Souls Society, it's not like I had anything to do with it. Wonlei turned pale and swallowed his saliva, knowing that he was in for it today. Can you spare me? I can pay you. Chiu gave him a deep look, chasing a girl without accomplishing anything and playing mean tricks, begging for forgiveness when you flipped the car, you're really something. Since your guts are so small, don't come out and mess around in your next life and be an honest person in peace. Tokiwa said, turning away indifferently and waving her hand. Don't. Wonlei's eyes widened. However, the crooked-headed man had already yanked him up and stabbed him in the heart. 10 minutes later, Wonlei got back on his feet and stood with the crooked-headed man and the others. Chiu pressed on and didn't rush to leave the scene, but randomly found a large concrete slab and sat down, opening the system panel. After the battle just now, Tokioka's level had risen again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade, the upgrade reward has been issued. Cheat code. Host opens the upgrade reward. Gain, 250,000 cash, 3 system points, and 10 black heartstones. Black heartstone? Timothy was puzzled. Opening the item bar, I saw 10 small black rough stones placed in it. Tokio tapped properties to view the role. Name, Black Heartstone. Rating, Rare. Introduction, a superior material used when strengthening equipment. Enhanced equipment? Right, Chiu remembered that there was a function to strengthen equipment in the system panel. This black heartstone seemed to be a very rare material. Chiu had checked, and it wasn't even sold inside the system mall or the trading house. However, after opening the reinforcement function, it made Tokiwa more or less disappointed. The requirement for strengthening equipment is that the soul binder needs to be at level 5 to be able to do so. It will have to wait until later. Chiu tapped on the skill trees panel again. With this upgrade, plus the 1 system point that was automatically gifted by the upgrade, he had a total of 4 extra points now, so he could think about which abilities he should upgrade. Speaking of strengthening equipment, Chiu suddenly remembered his own weapon, the Death Scythe. He opened the attribute panel of the Death Scythe. Name, Death Scythe. Level, LV1. Rating, Divine. Attributes, attack power plus 99%, magic attack power plus 99%, soul power plus 81%. Sharpness, 17-1 for regular sabers. Sturdy. Special effects? Unlockable after upgrade. Introduction, the soul weapon of the Grim Reaper may not be transferred to another person for use. This weapon dissipates upon the death of the Shinigami host. Timothy touched his chin. After a short moment of thought, he spent a little system point to raise the Death Scythe to LV2 level. Congratulations! The host's upgrade of the artifact Soul Death Scythe has been successful. Special effects unlocked. Soul reaping, for every unit the death scythe kills, it collects its soul points. The Reaper's Scythe attack comes with 30 points of soul damage. This effect can be increased as the number of soul points harvested is raised. Shirchio had heard of physical damage, magical damage, and spiritual damage after coming to this world, but he had never heard of soul damage. So he doesn't have a solid number for how this stuff is actually calculated. I'll just have to wait until the next time I'm in real life to try it out. Then, he unlocked another first-rank undead, the Shadow Spirit. This seems to be similar to an undead that possesses the host, and can greatly increase the host's agility when possessed. Nice. Timothy nodded. Finally he looked to the golem on the side, pondering. As for the ability of puppet manipulation, Shirchio hadn't fully mastered it yet. It was only just now that he realized that the vision of the puppets could also be shared into his vision, meaning that Toku could see what the puppet's perspective saw. Shirchio could also manipulate all of the puppet's actions through his mental power. After turning into a puppet, although the strength wouldn't become weaker, the combat IQ was basically gone. So in order to utilize its full strength, it would be best for Tokiwa himself to take control. But his spiritual power is still too low right now. Cannot manipulate more than 2 puppets at once. When you choose to mentally manipulate another golem, the original golem will only be able to enter the human-machine state. It's as if ordinary people, who don't have the means to be triple-minded, can't play LOL and do their homework at the same time. 44. Keep it for yourself. The remaining 2 points of Shirchio raised 1 point of spirit and another point of agility. After today's battle, he appreciated the importance of basic attributes even more. If he hadn't comprehensively upgraded his attribute panel earlier, I'm afraid that he would have just died tragically under the claws and teeth of the bloodthirsty Guile leopard. When we get back tomorrow, I guess he'll have to sign up for a couple of physical fitness classes as well. As for these puppets, Tokio scratched his head, not really knowing how to place them. Unlike the undead, golems have no way to be summoned at any time and have them dissipate at any time. But they can't be allowed to roam the streets, they'd surely scare the hell out of people. The puppets don't need to eat anyway, so just find them a random house to put them in. There's no shortage of money right now anyway. Finally, Tokio counted the results of today's bag licking. One by one, Shirchio opened the item columns of Shirwanlei and the others. Normally soul contractors kill each other, and even if they finish each other off, they can't gain access to what's in the other person's item bar, and the soul contractor system can only be opened with their own bound souls. Unless the other person offers it to you. But not so with Tokio. He could control the puppets, so naturally he could get what was in the puppet system. Those 3 newcomers didn't have much on them, 3 poor people, a few $100s each, a few packs of cigarettes, a few useless discount cards, and a bunch of messy worthless miscellaneous items. Shirwanlei's item bar has quite a lot of good things, with 50,000 yuan on him spent on buying a murderer, and a variety of brand-name sneakers, clothes, hand puppets, PS5. And perfume? Can't see that this guy is quite flirty. These things, however, didn't have too much substantial meaning to Shirchio, and at best, they would be hung up on the system trading house to be exchanged for cash. There was only one enchanted musket that caught his attention. That day, after Lan Ningxue left Shirwanlei, she turned her head and let people send this thing back to Shirwanlei's class. Shirchio took the enchanted musket and used the system to check the attributes. Well, the material is good, it's just that the attributes are poor. Shirchio frowned. Which craftsman made this? Why is the workmanship so rough? Shirwanlei. However, Tokio happened to have no long-range heat weapons, and barely used them to make ends meet. Tokio opened the crooked-headed man's item bar again. He had 200,000 on him, other than that it was some equipment materials, all of which were inferior materials that even Shirchio couldn't look at. And a few household items. One of them is a flash drive. Shirchio took out that flash drive and looked at it again and again, then curiously asked the crooked-headed man, "Here, is there anything useful?" Crooked head guy, yes. Timothy, what? Crooked head guy, I've been collecting seeds for 10 years, 80 gigabytes. Tim Chu. Crooked head guy, are you going to open it? The password is. No need. Shirchio tossed the flash drive back to the crooked-headed man. Keep it for yourself to relieve your boredom. Practical training gym. Early in the morning, Duan Lan opened the door and walked into the training hall. This was their class's exclusive training hall, so no one else would occupy it. Who knew that as soon as he turned on the lights, he would see a figure sitting at the bottom of the ring in the octagonal cage, startling Duan Lan. It was only after a closer look that I realized it was Lan Ningxue. Only to see Lan Ningxue's chin pressed against her knees, her arms hugging her knees, her eyes lifeless as if she was in a daze. Schwer? Duan Lan called out suspiciously. Lan Ningxue heard someone call her, then she came back to her senses. Ah, Sister Lan. Duan Lan came over with a smile. Why did you come so early today? Lan Ningxue smiled bitterly for a moment. Yeah, couldn't sleep, so I came to train. Duan Lan wondered, what's wrong with you? Looking at you, it seems like you have something on your mind. Then he reached out and pressed his hand to her forehead. Shouldn't you be sick? Sister Erisher, I'm fine. Lan Ningxue thought for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask that. Sister Lan, have you ever been in love? Ah. Duan Lan was stunned by the question. Seeing Duan Lan's reaction, Lan Ningxue asked curiously, Sister Lan, you wouldn't have never talked about it either, right? This. Duan Lan was a little embarrassed. Although she was the guide of Lan Ningxue's class, she was actually only 3 years older than Lan Ningxue. Moreover, most of her time in the past 23 years had been spent on cultivation, and she had no time to care about men and women. Where's the time to fall in love? But if I admit it, it seems somehow humiliating. At least he was the guide of the elite class. If he said that, wouldn't he look like he had no experience at all? Ahem, of course I've talked about it. Duan Lan said with 2 light coughs. Anticipation immediately flashed in Lan Ningxue's eyes as she asked, then, Sister Lan, do you know how exactly to talk about love? This. Duan Lan was embarrassed. What does she know about that? But then she also reacted and looked at Lan Ningxue with an odd look. Cheryl, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Duan Lan opened her mouth slightly surprised. You shouldn't. 45 boys prefer girlfriends who can be pampered. Of course not. You mustn't think too much about it, Sister Lan. Lan Ningxue said. Duan Lan was puzzled. Then why would you suddenly ask such a question? It's not like a question you would ask. Actually. Lan Ningxue paused, then said with a serious face, actually, it's because I have a friend who recently fell in love, but she encountered some problems on her emotional path, so she came to me for advice. So can you help me with the answer? This. Duan Lan's mouth twitched, I'll try. So what exactly is her problem? Lan Ningxue looked bitter and said quietly, it's just that she and her boyfriend just got together not long ago, but she's never been in love before and doesn't know how to progress her feelings. And her boyfriend never takes the initiative to come to her, but it was clearly her boyfriend who took the initiative to confess his love. You tell me, what is this all about? Duan Lan, well. Thinking for a moment, Duan Lan then said in a serious manner. According to you, then this boy he must be a sea king. I don't know how many young ladies he's flirted with outside. No way. Lan Ningxue was startled. Isn't that what all those emotional bloggers on Twitter say? Lan Ningxue was silent for a moment, it won't. He's not that kind of guy, I know that. Lan Ningxue was very confident in her vision, so she said in a very certain tone. You? Duan Lan looked at her suspiciously. Ah, not. Lan Ningxue was busy wording, it's that friend of mine who said that her boyfriend isn't that kind of person. And he's very reliable and handsome, not only is he introverted and calm, but he's also milky and cute. And very hardworking too, with an incredible talent, he'll be a top man in the future. Duan Lan was confused for a while, how does this person's image look so much like? Ouch, Sister Arisher, forget about who this person looks like for a moment. Fearing that Duan Lan would associate it with something, Lan Ningxue interrupted, tell me quickly, what should I do with this friend of mine? Well. Duan Lan pondered for a moment and said, if we go by what that friend of yours said, then this boy shouldn't have much experience in relationships either. Yes. Lan Ningxue's eyes lit up and she nodded her head busily, you're right. Duan Lan continued, and boys, in the end, it's strength that counts, don't you think so? Lan Ningxue nodded approvingly, that's natural. Not to mention men, even she, a girl, who grew up in that kind of favorable family environment, did not dare to have a single moment of slackness. The world is that cruel. Without strength, you are nothing. When the foreigners come in, without strength, they'll be nothing but playthings to be slaughtered. What's the use of being good looking? You'll be a prisoner. Slaves. Duan Lan continued, so for the sake of cultivation, the more upwardly mobile a boy is, the less he naturally cares about thinking about how to please a girl. They should be more in need of sage-like girls. Well. Blue Ningsu nodded thoughtfully, so you're saying that I should? Oh no, that friend of mine should be a little more proactive? Sort of that. But what if she doesn't know how to take the initiative? Blue Ningxue's white face flushed, she has never taken the initiative on any boy. Duan Lan was curious, that friend of yours, what kind of personality is he? Blue Ninju was embarrassed, just pretty much the way I am. Oh, that's no wonder. Duan Lan said, Schwer, your personality towards outsiders is too high and strong. Though it does make it easier to be able to hold down the underclassmen. But if it's a boyfriend, boys should prefer a girlfriend who can pout once in a while, right? Lan Ningxue, Sigma. Pampering? Lan Ningxue's cheeks instantly burned as hot and red as a crayfish. Steam came out of the head all of a sudden. Duan Lan nodded around thinking, yeah, who would like their girlfriend to be as cold as a big ice cube? Lan Ningxue recalled the chat she had with her schoolmate on FMS. Although they have chatted every day, but the Blue Ningxue because too shy, but also concerned about the identity of the school sister of the reserve, so has not been good to say two shy words. Is it because you're holding on to your schoolgirl baggage too much and not acting like a girlfriend that your schoolmates haven't been coming to you? But what exactly is spoiled supposed to do? Lan Ningxue imagined herself spilling her guts, and her entire body shivered, her face unconsciously burning up again. Strange. Duanlan saw Lan Ningxue staring blankly ahead, her face as red as an apple. She couldn't help but wonder and put her hand on her forehead. Is this kid really sick? 46 real damage. This day, Tokio was as usual. In the morning, he took a class to strengthen his physique, and after class ended at noon, Shirchio went back to his class's exclusive training gym. As if nothing had happened. Shirwanlei and the flat-headed man, they've been missing for 2 days. I'm sure the Black Soul Society and Shirwanlei his old man have already realized something is wrong. There was no way this could be hidden, and it was imagined that it would cause an uproar within the school in the near future. However, Tokio wasn't worried. Not only are you not worried, he also chimes in with the idea of a good show. The schoolmates should not have gotten out of class yet, and the training hall was empty and he was alone. When Timothy turned on the lights, the entire arena lit up. He entered a testing room. Almost every training center would have a small room like this. This testing room was used to test the power of the soul contractor's skills. Shirchio came to the console and manually entered 100 points of physical defense and 100 points of magic resistance, then pressed OK. The reason why he entered 100 was because his own defense and magic resistance values were currently almost right around 100. A human-sized target was immediately erected in the testing room. Shirchio took out his death sight, condensed his soul power, and with a soul-devouring slash, he slashed towards the target. Boom! The target took a chopping blow, and the whole thing quivered, but it didn't look damaged in the slightest on the outside. 237. Physical damage 113 plus magic damage 124. Tokio narrowed her eyes slightly. One's current blood value cap is 400 out. That is to say, when facing an opponent with about the same defense and magic resistance as himself, a single soul-devouring slash would be enough to take half of his life as long as it hit completely. Putting away the scythe of death, Shirchio summoned the Wu Ling again. The crow spirit instantly split into dozens of black crows, hooting and hollering as they flew at the target. Then it transformed back into black inferno flames that burned attached to the humanoid target. The system's synthesized beep sounded again, and the screen numbers kept jumping at a very fast rate, taking sustained true damage. 30, 19, 38, 11, 24, 31, 51, 62. Real damage? Tokio mused. This move, it seems, should ignore defense and magic resistance. This Urim is actually a living black flame. Once you get burned on by this flame, conventional methods are not able to extinguish it. If Tokio didn't take it back, it would burn until everything was incinerated. Unless one uses the power of space, or the power of time, so that the flame is spatially cut off from itself. However, as far as Shirchio knew, there were very few soul contractors who could use spatial abilities like Xiaoyao. Enough to be able to really maneuver around is even more rare. At this time, the system's beeps suddenly kept popping up. Warning! Taking damage is about to reach the limit value. Warning! The system is being destroyed internally. Warning! Please stop the test immediately. Warning! Tokiwa froze. Limit values? Didn't he remember that teacher Duanlan had told him that the test targets in this training room had no upper limit on the damage value they could withstand? Duanlan had said that the target was precision made by the Empire's mechanics and could absorb almost all energy coming from the outside. So it's almost equivalent to a bottomless black hole that won't be destroyed, no matter how much impact it takes. This one machine will last for almost decades. Xiao Xie, a bunch of their teenage schoolmates, fought against this thing every day and didn't see any problems. How should he, a level 3 soul contractor, break this thing? Warning! System is under sustained attack. Warning! Unrecognizable energy detected damaging internal components. Reason for self-test, unknown. Warning! The system is zipping, 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 zipping. A cloud of black smoke coming out from behind the humanoid mechanical target. That's not the smoke that burns from the black flames of the Urim. There is no smoke from hellfire. That smoke is because the machine system is fried. Tokiwa was dumbfounded. Could it be that it's because the energy of the Shinigami doesn't belong to this world, and that's why it can't be absorbed? Shirchio hastily summoned Yulin back. But it was already too late. The humanoid target had already been burned beyond recognition, and a strong burning odor emanated from the testing room. A few black lines popped up on Tokio's head. He seriously wondered if the machine was targeting him. If you can't absorb the hellfire, you should have said so. Real damage doesn't count as energy anymore? What kind of Thai product is this? Well, what a strange flame, eh? At this time, who knows, Xiao Xia's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Shirchio was stunned and turned back, only to see Xiao Xia standing behind her, smiling and looking at herself. Schoolteacher, when did you get here? I've been here the whole time, it's just that I was a bit tired just now, so I'm just looking for a place to rest for a while. Xiao Xia said, lifting her arms up above her head to straighten them, closing her eyes and stretching lazily. The schoolgirl was wearing the standard workout outfit for girls exercising. The tight pants outlined the perfect curves of her body, and this stretching was even easier to make the blood swell. Shurchio thought to himself, a green and pure virgin, where to see this? Even hastily inhaled his nose. Certainly not snorting. It's just sucking back something that's about to come out hot and steamy. Xiao Xie was not the least bit aware of it, looking at the charred target machine, curious, what skill was that black fire just now? It actually managed to burn the target machine like this? 47 Truth or Dare. Timchu, actually that's not really a skill. Those are the undead summoned by the special ability of my deeded soul. Xiao Xie was puzzled, what is an undead? Timchu, this. Tokio didn't know how to explain it. There was no such thing as gods in this world, and naturally there was no concept of the undead. Okay, forget it if you don't know how to explain it. Xiao Xie tilted her head, puzzled, but school brother, your contracted soul is really strange, it's obviously just an aid, why does it have such a powerful killing ability? It's a shame your other item abilities are hidden, I'm kinda curious as to what the ratings are for the abilities of your other item abilities other than auxiliary. Timchu, M. That's right, schoolmate. Xiao Xie smiled and said, it's idle now, why don't we spar? Sparring? Yes, since ancient times, the most useful way to cultivate is actual combat. Xiao Xie said, and teammates practicing against each other can help understand each other better and increase cooperation. Of course, college is complicated, after all, and if there's any abilities you want to hold back that you don't want to show to others, that's fine. You're joking, senior sister. Shurchio smiled, we were originally teammates in the same class, if we can't even trust each other as teammates in our class, then what's the point of talking about going out on a mission together and fending off foreigners? And I don't take you as an outsider, senior sister. The last time the three major powers pulled together, Shurchio herself as a newcomer, Xiao Xie couldn't have been easier if she wanted to coax herself into the student council. But she didn't do that and gave her advice in good faith. Moreover, after these few days of getting along, Shurchio could actually feel the sincerity of a few schoolmates. Unlike the student president who tried to pull him in that day, they were staring at themselves with eyes full of interest. While talking like this, the two of them walked into the practical training room together. The two stood 10 meters apart. Shurchio took a deep breath and raised her hand in preparation to gather her soul chi. Senior sister, I'm going on then. He said he was about to do it. Wait. Xiao Xiyu suddenly interrupted. Tokio, ? The corner of Xiao Xie's mouth slightly curved up in a nice-looking arc. Before we start, I have to tell you about our class's class rules. Ha? Tokio was a bit confused, there are class rules for sparring. Of course there is. Xiao Xiyu was serious, and it's a very important class rule. Shurchio. And what are the class rules, senior sister? Xiao Xie had a mischievous expression on her face. The members of our class all very often spar with each other in competitions, but the losers have to be punished before they can do so. Shurchio face odd, looking at the bad expression of the school sister, he had a hunch that this class rules is certainly not something good. Punishment? Yeah, well. Is actually truth or dare law. Truth or dare? Tokiwa froze for a moment, and at the same time, her heart was relieved. I didn't realize it would be such an easy punishment. That's easy. Big deal, when it's time to lose, just pick truth or dare. He didn't have any secrets he couldn't tell anyway. And that biggest secret of his senior sister would definitely not ask. Are you thinking, big deal, lose and just pick truth? Xiao Xie raised her eyebrows with a look that saw through everything. Tim Chu. I advise you not to, for this is no ordinary truth. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes, if you choose truthfulness, the losing party will have to bind each other with the winning party with the truthfulness contract sold by the system mall, and at that time, as long as the winning party wants to, all the fluctuations of the losing party's mind that will be sensed by the winning party's insight. The corner of Shurchio's mouth twitched, the system mall still sells this kind of thing. Xiao Xiyu, that's for sure, the mall sells everything. Tokio. And the time limit of this contract, how long is it? Xiao Xiyu smiled, permanently. Tim Chu. So you see. Xiao Xie spread her hands, no one in our class has picked a true heart until now. Shurchio smiled bitterly and asked again tentatively. What is the punishment usually if that big adventure? Don't worry, it's usually just a little punishment in game. Oh, Tokiwa sighed in relief. The specifics are usually decided by the winning side. Well. Let's see, yeah, the last time Cher lost to me, I think I just made her wash my feet every night for a month in a gothic white silk maid outfit. Timothy? Tokiwa looked shocked. Imagine usually in front of schoolmates and younger siblings high cold and beautiful dignified and elegant blue Ningxue, wearing a maid outfit aggrieved on the ground for Xiao Xie to wash the feet of the appearance of. Xiao Xie nibbled on her fingers as if recalling something, the last time Xia Yao lost to me. Oh yeah, it was last month, I asked her to help me do ASMR for an hour every day before I went to bed, and it lasted for a month too. Tim Chu. As for Li. Xiao Xie sighed and shook her head, she had lost to me several times before, but I couldn't bear to do it just by looking at that girl's pathetic and helpless face, only letting her provide me with a culchuang service every morning, and merely letting her do it for a week. Hearing this, Tokio finally breathed a sigh of relief. This would be the wake-up service, which is indeed considered lighter. But suddenly, Tokio felt that things were not that simple. He couldn't help but look odd as he asked, "Is this called service the proper kind? What's the point of the serious kind?" Xiao Xia rightfully said, "Of course it's the immodest kind. Tim Chu. So damn shameful. That's why it's interesting. And..." Xiao Xia smiled slightly, "I just love seeing people so ashamed that they snap a toilet with their toes. Tokwaki, shake.jpg. Xiao Xia pulled her hair lightly behind her head and tied a low ponytail. "Well, the class rules have been introduced to you, so let's start." "Now, huh? Senior, why do you keep backing up?" Xiao Xia looked at Shurchio, who had already retreated to the doorway, with a surprised look on her face. "Shurchio. Sister, can I escape from the battlefield?" "No." Xiao Xia smiled, "The door is already locked by me." Shurchio laughed bitterly. "That, if I don't enforce the class rules, what will happen? How does that work?" Xiao Xia seriously said, "We soul contractors are all warriors, and what warriors have to abide by is discipline. The class rules are discipline. If you refuse the class rules, then I'll have no choice but to use subterfuge. Tim Chu. Xiaoxiu, tell me, do you want to obey the class rules, or do you want to be suborned by me?" Shurchio leaned his back against the door, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior sister, don't joke. I'm a low-ranked auxiliary soul contractor, how can I be your opponent? 48 You're not going to retaliate against me, are you?" Xiao Xie laughed. "Pfft. Don't worry, I'm not that unfair. I'll naturally suppress my level to the same as you, and I won't be using high-level soul techniques. Our class has always practiced against each other like this." Tokio was relieved to hear that. There was a difference between a level 3 soul contractor and a level 16 soul contractor. If Xiao Xia really used her level 16 strength to fight him, then he would have no chance of winning at all. Okay. Tokio knew there was no turning back. The schoolgirl routine never ends. Shurchio slowly let out a breath and stood in a good stance, her eyes shining. "Sister, show some mercy." Xiao Xia smiled, "Don't worry, I'm always gentle. I'll believe you." Shurchio belabored in his heart. Shurchio suddenly laughed a little, playfully. "Senior sister, I kinda want to ask, when you lose, what kind of punishments do Senior Sister Lan and the others usually mention?" "Oh, they've tried to get back at me many times, but sadly, they haven't beaten me once yet." Xiao Xia shrugged. Shurchio. "Then, senior sister, if your first time is lost like that, you shouldn't retaliate against me, right?" Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes. "Aha, not a small mouth, elementary school brother. Then let me see just how much strength your other attributes that are hidden have." With that said, Xiao Xia's beautiful eyes closed and opened, instantly erupting with an extremely terrifying amount of soul force. A wave of psionic force almost didn't lift Tokio out. However, very quickly, Xiao Xia suppressed her soul power, and didn't stop until she had suppressed her level to level 1. Shurchio was puzzled. "Senior sister, why did you only use level 1 soul power?" Xiao Xia laughed a little. "Even though I suppressed my soul power level, my physical body attribute strength as a level 16 soul contractor is still quite a bit higher than yours, so even if I suppressed it to one level lower than you, it's still actually advantageous for me. It's one level lower than you, kind of to be fair, so that you won't deny it again when the time comes, Hokage." Shurchio shook his head. "That's not necessary. Senior sister, you can just use your level 3 soul power." Xiao Xia raised her eyebrows. "Senior, I realized that your breath turned out to be really big too." "No, I mean, because," Shurchio said, also displaying his own soul power level, "I'm already a level 3 soul contractor." Xiao Xia was stunned for a moment, and then her expression suddenly changed from surprise, gradually to shock. Only a week had passed since Tokio had enrolled in school. While the average freshman was still struggling to hit level 2, Shurchio had already managed to break through to level 3. Is there any justice in this, Aoi? That's a level that others can only do in 2 or 3 months. Even myself, at least in the beginning, it took a month to barely touch the edge of the level 3 soul contractor. When did you break through? Xiao Xia looked complicated. Shurchio touched his nose. "Well, yesterday, I actually feel like I haven't consolidated my strength much yet either." Xiao Xia looked deeply at Shurchio. Having just risen to level 3 and not yet consolidated his strength, he dared to let himself use his level 3 strength to fight him. But at this moment, Xiao Xia, she didn't dare to belittle Shurchio anymore. Originally, she was still just reporting it for fun. But now, level 1 solo kills a level 17 alien beast, is simultaneously seen by 3 major powers, and rejects them all at the same time, and breaks through from level 1 to level 3 in a week. The things found in him seem to be as legendary as they are. Anything outrageous is possible with people like that. It's no fun if you do lose. Xiao Xiyu's eyes got serious. Shurchio also stopped babbling, raised his hand, and the black gas lingered. As the black mist spread, the death god's scythe appeared in his hand. At the same time, he gave himself a buff that strengthened his attributes. Gained effects: temporary double attack plus 11%, temporary speed plus 9%, temporary soul power plus 12%, temporary lifespan cap plus 8%, temporary reflexes plus 14%, temporary defense plus 5%, temporary resistance plus 5%, temporary pain perception 7%. Undead wake, Tokio muttered under his breath. Shadow spirit. Possessed. As the black mist surged, a bizarre black shadow enveloped Shurcho's body. Timothy Chu got a hint in his head. Gained effects: temporary agility plus 113, temporary speed plus 70%, temporary presence 50%. From Xiao Xia's perspective, it looked as if Shurcho's entire body blended into the darkness. What a strange ability. Xiao Xiu felt a bit of novelty. This kind of ability, rather, is a bit like one's own. But it seems to be a bit different. After the shadow spirit completed its possession, Shurcho slowly raised her head and her eyes flashed. Senior sister, be careful. After saying that, he stomped his feet and instantly rushed towards Xiao Xia. In just half a breath, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Xia, so fast that he almost dragged an unreadable residual shadow behind him. Xiao Xia's heart skipped a beat. It's surprising that there's this kind of speed. Shurcho swung his scythe at great speed and fought to chop towards Xiao Xia. He didn't hold anything back. Senior sister was a 16th level soul contractor. Even if she suppressed her soul contractor level, her reflexes and other basic attributes far exceeded his by several times. If she couldn't avoid it like this, then her 3 years of practice would be considered in vain. As expected, Tokioka's blow cut through the air. Obviously just now, Xiao Xia was still in front of her eyes, and the moment she swung her sword, she instantly disappeared. It's as if it disappeared into thin air. And when the scythe of autumn, as if only a shadow is cut through. 49 You don't talk about martial arts. The shadow dissipated like smoke. With a sweep of his afterglow, Shurcho sensed the soul force reactions around him and judged the location of his schoolmate. Over here. With a narrowing of his eyes, Shurcho violently turned around, and a soul-devouring slash was sent out almost instantaneously. This soul-devouring slash went against the ground, and the alloy floor of the actual combat room was scraped and splattered with countless sparks. Another black shadow was instantly torn apart by the chop. This time, however, a silhouette broke through the silkworms from it, deftly dodging the blow and not perishing with the shadows. Xiao Xia landed on the ground like an athletic female panther, her movements light and dashing, her long hair flying. But her face was a bit grave. Although her strength was suppressed to level 3, with the characteristics of her contracted soul, it was almost impossible for anyone below level 20 to detect her after blending into the shadows. Yet Tokio sensed it. Senior sister, if you don't make a move, you're really going to lose. Oh. Shurcho smiled. Hokage, then I'm going to get really serious, don't blame me. As Xiao Xia said that, her hand flipped a flower and a black broken sword appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and flung it, and the short sword shot towards Shurcho. Tokio twisted around in a hurry to avoid it. Strange, the speed of this flying sword isn't exactly slow, but the extent shouldn't be just that for a senior sister. Tokio muttered inwardly. But in the next second, Xiao Xia surprisingly suddenly appeared behind Shurcho. Small white hands grabbed the short sword, then pressed it against his neck. Tokio was shocked. Teleportation. Just now, Shurcho was sure that he didn't look away. That wasn't at all something that could be done with moving fast, it was properly an instantaneous shift. Xiao Xia smiled playfully. Schoolboy, you lost. Oh. Shurcho felt the coldness coming from his neck, but the corners of his mouth grinned. Senior sister, it may not be true, right? Xiao Xia was stunned. Then, she immediately felt a hard tug on her arm holding the knife. And it was a crow that pulled her arm close. The blade of the sword left Tokio's neck at once. And Shurcho also took advantage of this time, quickly dodged and scurried out a dozen meters away. What the hell? Xiao Xia frowned and turned her head, only to find dozens of crows surrounding her. Tokio sighed in relief. Luckily, just before the battle started, he had summoned the Yu's spirit first, so that it could hide in the surrounding black mist. Otherwise, that strike just now would have really split the difference between victory and defeat. But if you can't figure out what happened with that instantaneous transfer that senior sister just did, I'm afraid you'll still be restrained by her. Master, it's Shadow. A hoarse voice came. Tokio's heart snapped. This voice. It's the undead talking. Shadow spirit? It was only then that Shurcho realized that the original death host was able to communicate with the undead. It's me, Master. Do you know what she just moved with? Yes. Shadow spirit, I have a keen sense of shadows. With her ability, she should be able to blend into any shadow at any time, while being able to travel back and forth between the shadows she marks. Tokio raised an eyebrow. As Shadow Spirit explained, he gradually understood. If that's the case, the short sword that senior sister threw just now should just be a front, and what's important is actually not that sword, but the shadow that was brought over with it. When the short sword's shadow touched mine, it marked my shadow, which is why Hokage-san was able to instantly shuttle over. So I see. Tokio muttered softly to himself, that makes it easier. He looked down at the shadows on the soles of his feet. Xiao Xie was surrounded by Urgles, while those Urgles didn't immediately swarm around her. Hellfire isn't like other flames, this stuff does so much damage that it can burn even target planes. If a normal flame burns you, use a healing spell and the wound will heal quickly. It's a broken arm or leg, a bottle of healing fluid can be attached, and every person washes their hands of the god of war. However, being burned by hellfire was something that could not be recovered with a healing spell. Just like the golem that was burned to death by Shurchio that night, that guy's entire body was burned like a black charcoal, but he could never recover. That's why Shurchio didn't dare to use this trick indiscriminately on his schoolmate. What if I disfigure the girl? Looking at the surrounded schoolmate, Shurchio smiled faintly. Schoolmate, how about you admit defeat yourself? Xiao Shiyu's eyes flashed with playfulness. School brother, don't underestimate your school sister too much. Oh. After saying that, Xiao Xia's figure instantly dissipated into ghostly shadows again, dispersing like drops of ink. Immediately after that, the next moment it flashed out of the shadow behind Tokio. It's over. The corners of Xiao Xia's small mouth curled up slightly, smugness flashing in her eyes as she held her short sword back, ready to strike the neck with the hilt and knock her elementary school brother unconscious. However, she didn't expect Shurchio to act as if she had known she would burrow out from there, suddenly turning around and retreating while her scythe was picked upwards. Ding! The short sword was actually broken by the side's pick and tease, and it was actually as easy as picking off a chopstick. There was a crisp sound. The short sword half landed at his feet and half flew out several meters away. The blade of light passed in front of Xiao Xia's nose and did not harm her. However, Xiao Xia felt as if she was actually experiencing pain like being cut deep within her soul, and she suddenly frowned slightly and stifled a grunt. Buzz. Xiao Xiu was secretly shocked. Ah! When her soul was strongly oppressed, Xiao Xia subconsciously exploded her full strength, and her level 16 soul power exploded with a loud bang, sending Shurchio flying several meters away, and only stopping when she hit the wall of the actual combat room. Shurchio slid down the wall and sat on the floor, bitter face, cough cough. School sister, you don't talk about martial virtues. Ah! Xiao Xia stumbled, and after about 3 or 4 seconds or so, that pain in the depths of her soul finally eased a little, and her consciousness gradually cleared. It was then that she came back to her senses and hurriedly ran to Shurchio's side to help him up, with an apologetic face. I am sorry schoolmate, I just don't know how. You're not hurt, right? Shurchio didn't say anything, but stared blankly ahead. Xiao Xie was puzzled. Hokage, what's wrong with you? He thought to himself that he had just hit his schoolmate too hard and knocked him silly. After a half-long while, returning to her senses, Tokioka said with some embarrassment, that. Schoolmate, your clothes. Xiao Xiu froze and looked down. It turned out that the scythe just uplifted, not only picked off her short sword, even her blouse was also picked through. 50, I'm just trying to cool off. Tokio thought that his schoolmate would make a big red face and push him away. Who knew that Xiao Xia just raised her eyebrows, then glanced at Shurchio who was still staring down ahead. Hey, it looks good, doesn't it? Well. Shurchio subconsciously replied, then only realized the embarrassment and looked up to find his senior sister staring at him with fiery eyes of death. Tokio took a step back and smiled bitterly. So what, I didn't mean to. Well, I know. Xiao Xia said faintly. Shurchio didn't say anything else, smiled helplessly and bitterly, and without moving, took his jacket off and handed it to Xiao Xia. Wear mine first, schoolmate. Thanks. Xiao Xiu turned around. With that, the actual room fell into a silence that had been eerie for quite some time. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, and both of them were silent for a long moment. Putting on her jacket, Xiao Xia tried to suppress her heartbeat, which was almost on the verge of popping out, and her cheeks, which were burning red, before she dared to slowly turn around. Then, she saw Shurchio's embarrassed expression and suddenly snorted out a laugh. Xiao Xia smiled with her eyes curving as she looked at him, poking his face with her finger like a big sister next door. What, schoolmate, I'm not embarrassed yet, but you're shy first? Tim Chu. Seeing as you're heartless, I'll spare you this time. Immediately afterward, Xiao Xia added quietly, but no matter what, I broke the rules, so this time it's considered that I've lost. Well, Shurchio touched his nose. So, schoolteacher, did you choose dare, or truth? Xiao Xia's expression was not quite natural, but only in an instant it transformed back into calm. First. Let me think first. Don't worry, anyway, since I lost, I will definitely abide by the rules is all. Timothy Chu, okay. But this matter is considered a secret between the two of us. Well. You are not allowed to tell Schwer and the girls that I lost to you today. Xiao Xiu seriously said. Tokiwa froze. I don't suppose you'd say no? Junior brother? Xiao Xia looked into Shurchio's eyes. So if I don't say yes, is it? Well, then I'm going to have to use subterfuge in the name of class president. Shurchio. Sister, stop it. Xiao Xia playfully smiled. That can't be helped. Who let you have such a face that makes people want to molest you? Elementary school brother? Tim Chu. Xiao Xia could imagine that if these two fellows, Lan Ningxue and Xia Yao, knew about this, they would definitely try their best to incite Shurchio to use this opportunity to mention some shameful demands to retaliate against her. Well, they mustn't be allowed to know. Then I'll take that as a yesu. Xiao Xie, well. I suddenly remembered that there's still a bit of business I haven't dealt with in my student council, so I have to go first. You just broke through level 3, so take a good rest and don't practice too hard lest your foundation be poorly consolidated. After saying that, Xiao Xie turned her back, her face reddened again, and with a flash of her figure, she hurriedly disappeared into dark shadows and left. Shirshio scratched the roots of his ears. Why does this sentence feel quite familiar to me? I didn't realize it was just a cutthroat sparring session, but I got into this kind of thing. This is embarrassing. It's a good thing it's Jo Senpai who didn't bother with herself. Worthy of being the vice president of the student council, you can remain calm in such an awkward scenario and still talk and laugh. If it were any other schoolmate, After taking 2 steps, Shirshio walked to pick up the 2 short swords that he had severed. And ended up breaking my schoolmate's short sword. Shouldn't we get a chance to pay her for a new one? Shirshio looked at the short sword in his hand, was silent for a long time, and suddenly muttered softly, "It seems to be black lace." After lunch, Lan Ningxue, Xiaoyao, and Yuli returned to the apartment in a group of 3 women. Xiaoyao squeezed her eyebrows and asked, "Sister Lan, did the schoolboy find you to confess his love in the past 2 days?" Lan Ningxue's pretty face instantly blushed, immediately remembering the day she ate with Shirshio. But she hurriedly suppressed her blush with her soul power again, then pretended to be calm and said, "Confession? What confession? How could schoolmate confess to me? There actually isn't?" Xiaoyao froze. I thought to myself, did you fail to fool your schoolmate the other day? Lan Ningxue raised her eyebrows and coldly said, "Xiaoyao, you would ask this, is it that you guys are doing something bad behind my back again?" Xiaoyao blinking butting big eyes, quite naturally said, "How can it be? I have always been with Blue Sister you the same front, to do bad things I will definitely call on you right Yuli? Rain Lei. CH changes, Lan Ningxue skimmed her lips, but she didn't poke her. A few people had taken the elevator to the apartment floor while they were talking. Xiaoyao walked to the door of Xiao Xie's room and naturally pushed the door open and walked in. "Sister Xie, school. Today." Xiao Xie was sitting in her room with her head buried in a basin filled with ice cubes and bubbling. Lan Ningxue and Yuli walked in and were also stunned for a moment. Yuri froze and asked, "What are you doing in Yuki?" "Who?" Xiao Xie raised her head, wiped her wet face with a towel, and said quietly, "Nothing for nothing, just cooling herself down." 51 It's a waste of resources if you don't use it as a gun. Cooling down? Xiaoyao was puzzled. It's not hot today either. Xiao Xie didn't dwell on this topic with her and said lightly, "What did you just say about school today?" "Oh," Xiaoyao said, "a bunch of people from the picket bureau came to the school today. It seems like something big is going on." "Oh. Picketing?" Xiao Xie froze. She went to the windowsill of her room and looked downstairs. Sure enough, I saw a couple of red and blue police lights flashing. "What happened again?" Xiao Xie murmured softly. "Off campus. Rotten buildings, ruins." The outside was cordoned off, and a group of picketers, along with the school's martial arts instructor and several of the teachers, arrived together. This should be the place of the crime. A middle-aged picket turned around and said to Instructor Wu and the others behind him. Instructor Wu swept away with a glance. There were many traces of fighting in this ruin, and there were also residual bloodstains, so it seemed that a fierce battle should have been fought here. Of course, it could be a one-sided massacre. We also found this. The middle-aged man picked up a transparent storage bag, only to see that it contained a blood-stained dagger. After analyzing it, as well as comparing it to the gene pool, the blood on it is sure one Lei, and the fingerprints on it are that Black Soul Society member, Ah Ping flat-headed man. Instructor Wu, so, it was someone from the Black Soul Society who killed Shi Wenlei and then fled in fear of punishment? The middle-aged man was silent for a while. That seems right for now. On top of that, the blood of the other 3 missing people was found at the scene. All 3 were level 1 soul contractors, plus the Ping level 7 soul contractor, just enough to have the ability to kill as well. What are you saying? It was the Black Soul Society's people who did this. A voice like thunder rang out. I only saw a big man with a fierce and rough face walk over, his face slanted with a scar. Hideous. Captain Lee, is what you just said true? My son died in the hands of those brats from the Black Soul Society? Team Lee. Combining all the clues so far, the initial judgment is that this is correct. Father sure sneered, so, I see. After saying that, he turned around and left in a flurry of wind. A team member next to him came over with a complicated expression and whispered, "Captain, this Shirshinsai is not a light that can't be saved. If you say so, I'm afraid he'll directly kill the Black Soul Society." I know. Team Lee glanced at him, but can you stop it? Even if I don't say anything, he can still find out by using some random connections, and this trace at the scene is simply so obvious that it seems like it's plainly telling others. The crew is also speechless. Instructor Wu snorted coldly. What kind of virtue the Black Soul Society was, he couldn't be clearer, so he wasn't half surprised to be able to do such a thing. Since this has come to an end, then I'll trouble you guys to track down the next thing. Instructor Wu said to Team Lee, remember to notify us if you have any news, and feel free to say whatever you need, we will cooperate fully. Team Lee nodded, good. Instructor Wu waved his hand, turned around and left with a group of teachers. Team Lee stayed where they were, brooding and thinking. The Black Soul Society was secretly doing all those tricks, in fact, they knew all about it on the picket line. But there's just never been any evidence, never been able to catch a break. So, is Shi Wenlei messing with the Black Soul Society? Or did someone ask the Black Soul Society to buy Shi Wenlei's life? The female team member next to her was curious and asked, Team Lee, so is this considered a closed case? Team Lee didn't say anything and shook his head. The female team member froze, what? Team Lee shook the bag in his hand, have you ever seen anyone kill someone and leave the murder weapon at the scene? And the scene has hardly been cleaned up at all. Team Lee's eyes scanned the surrounding ruins, it's plainly left for us to see. Are you saying that the murderers may not be the ones from the Dark Souls Society? The female team member was startled. Captain Lee took out a huazi, stuffed it into his mouth and lit it, and took a deep breath, no. Nor right, what was seen on the surveillance is indeed the Black Soul Society. Those people went to Shi Wenlei's apartment and took him away. But he understood even less. Those guys from the Black Soul Society are veterans, how could they make such a low-level mistake? How could they be caught on camera? There is clearly so much doubt. But it seems like the evidence is overwhelming. What the hell is going on here? It doesn't matter if there's a lot of suspicion, said Tokyo, lazily lying on the balcony of his room, watching the cars drive around downstairs. It is enough that those who should believe believe. Through Shi Wenlei's memories, he had long understood what kind of person Shi Wenlei's father was. Manic, irritable, savage, self-righteous, full of people who think they're the best, and at the drop of a hat. But it's time to say no, the strength is pretty tough. It's a waste of resources if you don't use this kind of person as a gun to fight. Tokyo murmured softly, I hope you enjoyed my gift to you in return. Seniors of the Black Soul Society. Bang! The door to the apartment was kicked in. A man flew straight into the room from outside and fell at the short man's feet. The short man looked down at the men at his feet, and his face changed color. The one who barged in was none other than Shi, a burly man who stood 1 meter 9 like a tower. 52, we're looking for you, the Dark Souls Society. Who are you? The short man stood up and stared angrily at the man. Dare to come to our Black Soul Society's place to sow your wild oats? Shi narrowed his eyes, it's you Black Soul Society that I'm looking for. Whom? The short man frowned. What kind of person is this, who knows the name of the Black Soul Society and is still not afraid of death to rush in and mess around? And this guy doesn't look like a student. My son's disappearance is your doing? Shi questioned. The short man realized what was going on. I think this man is Shi Wenlei's dad. 2 days ago, the flat-headed man they disappeared. The short man also felt puzzled. The monitoring is clearly the flat-headed man took Shi Wenlei away. Yet calls to flat-head man's phone went unanswered. He had also sent people to look for him for a long time, but there had been no results. It's like Shi Wenlei and the flat-head man have evaporated. Looks like you've admitted it. Shi's eyes sank. Where have you hidden my son? Quickly hand over the person. Otherwise I'll tear down your Thai place. Before the short man could say anything, a junior next to him couldn't help but curse, you, what are you? You dare to threaten our vice president? Shi coldly swept a glance at the man. What am I? Ha! The muscles on his arms rapidly bulged, gradually forming a substance that looked like the surface of steel. The soul power of his entire body erupted, and his strength up to level 19 was on display. Strong waves of chi swept in all directions, almost toppling everyone in the room to the ground. Immediately Shi a healthy step, then came to the body of the mouthy little brother, a big ear scrape on his face slapped to. Bang, only to see the little brother let out a muffled grunt, making the sound of bone breaking, turning 720 in the air, falling to the ground without moving, and losing several back teeth. Of course, Shi Zenkrak didn't lay a deadly hand on him, after all, so many people were present. Then he let out a cold grunt, don't think for yourself. The short man's face was a little hard to see. The pressure of a level 19 soul contractor pressed down on him a bit. It occurred to him at that moment that Shi Wenlei's father was the head of the black market dealers, so how could he not have some strength? That what? The short man cold sweat, Mr. Shi, this matter may be a bit of a misunderstanding. Your son is not our hidden. Misunderstanding? Shi stared at his calf-like eyes. The surveillance camera captured it clearly, and you told me it was a misunderstanding. The short man didn't know how to explain it. You Black Soul Society to do business, dare to move the soil to the old man's head, really a bit of backstage do not know their own last name right. Shi crack, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this place down, and you'll all sleep under the tiles tonight. The short man's face sank, knowing that he had been completely unable to communicate with this man who was filled with the smell of the jungle. Arrogant old man, you really think that we, the Black Soul Society, are afraid of you, don't you? 10 minutes later. The room has been turned into a mess, the walls have been punched through several large holes, furniture and other things have been smashed to pieces, the members of the Black Soul Society lie down on the ground, screaming and wailing in pain. Stonecrack chokes the shorter man and holds him high in the air. Old brother. Short man was pinched almost out of breath, helplessly begged for mercy. There is something. Cough, cough, cough. Have something to say, ah. Speak properly? Shurjin, she said angrily, just now I asked you to speak properly, why didn't you? The short man cried, I really don't know where Shur One lay and the others went. The short man just couldn't stop thinking about it. How things have turned out. Bull. Wasn't that one of your guys on the monitor? Yes, but I can't reach it either. Then how the hell do you dare to argue? Shur Zenkrak said, stealing his arm a few more times. The short man rolled his eyes, his throat almost pinched. Just then, an eerie aura enveloped the room. Shurjin Sai also sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul power. He twisted his head to look, only to see a man with a body as thin as a skeleton, but with a very heavy aura, walking out of some dark place with an expressionless face. Senior Blackbones. The short man let out a weak breath. Help. Shur Zenkrak looked over. You're Blackbone, the president of the Black Soul Society? Blackbone didn't say anything, only staring sorrowfully at Shur Zenkrak. I've advised you enough, Stone Shocker. Another voice came over. Shur Zenkrak twisted his head to look again, only to see the doorway relying on a man who was as tigerish as he was, the martial arts instructor of Mono City University. It's you. Shur Zenkrak raised an eyebrow. You want to come and meddle too? Instructor Wu had a cigarette in his mouth and took out his lighter to light it. If you have any more grudges with them, go outside and settle them, I don't care what you want. But not here, this is Monarch University. Shur Zenkrak stared at him for a while and snorted coldly, fine. Then he let go of the short man, we have plenty of time. Don't ever fall into my hands while you're out there, or else. 53 S-class missions. Stonecracker laughed. Instructor Wu dropped his cigarette and said coldly, within 3 days, make up the money for the bad and damaged renovations. This. The short man looked strange. Instructor. This is not something we got either? Instructor Wu glanced at him coldly, wasn't it because of your Black Soul Society? Short guy. Instructor Wu left with a soft grunt. If it wasn't for the Black Soul Society, Monocle University wouldn't be in such a mess. If this wasn't Mono City University, he wouldn't really care about these guys. If one day, the human race can do true unity within itself, perhaps those foreign enemies of the alien race would not have dared to come and commit crimes a long time ago, right? Instructor Wu thought so and shook his head. Changed rooms. The entire apartment building was rented by the Black Soul Society, so there was plenty of room. The short man handed a cup of tea. Senior. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Blackbone sat on the sofa with a somewhat gloomy face. I've only been gone for a few days and you've taken care of the Black Soul Society like this? The short man was cold and sweaty. Senior, listen to me, it's like this. The short man told the whole story. Blackbone listened in silence for a while. Are you saying that you gave Shur Wenlei's list to Ping, who went to kill that S-rank rookie and then disappeared? That's right. Where was that Tokyo the night they disappeared? The short man froze for a moment. Don't know. Blackbone paused for a moment and said quietly, Shur Wenlei paid money to try to buy Shurchio's life, and Ping ran off in the middle of the night to find Shur Wenlei, and then they disappeared together. Yet that Shurchio, now he's actually still cultivating and attending classes at school every day peacefully as if nothing has happened? The short man suddenly changed his face. Are you saying that the disappearance of the two of them was a trick by Shurchio? You couldn't think of something so simple? Behind Blackbone, a girl whose entire body was wrapped under a tight black leather jacket suddenly let out a disdainful light laugh. The girl was beautiful looking, with a cool appearance slightly similar to Blue Ningsu, but with a bit more fury. There are only 3 people in total who are related to this incident, Ping, Shur Wenlei, and Shurchio. Can you identify a 4th person who is related? Short guy, he had indeed not thought of it. But that was because his mind automatically skipped over Tokiwa. Shurchio was just a freshman who had just recently awakened his deeded soul, and he was still a support. Shur Wenlei is a level 6 soul contractor, Ping is a level 7 soul contractor, and there are 3 level 1 high attack soul contractors. To be able to take out so many of them and make them disappear without a sound and without being captured by any surveillance. This has to be at least a level 10 or higher soul deeder, right? No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible for Tokioka to have such an ability. The short man secretly clenched his fists. Senior, then I'll send someone to capture Shurchio again for you to interrogate. Blackbone's face was expressionless. No, this time you go yourself. The short man was stunned. Me? The short man was a 3rd-year college student. A rank 13 soul contractor. How dare he ask him to personally catch a freshman auxiliary? I'm afraid I'll get another head delivery this time. Blackbone, so you go in person, and I want you to bring the person to me in one piece. The school must never know about this. Yes, President, I know. The short man said, then I'll go get him tonight. I'm not asking you to do it at school. Blackbone said, it's a sensitive time, and that Shurchio is from Chao Si as her class, that woman is the most protective, what if you're discovered by her? The short man nodded, feeling some sense. If this time the incident was really related to Shurchio, then it was 80% that when Ping and the others did it, they were accidentally bumped into by Xiao Xie and the other chicks. Otherwise, how could Shurchio, a newcomer, have escaped the assassination of Flathead Man and the others? As long as he was separated from that chick Xiao Xie, Shurchio aided was a lamb to be slaughtered at will. There's an important S-rank mission to enter the space gate at the school in 2 days, and it's a group of 20 classes acting collectively. Blackbone's face was expressionless. I can find some connections to add Shurchio and his class to the list as well, and then you'll do it within the space gate. When you run into the foreigners then, and the two sides fight, and Shurchio falls alone, you'll find a chance to catch him. The short man smiled. I understand, and this way, when the time comes, we can still say that Shurchio was captured by the foreigners, and it won't be able to be traced back to us. The girl in black leather skimmed her lips and spoke again. President, why don't you let me go? He's already failed once, what if he delivers an even bigger head this time? The short man was finally annoyed by the woman. Yuki, what do you mean? Is this the attitude you take when talking to a senior? Isn't it? Yuki scorned. Alright, you two don't argue either. Blackbone said indifferently, glancing at the girl. If you wanna go, go along. Yuya smiles a little. Thank you, President. After the girl left, the short guy gritted his teeth. Senior, this chick is too arrogant. I want to. Not yet. Blackbone said indifferently. Her talent for soul contraction is very good. I still have a use for keeping her. She might be able to help me break 18 on the test before I graduate my senior year. After that, Blackbone glanced at him. It doesn't matter what you want. Only then did the short man fade into a smile. He. Then thank you, senior. S-rank mission? Tokiwa was slightly bewildered. This morning, he was going to go to class, but suddenly by the cell phone WeChat group was shaking, and then was called by the sister girls over. 54, I'm afraid I can't forget. Yeah. Xiaoyao smiled playfully. Senior, this is a great opportunity. Oh. I didn't expect you to be lucky. Opportunity? A few black lines popped up on Toku's head, really not seeing what kind of opportunity this was. Through the mission list, he could see that the mission this time was of the 3rd S rank. This time it's not a regular mission anymore, but a special mission, which means it's issued by the school on a temporary basis. And look at the number of participants. There are actually 20 classes? With 20 classes joining forces, it's still S-ranked, so you can see how difficult this task is. Shurchio looked at the participation list in the system, found that a whole column down, only he a freshman. The rest are mostly juniors, and all of the classes involved are junior classes as well. A mission of this caliber, and he's actually letting a freshman on it? How does? Feel like recruiting cannon fodder soldiers to the front line? Seeing Shurchio's expression, Xiao Xie laughed. You don't have to feel strange, schoolmate. In fact, Xiaoyao is right, this is indeed a great opportunity for you. Oh? Timothy was curious. In fact, this S-rank mission, sometimes it doesn't represent the difficulty of the mission, sometimes it also represents the importance of the mission. Xiao Xie explained, just like this mission, the place we're going to is the single city space gate A1 area, and we're actually just in charge of having to transport a batch of supplies. Area A1 is rather special, it has a harsh environment and super high radiation, it's considered a forbidden area, but in reality there aren't many alien races in that area, and the probability of running into an alien enemy is rather low. It's only because of the importance of the supplies we're transporting that the mission has been raised to S rank, and it also requires 20 classes to escort it at the same time. Tokiwa raised an eyebrow. I see. Yeah. Xiaoyao followed. We've done this mission many times, and we haven't run into a single foreigner once. He. So you're lucky, schoolmate. As long as our luck isn't too bad, basically doing this quest is going on vacation. Just casually mingle and walk a few sections of the road, and the quest is done, and there's a big fat reward to be had. Yuli was a bit puzzled, but isn't this task usually something that all the elite classes rush to go to? Our class just went there once last month, why is it our turn this time? Xiaoyao, of course it's the principal's good eye. He can see that our class has talent, potential, and such a handsome new junior high school student, so he specially gave us a small stove. Tokio smiled helplessly. After getting along for a long time, he was now gradually getting used to the way Xiaoyao spoke. Well, even though it's been done many times, it's still good to be prepared. Duanlan spoke in a mature tone. After all, it's an S-ranked mission, and even though we've never encountered an enemy in that area before, once we do, it's bound to be one that exceeds the normal S-ranked difficulty. So the preparations that should be made should still be sufficient. Yes. Several people replied. Duanlan said to Lan Ning Shuer, the place we're going to tomorrow is going to pass through a radiation zone, and the class's anti-radiation potion just happened to run out, so go to the Imperial Mall in a while and purchase some back. Blue Ninja, good. Advanced anti-radiation potions were not available in the system mall, and the area of the space gate that we were going to visit tomorrow belonged to the ultra-high radiation zone, so we had to go to the Imperial Mall to buy them with Imperial points. After a brief meeting, the people were ready to go to the cafeteria restaurant together. The others walked in front, while Lan Ningxue and Shurchio were at the end. Lan Ningxue turned her head to see Shurchio, who was walking aside as if he was pondering, and could not help but blush with a pretty face. This man is really bad. He is simply deliberately pretending to think about things and pretending not to see himself, right? Thinking of Duan Lan's proposal on that day, Lan Ningxue gathered her courage after a long time and approached Shurchio. Schoolmate, accompany me to buy medicines together in a while, okay? Well, Tokiwa snapped back. He did have something on his mind just now. Because he saw the name of the short senior of the Black Soul Society on top of that list of system quests. He didn't come back to his senses until his senior sister suddenly called his name from the side. Lan Ningxue bit her lower lip and decided to go out on a limb. Is it good? Lan Ningxue's voice was like a mosquito humming, and she even raised her hand to gently pull on Shurchio's sleeve. Shurchio was shocked and unexpectedly looked at the schoolmate beside her. Just had that whiny sweet sappy voice. It's from a schoolmate. And Lan Ningxue, having only just finished speaking, was also almost so shy that she wanted to bury her head into the ground. Awa, what a quick shame. I really still can't accept it. How could Arashur come up with such an idea? After being stunned for a while, Shurchio's throat moved. Sister, you just... I didn't say anything just now. Lan Ningxue's demeanor changed and she immediately retorted, just pretend you didn't hear me. Tokiwa was confused for a moment. This emotion was becoming too fast, wasn't it? No wonder it is said that after a girl has completely fallen in love, her mind changes faster than the earth rotates 100 times faster. So don't even try to guess. Tim Chu. But I heard you. Lan Ningxue looked flustered. You didn't hear me. I hear you. You. That you're almost forgetting. Shurchio smiled slightly. I'm afraid I can't forget. 55 no shortcuts. No. You quickly forget it. Lan Ningxue was anxious. Tokyo. But what if I seem to be remembering more and more clearly? You. But... Shurchio laughed a bit and used a voice that only the two of them could hear. Actually, I kinda like it when you do that just now, senior sister. Lan Ningxue. Hearing a rustling sound behind her, Xiaoyao turned back in confusion. Sister Lan, what are you whispering with your elementary school brother muttering behind you? Lan Ningxue instantly straightened up, as if nothing had happened. Oh. It's nothing, my schoolmate is just asking me for advice on cultivation potions. Really? You're really hardworking, schoolmate. Xiaoyao smiled playfully, but actually you can also come and ask me. I guarantee you that I will be more enthusiastic than Sister Lano. Tim Chu. Alright little Yao, don't molest your elementary school brother all day long. Duan Lan pressed one hand on her small head. To the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Monadnock University, in fact, doesn't have bad food. Nutritional absorption is also critical for soul fitters, so the school has hired a specially formulated nutritionist. Eating her meal, Duan Lan suddenly sighed. Speaking of which, school has been really uneventful these past few days. Xiaoyao followed on the side. Yeah, there's a bunch of picketers coming in and out every day. By the way, Sister Lan, that missing Shi Wanlei, is he the schoolmate who always pestered you before trying to pick you up? Well, Lan Ningxue responded faintly. I heard that it seems to be the Black Soul Society's people who did it. Xiaoyao's big eyes flickered as she twisted her head. Sister, you're the vice president of the student council, do you have any gossip? Xiao Xie shrugged. Even the picket bureau has no results, what kind of gossip can I have? Xiaoyao face gossip. Hey! But I heard that it is already 8 or 9, not much. Not to say that the monitoring what all photographed? Otherwise Stone Wanlei is that black trafficker's head dad, will not be on the spot directly to kill the Black Soul Society to go right? And I heard that most of the floor was almost demolished by him. Shurchio sipped her soup silently on the side without saying anything. The matter of Stone Cracker killing his way to the Black Soul Society's apartment that day had long spread amongst the students. It's hard not to spread the word when you make that much noise. The Black Soul Society, as a behemoth in Mono City University, hadn't exploited the students and done some unseemly deeds on a regular basis, so naturally, most people would be happy to see the Black Soul Society suffer a defeat. Shurchio secretly thought that it seems that his wave of gift is not in vain. Stone shot crack, this gun is surprisingly good to use. Shurchio originally just wanted him to go and casually look for trouble with the Black Soul Society, so that the two sides of them could just dog eat dog and waste a little bit of their time by tossing each other around. I did not expect, just a casual provocation, this Uncle Ho guy directly to the Black Soul Society to demolish. Gee. But next, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. If the people of the Black Soul Society weren't that stupid, they should have quickly reacted and associated this with him in no way. At that time, if you want to protect yourself, there is no other shortcut. The only way to do that is to keep improving your strength. Tokyo thought darkly. In a world like this, the only way to not be a lamb to the slaughter is to keep getting stronger. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shurchio exchanged WeChat messages with her schoolmate and made an appointment. After leaving the school first, he leaned against the pole outside the school and waited for about 10 or so minutes before seeing Lan Ningxue sneaking out of the school like a thief. Shurchyo smiled bitterly. Senior sister, there's no need for this, right? Lan Ningxue, I'm not doing this for your own good. Don't want to get you into trouble. Then there's no need to hide it even from the schoolgirls, right? No, just say out that mouth. If she knows, not in half a day the whole student union knows. Blue Ningxue is serious. In short, we still low profile good, do not attract too much attention. That's not possible, I'm afraid. Shurchyo looked at the obviously well-dressed Lan Ningxue. The upper body is a cool halter plus a single thin white gauze tunic, the lower body is white eye-shattering long legs, undoubtedly thrown wherever will be the focus of the whole scene. Lan Ningxue looked at him in disbelief. Tokiwa shrugged, because no matter where you're thrown, Hokage, you'll never be able to relate to the words don't draw attention to yourself either. Blue Ningxue froze, and then the pretty face slightly red, deliberately cover the eyes of the steel, coaxing girl's words, fools only believe it. Finish then backhand in front of the first to go, the eyes are curved. Tokyo smiled a little and followed silently. Empire Mall. The largest mall in Mono. However, there weren't many people here, it was nothing like what Shurchyo had imagined, the huge mall was empty. The entire mall probably doesn't have half as many customers as the salesman. This is too cold, Shurchyo couldn't help but whisper. Lan Ningxue smiled from the side, that's for sure, not many would actually come here to buy things because the things sold here are only sold with Imperial points. And the way to earn Empire points is either you're a college student and you get them by completing tasks, or you're an official and you get a certain amount of Empire points with your monthly paycheck as well, with bonuses counting separately. 56 passive skills. Timothy nodded thoughtfully and asked, what all are we going to buy today? Lan Ningxue replied, powerful anti-radiation potion, powerful soul power node enhancer, powerful adrenaline, powerful. There's also a communications kit that can be used in high radiation environments. Most of these things are relatively common. However, it belonged to the controlled resources of the Empire, so only sole contractors with Imperial points could purchase it. The two of them, Shurchyo and Lan Ningxue, wandered around the mall together for a while and basically found everything on their shopping list. After finding what they were going to use, the two were in no hurry to leave. It was the first time that Shurchyo had come to the Imperial Mall and wanted to take a casual look around. He found quite a few interesting things here. Ordinary guns, weapons, and defenses were definitely not sold here, and those things could be easily purchased at the system mall or trading houses. So the entire mall basically didn't see much in the way of weaponry, and there was very little. Most of the items are potions with various exotic effects. Some of them were animal bones brought out from the other spacegate, or some more specialized metal materials. In short, they are all regulated items. Controlling these things is also to reduce the risk of these important resources falling into the hands of some unscrupulous elements, such as those like the Stonequake Crackers. Permanent Mental Cap Increaser. Permanent Spiritual Growth Speed Booster Potion. Tokyo picked up the two potions. The current him was in dire need of greater spiritual power so that he could manipulate more puppets at once. The price is not too expensive, just 100 Empire points for a bottle. Although the added cap isn't that high. On Shurchyo's body, there were a total of just 700 points, which could be considered a great wealth for a freshman. But when you actually come here, you can't really buy much. Lan Ningxue asked curiously, Senior, what do you want to buy so many mental power potions for? Could it be that you want to take the mage route? Shurchyo smiled, having a higher spiritual power will allow me to bless you, senior sister, a few more times in the future when we do a fight. As soon as Lan Ningxue heard this, her face suddenly reddened, and she subconsciously thought of the way she looked when Autumn threw him a blessing the first time she was at the space gate. Shurchyo's gaze swept through a large pile of potions, and the variety of strange effects opened his eyes. I can't believe they even have a drug that increases natural longevity. But the price is also completely unaffordable for Tokyo now. This is, said Tokyo, picking up a special-looking tube of injection. When he picked it up, the system in his head gave him the properties of the item. Name, Deed Soul Hidden Characteristic Activation Potion. Rating, Rare. Effect, after using it, there is a certain probability of activating the hidden characteristics of one's own contracted soul. Success rate, 5 to 15%. Note, deeded souls without hidden characteristics are invalid when used. Price, 1,000 Imperial points or 500 Imperial points plus 500,000 Imperial coins. Shurchyo turned around and asked, Senior sister, what is the deeded soul hidden trait thing? He had also been at the university for a week now and had never heard of it. Lan Ningxue took a look at the potion held in Shurchyo's hand and explained, oh, that one is considered the hidden ability of the deeded soul, or you could say it's a passive skill. Passive skills? Yes, but this passive skill, which is hidden when you've just awakened your contracted soul, can only be activated through that potion in your hand. Lan Ningxue organized the wording and then said, for example, my soul attunement characteristic is to make bullets carry ice attribute damage, and at the same time it will reduce the opponent's ice resistance by 10% when it hits you. Soul attunement characteristic is that after entering the phantom shadow state, it will quickly recover soul power every second. Tokyo nodded, pondering, so that's it, passive skills However, the success rate of this activation potion is very low, and it's very costly to activate successfully. And there are some deeded souls that are born without passive skills. Lan Ningxue smiled bitterly, so no matter how many times they use it, it's useless. The most crucial thing is that they simply can't tell whether it's their own face that's black after the activation fails, or whether their own contracted souls aren't being moved at all. Shurchio smiled bitterly, then isn't this thing just a bet on luck? Lan Ningxue, yes, and you have to bet on the luck of both sides. I've seen someone spend tens of thousands of empire points without successfully activating a passive skill, and finally he realized that his contracted soul was not passive. Then he exploded in his mind and slapped himself to death with instant noodles. Tim Chu. Pity. In the end, though, Tokio bought the tube of activator. He wasn't at all concerned that his contracted soul hadn't been moved. Are you kidding? A god doesn't have passive skills? What kind of god is that? 57 Special Reactions. It was dusk when they left the Empire Mall. Shurchio saw the food street in the distance. Senior sister, let's eat outside before going back. Well, Blue Ningxue responded. Her heart was quite happy. She also wanted to spend some more time alone with her schoolmate. This food court is well known in Manhwa and is said to contain the cuisine of several countries. The two of them wandered around the food court for a long time, basically eating their way through every single stall. Lan Ningxue actually rarely came out to play. Most of the time when she was at school in the past, she was busy with cultivation, classes, tasks, and student council matters, so she seemed excited to try everything she saw. After finishing another skewer, Lan Ningxue contentedly put down the skewer and licked the corner of her mouth. Shurchio smiled. Senior sister, is there anything else you want to eat? Blue Nimbus thought for a moment. Well, I'm kind of craving ice cream. Shurchio nodded. I think I just saw a foreigner's ice cream stand over there. Let's stroll over and take a look. Yes, Lan Ningxue was happy like a little girl, where there was still a little bit of the appearance of a clear and cold school sister. As she walked, Lan Ningxue looked at Shurchio next to her and spat out her tongue. Schoolmate, can't see that you still love shopping? Don't love it. Lan Ningxue was puzzled. Then why? Shurchio shrugged. Didn't you ask me to come out with you to make purchases because you wanted me to accompany you? Lan Ningxue's face flushed red with embarrassment and stammered. Don't you talk nonsense. How could I have that meaning? Is that so? Then I misunderstood. Tokioka, then, senior sister, let's go back. How can this be? Immediately, Lan Ningxue saw the smile on Shurchio's face and instantly understood what was going on. Stinky schoolmate, you dare to set me up, you're dead. I'm going to punish you with the subterfuge of the class rules when we get back. Tokio. There really is such a thing as subterfuge, huh? It was getting dark. The streetlight was dim, drawing the shadows of the two men in long. School brother, I want to ask you a question. You have to answer me seriously. Lan Ningxue seemed to have hesitated for a long time before she finally opened her mouth. Shurchio was puzzled. Senior sister, you can ask whatever you want. That's the one. Lan Ningxue couldn't help but ask, on the day you confessed to me, in the end, it was because of Xia Yao and the girls jumping up and down, purely because of the blessing of an accident wanting to be responsible for, or because you really like me? Toward the end, her voice had gotten smaller and smaller, gradually becoming inaudible. Shurchio first froze for a moment. He didn't expect his senior sister to ask such a question. Lan Ningxue's cheeks were flushed, like ripe apples under the streetlights, looking delicious and charming, making people want to take a bite. Shurchio didn't answer directly, but just smiled faintly to herself. If it's something I don't like, it won't change just because of what other people say. So molding 2-0. Lan Ningxue skimmed her mouth, but her heart was still happy to hear this answer. Although Lan Ningxue had been thinking about how to molest this elementary school brother since the first day Shurchio joined the class. But she never thought she would actually be with her elementary school brother. As the two spoke, they were almost at the school in the blink of an eye. Schoolboy. When the autumn just reacted, felt a cool silk thing actually pasted up, it turned out to be the school sister engaged in a sneak attack. Quickly kissed him on the mouth, and then quickly disappeared. I'll see you tomorrow. Schoolmate Lan Ningxue ran away with a giggle. Shurchio touched the residual warmth on his lips and revealed a bitter smile, not knowing what to say. This was his first kiss, and he didn't think that his sister would take it away just like that? Damn it. I can't believe they didn't take the initiative. Back at the apartment, Tokio took out the things she had bought at the Empire Mall today. 1 tube of mental growth, 1 tube of mental limit, and 1 tube of deeded soul trade activation. Characteristic activation was not in a hurry first, and Shurchio first stuck 2 tubes of mental power potion into his arm. As the liquid was injected into his body, a certain kind of energy circulated little by little through his various soul power nodes, and Shurchio also felt a slight increase in his spiritual power. Hint, you've injected the Empire's special T88 mental power cap potion. Hint, your maximum spirit is permanently plus 10. Tim Chu. Good lord, it sure is really low. Shurchio smiled bitterly, although he had originally had the thought that this kind of potion that permanently increased the cap shouldn't be enchanted too much, but 10 points was too pitifully low. And it's also ridiculously expensive, 100 empire points for a tube. But it seemed reasonable. If a few hundred could be added up with a single stab, then wouldn't those rich and powerful people within the empire be able to mass produce a bunch of archmages out of them without cultivation, just by sticking needles in them? However, at this time, a prompt once again sounded in Shurcho's mind. Hint, the Empire's special T88 mental power cap potion has undergone a special reaction in your body. Hint, after using the potion, some people will experience special reactions, probability of occurrence, 0.000001%. 58 bone heterogenization. Timothy, huh? Special reactions? Pharmaceuticals are drugs, and as long as they are drugs, it is understandable that some people have specific allergic reactions. But with an occurrence rate of 0.000001%, how can I even stumble upon this probability? Shurcho smiled bitterly. It's also a bit too unlucky, isn't it? Hint, for unknown reasons, your spirit is continuing to grow, +1, +1, +2, +1. Ha? Wait. With that tube of potion just now, +10 should have gone up already. And yet it's still going up. This particular reaction doesn't seem to be a bad effect? Hint, for unknown reasons, your spirit is continuing to grow, +1, +2, +2, +1. Hint, for unknown reasons, your mental damage resistance is continuing to grow, +2, +2, +1, +1. Hint, your skin cells are undergoing an unknown alienation due to a specific reaction to the drug. Skin cell alienation, +1, +1, +1. Hint, due to a special reaction to the drug, your bone is undergoing an unknown alienation. Bone alienation, +1, +1, +1. The system's electronic beep lasted for about a minute or so. One tube of the potion went down, and Shurcho's spirit unexpectedly rose by more than 150. You have to realize that his original spirit was just over 300. Tokio picked up the injection vial that had just been emptied from the tube and sighed unexpectedly. That's a good one. But Shurcho also didn't know if the special reaction to this potion appeared by chance only this one time, or if it was his kind of physique that appeared every time he injected it. If it can appear every time, then this thing is a treasure for him. Tokio muttered, type T88 mental power cap potion. Going back to try a few more whole ones. But what does the system mean by skin cell alienation and bone alienation? Timothy just cared about the spirit in front of it. The skin cell alienation in the back didn't bother him much originally. He originally thought that it should just be a normal skin allergy. However, as soon as Shurcho looked down at his arm that had just been pierced with a needle, he was so scared that he almost didn't lift the table directly. Only to see that on his arm, there was actually a white bony substance seeping out from within his skin. And his skin color has changed. Shurcho's face suddenly changed. Rushing into the toilet, she turned on the light and looked in the mirror. He found that his complexion, spreading from his left arm to the entire left half of his body, had become as pale as a dead man. There was no blood color. Tim Chu. He touched his left arm again. It was found that even where there was no penetration of the white bone substance, bumpy, hard bone material could be felt under the skin. Tokio. What the hell is going on here? So this is how I'm going to turn into Junmare? Shurcho looked at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression. Could it be because of the death deed soul? It's not like I'm going to end up like the Grim Reaper, with my whole body turning into a skeleton, is it? Early the next morning. The first thing Tokio did when she woke up was to take another look in the mirror before she sighed in relief. Phew. Okay. The skin color on the left half of Tokio's face gradually returned to normal. But the overall skin seems to have cleared up quite a bit. The bone on his left arm seemed to have contracted part of the way back as well. Fortunately, as long as this allergic reaction can be recovered. After breakfast, Shurcho picked up the hidden characteristics activator that was last used yesterday. Because of the allergic reaction that had already occurred yesterday, Tokio didn't dare to put that shot in again. And there was only a 5%-15% probability, so Shurcho himself didn't report much expectation. But it's fine, the big deal is that if you fail, you'll just buy it again later. Being in an elite class of juniors, there are no worries about not having enough points. With this in mind, Tokio injected that potion into his body with a good heart. Hint, you injected the hidden trait activation potion. Hint, activation is being attempted in. Hint, congratulations. Activation successful. Tip. A system light screen appeared in front of Shurcho. Shurcho's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the curtain of light that appeared in front of him. This is. The time to enter the space door for the S-rank quest was in the afternoon. Tokio took advantage of the morning to make another run to the largest 4S store in Mono City. He's going to buy a car. Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with? The shopping guide young lady took the initiative to come up and ask. I'm going to buy a car, full payment, the kind you pick up now. Timothy Chu was succinct. The shopping guide lady brightened up and didn't belittle Shirchio because of his age, but instead asked enthusiastically, "Okay, we have all kinds of cars from 20,000 10 million here. May I ask what kind of price you probably need? There's not much else required, but it has to be able to be used in a high radiation environment." High radiation. May I ask how high? Just a single city space gate in one area kind of thing. The shopping guide lady is embarrassed. This. Tokyo, what? No. Not really. The shopping guide lady smiled bitterly. It's just that the price might be a bit on the expensive side. How much? Without the branding requirements, it would probably cost about $3 million. Shirchio was secretly staggered, not realizing that it was actually so expensive. The shopper lady added, "But if you are an official worker or a college student, you can get a 30% discount." 59 Preparing for a rainy day. Shirchio breathed a sigh of relief. With a 70% discount, that would be roughly $2 million or so. Although it was a bit expensive, he could still afford it. "Okay, show me around." After successfully buying an off-road radiation-resistant vehicle, Tokyo drove away from the 4S store and drove the car again to the entrance of a relatively remote alley. 5 men in black robes and masks came out of the alleyway entrance, dressed in such a way as to prevent anyone from recognizing them. It was none other than Flathead Man and their 5 puppet martial corpses. Shirchio opened the car door and jumped down, and several people shouted respectfully, "Master." This radiation-resistant car Shirchio wasn't meant to be used by himself, but for a few of them to drive. Shirchio raised both of his fingers and tapped his own brow, and the seal of the contract also appeared on the foreheads of several puppet martial corpses all of a sudden. Through the contract, Shirchio transmitted his consciousness to them. "After we enter the Spacegate Otherworld in the afternoon, you guys follow us in as well, and follow the convoy of Mono City University from afar, so you don't get caught." Yes. 5. Timothy Chu is saving for a rainy day. He always felt that something wasn't quite right about this mission. That short senior from the Black Souls Society was among them, making him feel a little sensitive as the true murderer. Perhaps the gang from the Black Soul Society weren't too stupid and had already reacted to the fact that the disappearance of Flathead Man and the others must have something to do with themselves. The rules of the Empire were that it didn't matter how they fought each other internally in the real world, but once they entered the Spacegate alien plane, or when they were invaded by an alien race, all the races had to be united in their fight against each other. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the Empire. However, Tokyo didn't trust those guys from the Black Soul Society. In such a world full of crises everywhere, any mindfulness will turn you into a prey in someone's mouth in a minute. Letting these puppets enter the Spacegate with him was a precautionary measure, and they could support him at critical moments. Shirchio thought of something else and looked at the flat-headed man. "By the way, what is that short senior's soul deed ability, do you know? After all, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is never dangerous in 100 battles." Flat guy, ? Timothy Chu. Is the vice president of your Black Soul Society, Zhou Yanan. The flat-headed man suddenly realized, oh. His contracted soul is some kind of strange creature called an evil spirit, and when he gets into a fighting state, he turns into one of those evil spirits. I don't know much about the rest. I wasn't much of a high-ranking figure in the Black Soul Society when I was alive. When he heard the word evil spirit, Shirchio immediately grinned with a playful smile. Isn't that a coincidence? Tokiwa smiled. What about the rest of the teammates who are in the same class as him? How much do you know about them? The flat-headed man thought for a moment. I remember a dark mage, a blood mage, and... After listening silently, Tokyo's heart dropped. It was not what he expected. These guys from the Black Soul Society's contracted souls are all dark attributed, and their abilities should be just right to be utilized by his newly activated passive skill. When the real world got its hands dirty, Shirchio still had a lot of scruples. But in the Spacegate Heterotopia, if they dare to play any tricks, it is just right that they can solve this gang of Black Soul Society's through and through at once. Afternoon. 1 o'clock, single city Spacegate teleportation point. Outside the main entrance, countless gun-toting city guards stood guard, and several transport trucks were parked at the entrance. Today there is a concentration of students from all 8 campuses of Manhwa University, with more than 20 members of the elite junior class meeting here one after another. Zhou Yanan, the short male senior, was squatting in a remote corner, and around him were gathered 9 members of the Junior Black Soul Society, all of whom were participating in the mission today. Zhou Yanan exhaled a smoke ring, leisurely. Did you hear all the plans? Crowd, understood. 9. Zhou Yanan's eyes flashed coldly. Very well, listen, we are trying to catch them alive this time. It's naturally easy to catch Shirchio, that freshly awakened auxiliary. The key thing is to never let that woman, Xiaoxia, catch a hold of us. That woman is no joke if she goes crazy. Crowd, yes. 9. On the side, Unite had been alone without interacting with these people, but suddenly let out a cold laugh. If you're so afraid of her, why bother? Why don't you just go back? I can get that Shirchio back even if I'm alone. Zhou Yanan raised his head and glanced at this woman who was leaning against one of the walls like a cold black rose. Yuya, don't think that just because your contracted soul trait is seen by the president that you can have no one in your sights. At the university, if you dare to disrespect the senior, you'll pay the price sooner or later. Contempt flashed through Unite's cold and arrogant eyes. In my eyes, there has never been any difference in seniority between seniors and juniors. What I believe in has always been that the strong are honored. If you're not convinced, we can go practice in the actual room next door right now. There's still time before the mission starts anyway. Zhou Yanan's face suddenly became extraordinarily ugly. This cold girl in front of him was actually only a sophomore, a rank 10 soul contractor, yet she made him, a junior senior and a rank 13 soul contractor, feel afraid. This was because he had already learned that this cold girl possessed a superb ability to cross the level of challenge. 60. Sisters, do you all want me to die? Yuki had already single-killed a level 13 Fey Beast when he was only at level 9. Although the two were equally as a ranked soul contractors, their talents were worlds apart. So the only thing Zhou Yanan can do is to take the name of senior and vice president to pressure her. But the young girl is not eating this. This made Zhou Yanan very angry. Such an unruly and untamed girl, I'm afraid that within the Black Soul Society, only a strong person like Senior Blackbone can suppress her. Unite's beautiful cold eyes swept over 4 of the students surrounding Zhou Yanan. You guys are members of my class, but why are you standing next to him? Listening to his orders? Those students were embarrassed, looking at Zhou Yanan for a moment and Unite for a moment, not knowing what to do. It's forcing them to take sides. These two, on one side, are the vice presidents of the Black Soul Society. On the other side, there was the most promising upstart in the society. It was said that he was also a registered student of one of the top teachers in the capital city. He's also a popular figure around Mr. Blackbone. It's really hard to choose. But after thinking for a moment, those few students ultimately chose to stay by Zhou Yanan's side, and none of them sided with Yuya. After all, Yuya was still only a sophomore and didn't have any real power within the Dark Souls Society, so if she was messed with, she'd get a few cold stares at best. But Zhou Yanan was the current vice president, and messing with him would make his future days at the university difficult. Seeing the final choice of his fellow teammates, Yuya didn't feel much disappointment. Zhou Yanan instead raised the corners of her mouth proudly. How is it, now do you still think you can do it alone? Yuya's face was expressionless, just what I was looking for. I happen to be tired of the hassle of carrying around a few tired people. After saying that, she turned around and left in style with a toss of her long hair. Cut. Zhou Yanan gloomily, self-righteous woman, pretending NM? Wait for it, I'll make you kneel in front of me sooner or later. Another moment passed. One by one, all students gathered and arrived in the prep area to make final preparations before departure. At this moment, there were crowds of people in front of the Spacegate teleportation array, and those who were able to gather here today were all level 10 or above soul contractors, the elite students of Mono City University. In Mono City, a level 10 or higher soul fitter was already the backbone of the resistance against the alien invasion. Tokiwa and the others make their final appearance. Duan Lan walked at the front, leading Xiaoxia, Lan Ningxue, and Shurqiu as they traversed through the crowd. Several school sisters exuded a cool temperament, and teacher Duan Lan, needless to say, walked all the way through the crowd without looking at anyone, her calm eyes devoid of a trace of impurities, as if she was indifferent to everything. It's like the moon in the sky, unattainable. It makes men drool over them, but they simply don't dare to come halfway near them. It was only sometimes that Autumn knew how cute and delicate these schoolmates of hers were. Although there are times when there is some belly. Wow! Look guys, it's Sister Joe Blue and her class. School Sister Chow is my goddess. I can't believe I can go on a mission with my goddess, I'm so happy Isn't that person the most arrogant newcomer in history, Shurqiu, who refused the invitation of the 3 major powers last time? Isn't he just a freshman? Could it be that he's also going to participate in this mission together? It's only freshman year and you've come to a junior S-level mission to mix up your experience. What kind of background does this kid have? I fought for 3 years to get this mission. That's right, if we really run into a foreigner, how can a freshman like him help with a hammer? A number of people were clearly very upset that Tokiwa could join this mission as well. The reason was simple, they thought that Shurqiu had taken advantage of them. This kind of task a freshman could definitely not help in any way, yet had to share the rewards equally with them. However, in fact, a deeper layer is that they are all clear that the risk rate of this mission is very low, so they all know that the likelihood of the rewards that Shurqiu will be able to mix up safe and sound is very high. They can all mix. But they don't want to let Tokioka mix it up. Because Tokio is a freshman. Most of the people here were in the elite class, and after awakening a highly rated deeded soul in their freshman year, they defaulted in their minds to being the pride of heaven, thinking that they were the top of the heap. Yet the brutal rules of the university soon dealt them a heavy blow, for even among geniuses there was still a gap between them and geniuses. They rolled through college for 3 years before barely getting an escort assignment. People are like this, just like a 20-year-old employee, see a new join less than a year of new people get the same salary as their own, will certainly feel upset. However, the old employee may never have thought that he has never made progress in 20 years. So they naturally feel cynical about students like Shirchio who get special preferential treatment, especially if Shirchio is in the same class as Chao Xie and the others. Thinking that Shirchio can stay with the goddess of their hearts every day, train together, eat together, and live in the same apartment. This makes them even more upset. Well, Shirchio naturally sensed those unkind eyes and helplessly revealed a bitter smile. The quirky Xiaoyao came over from the side, took Shirchio's arm, and asked with a wink, "Senior, what do you think we'll have for dinner later?" Tim Chu, this. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they became even angrier. "I'm too sore. Why not me?" "Arm. The arm." His arm touched. "Damn. That schoolmate is definitely a LSP pretending to be pure. Damn it. This green tea man. Goddess Yao mustn't be deceived by his simple milk dog appearance." Tip. Hostile values of the surrounding crowd are on the rise, +5, +9, +13. Tim Chu. Xiaoyao just stared curiously at Shirchio alone, as if he didn't pay any attention to the feelings of the bystanders. "Senior, why don't you say anything?" Shirchio. "Sister, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Xiaoyao looked innocent. "What?" Who knows that at this time, Chao Xie also scurried out from the other side, smilingly holding onto Shirchio's other arm. "Schoolmate, in a moment when you wear the radiation protection suit, let me help you wear it, okay? You're definitely not skillful at wearing it for the first time." Crowd of students around them. Warning. Hostile values of the surrounding crowd continue to increase at a high rate, +20, +26, +33. Tim Chu. "Sisters, are you guys just dying for me to die?" 61 base in the space portal. Xiao Xie was surprised. "How could that be, senior? You're our troop's favorite. If you run into danger in a foreign realm, we'll definitely protect you with all our might." Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. That's right. Tokyo. "I don't think I should run into much danger in the other realm, but back at school I'm probably going to be assassinated." When Lan Ningxue saw Shirchio's arm being held by both Chao Xie and Xiaoyao in such a way, she immediately felt a little sour in her heart. She forced herself to hold back the jealousy in her heart and kept her face expressionless. "That's enough, you two, you're about to leave, why don't you quickly check the equipment?" Xiao Shiyu turned her head to look at her. "You're sore." Lan Ningxue was annoyed. "I didn't. At least you're the vice president, can you be serious?" Zhou Xia, "You're in a hurry." Blue Nimbus. Tokyo. "Why does that sound familiar to me?" Against a sea of hateful and angry stares, he finally made it inside to the prep area. Dodging the salty hands of her schoolmates, Shirchio put on her own radiation suit. This kind of radiation suit is actually not difficult to wear. The appearance is no different from a normal jacket, easy to move. It is the fastening of the buttons that is complicated. It is specially designed for the soul fitters. The anti-radiation agent is then injected into the body. Hint, you've injected a powerful anti-radiation potion. Hint, your radiation resistance is +93%. Hokage, are you done? Chao Xie and the girls came out from the nearby cubicle and had all changed their clothes as well. Tokyo checked again to make sure there were no problems. Just in case, why don't senior sister come and help you check? Xiaoyao reached out and probed to Shirchio's waist. Pop. Lan Ningxue slapped Xiaoyao's hand away. Ah. Xiaoyao rubbed the back of his hand that was reddened by the beating and said with aggression, "Sister Lan, what are you doing? I'm just kidding with my schoolmate." Lan Ningxue's cheeks reddened and she stammered, I accidentally hit it hard. I'm about to enter the space gate, stop it." Xiaoyao pouted, "This slap of yours, I'll believe you when you say you're hitting a mistress." Tim Chu. Chao Xie gave Lan Ningxue a deep look, a few hints of playfulness in her eyes. Before they were about to leave, Mr. Duan Lan, as the representative of the guides, went to the front of the group to say a few words. She swept her gaze across the crowd and said aloud, "It's not the first time most of you have been on an escort mission, so there's not much I can say about that, and all classes must keep in mind the duration of the anti-radiation drug statute of limitations. Although the anti-radiation potion was injected, the strength of each person was different, and the time that the effect of the medicine could last was also different. Shirchio was at a lower level now, so she had to be re-injected every hour. Immediately after that, the crowd lined up to enter the space portal. All Timothy Chu felt was a dazzling halo of light. All of them together were wrapped in white light, as if they had passed through a very long time tunnel. At the same time, as the space approached, Shirchio also felt a strong sense of oppression. Radiation. Tokyo narrowed his eyes. Gradually, he could feel the world ahead of him. When I opened my eyes again, they were wide open. This was the second time that Shirchio had entered the Monocity Spacegate exotic realm, but the environment in this area was obviously much worse than the one he had first entered. Yellow sand filled the sky, the earth was broken, the sky was gray and the visibility was extremely low, and a depressing feeling arose. Basically, 10 meters away, you can't see anything if you don't use any equipment or soul deed abilities. Aside from Shirchio, there were also quite a few first-time soul contractors who couldn't help but let out exclamations. Man! It's just like the end times. I didn't realize the environment in A1 was so harsh. No wonder the likelihood of running into a foreigner on this mission is extremely low. Even the foreigners can't survive in such a harsh environment, right? Ha! But the aura here is so abundant? If we can retreat and cultivate here, our soul power should be able to increase very quickly, right? Shut up here? You're looking for ing death, right? All of them also sighed just a little bit before they got into their respective cars under the guidance of their class guides and then drove to the designated coordinates. 20 vehicles, traveling for roughly 3 hours, arrived at the coordinates. Upon arriving at the location, the crowd disembarked. There were quite a few city defense forces guarding the entrance, and upon seeing the fleet of Seoul contractors from Mono City University, they immediately began to arrange for people to load the supplies onto the vehicles. Shurchio looked up and realized that this was actually a large mining base. A super large steam machinery erected in front of the eyes, its hull by countless lengths of different sizes of dark gray metal tubes welded together. Every few meters you can see it take up the entire plane of the gears. Each gears are even 3 to 4 adults tall. Precision wedge, the thinnest part of the bearings are also as thick as an elephant's leg. Shurchio narrowed his eyes. Humans even have a base in the world inside the space gate. Surprised? Duan Lan stepped out from the side. In fact, most of the materials needed for the weapons and equipment used by Seoul contractors are unearthed from the space gate exotic realms of various cities. 62 hit me twice, out of anger? Timothy raised an eyebrow. So that's it. So, there are human gathering bases inside the space gates of almost every city? On the side, Xiao Xia broke her fingers and said, that's not necessarily true, but there are at least a few dozen of them. While the alien races attack our world, the Empire is constantly sending troops to conquer these alien realms. Tokyo didn't say anything else, as if in thought. The crowd stayed at the base a little longer because they had to load the truck. Shurchio felt the surrounding hostile value. If the eyes can kill, it is estimated that he has long been 1,000 cuts of death. But among so many people, there were 2 strands of hostile values that were particularly heavy. One strand naturally came from Zhou Yanan's group. Shurchio pretended to help load the car. However, through the rearview mirror of the car, he could see Zhou Yanan standing not far behind him, his expression sinister and sneering as he looked at himself. Is it really coming at me? Shurchio secretly thought. It seems that he is really exposed. Dealing with me as a freshman, even the short man, the vice president, has personally come out. It's really enough to give me face. But it's good. I'd like to see what you guys want. Let it be done in this otherworldly realm. On top of that, Tokyo sensed another hostile look. But what puzzled him was that the look was coming from a woman he didn't even know. The woman was dressed in a tight leather jacket, with cold eyes and a cold temperament, like a female secret agent. And she thief draws special style. All the people in the room radiation suit is white, just she one is black, as if it is special. Standing there are thief eye. But Shurchio couldn't figure it out. He couldn't remember when he had ever messed with a woman like that. How could she be so hostile to him? Lan Mingxue came up next to Shurchio, quietly poked his shoulder, and whispered, "What are you thinking about? Nervous?" Then he puffed out his chest. "Don't be afraid, senior sister, I'll protect you." Tokyo smiled bitterly. Not. Zhou Yanan watched Shurchio and the others for a while from a dozen meters away and turned his head to ask the student behind him, "Have you marked them yet?" That student raised one of his right hands, his palm facing Shurchio, and a dark rune light was glowing in his palm. After a moment, he let out a breath and lowered his arm. "Marked, he'll never escape." Great. Zhou Yanan was satisfied. In this alien realm filled with mist and radiation, communication devices can only maintain communication up to 3 kilometers. But marking with the soul deed ability was different. No matter where Shurchio escaped to, as long as he remained in this world, he would definitely not be able to escape. At this time, there was a group of students coming towards Shurchio's side of their class. The man in the lead had long hair, was quite strong looking, and his eyebrows made it look like he was not the goods to be messed with. Yuli was slightly startled to see the visitor, then gently poked Xiao Xiyu to remind, "You, sister you." Xiao Xie turned her head and squinted and smiled when she saw the visitor. "Hey little dragon, it's been a long time." Long Ming Ben came with a gloomy and serious face. However, once he heard the name Little Dragon, he immediately became a little nervous. "Zhou Xie, nah, looking for me for something?" Long Ming forced down his fire. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiao Xie shrugged. "It's not just cool for you to have a date, don't be so petty." "Once?" Long Ming perked up. "This is already the 72nd time you've missed my date." Crowd. Timothy Chu. This dude is pretty persistent. Xia Yao squinted. "Well nah, he's the most persistent of sister-used suitors." Xiao Xie froze. "Yes? What do you say?" "Gee, I'm sorry about that." Long Ming glared. "Sorry? This time, in order to help you get the black crystal, that gang of foreigners almost threw me to feed the foreign beasts. You're just going to apologize and that's the end of it? I didn't ask you to go, you asked to go." Xiao Xie stood up straight and straightened her back. "Otherwise, then you'll hit me twice, out of anger?" Long Ming said angrily. "You think I really don't dare to hit a woman?" Said he was about to raise his hand for a slap. However, the student behind him weakly reminded, "Brother Long, you can't beat her." Lan Min. He silently dropped his hand and only scratched his neck. Not fighting? Xiao Xia winked playfully. Then why don't you simply scold me twice? Don't hold it in. Long Ming has long been holding back for days, pointing at Xiao Xiyu's nose and opening his mouth to curse. You. However, the student behind him once again weakly reminded, Brother Long, it seems like you can't scold her either. Lan Min. Tim Chu. Neither beating nor scolding. Xia Yao tilted her head, strangely saying, Senior, then what the hell are you doing here? Long Ming was silent for a long time and sighed lightly. Xiao Yu, how could I possibly spare to beat you and scold you? Long Ming had a grumpy look on his face. I just want to ask you, where exactly am I lacking? I think I'm quite sincere to you. Why is it that you just refuse to accept my pursuit? Xiao Xia smiled slightly. Oh, this is very simple, because I already have someone I like. Saying that, Xiao Xia smiled and walked next to Shi Qiu, naturally and intimately taking his arm. That's my schoolmate. Timothy? Blue Nimbus. 63 will keep my secret, won't it? SH. What? Long Ming was shocked and his body trembled. He looked at Tokiyaki with a stunned face. You like this freshman? Xiao Xia made a face and pretended to be angry. What's wrong with freshman year? Looking down on freshman year? Have you never had a freshman year? Long Ming was embarrassed. No. I didn't mean that. I mean he's not even close to you, and the difference in status between the two of you. As long as one has the talent, strength can be made stronger. What is status then? Xiao Xia proudly raised her head. Schoolboy is an S-rank soul contractor. Long Ming choked and looked at Shirchio with a complicated expression. An S-class soul contractor was indeed a rare talent, especially less so in a small city like Mono City. But I don't believe it. Long Ming gritted his teeth. Why don't I know anything about it? And he's only been here for a few days. How could you possibly be with him so soon? Did I say I was with my schoolmate? I'm just saying that I like him. Xiao Xia held Shirchio's arm tighter with a smile on her face. Schoolmate hasn't promised me yet, so I'm still in pursuit. Tim Chu. Long Ming took 2 steps back and covered his chest. He's feeling a little heartburn. But I was afraid of causing trouble for my elementary school brother, so I never told anyone. Long Ming, you're a good person, so you'll definitely help me keep my secret, right? Xiao Xia finished looking at Long Ming with an expectant look on her face. Long Ming's body trembled and slowly backed up. What? Long Ming turned around violently, as if he didn't want anyone to see his sad tears, and raced away to leave. A few followers were embarrassed for a while and hurriedly followed as well. Brother Long. Wait for us. Xiao Xiyu froze. This cannot be, really cry? I thought he was a steel slugger. Shirchio, Duan Lan, Lan Ningxue, Xia Yao, Yu Li. Duan Lan. Xia, you're too harsh, we're all classmates, this isn't good. Xia Yao nodded. That's right, killing people and also killing their hearts. It's a good way to get him off his ass. Xiao Xia let go of her hand and stretched comfortably with a heartless face. Nah, schoolmate, just now the situation was urgent, so I used you as a shield. You shouldn't mind, right? Tokio smiled bitterly. He certainly didn't mind. But I'm afraid some people mind. He already smelled a strong acidic odor. So acidic that he was somewhat unable to turn his head to look directly into the eyes of the Blue Ningxue. It didn't take long for the supplies to be loaded. The crowd got into the car. Coming in with 1 class to a car and going back with 2 classes to a car, there was limited space in the loading trucks, so 10 cars needed to be empty to load supplies. Shirchio's class, coincidentally, happened to be assigned to the same car as Long Ming's class. So an eerie atmosphere filled the cabin. Xiao Xia's cadre of sisters were playfully chatting there. Sitting on the opposite side, Long Ming's group was in a sad atmosphere. Mainly Long Ming grief. The dude seems to have not gotten over the grief of being sent a good guy card. He sat with his face against the wall, buried in the crook of his elbow, still whimpering, and shrugging his shoulders from time to time. The student next to him had a stiff face and seemed to be patting him on the shoulder to comfort him. Tim Chu. On the other hand, Lan Ningxue had a face that was as cold as ice, ignoring no one and sitting there silently polishing the firearms in her arms. After a while, Lan Ningxue got up and went to the next cabin to use the restroom. Tokiwa hesitated and got up to follow as well. When he pushed the door in, he happened to see Lan Ningxue bending over the sink to wash her hands. Tokio walked over and stood next to her at the sink, calling out cautiously from beside her. Sister? Blue Ningxue face is filled with aggrieved jealousy sadness, but also swing the body to the side, make it absolutely will not care about you look. Tokiwa's finger poked the side of her waist, share? Blue Nimbus. Seeing Lan Ningxue's expression change, Shirchio suddenly felt funny and called out another word that he originally thought he couldn't call out at all. Wife. Lan Ningxue's suddenly ears are red, turned over and hurriedly covered Shirchio's mouth. You whisper, in case the other people heard how to do? Shirchio smiled. Senior sister, you're not angry anymore? Lan Ningxue immediately slapped her face again and let go of her hand and turned away. Who says I'm not angry? Shurchio wrapped her waist from behind. So, what would it take to keep you from getting angry? Lan Ningxue shyly pushed away. You stop, someone will be here any minute. Well, Tokyo tilted her head and thought, then let's change the place where no one will disturb us? Ha! Yikes! Lan Ningxue just froze for a moment and then was pulled into a nearby compartment by Shurchio. 64, fight me. It was only a few moments later that Shurchio and Lan Ningxue walked out of the cubicle. Tokyo straightened her clothes, making sure the radiation suit wasn't loose on her. It can, and this finally brings back the first 2 days of being the passive party. Lan Ningxue walked behind her, her cheeks red, and she didn't know if it was from shame or lack of oxygen. Her face was so shy that she was almost buried in her chest. Who would have thought that this elementary school brother looks clear-eyed and milky and cute on the outside, and playing hooliganism is actually so good astringent? Sister, are you still angry now? Lan Ningxue's beautiful eyes glared at him, no longer paying attention to him, and quickly walked out first. Tokyo smiled a little and followed out. However, as soon as the hatch of the car opened, Long Ming walked over with an expressionless face. Kid, I'm looking for you for something. Timothy, And Lan Ningxue, who had originally walked out, heard the voice and returned, looking coldly at Long Ming. What are you looking for from our class members? Long Ming looked a little complicated. Because he can't beat either Qiao Shiyu or Lan Ningxue. It's fine, don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for him, there's just something I want to say to him. Long Ming could only say this. Lan Ningxue grunted coldly, since it won't be difficult for him, if there's anything, just say so, what's there to hide? Lan Min. Shurchio smiled and said, forget it, senior sister, I think he really shouldn't have any malicious intent. You go back first, I'll talk to him. Lan Ningxue revealed some concern and hesitated for a moment. Alright then. Then he gave Long Ming another fierce scrape. If you dare to do anything against the members of our class, I will personally burn your zodiac gate. It was only then that Shurchio realized that this Long Ming was from the zodiac sect. The corner of Long Ming's mouth twitched, and he could only dryly laugh twice. This certainly won't, I'm the most bright and open-minded person. You can completely trust me, Long Ming. It better be. After Lan Ningxue left, Long Ming helplessly turned his head and looked deeply at Shurchio. Okay, kid, just for not hiding behind a woman just now, I'll recognize you as a man. But I thought you couldn't beat a woman? Long Ming, if you talk like that, we can't have a good conversation. Timothy Chu, what can I do for you? Fight me. Ha? How about coming with me in a battle between men? Long Ming had a serious face. The loser, leave Yuki's side by himself. The student next to him weakly reminded, Brother Long, you're a junior and he's a freshman, and he's an auxiliary soul fitter. I'm afraid that's not quite fair. No. Long Ming glared at the man. Whose little brother are you anyway? Tim Chu. Long Ming turned back and continued, don't worry, I'm sure I won't take advantage of you, I'll suppress the level to the same as you. By the way, how many levels are you now? Have you risen to level 2 yet? Oh. Tim Chu, I just leveled 3. Okay, level 3 right, then I also. Wait, what? You're already level 3. Long Ming stared as if he had heard something unbelievable, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've obviously only just enrolled in school for a week. I cheated you out of an extra piece of meat? Shurchio said, and with a wave of his raised hand, he lit up his leveling panel. This. Long Ming then believed it, and after a moment of silence, said, okay. When we go back, let's fight, I'll suppress the level to level 3. No, you're the auxiliary, I'll suppress it to level 1 and fight you. The loser has to fulfill his promise. It doesn't matter if I have to fight. Shurchio shrugged, but this condition isn't quite fair, is it? It doesn't seem like it would benefit me at all if I win. This. Long Ming thought about it and seemed to think so he ripped off a big gold necklace around his neck. Let's do it this way, if you win, this thing belongs to you. Timothy frowned slightly, so earthy. Long Ming. This is my family heirloom necklace, you can look at the attributes. Shurchio touched his hand to that gold necklace, and the system immediately gave an attribute panel. Name, Ancient Gold Dragon's Tooth Necklace. Rating, Rare. Attributes, wearer's mental power plus 500, psionic power plus 400, luck plus 5. Timothy nodded in recognition. It's a good one. Didn't make you suffer, did it? Long Ming smiled smugly and sneered, putting the necklace back on again, but you have to be able to win as well. Tokiwa smiled slightly and didn't say anything else. The two were about to return to the cabin together. At that moment, however, the body of the carrier suddenly shook so violently that two students almost fell to the ground without standing still. What the hell, an earthquake? Long Ming looked up in confusion. Tokyo narrowed her eyes slightly. He felt a familiar aura approaching. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly came out of the car window. The sound of the beast's roar was far and near in the mist, and it was impossible to determine the exact location. Yet one could actually sense that the voice was close. Long Ming's face changed instantly, stunned. This is a foreign beast. 65 The foreign beasts are besieged. Roar. There was another beastly roar, even more tyrannical and ferocious than the one just now. And that roar was accompanied by a shocking echoing demonic sound, as if it was close by. The students in the car all panicked and turned white. It's the Fae. We've run into the Fae. And more than one head. Long Ming turned his head and cursed his teammates in his class. Martyr, panic a hammer off. Have you guys never seen a beast before? We have hundreds of experts here, are you still afraid of a few beasts? Shurchio was also able to sense a large group of foreign beasts with a tyrannical killing aura approaching. It was exactly the same as the last time he encountered a foreign beast's aura in the spacegate, so it should be the same race. And there must be more than just a few. 5, 10, hundreds. No. Is much more. Xiao Xie and the others also collected their smiles and stood up. Duanlan ran to the window of the car, however, it was all foggy outside, so he couldn't see anything at all. Shaoli sensed the situation nearby. Duanlan hurriedly said, "Yes." Yuli immediately closed his eyes and used his spiritual power to sense the situation around him. When Yuli opened her eyes again, her face became a bit pale. Lan, Sister Lan, has so many alien beasts, numbering at least 1,000. And all of them are above level 15, and there are a dozen or so that are above level 20. On top of that, there are so many otherworldly demons. What? A foreign demon? You're saying we ran into a foreign demon? Duanlan sucked in a breath of cool air. Shurchio asked Lan Ningxue next to him when she didn't understand, "Senior sister, what is a foreign devil?" Lan Ningxue pursed her lips, her complex expression, "It's not good. The foreign demonic man. That's a foreign creature with intelligence." Boom! The earth shook again, and the body shook violently, as if the earth shook from some monster stepping on it. Long Ming's face went white. A single kick from this beast could cause an earthquake. How big of a ING monster does this have to be? In the meantime, in other delivery vehicles, the students were panicking to varying degrees. I thought this quest was basically not going to run into Fae. Nima. This roar is also too exaggerated. Just how many foreign beasts are there in this neighborhood? I don't think we've broken into their nest. What are you afraid of? It's not like we've never had a foreign beast before. Big deal, we'll slaughter all of these people. Stupid. Do you have any idea why this quest is a big 3S rank? It's because if you don't run into a beast in this A1 area, it's just that, if you do, it'll definitely be a level 15 or higher. It's even possible to run into a level 20 plus beast. Of all the cars, the only one in which the people were the most calm was the one in the car. Zhou Yanin grinned slightly as she listened to the hideous and ferocious roar outside the car. Then he looked at the other students in the car. Look me in the eye for a moment. Crowd, yes. 9. Sister Erasure, this group of alien beasts seems to be acting in an organized manner. They're trying to surround us. Yuli once again sensed the movement of the nearby beast tide and then reported back to Duanlan. Duanlan sank down. With the Fey devils around, it wasn't at all surprising that this group of Fey beasts was acting in an organized manner. It's just, why? They seem to be acting more like an ambush, as if they knew the convoy would come through here. Duanlan, how far away are they? Yuri, less than a kilometer. Duanlan's face was serious as she gently gritted her teeth and walked to the front of the car to pick up the car intercom. This is Carrier 1. A large swarm of alien beasts has been found within a kilometer of the vicinity. All carriers are moving at full speed. Strive to shake them off. Notify the city defense forces outside the spacegate to come over quickly for support. Tokyo exhaled, I'm afraid it's too late. What? Duanlan frowned. Yuli was startled. Before she followed, there's one in the front too. The carriers are very fast. A kilometer, in fact, is just a dozen seconds. A giant gorilla-shaped alien beast suddenly poked its head out of the mists and called up with a slap. A strong astral wind blew out. The carrier almost ran right into it. It was only because the driver turned the steering wheel urgently that he drifted to avoid it. The crowd in the car staggered and only barely managed to hold on. Longming slammed his head directly into the glass in front of him. After Xiao Xie held her steady, she glanced at Shurchio with some surprise. Shurchio, you can also sense the nearby foreign beasts? She was a little confused. Shurchio was only rank 3, even if an S-rank soul contractor was outrageous, it shouldn't be possible for him to have such a strong spiritual power. Timothy shook his head, I can't, I'm just guessing. In fact, he couldn't sense the exact location of those alien beasts, it was just his third world cheat that could sense the hostile values around him. Guess? Xiao Xie looked odd. Luckily at times like this, she didn't have time to ask more questions. Their carriers are dodging. However, the car behind us wasn't so lucky. Vehicle 5 is under attack by the Fae. Car 9 too. The supply container fell out. This is car 17. There's a Fae jumping on top of our car. Calls for help kept coming over the car's intercom. And the screams. Shirshio could hear that some cars were directly overturned by the alien beast with a slap, and there were quite a few explosions. The convoy of 24 vehicles was broken up at once. Squeak! Carrier 1 was also forced to make a sudden emergency stop. On the distant horizon, a dark cloud was raging on, accompanied by rolling smoke and loud booms. There was a large black mass, all of which were shadows of huge beasts. It has completely blocked the way of the convoy. There are no more angles to break through. A beast with a bull's head and a monkey's body saw the carrier stop and rushed at the first one to pounce furiously. Roar! Duanlan narrowed his eyes slightly, opened the sunroof of the car, and leapt out with a flash of his body. Only to see her faster than a bullet, she dodged in front of the bull-headed alien beast and landed a heavy kick on the Minotaur's shoulder. Boom! The body of the level 10 Minotaur instantly exploded. Chunks of meat flew across the room. Duanlan lightly landed on the ground, then said in a deep voice, "All get off, it seems that a deadly battle cannot be avoided." A dozen cars stopped one after another. The soul fitters got out of their vehicles and formed a circle, setting up a circle of defense formation to face these alien beasts that surrounded them. The crowd was cold and sweaty, their faces tense. Most of the people actually had little fighting spirit on their faces, instead they were all permeated with fear and timidity. Even several of the guides showed signs of cowardice. They didn't think faces could really be this dark. The 5% chance of being able to run into a foreign race was surprisingly true for them. And there were still so many of them. A wave of alien beasts of this quantity had never even appeared in the history of the university mission. Tokyo swept in. Although it's an elite junior class, most people are actually just still around 10th, 11th, and 12th grade by the time they are juniors. Those like Lan Ningxue, Xiao Xia, and the others who were already level 15 or 16 in their junior year were after all a minority. However, the opponents are a group of thousands of level 15 Fey beasts. And quite a few that are level 20 and upwards. If you go by paper strength. What the is this? Long Ming said, "Little brother, I wanted to go back and have a duel with you, but now I don't think I'll have a chance. I'm afraid we'll all have to die here." He said and smiled bitterly, "I thought that as a soul contractor, I would one day die on an otherworldly battlefield, but I didn't think it would be so soon. I'm still so ing young, I'm still a ing virgin. Woohoo! Tim Chu." Without hitching a ride with him, Tokyo was silent and looked around with his own sheets. Sheets allow you to view your opponent's specific attribute panel, but there is still a distance limit. Luckily, these alien foreign beasts had gotten very close at the moment. The strongest in the direction of. Tokyo narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Level 23. Altered Demon. Intelligence points 150. The strength gap is so big. And against this guy, that old Death's Blessing thing might not work. There can only be another way." 66 Beast Tide Breakout. Only to see a level 20 bear-headed alien beast slowly walk out from the group of alien beasts. On the back of that tiger-headed alien beast, there was also a tall, copper-headed, iron-fronted humanoid monster standing. Undoubtedly, it was the legendary Fey Demon Man. His eyes were blue and deep, burning as cold as arcane ice. That alien demon didn't hide his rank. The crowd of soul contractors had their eyes widened in horrified fear. It's a level 23 altered demon. The crowd was in an uproar. Whether it was a human or an alien, after breaking through level 20, every level upwards would be a qualitative leap. This Fey demon actually had the strength of a level 23. It was simply an existence that their group of students could not look up to at all. Tokyo looked at him distantly. Level 23. Sure is a powerful feeling of oppression. Only to see the foreign devil man on the back of that foreign beast open his mouth and murmur, not knowing what he was saying. But judging from the syllables that came out of his mouth, it shouldn't be spoken casually, it was clearly the language of their foreigners. Duanlan hesitated for a while and said, "Shaoli, translate." "Yuri, good. Ri still knows a foreign language?" Shirchio was suspicious. Xiao Xia explained, "No, she can't read the alien language directly. But Ri's mental power is the strongest amongst us, she can sense what the other person is saying through her mental power, and then she can read what the other person is saying." "So it is." Shirchio thought to himself, "So there are so many functions of spiritual power?" In a short while, Yuli read the alien's meaning and said in a low voice, "Sister Lan, they want us to surrender and hand over our supplies and be their prisoners." Duanlan sneered, "Surrender? Ha! The Fae are bloodthirsty and brutal, and especially like to torture humans. If the human race fell into their hands, even if they were not played to death, they would be reduced to lifelong slaves. If it really turns out that way, it's better to die." Duanlan murmured, "Schwer, lend me your heavy sniper rifle." "Good." Lan Ningxue took out a heavy sniper rifle from the item bar and handed it to Duanlan. Duanlan picked up his sniper and aimed directly at the level 23 infernal demon, giving him a shot without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the oversized slug shot straight up. Of course it didn't hurt the Fey demon in the slightest. It didn't even require the Xenomancer to move himself, the xenomorph underneath him deflected that bullet for him with a single slap, only exploding in a shower of sparks. The shot was the driest answer Duan Lan had ever given him. Only to see that Fey Demon Man glancing sorrowfully towards Duan Lan's side, no longer saying any more nonsense, raising his hand and waving it, the beast stirred. Roar! The group of foreign beasts hissed hideously and raged madly. Prepare to meet. I don't know which guide yelled out. Nowadays, there is no choice. On the side of Mono City University, all the soul contractors hastily pulled back their battle lines. The crowd exploded with soul power through and through. The defensive soul fitter immediately topped off, summoning wall after wall of earth. However, that didn't work. With the many alien beasts rushing up in a brainstorm, the several earth walls created by the level 10 soul fitter were instantly crushed by the surging tide of beasts. In mere moments, the defense was broken up. The Fae pounced and made a direct impact on the back row. The torrent of flesh and blood formed by the soul contractors and the Fae collided with a roar, and it turned into a melee in no time. Kill! Ah! Ah! The sounds of killing, screams, and roars were all over the place. In an instant, this place turned into a real dimensional battlefield. Blood stained the black earth. Duan Lan's figure flickered rapidly amongst the beasts and the crowd, and within moments, several foreign beasts fell at her feet. Xiao Xia did the same, and she was even faster, so as long as the beasts were not above level 20 or above, she could basically solve them solo. Lan Ningxue, Xia Yao, and Yu Li, on the other hand, formed a circle and leaned against the corner, forming a very perfect triangular output. Hold on for a while. Duan Lan said in a deep voice, I've just contacted the outside of the space gate. If we can hold on until the city defense forces arrive, we might still have a chance to turn the tide. Yes. 4. Everyone adopt conservative tactics and try to delay the fight as much as possible to conserve soul power. Duan Lan commanded calmly. Tokiaki, you put a set of buffs on everyone. Where's Shurchio? The women were stunned and looked around, only to realize that Shurchio had disappeared. The surroundings were full of beast shadows, human shadows, and a mist with extremely low visibility. Yet there was no shadow of Shurchio at all. It's simply impossible to find another person in such a mess. Lan Ningxue's face changed drastically and she immediately became anxious. What's going on? Where's schoolmate? Yuli was stunned. Just now I saw him next to me. Xia Yao opened his mouth. Shouldn't have just been dispersed by the beast tide, right? All the women's faces were a bit ugly. Shurchio, a level 3 soul contractor and a support, was completely incapable of defending himself against such a wave of beasts. At this point, Shurchio had already summoned the Shadow Spirit Possession, weaving in and out of the sea of people and beasts at an extremely fast speed. Shadow Spirit possessed, he moved super fast in such a chaotic and dimly lit environment with extremely low visibility, almost merging with the ghostly shadows as one. No one could even notice him. The beasts only saw a shadow of some kind swishing past. Soon he rushed out of the surroundings of the alien beasts. Shurchio sensed that in this direction, there was another level 22 high-level alien beast. If he could control it, he might even be able to touch base with that level 23 Zenomancer. Otherwise, even if the soul contractors of Mono City University could hold back the beast tide, it would be impossible for them to resist that alien demon. But as Tokio ran, he suddenly felt a hostile target behind him chasing him. Did a Fey demon spot me and catch up? Nope. Tokio narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction behind him, in the endless mist, and swept with his cheater. Surprisingly, these guys? Shurchio frowned, but how did they break through the beast tide? Does it mean that? Something occurred to Tokio, but he didn't think any further. He silently stretched out his 2 fingers to point his brow and called the few puppets he had contracted over. 67 sneak attack. Vice President, isn't this kid a support? How did he run so fast? Within the squad of 9 people, a soul contractor couldn't help but spit out, his speed is already stronger than many level 7 and 8 assassins, right? Zhou Yanin and the other 9 people ran wildly all the way to chase, but never caught up with Shurchio, but instead seemed to be pulled farther and farther away. A bunch of juniors, but almost lost to a freshman. It was more or less unbelievable to them. And it was more than level 7 or 8. To be able to break out of the beast so easily, one must at least be a level 10 or above assassin. Zhou Yanin was also annoyed. How the hell should I know? Is this kid's contracted soul a leopard? He then asked the soul contractor next to him who had tagged Shurchio, hey, are you really not sensing anything wrong? Did he really run in this direction? That soul contractor in charge of marking said with certainty, Vice President, my senses are definitely not wrong. Could it be the environment of this world that is interfering with your abilities? Impossible. My kind is the power of the deeded soul spell seal. No matter how bad the radiation is, it's the same. The only thing that can block my senses is the power of space, or unless he leaves this world. Mother ing, Zhou Yanin cursed, so what the hell is going on here? This kid's got propellers up his ass? If a group of juniors of theirs really lost a freshman, it would be a big ing loss of face. When I go back, I don't know how I'm going to be laughed at by that Yuki. Just then, the soul contractor in charge of tracking suddenly froze, then said, Vice President. He seems to have stopped. Oh, Zhou Yanin's eyes lit up. Very well. Looks like this kid is finally tired. Zhou Yanin thought to himself that Shurchio's sole skill of exploding speed in some unknown evil way, to be able to run so fast, must have required some sort of overload. He must be very weak right now. There's no better time to take him alive than right now. All of you, go after them at full speed. Zhou Yanin ordered. Yes. 9. The crowd erupted their soul power with all their might and ran in a frenzy, raising dust and sand in the sky. After running about another 1,000 meters away, Zhou Yanin suddenly heard a familiar voice from the side, Senior. Zhou Yanin jerked to a halt while raising his hand to signal the people behind him to stop. Who's there? Zhou Yanin looked warily to the right in the direction of the source of the voice. Only a few figures slowly walked out from the mist. These guys are no one else. It's none other than Flathead Guy. And those 3 newcomers from freshman year who just joined the Dark Souls Society. Ah, Ping? Zhou Yanin was directly confused. You kid didn't die? The flat-headed man walked slowly up to him. Senior, of course I'm not dead, I'm alive and well. Zhou Yanin frowned. Then where did you run off to the other day? Why are you here? Didn't I give you Shi Wanlei's list and tell you to kill Shurchio? Why did you disappear with Shi Wanlei? The flat-headed man was silent for a moment. Zhou Yanin waved her hand. Forget it, we'll talk about these later when we get back. Senior, what are you doing here? We're chasing Tokiwa. He's in this alien realm too? Aha! Zhou Yanin looked left and right, and then asked the soul contractor who was in charge of marking, where is the person? The soul checker closed his eyes, then opened them again and said, it's right around here. In the neighborhood. Zhou Yanin turned his head again and asked the flat-headed man, you just came from over there, you didn't see any silhouettes? There is. The flat-headed man said, pointing in a direction, just now I saw what looked like a silhouette hanging out over there, I thought it was a foreigner. Over there. Zhou Yanin looked in the direction he was pointing and nodded. Very well, everyone continue the chase. That kid must be physically exhausted by now. Yet just then. Sneak attack. But. The flat-headed man suddenly let out a low cry and plunged a knife directly into Zhou Yanin's backside. Zhou Yanin. Flat guy. The group of soul fitters in the same class as Zhou Yanin. You. Zhou Yanin turned her head in dismay, looking at the flat-headed man incredulously. Flathead man, this knife, accurate in his right kidney. Blood bearing down his pants. The group of soul contractors from the Black Soul Society were all stunned by this scene at once. Asshole. The man in charge of marking said in annoyance, Ping. You actually dared to be a traitor, you're looking for SI. Yet he hadn't even finished his sentence. Sneak attack. 3. Those other 3 level 1 puppets shouted and struck out at the same time almost simultaneously. Each man clutched a dagger in his hand and dug it into one's backside. The location of the zap, all the kidneys. The guys who got zapped. You guys? Ah! With a scream. The guys all covered their kidneys in pain and slowly crouched down. It's not just because the kidneys were knifed. It's more because the radiation suit is torn, and the high-intensity radiation in the environment immediately penetrates through the holes. Zhou Yanin really deserves to be one of the strongest. Being sneak attacked like this and having a hole inserted in his kidney, he was still able to stand steadily. He instantly became furious, wowed and screamed, and his soul power, which was as strong as level 13, burst out. With one palm, he blasted at the flat-headed man's head. Bang! Flathead man's head is like a watermelon exploded, red juice flying across the sky, pouring on top of this black earth, extraordinarily dazzling and gorgeous. The flat-headed man's body finally collapsed with a thud. But Zhou Yanin covered the stabbed waist and kidney area and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time he wiped his nose and realized that his nose, and even his ears, were oozing blood. It's radiation. The radiation suit is torn and the potion is wearing off. Zhou Yanin hurriedly took out a tube of injections and stuck it into his arm, while at the same time running up his entire body's soul power to fully resist the radiation in the environment. That just barely carried the day. All 3 of those level 1 puppets were killed by them as well. At this time, only a soft footstep was heard. Zhou Yanin gasped and slowly raised his head. Only to see a scythe-wielding, handsome figure slowly walk out of the mist. 68 IQ, huh? Tokiwa. Zhou Yanin's eyelids snapped. Only to see Shurchio slowly walk out of the mist. The blackened death sight was dragged on the ground, making a bared and stabbing sound. It was as if his body was wrapped in a layer of ghostly shadows, bizarre and mysterious. It wasn't until his face completely broke out of its cocoon from the spectral shadows that his true nature became completely apparent. You Black Soul Societies are really pestering people like a dog's paw. Shurchio was expressionless. It's not even if you received money from people in the real world and sent people to assassinate me, but when you arrived at the other world within the space gate, you still refused to stop. After chasing me so far, don't you guys mind getting tired? Zhou Yanin's face changed slightly. Tokyo, what? Afraid to admit it. Zhou Yanin stared at Shurchio for a moment, then grinned and sneered, so you already knew. Timothy smiled, of course I know, why else do you think your kidney was inserted? Zhou Yanin. He frowned, suddenly realizing something. He glanced back at the headless body lying on the ground and turned back to look at Shurchio. Did you manipulate them just now, Ah Ping? What do you say? You an auxiliary, actually know the illusion of manipulating people's hearts? Zhou Yanin was incredulous. What the hell kind of assistance is this? It's outrageous. Not only did he have explosive speed that far exceeded that of a normal assassin, but he could also use the ability to manipulate human hearts with illusions that could only be used by a high-ranked mage. You guess? Timothy narrowed his eyes. Reward for guessing correctly turns you into the same as them. Heh, usually in school you never get in touch with others. I thought you were an autistic guy, but I didn't realize you were quite good at being smart. Zhou Yanin grinned a cold smile. But it doesn't matter how, I thought I let you get away, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to take the initiative to come to the door. Then don't blame us. It remains to be seen who delivers. Tokiwa said with an expressionless face. With that, he raised his hand, and a cloud of dazzling black mist dispersed from all around him. Immediately after that, countless crows flew out from it, letting out shrill crow cries. Countless crows poured towards Zhou Yanin and the others. What is it? Zhou Yanin frowned. Wait. This kid is level 3 already. Shurchio had just exploded his soul power and summoned the Wu spirit before Zhou Yanin realized that he was actually a level 3 soul fitter already. In just 1 week, there has already been such a terrifying improvement. Zhou Yanin was secretly shocked. It simply didn't seem like the strength a freshman should have anymore. And the flock of crows that came pouring out of the nest unexpectedly gave him a hint of inexplicable sense of fear and oppression. Could it be that Ah Ping and the others were not planted in the hands of Qiao Shiyu? And it's at the hands of this kid? Zhou Yanin was incredulous. And at that moment the group of crows had already arrived in front of them. For some reason, Zhou Yanin's sixth sense told him that these crows should never be touched. He hurriedly exploded his soul power to dodge and jumped into the air. And those flying crows crashed directly into the boy who was originally standing behind Zhou Yanin, who was still in a daze. Ah! All that could be heard was a ghastly cry. Zhou Yanin turned around and saw a scene that almost made him bite his tongue. Only to see those crows completely transformed into a mass of black fire, attaching burns to the boy's body and wrapping him up completely. The boy was terrified, trying to burst out his water attribute soul power to put out the fire. However, it had no effect at all, and rolling on the ground and thrashing around was useless. The flock of crows was rapidly devouring him. First his clothes, which quickly went up in flames, then his body. The endless desperate screams and wails caused Zhou Yanin and the others to shed cold sweat. Mud. It's a good thing I didn't touch that just now. Zhou Yanin cursed. After all, he was a junior senior, and the black fire still burned for quite a while before the man died. Shurchio thought to himself that right now, his level wasn't high enough, and neither was Yulin's level, so the damage of burning was really still too low. But the perverse thing about this hell flame is that it can't be extinguished. Even if your blood is thick, slowly grinding it bit by bit can kill you. With this move, it at least meant that Shurchio had a chance to cross the line no matter when she encountered the strongest enemy. Tokio looked up and looked at Zhou Yanin. What, were you just scared? Zhou Yanin's face suddenly sank, not answering Shurchio's question. There's something wrong with this kid's soul contract. Be smart and don't fall into his trap again. The few remaining members of the Black Soul Society were also on alert when they heard this. They had completely dared not to look at Shurchio as a freshman at this moment. What kind of freshman can take out a junior in one move? Listen, fight quickly. Zhou Yanin said in a deep voice, strike together and capture this brat. Yes. As the words fell, the several soul contractors all exploded their soul power. Zhou Yanin also moved, only to see that one of his right hands even gradually deformed into the right hand of an evil spirit. A flash to behind Shurchio, then a claw tried to claw his head off. Shurchio exploded all of his soul power, driving the shadow spirit and merging into the phantom shadow before barely dodging the blow. At the same time, a soul-devouring slash was struck out, and all of the Urgles lunged towards him. Zhou Yanin dodged the soul-devouring chop before dealing with the surrounding Wu Ling, reciting an incantation in his mouth and surprisingly summoning a large-mouthed evil spirit. With an open mouth, he swallowed all of the Wu's spirits. Tim Chu? Zhou Yanin sneered, didn't expect that, did you? Only to see that big-mouth evil ghost, after swallowing the oolong, seems to start to make a tummy. Itself gradually from the inside of the black fire, obviously the oolong from its stomach inside began to burn. Zhou Yanin sneered, your skill is indeed buggy enough, but I've already seen it. This flame of yours won't be easily extinguished, but your level is still too low and the damage of the flame isn't that high yet. I'm sacrificing an evil spirit, and the time I have to wait until those crows of yours burn my evil spirit to ashes will be more than enough time for us to deal with you. Tokio was secretly staggered. Nice guy. So this guy has an IQ. 69 characteristics of the soul deed. After saying that, Zhou Yanin's left arm also gradually evil ghost's hand, once again grabbing towards Shurchio. Shurchio also didn't dare to be slow, running his soul power to dodge again. However, Zhou Yanen's speed was faster this time. With a swish, Shurchio was unable to avoid it, and the radiation suit in front of her body was torn open by a claw with a narrow slit. Zhou Yanen frowned slightly. Weird. I don't know why, but whenever he was just about to grab hold of Shurchio, he would always feel a sudden palpitation. It seems to be surprising to have an inexplicable fear of this kid. What the hell? Is it an illusion? The first attack before was also because when it was about to catch Shurchio, it would suddenly palpitate for a moment, and that was why Shurchio was able to dodge it. Still this time. After Shurchio dodged it, he adjusted his stance, and seeing Zhou Yanen dazed in place, he decisively swung his scythe and charged. A powerful horizontal chop. Zhou Yanen didn't believe it, clenched his teeth tightly, and once again tangled with Shurchio. This time, half of his face, as well as the left half of his shoulder had turned into villainous mode. His hideous and ugly face could almost scare a child to tears, and the villainization came to 35%. However, he realized that the feeling before was no coincidence. Whenever he just had to get close to Tokiwa, that heartfelt feeling of fear would immediately kick in. And it seemed that as the level of evil demonization became higher, that feeling became stronger. What's going on here? Zhou Yanen even tried to forcefully restrain himself, yet he realized that it wasn't something he could do at all. That feeling was completely born from the heart, as if it was instinctive. After a few rounds of moves, Zhou Yanen was unable to injure Shurchio, and was instead cut several times by Shurchio's scythe. What a wicked business! Zhou Yanen gritted her teeth. Shurchio used Shadow Spirit to step on the ground and flew out 7 or 8 meters. Then he looked at Zhou Yanen, who had a skeptical look on her face, and smiled. Still want to play? Zhou Yanen saw that the loud-mouthed evil spirit he had summoned was almost devoured by the black fire, yet he had spent so much time with him, but he actually hadn't been able to touch him in the slightest, let alone capture this kid alive. Kid, don't be cocky. Zhou Yanen's face sank. In that case, I won't waste any more time. With that, he raised one right hand up, formation. As the words fell, the few members of the Black Soul Society immediately spread out into several corners to surround Shurchio. At the same time, they were seen clasping their hands together, their black chi bulging, and a mass of dark energy escaping from their bodies. Finally, Tokio narrowed her eyes in anticipation. Soul Technique, Forbidden Technique, Black Soul Formation. Only to see the energy controlled by several people rising into the air, intermingling to form a huge square-shaped cage that surrounded Shurchio. With that, all the energy heaved down towards Shurchio in the center. Those black soul forces compressed each other, and Shurchio only felt a terrifying heavy pressure. If it was an ordinary level 3 soul-deeded person, I'm afraid that they would be pressed by this force and instantly burst into flames. What a powerful soul skill, but... Tokio let out a whimper of pain, but not so much pain, and then closed her eyes. Hiss. Q. Sensing the same attribute energy extrusion, the Reaper trait is activated. Deadly soul-fitting characteristics. The Reaper host's full attributes are increased by 35% in nighttime environments. The Reaper host inflicts a fear effect on all ghosts and evil spirits. The Reaper host can absorb 100% of the ghost and evil spirit energy in the surrounding environment. Reaper hosts can absorb 70% of the dark energy in their surroundings. Under the squeeze of the Black Soul Forbidden Technique, Shurchio felt the system data in his mind jumping rapidly. Hint, absorbable energy sensed. Soul power +9, +7, +11. Temporary soul power +153, +217, +239. Hint, absorbable energy sensed. Experience value +8, +12, +10. Zhou Yanen could not see the changes in the Black Soul formation, and only saw that Shurchio was wrapped in a cocoon of black light, from which came a toothsome crunching sound. Zhou Yanen's pupils suddenly shrunk and his heart was shocked. Not good. This kid won't be crushed into powder. Stop. Zhou Yanen hurriedly yelled at those soul contractors who were standing at several corners of the formation. When those soul contractors heard this, they froze, and only then did they stop. However, that formation had already formed, and the black light overlapped and hovered in the center, unable to dissipate for a moment. Vice President, what's wrong? A soul contractor was startled by Zhou Yanen's yelling and asked weakly. What's wrong? You guys have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Zhou Yanen pointed at the square black soul formation and said in annoyance, I am asking you to work together to catch him. Not to ask you to kill him. Senior Blackbone wants us to bring that kid back unharmed. Are you guys planning on crushing him into powder? It was only then that the crowd of soul contractors realized that they had just been too heavy-handed. This move was a forbidden technique of the Black Soul Society, and its principle was to make all the dark attribute energy within the space within the formation compress, causing an extremely strong confinement effect, making the target within the space completely unable to move. Even a level 15 or higher soul contractor wouldn't necessarily be able to break free. However, this move was extremely bad at controlling energy, and even if their intention was to use it to catch people, just one of the people casting the spell formation would crush a person into mush if one of them was not careful. But it's too late for that. Zhou Yanan turned around and looked at the square black light cocoon, which was still in the process of shrinking, and immediately slapped himself on the head. It's over, it's over. Now I'm afraid I won't even be able to find the ashes. Just as Zhou Yanan was already thinking about what to explain to Senior Blackbone when he returned, the person next to him suddenly cried out in astonishment, Vice President, look. Ha! Zhou Yanan raised his head in confusion, and then he saw a scene that made him almost bite his tongue off. I only saw that as the square black light cocoon gradually shrunk, a mass of energy kept returning toward the center, and Tokiwa's figure reappeared in their field of vision. Only to see Shirchio holding a scythe bathed in black light, not only unharmed, but also not crushed, as if reborn in the fire, closed his eyes, constantly absorbing all the surrounding black soul power. This. Zhou Yanan and all the people were shocked at once. How is that possible? Zhou Yanan was filled with incredulity. With that level of black soul formation, even if it was Zhou Yanan himself, I'm afraid he would have to die in it. And it turns out that this freshman is actually unharmed? Finally, the black light fades. And Tokio stood still. Phew! Shirchio exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains spilling from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Actually, he can't be considered unscathed. His body surface skin, there are many places are exposed as if burned like traces, the top is also scattered faint black gas. In some places, even the flesh and blood were completely charred, revealing the eerie white bones underneath. It's a good thing that Shirchio's bone, after being alienated, doesn't seem to be that fragile and wasn't crushed and shattered by that black soul power. Shirchio could absorb most of the dark attribute energy, yet that remaining 30% would still cause damage to him. His current physical strength was still too weak, and even that 30% of energy nearly compressed him to death. Thankfully, it came through after all. Tokio slowly opened her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The upgrade reward has been issued. It has been upgraded to level 5. Cheat code. 70. You still won't come out? Vice President. He seems to be fine? It took a good half a second before a soul contractor couldn't help but gulp and utter the words. Zhou Yanan didn't say anything, just looked at Shirchio with a complicated mood. After Shirchio absorbed all the soul power, he felt that his body was indescribably refreshed. Craning his neck and clenching his fists, he felt the power flowing through his body, then gave himself a blessing spell. The wounds on his skin gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Toku looked up at Zhou Yanan again. Zhou Yanan frowned. What kind of ability do you have? Why is there nothing happening at all? With your level 3 physical strength, you shouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. Shirchio was expressionless. Level 3? Are you sure? After saying that, he suddenly released incomparably majestic soul power. Layers of airwaves swept around, the force was so strong that it almost blew his flesh apart completely. Zhou Yanan's pupils suddenly shrunk. You're not a level 3. You're a level 5 soul contractor. No. The strength displayed by Shirchio was level 5, yet the soul power that erupted from him was more than the amount of level 5 soul energy? That energy gradually concentrated on Shirchio's body and quickly broke apart. Layers and layers of black mist rolled and surged, converging around him, and then transformed into thousands of black shadow crows that rushed into the sky, covering the sky. As Shirchio gently raised his hand, the entire sky seemed to be enveloped by a black flock of crows. Like a huge swirl of black clouds. The shrill cries of the crows and the huge shadows formed by the cloud of crows caused a layer of horror to cover the hearts of Zhou Yanan's cadre of soul contractors. Zhou Yanan's body trembled slightly. A level 5 soul contractor that released a higher amount of soul energy than his level 13? Is this serious? Tokio remained expressionless. Go! As his raised right hand slowly fell. Only to see the raven, which was perched in the sky, suddenly sprint down with a sharp cry. The target was none other than Zhou Yanan and the others below. Only then did Zhou Yanan and the other cadre of soul contractors realize the danger and hurriedly scattered and dodged in all directions. Yet where could they hide from the encirclement of the overwhelming crows? Get out of the way. Get the hell out of my way, Aya. With a miserable shriek of horror, one after another fell under the swarming attack of the woolly spirits, collapsing and rolling on the ground in agony as they were gradually engulfed by the black flames. As for Zhou Yanan, he was finally completely villainized, and his entire body turned into a hideous and gruesome evil ghost, with skin all over his body and lumps of black and brown flesh tumors, 2 horns sprouting out of his head, and the fangs on his face were even more ferocious. But his physical attributes did improve a lot all around. Whether it is strength, agility, explosive power. At this moment, he is far beyond the normal human mode Zhou Yanan. When the U's group attacked him, Zhou Yanan released several small evil ghosts to form a ghost wall, and only then was he able to block the U's. You're still really ugly like this. Timothy said, shaking his head. You. The evil demonized Zhou Yanan looked at Shirchio, his throat moved, and his entire body fell into a deep fear. Cold sweat also continued to seep down from his forehead. When he was just 30% evil ghosted, he was still only uncomfortable when he was close to Shircho. Now from such a distance, just looking at Shircho caused Zhou Yanin to feel that it was almost hard to breathe. You seem quite uncomfortable? Tokiwa grinned a smirk. Why? Zhou Yanin is not understand why she has become like this. He had transformed many times, but never before had he had an experience like this one. He could vaguely guess in his heart that this was definitely related to Shircho. The current him actually went weak in the legs at the sight of Shircho, and he didn't even have the strength to turn around and run away. You can't kill me. Zhou Yanin said in horror, I'm the vice president of the Black Soul Society, you can't touch me. Otherwise, Senior Blackbone will not let you go. Timothy Chu, who said I killed him? To strike within the Spacegate alien territory, which also happens to coincide with an alien attack and a beast-tied melee, it's only natural for you to die in the midst of the chaos, isn't it? Zhou Yanin's face changed. You. Shircho sneered, that's what you all thought when you originally tried to capture me, right? Zhou Yanin gulped, Shircho, calm down, maybe we can still talk. Maybe we can. It's too late to say anything now. Shircho was cold, I, for one, will not believe your words, not even half a word. After saying that, his figure flashed at once. In just one breath, he arrived in front of Zhou Yanin. A scythe split his evil ghostly chest. But the 17-point sharpness value of the death scythe slashed through the flesh and blood of Zhou Yanin's body almost as if it were cutting bean skin. Zhou Yanin in the fear of death aura effect, there is no way to resist, the water survival-like grip on the long handle of the death scythe, knees slowly bent down. Blood spurted out, both black and red. Ignoring his screams, Tokiwa drew his blade and angled it across for another slash. Put. Well. Gollum. Zhou Yanin stared at her fish bubble eyes, no longer able to make a sound. Finally collapsed in a pool of blood. Phew. As Shircho pulled the scythe out, faint souls were also scattered from the surrounding corpses, all of which were concentrated and converged over, to be absorbed by the death scythe. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. Target has been decapitated, gained. As the system beeps in his head continued to echo, Shircho also finally let out a long breath. He didn't dare let his guard down just yet, though. Because in his senses, he could also feel a hostile value around him. You still won't come out? Tokiwa's gaze swept away in the direction of the hostile value. In the midst of the mist, Yuya's heart stuttered. How did he find me? Yuya thought she was doing a good job of hiding her scent. And with such low visibility in these surroundings, he couldn't possibly be able to see to be right. But now that it's been discovered, Yuya has no choice but to hesitate and walk out. 71, is it your turn? Tokwaki wasn't surprised to see Yuya walk out. Sure enough, it's you. Tokiwa narrowed her eyes, you're in the Dark Souls Society too? Yuya's face was expressionless, yes. Shircho smiled playfully, then since you were with them, you actually just watched them hang up? I don't know them well. Yuya's voice was indifferent and cold-blooded, it's none of my business if they die. Tokiwa froze. Good lord, this woman is ruthless enough, isn't she? So what were you trying to do just now, hiding over there and looking at it for half a day? Yuki said lightly, I was going to wait for them to capture you before I made my move to snatch you. Good lord, there's such a thing as an operation? Tokio gave her a deep look, it seems that your Black Soul Society isn't all that united internally, huh? Who told you that those in the same club have to be united? Well, that's saying something. Tokiwa nodded and raised her scythe, pointing at her, so now that they're all cool, isn't it your turn? There's no need for that. Yuya shook her head, I saw your strength just now. Though I haven't fully guessed what exactly your soul deed ability is, to have Zhou Yanin killed by you without any resistance. But either way, I know I'm no match for you. Timothy raised his eyebrows, so you want to surrender and beg for mercy now? I'm not going to fight you here. Yuya looked at Tokwaki with a blank face, you still have a long time at the university, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We'll see you later. To put it bluntly, you just want to escape. Shircho snorted coldly, unfortunately, I have no intention of letting you leave here alive. Yuya's pupils jumped. In just one flashback, Shircho disappeared into the mist and then appeared behind her like a ghost. Tokio swung his scythe vigorously. The heavy death scythe, in his hands, swung like a light-bladed sword. Heavy chops from top left to bottom right. It made a sound of breaking air. Swish. However, the slash struck empty. It was as if Yuya's entire body transformed into countless black rose petals that fluttered in the sky the moment she was about to be hit, while her form disappeared. The scythe stuck a deep crater in the ground. It doesn't work. Yuki's voice drifted out from the layers of mist, as if from a dream, as long as I want to go, no one can keep me. A portion of the rose petals regrouped and Yuki reappeared in a position 50 meters away. Tokio turned back with an expressionless face, secretly thinking that this woman was really confident. Indifferent and speechless, he turned his head and locked onto the direction in the mists where Yuki belonged. Then he drove the shadow spirit with all his might and went at breakneck speed. The scythe dragged on the ground, scraping sparks along the way. Yuya! She pointed her toes to the ground and withdrew her entire body several meters further back. The blade cut through his body, and the blade cut through her sash and skin, leaving a trail of blood. It's so fast, Yuya's teeth bit down hard on her lower lip, even breaking the corner of her lip in this moment of crisis. And underneath this visibility haze. How did he see me? I won't let you go that easily. Shurchio's cold voice came out. To be honest, I'm inexplicably offended by the sight of your black soul societies right now. Brush. Another chop. Put. Skin cracked open, and Yuya's right shoulder was also slashed with a gash, and blood volleyed out. Impossible, a trace of panic unexpectedly surfaced on Yunite's perennially cold face. And Shurchio's cold voice reappeared in her ears. This time when the caravan was attacked by the foreigners, it was your Black Soul Society's handiwork, wasn't it? Yuki froze. Shurchio sneered, don't tell me you don't know. Oh. I don't know what your Black Soul Society has to do with the Fae, but to make such a big deal about arresting me alone, going so far as to sell out the school and my compatriots, it looks like I've got a lot of face. Or is this not the first time you've done this kind of thing a long time ago? A moment of hesitation flashed in Yuki's eyes. This. Once again, Tokiwa's scythe slashed from a different angle. This time Yuya's form once again transformed into countless rose petals and scattered in all directions. Not expecting Tokiwa to be so pestering, Yuya gritted his teeth and simply turned to the offense. This Takichu, it seems that it can absorb dark attribute mana energy. So the only way to deal with him is with physical attacks? Yuya was only guessing, but she decided to give it a try. Her hands made several hand seals, and then all the petals around her suddenly turned as sharp as razor blades. Immediately afterward, these blades were like wild winds and rain, all of them pouring towards Shurchio. Swish! Swish 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 swish! Petal blades gathered and interlaced, with a strong cyclone, blade friction, emitting a sound like 1,000 cuts. Timothy Fall made a tactical retreat and an emergency dodge to avoid a large number of blades. A few of the petals brushed against his cheek and flew past, chipping a few strands of his hair. There was also a petal that flew past him and hit the rock next to him hard. Swish! A flash of light flashed by, and the petals actually easily cut through the half-meter thick stone, slicing it in half. Tim Chu. This facepalm woman is really something. Shurchio secretly said. Obviously, he is a rank 10 soul contractor, but he is even stronger than Zhou Yanan, a rank 13 soul contractor. Still, you can't get out of here. Timothy said, raising one right hand and spreading his 5 fingers. The ooze that covered the sky and coiled up in the sky, all of a sudden swooped towards Unite. Yuki's heart sank. She had just seen the power of this move. Definitely not to be touched by those crows. Buzz off. Rumble. Yet just then, the earth trembled slightly. The ground began to shake under Tokio's feet. What the hell? An earthquake? Tokiwa froze for a moment. Underneath the layers of cracked ground was a familiar, horrifying upwelling of breath. This is the level 22 Fae that you just sensed? Surprisingly, it's underground. Both Tokiwa and Yuya's faces changed, and both of them simultaneously and silently got up and jumped away to each side. Roar! The ground finally crumbled, the land rumbled, and a bloody mouth densely covered in mori teeth suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for Shurchio and Yuyi both dodging fast enough, almost both of them would have been swallowed in one bite by that foreign beast. But a few of the soul checkers who had just been burned to death, as well as several of the headless equals, were not so lucky. As the ground collapsed, they fell directly into the belly of the giant alien beast along with the dirt. Tokio looked up at the mountain-like monster in front of him. Nice guy, so big. It's out of the Yamaha Sutra, right? Good chance. Yuya then recognized the moment. She lightly tapped her fingers on a few acupoints of her own soul power nodes, and all of her body's soul power erupted. Her figure once again turned into countless rose petals, scattering in all directions, and in a twinkling of an eye, she quickly disappeared into the mists. Shurchio looked at the direction Yuya fled, but did not go after him deeply. Pity, let the woman get away. But forget it. Right now, there are more important things to do. Tokio raised his head and looked at the epic, tall beast in front of him. Roar! The beast hissed hideously, seemed to feel as if Shurchio did not put him in his eyes, some angry, in a fit of rage lifted his claws and slapped down at him. And Shurchio simply leaped into the sky to dodge. However, driving soul power, a death blessing was thrown out. 72. Is this a ING joke? Rumble. Roar. Roar. The earth shook. The strong tremor could be felt across the wilderness. A military truck arriving in support from outside the space gate weaved through the wasteland, only to be forced to stop. What the hell? An earthquake? A middle-aged man in a camouflage uniform couldn't help but frown, picking up his heat-sensitive binoculars to look ahead. General, there's a strong soul power fluctuation reaction ahead, and it's extremely high grade. A soul contractor soldier warned. Oh? How high? At least 20 levels or more. Level 20. The middle-aged man known as the general's eyes narrowed into slits. Combining this with the beast roar he heard just now, he judged, so it's a high-level foreign beast? Surprisingly, they had encountered a high-level alien beast above level 20 in the A1 area. No wonder even the escort squad consisting of 20 elite classes had suffered such a big loss. It looks like the place where the transportation convoy went down should not be far from here. After receiving the distress signal that the convoy had been attacked, the city guards guarding outside the space gate immediately organized their manpower to rush to support them. However, the radiation within the alien territory was so strong that most of the equipment was unusable, and in such a misty environment with very low visibility, it wasn't that easy to find the convoy. Okay, in that direction, convoy full speed ahead. The middle-aged man ordered. He then rushed the subordinate next to him and said, "Sense again, lock onto the location of the alien beasts, as well as see if there are any other alien races in the surrounding area and report the number." Yes. The soldier crossed his legs and sensed for a while more, slightly froze, and said, "General, in addition to that level 20 alien beast, in front of it there seems to be someone next to it." People? Is it the sole contractor who escorted the caravan? The middle-aged general's expression turned grim. "It looks like they're fighting with that foreign beast, let's hurry over to support them." Soldier, but that guy seems to be only level 5. The general froze. What? Level 5? Yes. The soldier looked odd, and it doesn't seem like they're fighting. The general wondered, and what are they doing? The soldier closes his eyes in silence and concentrates his mental powers to probe the image ahead of him, and as he does so, he relates the image he sees. That person is very young, looks like a college student. The beast, which is lying in front of that teenager, seems to be wagging its tail at that teenager. General, ? Soldier, and the face seems to be wagging its tail, while wailing and its tongue is coming out. General? And then that teenager. The soldier frowned, seemed to be touching the head of that foreign beast, mouth chanting as if saying something. The soldier tried for a while longer to read the lips in the picture. He seems to be saying, "Well, good boy, be good, obey me, and in a little while daddy will buy you some meat to eat." General? Other soldiers in the car? The atmosphere was silent for a while. The middle-aged general looked odd. "Little one, did you drink too much last night and not wake up, affecting your perception?" Soldier. I read out the sound and picture, that's it. General, the beasts are seen ahead. At this time, the subordinate driving the car suddenly said, "Oh." The middle-aged general immediately picked up the heat-sensitive binoculars. Sure enough, on the wasteland not far ahead, a supergiant, half-rat, half-lizard-looking alien beast was peacefully crouching there. The long tail flicked lazily and aimlessly. However, in front of that giant alien beast, there was really a teenager who was gently stroking the head of the alien beast. However, that foreign beast actually really just obediently and meekly lay on its back, just like a big dog, allowing the teenager to caress it. This is a ING joke, right? A subordinate next to him saw this scene and immediately opened his mouth wide, so frightened that his 3 views were about to collapse. The soldier in charge of sensing smiled bitterly. "Am I right? General, that teenager seems to have spotted us. He's coming our way." "I know." The middle-aged general reached for his binoculars. "I'm watching." Only in the distance, Shirchio turned her head and saw the convoy of the city defense forces, and was silent in place for a short while before she took the initiative to walk over towards the truck convoy, and raised a hand as if to greet them. The soldier said, "General, what now?" "What's the so what? Get out of the car and see what's going on." "But this kid seems to be a little bit not right. How could anyone be able to make a foreign beast?" "It doesn't matter." The middle-aged general's face was expressionless as he put down the binoculars. "At least he's human. The sole power fluctuations in his body are those of a human race, not a foreign race. I can sense it." The crowd nodded. They had always trusted the middle-aged general's judgment. A group of city defenders jumped out of the truck in a neat and orderly manner. The middle-aged general silently looked at the teenager who was walking slowly. When Shirchio walked to a certain distance, a group of city guards immediately click raised their firearms, guns aimed at Shirchio. Tokyo stops. Roar. The giant alien beast behind him sensed the threat and let out a roar. The city defenders all took a half step back in fear. Shirchio turned around and said something else to the beast before it subsided. The middle-aged general looked at Shirchio, his gaze complex, and spoke tentatively. "Are you a student of Mono City University?" "Yes." Shirchio raised his hand and flashed his cadet ID card. "I'm one of the soul fitters in charge of this mission to escort the supplies." It was only when they saw that there was no error in that ID card that the crowd of city defenders finally breathed a sigh of relief. "One of our own," a squad leader said as he rushed the men behind him. So everyone put down their guns. "You?" The middle-aged general couldn't help but glance at the foreign beast behind Shirchio with his eyes, and asked oddly, "You are able to control the foreign beast?" Tokyo, "Yes, but it's temporary, and it won't be under control for long." Middle-aged general, "What kind of ability do you have?" "Illusion?" "Well, forget it if you don't want to talk about it." The middle-aged general said, "We are the city defense forces responsible for guarding the exit of the single city space gate, and after receiving the distress signal you sent out, we immediately sent people to reinforce us." 73 trust him. So it wasn't just Fae that attacked the caravan this time, but Fae demons as well? At that time, after Autumn had told him everything, the middle-aged general and a group of city defense army soldiers could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. A swarm of thousands of alien beasts. What kind of concept is that? It's almost enough to step on a small city, isn't it? The middle-aged general stroked the scruff on his chin. Few foreigners have appeared in this area. How could so many suddenly appear at once this time? Strange. Tokyo wasn't going to say anything about the Dark Souls Society. After all, it was all his guess. And without proof, who would believe it? Let's cut the small talk short. Shurchio smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, my group of classmates and teachers won't be able to handle it." Good. The middle-aged general looked deeply at Shurchio. Although there were still many questions in his heart, it was obviously not appropriate to go and ask these at this time. No time to lose, all aboard. The middle-aged general looked at the foreign beast behind Shurchio that was like a pet again with an odd expression. People can actually manipulate foreign beasts, it always makes him feel weird. Making it feel unscientific. "Tokiyaki-san, I'm going to have to trouble you to lead the way." "Good. By the way, how long will this manipulation of yours?" "Well, probably last?" The middle-aged general was a bit worried about the beast, fearing that it was a threat. After all, that was a level 22 alien beast. In case it broke away from this student's control in a moment, it would not be a joke. Seeing the general's concern, Shurchio smiled. "Don't worry, I have a number in my heart, and I can still control it in a short period of time." The middle-aged general nodded. Now he had no choice but to trust Shurchio. A host of city defenders had climbed back into the truck. And Shurchio jumped onto the back of that giant alien beast. A level 5 auxiliary is actually able to control a level 22 high-level alien beast. Inside the truck, the soldier in charge of driving looked out the window with a complicated gaze and couldn't help but spit out, "Has this world really begun to be unreasonable?" The bystander said, "Maybe this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people like us." The middle-aged general didn't say anything, leaning his elbow against the car window, his eyes looking deeply at Shurchio who was sitting on the back of the foreign beast in front of him. "General, in that place just now, I smelled an odor of blood." The soldier next to him hesitated for a moment, but still said, "It's not the blood of a foreign beast, it's human." "General, I know." The soldier froze with his mouth slightly open. "Before we came, there must have been another fight here." The general once again took a deep look at Shurchio's back. In the end, what had happened, only this kid himself knows. But let's not worry about that right now. It's important to support the transportation convoy. So is kill. Damn foreigners. I'll fight you all. Defense-type soul fitter protects the back row. Hurry up and take the top. Ah. My leg. The old man's leg. The front battlefield on the transport convoy side was a chaotic scene. The makeshift team of hundreds of elite soul contractors were fighting the alien beasts with all their might. The students had tried very hard to maintain their formation, but they still suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the 20 classroom teachers holding strong, I'm afraid it would have been a total loss. Hell. Long Ming released a soul skill and gritted his teeth. Have the reinforcements not arrived yet? The people around me, one by one, have fallen down with their soul power overdrawn. However, quite a few people actually know this in their hearts. The so-called waiting for reinforcements is really just giving yourself some hope and comfort. Under the influence of high-intensity radiation within the alien territory, almost not many devices can work properly, and it is almost impossible for the city defense forces to find their exact location in the first place even if they arrive. The chances of actually making it until reinforcements arrive are slim to none. With a heavy sniper on her end, Blue Nimbus leapt to the highest point on a small hill. While her lance aimed and fired at the enemy, she also struggled to find Tokiyaki's figure amidst the chaos. There is still no. Blue Ningxue bit through her lower lip, only to feel something hot rolling in her eyes, about to flow out. Did he really die in the mouth of the beast? This kind of raging tide of beasts, the beasts launched into a frenzy, split a person is also a matter of a moment. Engulfed by a wave of beasts, in an instant you may not even find your bones. Lan Ningxue was feeling sad when a hand patted on her shoulder. "Don't get distracted, trust him." A voice sounded behind him. Lan Ningxue was instantly stunned and turned around, only to see Xiao Xia standing behind her, smiling faintly at her. "How did you?" Lan Ningxue didn't understand how Xiao Xia could guess what she was thinking. However, Xiao Xia pushed her violently at that moment. "Watch out." The two leapt away to either side. A level 20 alien beast swooped down and splashed countless flying rocks, directly collapsing the small hill and almost about to tear them to pieces. Yuki! Yuki! Seeing that the two of them were in trouble, Yuli immediately cast a soul skill to cover them, and blasted them with an oversized fireball spell. Xia Yao also hurriedly cast his void control ability to help cover them. However, the limitations that they, two level 10 soul contractors, could give to a level 20 Fae were still too small. The tiger-type alien beast was only blasted by the two women's skills and paused in place for a moment, then pounced out again. Lan Ningxue rolled on the ground, then quickly pulled the chamber, got up, and fired a heavy sniper shot at the beast's body. At the same time, he himself flew backwards through that recoil. However, the bullets from the heavy sniper rifle, when they hit the fur of that alien beast, it was as if they were scraping, they didn't work at all. Roar! The beast's eyes were as red as blood as it opened its bloody mouth and tore at it, and Lan Ningxue could almost smell its fishy-smelling saliva. It's over, Lan Ningxue's face showed despair. Roar! However, at this time, that level 20 Fey beast's flying figure suddenly settled in the air, unable to move forward any further. The crowd froze. Fixing a clear look, it turned out that the beast was flying in the air when it was actually grabbed by an even bigger lizard-shaped beast at the back of its neck. The lizard Fey then yanked fiercely, and slammed the level 20 Fey out to the side. 74 Excellent hunting grounds. Seeing this opportunity, Xiao Xia's figure transformed into a ghostly shadow, arriving at Lan Ningxue's side to pick her up and quickly take her out of the danger range. The others saw this and breathed a sigh of relief at the shock. But what was that all about? That even more massive Fey that yanked that level 20 Fey out of the way? The crowd looked over with odd expressions, and immediately afterward, they saw a scene that made them even more shocked. Only to see the lizard beast that was over 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long stomping and slapping its way through the group of alien beasts as if it had gone berserk. He even grabbed several small foreign beasts and threw them into his mouth to chew in one bite. Click! 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 With toothsome chewing sounds, the lizard beast swallowed several of the alien beasts in one gulp. What's going on here? An infighting between the foreign beasts? Xia Yao was dumbfounded. Yuli held his head high, froze and blinked his eyes, and said, "The back of the foreign beast seems to be standing on a person?" The crowd looked up at the words. The mists were heavy and the beasts were extremely tall, so it was not easy for the crowd to vaguely see the silhouettes that Yuli was talking about. Sure enough, there was actually a human figure standing on the back of that foreign beast. Time to fall. Crowd of soul checkers? Long Ming's eyes almost glared out when he saw the scene. IDNMD. I damn sure didn't wake up. Shurchio stood on the back of a level 22 Fey beast and looked down at the heavy beasts below. He didn't have much temporary soul power left now. The temporary soul power that he had gotten from Zhou Yanin's side and theirs was ultimately not his own strength and could not be recovered. It's got to be done quickly. He gently raised his hand, and the pitch-black mist was like spreading dry ice that kept raging out from around his body. The black mist transformed into hundreds and thousands of crows, only to see the black feathers fluttering and the crows' cries resonating through the heavens and earth. Flocks of crows instantly covered the sky and the moon, enveloping the entire sky, converging above the heads of the crowd of beasts and circling back and forth. That chirping sound is like a soul-sucking song from hell. This shocking scene shook the eyeballs of almost all the soul contractors present. What the hell is this? What kind of vision is this? The guide of Long Ming's class couldn't help but gulp after he tried to rub his eyes and saw that the teenager standing on the shoulders of the foreign beast and controlling the ravens in the sky was none other than Shurchio. With that, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lan, who was just as dumbfounded next to him. That person. Is your class's Shurchio right? Aha! Duan Lan himself froze, nodding his head blankly. Isn't he a freshman? How could he have such deep soul power? The Long Ming class guide was almost skeptical already. Duan Lan smiled bitterly. Thinking that Shurchio was already able to single-handedly kill a level 17 alien beast at level 1, it seems that it wouldn't be surprising for him to have such soul power at level 5. Wait. Level 5. Duan Lan then realized that Shurchio, who was standing on the shoulder of the alien beast, was already a level 5 soul contractor. How is this possible? At this moment, one could only see Shurchio's raised palm pressing downwards, and the Urums hovering in the sky all rush down to the ground to attack those level 10 or so Fey beasts. Roar! Roar! The beasts roared again, only this time it was a painfully mournful roar. Attached to the hellfire, the beasts were just as unable to extinguish it, and could only feel themselves being burned to death bit by bit. Shurchio gripped the death scythe tightly and let down into the ground this feast of resounding wails. Soul power surged and infused into the scythe. Tokioka swept across the room with his black sickle in his hand. Swish! A trail of blood suddenly cut through the backbone of a level 15 foreign beast, cutting that foreign beast in half at the waist. Long Ming sat on his butt, panting. Just now, he had completely exhausted his soul power, and his hands were smoking from releasing his soul techniques. If it wasn't for Shurchio's timely arrival, he might have been about to become food in the mouth of that level 15 Fey beast. Can you still stand up? Shurchio asked as he shook off the blood on his scythe and looked back at Long Ming. Can. Long Ming gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty, then looked at him with a complex expression. You are not a level 3, you are a level 5 soul contractor? Tim Chu. At this point, Autumn didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that he had just leveled up and accidentally jumped from level 3 to level 5? This sounds like it might be a bit too shocking. At this time, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Shurchyo's head. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. A soul-like globular substance fluttered from the corpse of the dead alien beast and drilled into the scythe in Shurchyo's hand. Tokiwa froze. Right. Almost forgot about that. Normally in the real world, it's impossible to just kill someone. But isn't the battlefield here just a great place for the death scythe to harvest soul points? This is the perfect place for me to hunt. How can it go to waste? Shurchyo also disregarded Long Ming behind him. Your soul power is depleted, find yourself a safe place to stay, and be careful not to be eaten by the foreign beasts. After saying that, he violently leaped, once again rushed to the battlefield among the chaotic beasts, leaving a face of stunned Long Ming. Squeak! And at that moment, a military truck finally arrived, stopping in droves and leaping down hundreds of city defense soldiers. The middle-aged general swept his eyes over the battlefield and made his command. Team 1 helped the teachers and students of Mono City University to reintegrate their formation. The second team searches for a favorable position to snipe the opposing alien demonic leaders. Assist the soul contractors in healing the wounded. The crowd of city defenders immediately moved in a well-trained manner. Duan Lan and the other group of guides were relieved to see that the city defense forces had arrived. Duan Lan jumped down from the high ground and walked up to the middle-aged general. You are General Sun, right? It's me, how's it going? The casualties are very serious. Duan Lan's expression sank slightly, his face grim, and I'm afraid that this alien attack on our transportation caravan isn't that simple. I don't think it's like a chance encounter, it's more like an ambush. General Sun fell silent, pondered for a moment, and nodded. I know, I will declare the investigation to the Empire when I return. Now, first repel these foreigners. Yes. 75 kowtow to him. With a large number of city defense forces arriving to support them, the students of Mono City University were demoralized again. The crowd's blood boiled, and drove what little soul power they had left to brazenly attack the beasts. And Timothy Fall stands out the most. Jumping from a height into the battlefield. The field. Obviously, he is a level 5 soul contractor, but his whole body is wrapped in a soul power aura thicker than that of a normal level 10 soul contractor. His entire body was wrapped in a soul power aura that was even thicker than that of a normal level 10 soul contractor, and he was weaving back and forth in the battlefield. Especially in his hand, the death scythe wrapped in soul energy is so sharp that it's scary. The death scythe wrapped in soul chi was even more frighteningly sharp. It was only now that Shurchyo realized what the concept of 17 points of sharpness was. The rigid rock-like epidermis of the alien beasts was as brittle as white paper under this scythe of his. But with one slash, he once again killed a level 17 Fey beast. Without stopping, Shurchyo stepped on the broken neck of the alien beast and leapt up in the air. Dodged the body. The claws of the other beast behind him, then the scythe cuts down again. Swish! The alien beast's arm also flew out, letting out a wail of pain. In fact, Shurchyo had just learned 2 new abilities after rising 2 levels in a row. But now that this was the case, with the help of the city's defense force, it didn't seem necessary to use it. Swish swish! Another Fey falls. The students next to him looked on with their jaws drop in amazement. Is this the S-rank soul fitter? And Ma, who said when we just came that people are here to mingle and can't help? Come out and kowtow to them yourself. Bro, why do I remember you saying that? Oh. That's okay. Last time in the Spacegate Exotic Realm, the matter of Shurchyo single-handedly killing a level 17 alien beast was known to no one else except for Qiao Xie and Lan Ningxue, who were in the same class. But after this time, Shurchyo realized that after going back, he would definitely be noticed by many people. A lot of people attention. Whether this attention is good or bad, he doesn't know. Of course, there's no time to think at this point. It was only right to brush up on a few more monsters while you still have the extra soul power boost. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. Target has been killed, gained +1 soul point. Lan Ningxue stood in the distance, staring blankly at the battlefield chaos. Shurchyo, who had been performing recklessly in the chaos of the battlefield, stood in a daze. Kind of hard to believe. Battle. The man in the field. Is it your own schoolmate? Is it the boyfriend that you once confessed to? Jesus. Qiao Xie also froze for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses and gripped her short sword. Schwer, let's hurry up and support Hokage. Lan Ningxue then came back to her senses, remembering that this was a real battlefield. Where is the time to think about those men's and women's love? Women's personal feelings? Oh, good. She immediately rearmed the heavy sniper rifle and then took out brand new bullets, filling them up and then matching the actions of Toku in the field, shooting the battle. The foreign beasts in the field. And further afield. The back of a certain high-ranked foreign beast. He had been quietly watching the battle. The foreign devil who did not make a move on the field, at this time, his gaze was tightly locked on Shirchio's body. Hiss. Just as Shirchio killed the 11. Fey beast and landed in a crouching position to strike a handsome pose, he suddenly sensed a strong sense of killing intent. This killing intent was extremely strong, almost pressing down on him. Only to see that level 23 altered demon suddenly leap up with a single step into the void, and in a single turn, he rushed toward Shirchio. It held a strangely shaped blade-shaped weapon in its hand. It slashed straight at Shirchio. Incoming! Shirchio's heart sank as he almost subconsciously turned around while raising his scythe to block. Dang! The death scythe collided with the strange blade, and the sound wave that shook out caused Shirchio's eardrums to ache. If it wasn't for the thick temporary soul power that had been added to it, I'm afraid that this strike would have been enough to shatter his entire body into pieces. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the alien demon. He seemed puzzled that this level 5 human could react to his attack. Strike and was able to carry it. Both men quickly split to either side after a blow. Disconnect. Tokiwa was bounced a little further. The xenomorph landed first and then leapt again, swinging his sword to slash again. The speed was several times faster than just now. Duanlan also noticed this side of the battle at this time. His face changed drastically. Shirchio, get out of the way. But it seems to be too late. The voices don't even travel over as fast as the alien demons. But skin cracked and blood flew. Splash. A wail sounded. Tokio was stunned for a moment. Because it wasn't him who had his skin split open. Only to see the level 22 lizard alien beast blocking him, its chest. Mouth was scratched. Before he died, he looked back at Shirchio affectionately. Before slowly collapsing. Rumble. Tim Chu. Duanlan. Long Ming class guide has been completely dumbfounded, unbelievably said, This ing really false? A foreign beast helping a human block a sword? Duanlan, maybe this is true love. That Fey demon seemed to be stunned for a moment as well, and then his expression suddenly became irritated beyond measure. He wants to keep striking. But then both Duanlan and General Sun jumped over at the same time. 4th rank soul skill million gravity split. Duanlan shouts, leaps high in the air, raises his right leg, and sweeps it down with a powerful and heavy downward leg chop swept down. This kick was something that even the heterodyne didn't dare to take easily, so he had to dodge to the side. Duanlan's heavy kick split on the ground, and instantly, the entire ground cracked like a spider's web. The ground shook and the mountains crumbled. Countless debris splashed up. Tokio steadied his staggering form for a long time. Nice guy. Women sure are scary. The xenomorph jumped back a good distance out of the way of the psionic outpouring. He was about to counterattack when he saw General Sun standing up as well. In an instant, he exploded with a soul power of up to level 24, while staring at the foreign demon with a cold face. Threats. Deterrence. The Fey demon man glanced at General Sun and actually smiled wryly. But he doesn't seem ready to fight anymore either. With that, his body leapt, gripping his long blade, and jumped back to a high-ranked alien beast. Immediately after that, and without knowing what language he spoke, the Fey beasts suddenly all stopped, and then like wild beasts, while staring at the human soul contractors, they slowly backed up and silently retreated backward. 76, we're rich. The Fey retreated. The scent of blood dispersed over this black earth, and mutilated corpses could be seen everywhere, hideous and gruesome. This world, it seems like it never gets light, the sky is always that gray, not a bit of sunlight can shine in. Most of the soul contractors were so tired that they were about to fall down, and quite a few of them were seriously injured. Teachers and city defense soldiers were busy directing the injured and wounded to be carried to the cars first. Whoa! School brother, you were too handsome just now. As soon as Xiaoyao arrived in front of Shirchio, she was so excited that she could hardly hold it in, her 2 eyes shining with stars. Tokio just smiled coyly. And next to him, Lan Ningxue was on the verge of crying. If she hadn't been concerned about the other people next to her, she wouldn't have been able to resist jumping into her little brother's arms. But at the moment it's all about eyeballing and browbeating with Tokioka. Shirchio, what's up with your level? When did you already rise to level 5? Duanlan walked over at this time, with General Sun behind him. General Sun was also curious about this teenager. It's not just his strength alone. Originally, before running into this teenager's place, he even a little doubt that this teenager is not fornicating with foreign enemies. But this teenager's performance on the battlefield just now has dispelled that suspicion again. Tokio made it up off the top of his head, just before we leave. Right? Duanlan narrowed his eyes, catching the keyword. Tim Chu. Duanlan raised an eyebrow, so you don't even seem very sure yourself? Tim Chu. Xiao Xia looked at the two, smiled sarcastically and rounded off the scene. Hey, Sister Lan, don't bite the bullet so much. Primary brother isn't the kind of person who speculates, he definitely relies on his strength for his upgrades. Xiaoyao nodded beside him. That's right. Blue Nimbus nodded in agreement. Aha, I think so too. Rain lay. Duanlan glared at a few girls. These no good ones. It's only been a week. Fallen so soon? Well, with these face dogs, it shouldn't take a week to make them fall. Then he looked at Shircho again and sighed helplessly. Well, I won't force you to say it if you're not comfortable saying it, but... Duanlan paused and said seriously, when you go back, you'd better make up a reason as soon as possible. Timothy Chu. Well. The male guide of Long Ming's class placed his hands on Shircho's shoulders, his eyes glowing with excitement. No matter what, Shircho-san, you're the one who got the big credit for this incident. Not only did you bring back the city defense force, you also performed so brightly. Don't worry, I will truthfully report to the school when I return, and the school will definitely not treat you poorly. Next to him, General Sun also nodded his head and said, well, I will also report truthfully to the Empire. Tokyo, thanks then. Then the convoy consolidated for a while. Next up, a head count and a casualty tally. The male guide of Long Ming's class went to the front of the caravan. Shout if your name is called. If it's an injury that's being transported, don't help by shouting, we'll count it. First up, car number 1, Rainy Lee. Rain Lei. 2. Josie Moon. Xiao Shiyu, yes. Xia Yao. The male guide kept naming the car at number 13, Zhou Yanan. In. Zhou Yanan stepped out from behind a car silently. Shircho acted as if nothing had happened and didn't even return her head. Lu Yang. The male instructor raised his head and glanced over toward their class. Where's Lu Yang? Not here? Dead. Zhou Yanan calmly said, our car, only the 3 of us survived, everyone else died in the mouth of the foreign beast. When the students present heard this, many of them revealed a slight look of intolerance. There were also those who let out cold grunts. After all, the Black Soul Society didn't have a good reputation in the school. The male guide was silent for a moment, silently putting a couple of crosses on the list. The male guide continued to read off the names. After that, the site was organized and all the student guides got into their cars. It's time to go back. The supplies were all still well protected and the students were kind of relieved. At the very least, there's still a nice reward after this trip back. When they went back, Shircho and the others still shared the same car with Long Ming and his class. Long Ming couldn't help but get next to Shircho and ask him, hey, school brother. Oh no, brother, what the hell was that move you just summoned so many crows? It was also too damn exaggerated, burning so many foreign beasts alive. Tokiwa smiled a little. Do you still want to duel me when you get back? Long Ming laughed dryly and said, see what you're saying, what's the point of dueling? Don't say that I suppressed my level, even if you use your level 5 strength to fight me, I'm afraid I'm still bad enough. But don't worry, what was agreed upon beforehand, I, Long Ming, will not disown. Saying that, Long Ming took off the gold necklace around his neck and handed it to Shircho. Here, it's yours. Thanks. Shircho certainly wouldn't pretend to be polite and refuse the kindness of others. The attributes of this necklace, Shircho had seen it before. If you look at the attributes alone, the most you can say is not bad. But what Tokyo cares more about is the material itself. It's been a day since I got back to the university. Next day, 10 a.m. Shircho slept until he woke up naturally and got up, yawned and stretched a long time, then opened the system panel and found that the progress of yesterday's quest had been updated. Mission difficulty, Major 3rd Year S-Rank Special Mission. Mission requirement, bring back the supplies from the single city space gate at one area collection base safely. Mission reward, 5 million cash, 3,000 credits, 2,000 Imperial points, 10 yellow stove stones, 10 soul power capping potions, and 30 days of maximum access to the school library. Due to Cadet Shircho's excellent performance, the current mission reward is doubled. Mission progress, complete. Tokyo felt a little dizzy. Mission rewards doubled. So that means I have $10 million now. 6,000 credits, plus 4,000 Empire points? Getting rich, getting rich. 77 The internet is abuzz. Looking at the several extra zeros in the item bar, in the column displaying the balance of Imperial coins, Shircho must be lying when he said he wasn't in an excited mood. If it was in his last life, even if he just laid around doing nothing for the rest of his life, lazing around every day, this money would be enough for him to live his whole life at a well-off level. Most people, after all, don't make that much money in a lifetime. After a short period of excitement, Tokioka regained her composure. It's just getting started. Excited, my ass? Just basic operations. Shircho took out her cell phone and swiped through Weibo on her bed for a while. Yesterday's attack on the transport convoy in a foreign realm has been reported. It went straight to number 1 on the national hit list. A single city material convoy was attacked by tens of thousands of foreigners in a foreign territory, and the one who saved the convoy with his own strength was actually a mysterious freshman. And then the second most popular search was shocked. The mysterious teenager can actually control foreign beasts. What kind of ability is this? Then there are several photos taken at the scene below. One of the photographs was the very image of Tokiwa standing on the back of a giant alien beast, raising his right hand high and driving the tens of thousands of Yuzhui spirits that were encircling the entire sky. However, the photos were separated by a long distance and the alien environment was harsh, so the photos were quite blurry and it wasn't possible to see Tokiwa's face clearly, only his figure could be seen vaguely. All you can tell from the photo was that he was probably a student. The netizens who commented on the melon eating below went straight to the boil. Ward days. What do I see? Is this really the power of the deeded soul? This is simply a miracle of nature. Can anyone tell who this man really is? I think I've fallen in love with him, so handsome. This guy is a freshman at Monarch University? Are you kidding me? I remember this year's freshman start date of the Deed Soul Awakening was only just a week past. How could a freshman have this kind of strength? Obviously it's impossible. The editor who compiles and writes the news is really getting out of bounds in order to attract attention. I can guarantee that this person must be a teacher in the school or a general in the city defense army. Heroes see the same thing. If this guy was a student, I would eat 3 pounds upside down. Tim Chu, M. The report does have an element of exaggeration. For example, the number of foreigners is actually in the thousands, so where are the tens of thousands? The news, too, didn't report Timothy Fall's name. Perhaps the officials deliberately blocked the news, not wanting the story to spread too widely. Maybe to protect him. Even so, Shurcho's name had gone completely viral within Manojo University without any surprise. This go-around is different from the last one. The last time the name Shurcho went viral, most people were saying that he was arrogant and overambitious, refusing the invitations of the 3 major powers, and didn't know any better. Opening the forum this time, Timothy Autumn realized. I can't believe he has a bunch of brainwashed fans now. Opened up the forum and there were pictures of him everywhere. I wonder who stole them from which angle. And the screen is full of the schoolboy is so handsome. Schoolboy, mom loves you. Shoucho is the best. My sister will give you a monkey. My elementary school brother is the best. You junior still doing B-level tasks. Beggars learn well. Full of the flavor of the last meal circle. The forums on campus, which require a student ID to access, are not prying eyes of people other than those from this school. Timothy scratched his head. Maybe that's just whoever lives to be what they hate the most? Putting the phone down, Tokio calmed down for a moment. For once, the wind is out of the sails. But with that, I'm afraid there's going to be a big wave of trouble. This world, unlike those pure intention in cool text world like, as long as there is a halo with a golden finger, is a person is a ghost have to give way to you, no brain can pass the whole world. Instead, it's more like the society of his last life. Social system. The world is at war with each other, and there is a power struggle between the two. Tokio felt sober. If one is really a bit talented and then thinks he's a smartass and high-minded, then he's either going to be used as a gun or he's not far away from being done in. Like that Black Soul Society's Yuki. Having the talent and strength to reach level 10 in her sophomore year, and possessing the ability to challenge across levels, she could be said to be on par with Yuli and Xia Yao and the others. But what's the point of having a hammer? Still dumb enough to be fooled? Thinking of that woman, Shurcho slightly hooked the corner of her mouth. He had already learned some of the inner workings of the Black Soul Society from Zhou Yanan's memories. That Yuya would eventually become a victim or a stepping stone. But that had nothing to do with Shurcho, and he wasn't kind enough to remind a woman he had nothing to do with and no friendship with. Shurcho opened his skill panel to check the 2 new skills he had learned yesterday after rising to level 5 in the other world. The screen of the skill tree appeared in front of you. Name, Hell Chains. Rank, First Order. Rating, Divine. Physical Restraints, 15. Soul Binding Power, 20 increases with soul points. Sturdy. Special Effects? Unlockable after upgrade. Introduction, a special chain used to lock up the 3-headed dog of hell in the midst of hell. A soul implement of the Grim Reaper, and may not be transferred to anyone else for use. This weapon dissipates upon the death of the Grim Reaper host. Timothy touched his chin. It feels like you don't even have to go to the mall to buy gear. The Grim Reaper's soul instruments are all god-level equipment. Isn't this much more fragrant than those mundane equipment sold in the System Mall and the Imperial Mall? And the equipment sold by the system is still expensive as hell. Well, this thing should work as a control skill. Tokiwa proceeded to look at the next newly unlocked ability. It's a new undead. Undead, Skeleton Swordsman. Rank, 2nd. Synopsis, Imperial infantrymen who defended the continent in a previous life were at war during an alien invasion. In a war of alien invasion, the unfortunate subordinate ministry. The general of the team rebelled against the foreigners, and the entire infantry regiment was drained of flesh by the foreigners, leaving only this body of white and withered bones, and later transformed into an undead spirit under the salvation of the god of death, driven by the god of death. 78 Why don't we just pike it? There are no specific attributes for this aspect of the undead. It's not just this new skeleton swordsman, but also the previously unlocked Yulin and Shadow Spirit as well. There was only a profile and no attributes. The undead derive their power or lack thereof from the death host. When the host's strength is increased, the undead strength will naturally increase as well. It was as if earlier in the other realm, when Shurchyo had received a temporary soul power boost, the number and power of the upranks that could be splintered had increased by hundreds of times. Shurchyo rolled over and got up, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to gather his soul power. Undead wake. Skeleton swordsman. Black mist rises, energy fluctuates. Shurchyo mouthed the words, and 3 runic formations in the shape of a circle shimmering with black light appeared on the floor of the room. From those several formations, a set of white bones were trying hard to stand up from them, as if they were breaking out of the cocoon from that void. Within a short time, 3 skeleton swordsmen holding swords and shields, tall and domineering with green eyes, appeared in front of him. Tokiwa opened her eyes and wiped the sweat running down her head. 3 skeleton swordsmen, which was already the limit of what he could summon with his current soul power blue amount. Without the temporary psionic boost, it felt like it was a struggle to do anything. This kind of second-order undead, only summon 3 blue is gone. You can't expect an enemy with a dark attribute to send you soul power every time, can you? Well, thinking about it, Tokio took a book off the shelf that she had just checked out from the library when she returned yesterday. On the Venerable Master's Holding. How Jiuli is Nurtured. Tokio flipped through the books and quickly found the solution. With almost all mages, the blue consumption is pretty huge. So, basically, all the soul bearers with strong ratings in the magic damage direction have to build up a blue base from their freshman year onwards. That is to say, it strengthens the spiritual power. Spirituality is sort of a big program attribute that can affect the attributes of many smaller programs. If the spirit power was strong, the soul power, law strength, concentration, reaction power, and all of these would follow. Shurchyo immediately thought of the T88 spiritual power limit potion that he had used that day, as well as the soul power limit potion that was given to him by the quest. He himself now has $10 million in savings, plus 4,000 empire points. How about? Why don't we just pike a wave? But then Shurchyo thought of how just one injection of a spirit sealing potion earlier had directly caused his body to have that kind of mutation reaction. If you inject so much into it in one go this time, you might have to mutate some kind of monster out. Tokio looked at his right arm. The white bony thing that had mutated and burrowed out of the skin on his arm was gone. And his skin was intact, cleaner than it had been, as if newly grown. Tokio moved her arms. It didn't feel out of the ordinary or different from before. Whatever. Tokio gritted her teeth. For that 0.000001% probability of a drug reaction occurring, can this be spared without a rush? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment there was a sudden knock on the door. Schoolmate, have you gotten up yet? Came from outside the door, Lan Ningxue's voice as tiny as a thief. Tokio smiled when she heard the voice and got up to open the door. School brother. Lan Ningxue saw the door open, was originally a face of joy, but after seeing Shurchyo, suddenly screamed, and then turned his back to cover his eyes. Timothy? Blue Ninja, you. Your clothes. It was then that Tokio remembered that he was bare-chested. Tokio was embarrassed. I'm sorry, I just got up. I was so tired last night when I got back from my mission that I went straight to bed after my shower. I know, Blue Ningxue stammered, then hurry up and put it on. Good. Tokio also turned around, grabbed a top and pulled it over his head. Lan Ningxue secretly turned her head, taking advantage of Shurchyo's efforts to put clothes on her head to see as much as she could. As Tokioka put her clothes back on, she turned back around like a flash of lightning with a whoosh. Are you dressed? Well. Just as Shurchyo answered, a warm and soft person slammed right into his arms and held him firmly like an octopus. School brother, you almost scared me to death yesterday. Oh, Blue Ningxue whimpered as she laid her entire face on Shurchyo's shoulder. Senior sister. Shurchyo swallowed, a little overwhelmed. This would be the first time there had been such close contact between the two of them. You know that schoolteacher is the one who can make a zipper into a rounded shape. Where does that leave him on top? Yesterday back in the car, there are too many people, I'm afraid I cannot help but be seen out. Blue Ningxue still complained, after coming back I think you consume too much soul power at night, it must be very tired, and it is not good to bother you. School marm. Why are you so annoying as a person? As a boyfriend, can't you come to me of your own accord since you're awake? Hokage, that what? Door is still open, Tokiwa finally got the words out. Lan Ningxue heard this before she was suddenly startled and bounced off of Shurchyo. Luckily no one was just passing by. Otherwise if they were seen, then their business would be exposed. Tokio cried and laughed, walking over and closing the door behind him. Lan Ningxue's pretty face flushed red as she glared at him poutingly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't give me that chance either. Forget it, seeing as you worked so hard yesterday, I won't bother with you. Lan Ningxue said, taking out a lunchbox from behind her. Nah, you used so much soul power yesterday, your soul power must have been depleted, right? I've specially made a breakfast that can replenish your soul power, and it can boost the speed of your soul power recovery. Shurchyo cocked her head, curious. There are also foods that can boost soul power recovery? Lan Ningxue was smug. Of course there is, I just learned it last night just checking. Made with heavenly frost wild vegetables, not only can it boost soul power, but also. Still what? Lan Ningxue's cheeks inexplicably reddened again, and then quickly returned to normal. Ahem, it's nothing. 79. Make one up in a hurry. By the way, during the chaos of the beast tide yesterday, where exactly did you run off to? Lan Ningxue promptly changed the topic. However, this was indeed the biggest doubt in her mind. The biggest doubt in her mind: why did you come back riding a high-level 20-something alien beast? And also brought back the city defense force? Tim Chu. Gotta. Just know that you still have to face this problem. But he hadn't made up an answer yet. Not at liberty to say? Lan Ningxue asked. Aha! Timothy said. Well, then even if it is. Lan Ningxue unexpectedly did not continue to ask more questions. Timothy wondered, you don't want to know? I want to know, but people always have to have a little secret of their own. Lan Ningxue smiled faintly. And I know you big men will always like to harbor some things in the heart, even if carry even more tired to bear alone. But promise me that if one day you individual can't hold it anymore, you must tell me, so that I can help you share it, okay? Lan Ningxue opened her big sparkling eyes and looked blearily at Shurchyo. Shurchyo was surprised. Good guy. Senior sister, I just realized that you are so understanding? Lan Ningxue proudly puffed out her chest and curled up the corners of her mouth. You just realized that? Tokiwa cocked her head, curious. Who did you hear that from back there, though? My dad. Lan Ningxue smiled. My dad said that as a man, sometimes one must be absolutely stubborn. Even if you are misunderstood by the whole world, there are some things that you must silently undertake to hold fast to all by yourself. For the sake of face, for the sake of dignity, and for the sake of responsibility. May. Shurchyo was silent for a moment and smiled slightly. Your father is a bit interesting. I really want to meet him some other day. When Lan Ningxue heard this, she looked at Shurchyo in a daze, her ears gradually turning red. What are you talking about? It's a little too early. Lan Ningxue muttered in a small voice, almost burying her head in her chest. Mouth. Tokiwa was inexplicably stunned. Obviously they are not saying the same thing. Knock knock. Yet another knock on the door at that moment. Hokage, can I come in? This time it was surprisingly Xiao Xie. Ah. Lan Ningxue was startled and flustered. Why is Xie coming? Where should I hide? Said he was going to find a cupboard to hide in. Shurchyo cried and laughed as she pulled her back. Senior sister, it's not necessary, is it? Wouldn't it be even less clear if they were found hiding? Besides, if Sister Yuki can come to me, what's wrong with you coming to me with a weak heart? Says it like it is. Lan Ningxue breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, isn't it just to come and sit in your schoolmate's room? What's the big deal? So Tokiwa went and opened the door with a big smile. Xiao Xie stood in the doorway and smiled. Hello, schoolmate, good morning. Timothy Chu. Good morning. Ha? Xiao Xie quickly saw Lan Ningxue, her eyes. God was quite profound. Schwer, why are you here early in the morning as well? Lan Ningxue had a naturally relaxed expression as she faintly said, What, you can come to see your elementary school brother, but I can't? Indeed. Xiao Xie leisurely glanced at the lunchbox that was placed next to her, but it seems I wasn't as thoughtful as you, and prepared breakfast specifically. Blue Ningxue, Zhou Xie, so that's what I was doing last night when I got to your room at 1 in the morning and saw you working in the kitchen? Blue ninjas. I made too much for one person to eat. Xiao Xie, so it's the first thing that comes to mind? Lan Ningxue glared at her. Shurchyo, he saved me once yesterday, what's wrong with me repaying? Saved you once, and this is your reward? Xiao Xie blinked. Shouldn't it be a favor in return? Lan Ningxue gritted her teeth. Bad woman, you seek death. I'm going to duel with you. Xiao Xie brightened up. Yeah, if you still want to wear a maid outfit and wash my feet for a month. Blue Nimbus. Tim Chu. Shurchyo lightly coughed twice. Well, that. Senior sister, it seems like there's something else you've forgotten that you haven't cashed in? Xiao Xie froze for a moment, her pretty face suddenly reddened, and she gave Shurchyo a somewhat grudging look, with a sour taste in her eyes. Tokio silently rubbed his nose. Oof. Bullying my girlfriend? Can this be tolerated? Lan Ningxue, on the other hand, had a face full of questions. I don't know what Tokio just said. Can you vaguely feel as if you're standing up for yourself though? Ahem. Don't talk about this. Xiao Xie changed the topic and saw a book on the table and casually picked it up. Huh? Schoolmate, you've been reading this recently? It is that book, on the Dharma Master's holding. How the power of Ju is developed. Shurchyo nodded gently. Well, I was thinking about how to increase my spiritual power in a short period of time. Xiao Xie smiled. This well. Actually you can go ask Shaoli, she is the strongest spirit power among us. Timothy Chu, good. It's better to have someone in your own class to ask than to go ask those teachers. And did you make up a reason for controlling the Fae yesterday? Timothy Chu, not yet. Get a grip and make one up. Xiao Xia, Arisher is right, you have to have a reason for this incident no matter what. Whether it's from the school or the Empire, someone is sure to come and ask you. Timothy nodded, thoughtful. Before this, no one had ever had the ability to control a foreign beast. Based on this alone, Tokyo is also sure to be targeted by certain bigwigs. Hey! A long way to go as a traveler. Tokyo mentally groaned. A conference room. The room is dim. The left and right sides of a long square table were filled with several of the highest-ranking bigwigs in the Mono City Empire. That's how it happened. General Sun recounted the events of last night. A certain old man sitting in the very center of the room, his eyes lit up. Are you saying that that freshman really has the ability to control Fey beasts? And it's still a high-level foreign beast? Yes. General Sun was serious, and his soul power is quite strong as well, almost reaching the amount of soul energy of a 10th-level archmage. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. 80, it's a little bit of a crapshoot. General Sun paused, but there is one thing that is strange. Old man sitting in the main seat, oh? I sensed a strong clash in his soul force. General Sun said, it's as if it's several types of soul power mixed together and it's not his own. There is such a thing? Yes. Well. It looks like this teenager is harboring a lot of secrets. The old man mused. The several biggest student forces at Monocle University. Right now are the Student Union, the Zodiac Sect, and the Black Soul Society, right? The old man asked again, he joined that family? General Sun smiled a bit bitterly, he didn't join any of the families. I just finished collecting all of his information this morning, and I heard that at the beginning of this year's freshman school year, these three major powers extended invitations to him at the same time, but he refused them all. The old man wondered, oh? Why? General Sun, he said that he likes to keep to himself and doesn't like to be constrained. The old man froze for a moment, then laughed, ha ha ha, a bit interesting. There was actually some appreciation in his eyes. General Sun, after such a mess last night, and such a report in the media today, I reckon that this kid is going to be targeted by various forces soon, so I've asked the media to conceal the name. The old man nodded, you've done well, he'll notice right away that he wants to be more than just the Empire with this ability. After a moment's silence, he added, how about this, you personally make another trip to Monocacy University, try his attitude, and see if he's willing to enter official work. If he wishes, he can be licensed to graduate early and be provided with his better training from within our empire. The people present at the meeting all sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man had given such a benefit, which was unprecedented. No student had ever been able to go straight into the official empire before graduating from college. And that's at the freshman level. However, this student's ability is indeed unprecedented, so no one will say anything if he or she is given some privileges. Good. General Sun smiled slightly as if he had known the old man would say that, I know. However, at this time, a not-so-harmonious voice rang out and coldly said, even if he is able to control foreign beasts, he is still just a milquetoast brat. It was a middle-aged older man with an eye patch and half his face covered in burn scars, a face that stunk like anyone owed him $5. Elder Chen, you giving such preferential treatment will make that brat's tail go straight to the sky. Elder Chen smiled brightly, hee. Rottenwood, it can't be because this child once rejected the Black Soul Society under your seat that you are displeased with him, right? Kochiki's face was expressionless, I'm just stating my opinion, nothing more. Elder Chen, so, what do you think should happen? Kochiki paused and said, send someone to bring him back first, and no matter what, first make him explain all the truth about controlling the alien beasts. Elder Chen was silent, his gaze calm, but according to the conventions of the human race, the special abilities and specific attributes of each soul contractor are personal and private, and everyone has the right to self-preservation. Yet this is the stupidest article in the convention. Kochiki laughed coldly, on the land of the human race, all soul contractors should belong to the Empire and should serve unconditionally until the end. At this time, when the human race is in danger from a foreign enemy, how can we allow some selfish people to keep themselves as they please? It's because of such a convention that certain soul contractors have become more and more conceited, treating themselves as dads with a bit of special ability, and even the existence of traitors who betrayed the human race. Chen Lao was silent. Kochiki held his head slightly high as he continued, if you allow me, give me this boy and I promise to develop him. At that time, our conquest of the alien races of the single city spacegate will be just around the corner. Chen Lao waved his hand, let's talk about this later. Kochiki didn't say any more, apparently he had expected this outcome. Son, it's still the same as it was, you'll find some time to go there in person. After a pause, Elder Chen added, whether he is willing or not, bring him here, I want to ask him a few words in person. General Sun, good. In the evening, Tokyo rested all day and was in a completely recovered state. He left his apartment and prepared to make a trip to the Imperial Mall to purchase a batch of mental power cap potions. However, after exiting, Tokioka remembered that she had become famous. Walking through the campus without a mask and with his face exposed, Tokyo felt countless faces looking at him. Ward days. Isn't that Tokiwa? Tokyo. He's the hero who saved the transportation caravan. I don't know if he's high and mighty. Can I go up and ask for a FMS? So handsome, mom is going to faint. Tim Chu. That, schoolmate, excuse me. In the end, before leaving the campus, Shurchio was still stopped by a few blushing and shy but wild-eyed schoolmates. Hello, can you give a FMS? I'm your fan. I want to take a picture with you. I'd like you to sign my autograph. Can I touch you? Timothy Chu. Seems like something weird got mixed in? After coping with a few school sisters, Shurchio had to return to the apartment and wear a mask before going out. Come to the Empire Mall, the same cargo container as before. Shurchio said to that sales lady, type T88 mental power capping potion, get me 40 bottles, please. Sales girl. Sorry, we only have 10 bottles left in stock. Timothy Chu was puzzled, so little inventory? Salesman, yes, because this stuff doesn't sell well in the first place, you don't even see 5 bottles sold in a month. Tim Chu. When you think about it, it does seem to make sense. This kind of potion is too expensive for a low-ranked soul contractor. Most students might only have a dozen or so Imperial points for a single quest in their freshman year, who would spend 100 Imperial points on this. And when you're a mid-level or higher soul fitter, a tube of injections with 10 points of spirit doesn't seem to mean much again. All in all, this thing is just a bit of a dick. 81 spiritual power skyrockets. But the cost of this agent is right there, and it's not like it's possible to lower the selling price. Aside from people like Shurchio who really had so many points that they had no place to spend them and who would have a special reaction to the drug, I'm afraid that not many other people would really go out and buy it. So most of these potions don't sell out, and most of those that don't sell out are simply thrown to the universities as rewards for the students' tasks. Shurchio pondered for a moment and said, help me wrap those 10 bottles first. Okay. The salesman helped Shurchio wrap up 10 bottles of potions, costing a total of 1,000 Imperial points. With 3,000 left, Tokyo wasn't going to move for the time being. If I want to order. Timothy asked again, when's the next stocking, when is it? At least until next month. The salesman replied. Next month. Timothy frowned. He couldn't wait that long. Is this sold in Mono City, anywhere else? No. The salesman's face was expressionless. But Tokyo read in her eyes that there must be other places, other ways to get it. Leaving the Imperial Mall, Shurchio opened his phone and checked with Baidu. Sure enough. The T88 mental power cap potion is an Imperial-controlled material. The system's trading house, and no one will be selling it. The only other way, besides the Imperial Mall, and that would be the black market, where almost everything was available. But the water is also deep. And the reputation is extremely poor. I heard that some low-ranking soul contractors went there and were ripped off to the point of losing their pants. Seeing the word black market, Shurchio thought of Sure One Lei. That guy's old man is the head of the black marketeers? It would be interesting to deal with that guy. Finding a place where no one was around, Shurchio first injected those 10 mental power cap potions into himself. As the medicinal liquid pushed into his body little by little, Shurchio also felt a certain attribute of his own growing wildly. Hint, the Empire's special T88 mental power cap potion has undergone a special reaction in your body. Hint, after using the potion, some people will have a special reaction, probability of occurrence, 0.000001%. Sure enough. Coincidence that wasn't last time. With his own constitution, he would have this drug reaction every time. Hint, for unknown reasons, your spirit is continuing to grow, +1, +2, +2, +1. Hint, for unknown reasons, your mental damage resistance is continuing to grow, +2, +2, +1, +1. Hint, your skin cells are undergoing an unknown alienation due to a specific reaction to the drug. Skin cell alienation, +1, +1, +1. Hint, due to a special reaction to the drug, your bone is undergoing an unknown alienation. Bone alienation, +1, +1, +1. After one injection was finished, Tokyo had another injection ready to be injected into the body again. Shurchio only felt a constant stream of energy running into his brain and surging into his nerve center. Another injection runs out. Tokyo felt her entire being clearing up a lot. With his current spiritual power, even without using his ears or eyes, he could sense some things around him. Even if he is told to close his eyes and walk or run, he will never bump into it. But, strange. Timothy raised both of his arms and looked at them again and again. And nothing happened this time? No bony material surfaced on the surface of the flesh and blood and the skin was unharmed. Is it possible that that weirdness only occurs the first time, and by the second time resistance has developed? Yet the system gives a hint that bone heterogenization is still going on. Tokyo mused for a moment. Forget it. Whatever. Timothy Autumn loaded the needle for a third injection and continued to inject. Until the 10th injection was finished, Shurchio had almost skyrocketed 1,500 points of mental power. With this kind of mental power increase, Shurchio could now finish off the average level 10 or so Archmage. Timothy took a deep breath, this feeling. He closed his eyes, but it was as if he could feel the tiny touch of any grass, tree, insect or bird within a few hundred meters around him. Even underneath the soil under his feet, he could see how many ants were crawling in the soil. He could see the lake clearly. Cluck cluck cluck. Crunch. Click 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 click. At this time, Shurchio suddenly heard the sound of his bones moving differently. Like there was metal rubbing against each other, it was toothsome. And his skin, too, is changing subtly. Sure enough, it's still here, Tokio smiled bitterly. Timothy Fall was prepared for this. Let's hope it doesn't mutate into a monster out there. Late night. A couple, a man and a woman, walked cautiously into the park grove. Let's go back, what if someone sees us? The man was a bit timid and said timidly. Who's going to see it after 3 in the morning at night? The woman did look excited. Isn't it the same at home? Don't you think it's more exciting here? But, in case someone. Aya, why are you a big man girly? The woman was disgruntled. It's all said and done, who would? In the middle of the night? At that point, the man gave a horrified look and pointed to the grass behind the woman. That. What's wrong? The woman frowned and turned her head. Only a silhouette could be vaguely seen standing among the dark bushes. A pair of green eyes that glowed with a faint cold light, with a deep luster, unusually demonic and chilling. Just looking at it is creepy enough. Ah! The two couples yelled as they turned and ran. The woman also threw off a shoe in her haste. Ghosts. Demons. Mom. Dense, dark bushes. Timothy ignored the running couple and looked at his spread hands. Even on his own hands, he could see the reflection caused by the green light emanating from his eyes. Tokio murmured softly, it turns out that the so-called bone alienation. It's this. 82, you seem to be getting handsome again? Early morning. Tokio came back to school from outside. After one night, his appearance has fully recovered. After experiencing a mutation, this time the body adapted to the drug reaction speed due significantly faster. Only one night can be completely back to normal. Due to the surge in mental power, even though he hadn't slept for one night, Shurchio still felt refreshed and had an abundance of soul power now. Shurchio was coming back from outside and returned to the apartment just in time to run into Lan Ningxue. Ha! Lan Ningxue was curious, Senior, where did you go so early in the morning? Oh, it's fine, I woke up early and went out to practice casually. Shurchio replied casually. You're still really diligent. Lan Ningxue suddenly, inexplicably remembered Shurchio's previous words. I will definitely work hard to become stronger, and as soon as possible to the day when I have the ability to protect my senior sister. Is he trying so hard for me? Thinking of this, Lan Ningxue's shy and pretty face turned red. Shurchio thought of something and asked again, by the way, senior sister, where did senior sister Yuli go? I want to find her to ask for advice about controlling spiritual power. Yuli's room was the closest to the hallway, and he had just gone to Yuli's room to knock on the door, yet there was no response. Although Shurchio's current spiritual power was thick enough, it still lacked the proficiency to use it. It's like one person who is full of masterful piano manipulation but doesn't have any muscle memory. Lan Ningxue thought for a moment and said, well. At this time, Xiaoli is usually in our class's practical training room. She's the hardest worker in our class. Timothy Chu, okay, then I'll go find her later. Lan Ningxue looked at Shurchio's face and suddenly felt something was wrong. Huh? School brother, how do you? I feel as if you've become quite handsome again? Tim Chu. Face seems to have gotten a little whiter? And the skin has gotten better? Lan Ningxue wondered, and even went up and gently pinched Shurchio's cheeks. Shurchio smiled lightly, it's you, senior sister, who's a lover, isn't it? After separating from Lan Ningxue, Shurchio went directly to the class training room. Sure enough, Yuri is here. She's training alone. In the practical training room, dozens of mechanical targets were flying around in the sky. Yuli stood still, sweat dripping from her white cheeks, her damp hair sticking to her cheeks. Hands clasped together, eyes lightly closed. As soul power coalesces, energy surges. Boom! One oversized fireball is released. The large fireball flew into the air and suddenly exploded. It turned into a bunch of small fireballs. However, these fireballs, under the manipulation of Yuli's spiritual power, actually still tracking, respectively flying to those dozens of mechanical flying targets. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of mechanical flying targets, all of them were hit and exploded with strong sparks. Timothy took a deep breath. I didn't think that Yuli's spiritual power could be applied to such a field. At this time, Yuli also sensed Tokioka's presence. She turned around, and when she saw Shurchio standing in the doorway, she actually looked slightly rushed. Do you want to use the actual room? Then I'll go outside first. Ah, no. Tokichi came over, I'm here to see you, senior sister. Find me, Rainy Lee's cheeks flushed. Seems very uncomfortable with contact with unfamiliar people. Especially with such solitary contact, it tends to make her nervous. After coming to this class for so long, Shurchio also had the least contact with Yuli. Do you look for me? For something? Yuli actually looked a bit timid, not at all like a school sister. I would like to ask for advice on the next method of controlling spiritual power. Shurchyo spoke bluntly. Turned out to be the case. Yuli opened her mouth, but if the level is still too low and the spiritual power is not strong, there is actually no need to learn this aspect for the time being, because in the middle of speaking, Yuli suddenly remembered the previous night, Shurchyo's performance in the otherworldly realm within the space gate. Though she couldn't tell what kind of creatures those crows carrying black fire were that night, that they were actually able to transform into that kind of bizarre flame. But someone who could cast and control a mega range ability like that must have quite a thick soul power. How could the spiritual power of such a person be low? But his level, yet he is clearly still only level 5. Shurchyo smiled. I don't think my spiritual power should be considered low. At least it's not low in the class. Yuri nodded gently. Alright then. Half an hour later, Yuli was completely shocked. Just a level 5 soul contractor. Spiritual power has actually reached over 2000 plus. Is this really the kind of spiritual power a human can possess? Shurchyo sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Following the methods that Yuli had taught him, he had become more and more skillful in controlling his spiritual power. It turned out that he could sense environmental anomalies within a few hundred meters. Nowadays, if you do, the range of thousands of meters is not a problem. Now, if you do, even if you split your spirit to manipulate a dozen puppets in one breath, it shouldn't be a problem, right? While closing her eyes to plan, Tokioka thought so in her heart. Ha! At this time, Shurchyo suddenly felt that on the side of one of the puppets, it seemed like there was something funny. Something happened. Eyes closed, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Yuya didn't return to school with the caravan that night. She took advantage of the alien beasts drilling out of the land, and after the extreme outburst of strength to escape from Shurchyo, she left the space door world on her own. By the time she returned to the real world, she had been badly eroded by the radiation and had been seriously injured, her psionic power depleted. After returning to the school, she shut herself up in Chile and self-healed for a day and a night before barely recovering 50% of her strength. Cough. Yuya coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and revealed a bitter smile. I actually lost to a level 5 soul contractor. What a bummer. But Yuki was a defiant woman. The events of that night in particular made her feel that there was a lot of something fishy going on. She vaguely sensed that there should be some sort of tricky method for Shurchyo to be able to use such strong soul power. Although she was severely injured this time, after this battle, she was able to unexpectedly touch the edge of level 11. When she broke through level 11, she must go and fight that person once more. Yuya thought this in her mind. 83 What the hell is going on? After recovering from his injuries and at least having no problem moving around, Yuya came to the Black Soul Society's lair to find Blackbone to report to. President, I'm sorry, I failed. Yuya didn't look for an excuse and directly admitted her failure. After all, defeat is defeat, and when you lose, making more reasons is just an excuse. That's just it. This new student can easily decapitate middle-ranked foreign beasts and has the ability to control high-ranked foreign beasts. It's not that ugly for you to lose to him. Blackbone said faintly. Then, raising an eyebrow at her, so when you fought him, did you feel out his ability to deed souls? Yuki opened her mouth slightly and was about to tell Blackbone what she had discovered in the other realm that day. In the sparring match that day, although she had not been able to fully fathom Shurchyo's ability, she could vaguely sense that Shurchyo seemed to be able to absorb the dark attribute energy in her surroundings and use it for herself. But as the words came out of her mouth, Yuki suddenly and inexplicably remembered what Tokioka had said when he fought her. This time when the caravan was attacked by the Fae, it was your Black Soul Society's handiwork, wasn't it? Yuya swallowed back the words and was silent for a while. I'm not sure. But his ability is indeed very bizarre, and Zhou Yanin and the others weren't exactly lightweights, yet they still died in his hands. Blackbone paused for a down, then gave her a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Yuki, ? Blackbone, you're saying Zhou Yanin and the others are all dead? Yuki, yeah. At that moment a voice suddenly came out. Hey, I say Yuya-senpai, even if you don't like me much, you don't have to curse me to death, right? Yuya heard the voice and immediately a shocked expression appeared at that moment. She jerked her head around, only to see Zhou Yanin walk out of the room next to her. Yuya's pupils suddenly shrunk, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Unbelievable, you. Zhou Yanin hemmed and hawed and laughed softly. What's wrong with me? Yuki. No way. What the hell is going on here? Yuya frowned, sizing up Zhou Yanin. This person in front of me is indeed Zhou Yanin, right? Because he didn't even try to hide the breath on his body. Faces could be deceiving, but soul power was impossible to deceive. But she clearly saw that day. Blackbone looked at Yuya. Why did you just say that Zhou Yanin and the others are dead? Yuya didn't know what to say, her sandalwood mouth slightly opened. I did see it that day. Blackbone, what did you see? I saw Zhou Yanan and his class, as well as the other members of my class, being all massacred by Shircho. Zhou Yanan sneered, joke. Then, according to you, I have already been killed by then autumn, so how could I be standing in front of you now? Yuya was silent, not knowing how to argue. But she was pretty sure she was absolutely right that night. Zhou Yanan hummed lightly and added, Yuya schoolmate, why are you so demoralizing your own people and destroying others' prestige? Oh. You wouldn't be like those nymphomaniacs in school. Female students were brainwashed by then autumn and fell in love with him, right? Yuya was instantly shamed at that moment. She glared at him viciously. Enough. Blackbone grimly interrupted the two people's fight. Zhou Yanan analyzed at this time, President, then Autumn's mental power is strong. I think Yuya was hit by his illusions, that's why she still can't figure out whether it's an illusion or reality until now. Blackbone was silent. It also seems to think that the likelihood of this one is the greatest. Maybe. Blackbone looked at Yuki, when you go back, adjust yourself down your mental state, lest you leave any after effects from the illusion. Yuki had a complicated look on her face. Even she's starting to get a little skeptical. Had he really fallen under some kind of illusion that day? So what one saw that day, was it all an illusion? Blackbone glanced back at Zhou Yanan again and asked, so what about you? Did you feel out the ability of the Tokiuchi deed soul? Didn't get to touch too much. Zhou Yanan said, that kid's ability is really impressive, several brothers in my class died at his hands. But fortunately, in the end, I managed to realized some of his weaknesses, and that's how I was able to beat him away. Blackbone narrowed his eyes, what weakness? Zhou Yanan said seriously, that kid seems to be particularly afraid of the dark attribute energy in his surroundings. Yuki. Blackbone, oh? Really? Yes, this is something I had a hard time finding. Zhou Yanan had a look of conviction on his face. So the next time you run into him, just get a few mages and handful of dark attribute psionic power into a ball and slam it on him. It's the right thing to do. That's interesting. Blackbone laughed coldly, all of our Black Soul Society's soul fittings are either dark attribute or semi-dark attribute. How did he kill so many people when 9 of you did it together, which also included 3 mages? It's not because I didn't know at first. Zhou Yanan, that kid plays sneak attack, not martial arts. And he controls high-level alien beasts of more than 20 levels, we are definitely not his opponent. Wow. Yuya looked at Zhou Yanan with a strange expression. She always felt more and more out of place. Seems like something is strange. Blackbone was relieved when he thought of the level 20 Fey beasts. With Zhou Yanan's strength and their strength, it is obviously unrealistic to expect them to deal with level 20 alien beasts. That's just it, you all go back first. Blackbone's face was expressionless. To deal with that kid, there's no need to rush. In this battle, all of you have been injured quite a bit, so go back and condition yourselves properly. Yes. Without saying a word, Zhou Yanan turned around and left. And Yuya Ben turned to leave as well, but suddenly stopped. Anything else? Blackbone raised an eyebrow. Senpai. Yuya's lips twitched, do you have anything to do with those Fae? Blackbone sneered, that doesn't seem to be something you should be asking. Yuki. You go. Blackbone stopped looking at her. Leaving Blackbone's room, Yuki leaned against the hallway wall and took a deep breath, his head was suddenly a little heavy. There was no answer though. But it seems pretty obvious already. At that moment, she looked up at Zhou Yanan at the front of the corridor. Nope. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Yuki bit her lip and quickly chased after her. Stop. 84 powerful, but with the wrong boss. Zhou Yanan treated it as if she didn't hear it and had already walked around the corner and quickly stepped into the restroom. Yuya operated her soul power and flew after her. 1. A flash, blocking his path. Stand still. Yuya stepped in front of him, her face baleful. Zhou Yanan. In here is the men's restroom. Yuya's face was expressionless as he casually waved his hand. A rose shot at the sign in that men's restroom, knocking it off. Bang! Yuki backhanded that door. Zhou Yanan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Zhou Yanan looked at her with interest. Alright. What's the matter? Find me something. You aren't right. Yuya stared at him with cold eyes. Why are you lying? Where did I lie? Yuya questioned. Shircho's ability is clearly able to absorb dark attribute soul power. Why did you tell the senior that he was afraid of dark attribute soul power? Zhou Yanan hemmed and hawed. I see that you are still not out of the hallucination, right? Be good, stop it, go back and get a good night's sleep. Maybe when you wake up, your dreams will wake up. After saying that, Zhou Yanan went around to the side and was about to leave. Whoosh! A razor-sharp black rose petal shot past Zhou Yanan like lightning. It cut through his cheek, leaving a faint trail of blood. The petals are then carved into the walls. Ouch! Zhou Yanan gently wiped away the bloodstain on her own face. You're really not done with this chick. I mean, what the hell do you want? You're lying. Yuya still had the same line. Timothy Chu was speechless. This girl is a real pain in the ass. I know very well that I definitely wasn't under an illusion at that time. Yuya had a face of certainty. Yeah? Zhou Yanan squinted, then you're sure you saw me die then? This. Yuki was speechless. Even if I was lying just now, Zhou Yanan paused and grinned, then why didn't you just tell Blackbone about that again? Yuya. It's none of your business. Zhou Yanan hummed lightly. Sound. It seems you didn't tell Blackbone about my powers for once, so I'll spare you today. But girl, you'd better think clearly about what kind of goods the person you're pledging allegiance to is. Zhou Yanan said with a cold smile. Yuya's face paled. Her expression as she looked at Zhou Yanan became incredulous. You're Tokyo. Zhou Yanan lightly laughed. Voice, you only see it now? Yuki looked complicated, but. Your body. The breath on you is clearly. In the middle of saying that, Yuya remembered Tokioka's ability to control the Fae. It's an illusion? Yuya glared. You used an illusion to control Zhou Yanan's body? Zhou Yanan shrugged her shoulders, just slowly guess. What's the matter, are you going to tell Blackbone now? Yuki sneered, are you afraid? Not so much afraid, this body isn't mine anyway. Zhou Yanan laughed softly twice, then his gaze sank, but if you really want to go and talk about it, I'll just have to finish you off here. Saying this, he paused. Exploded. Sent out a level 13 soul power. Just you? You unite coldly, although Zhou Yanan's level is 13, he's always been my underdog. That's because he's a rookie and can't play the character. Zhou Yanan bristled, I'm the one controlling the handle now. Yuki frowned, what handle? Zhou Yanan. Take that straight, girl. After saying that, Zhou Yanan suddenly transformed his body into an evil ghost and raised his hand to grab her with a claw of evil ghost. Evil ghost's claw grabbed at her. Yuki's heart. A thump in the head. She was well aware of Zhou Yanan's strength. With his soul power, it would take at least a minute to complete the evil demonization of his full body. However, this time it was actually only a split second. In an instant. So fast. Yui secretly said. Using his nimble hands, he dodged Zhou Yanan's attack and jumped up. Strikes and leapt up. The whole person leapt up several meters high. Then, she stood upside down in the air and stomped her feet against the ceiling 2 in a row. However, the speed of the fully demonized Zhou Yanan was even faster. The speed is even faster. At the same time Yuya fell from the ceiling, he worked his soul power and unleashed yet another. A skill. 4th ranked soul skill Ghostly Eyes. In the crimson eyes of the evil spirit, the Tun. A super strong. Fluctuations of spiritual power. Like sound waves, spreading out. Yuki's eyes met those crimson pupils, and he felt. I felt as if my spirit had been disturbed in some way. It was as if his spirit had been disturbed in some way. The entire group fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to exert any strength at all. The body muscles were as if they were deflated. There was no way to even gather soul power. He's used this ability before. Back then I could clearly resist it with ease. Yuya gritted his teeth, his mind completely at a loss. But this time, he was actually able to unleash such a strong spiritual impact? Shurchio realized that this Zhou Yanan's skills were quite good. He's a strong character. Why does he look like such a loser when he's using it? Zhou Yanan sneered, the victory and defeat have already been decided. After saying that, he clawed. The claw whistled up. Pop. Yuya was slapped in the pussy pocket, the whole thing spun 360 degrees in the air, hit the corner of the restroom hard, and rolled to the floor. The hair was disheveled, the breath lightly panting, and the almost perfect cheeks with red, swollen palm prints hanging from them looked extraordinarily wretched. Yet the depression in the mind is far more intense than in the body. I can't believe I can't even control one of his. A puppet can't even win. Yuki's heart was suddenly sad. Zhou Yanan walked slowly to Yuya. Yuya closed her eyes, a beautiful face extraordinarily pale, ready to die. Yet Tokiwa didn't make a move. You are very talented and strong. Zhou Yanan sneered, it's a pity that you followed the wrong boss. After saying that, his body gradually changed from an evil spirit back to a human. Then without looking back, he turned and left. Yuya lay on the ground with a blank look in her eyes. In the practical training room. Having already meditated for a whole. Shurchio, who had been meditating for an hour, finally slowly opened his eyes. Phew. Sure enough, maneuvering the golem is much easier than before. Tokyo grinned slightly. Sitting across from him, Yuli, who was also sitting in meditation, also opened his eyes. You awake? Yuri cocked her head, feeling. How do you feel? 85 reason not yet made up. Not bad, I feel that the control of my spiritual power is not less skillful. Shurchio smiled, Sister Yuli, thank you. Yuli pretty face suddenly red, no need to be so polite. You directly call me Shaoli or Yuli is good. Good. Shurchio also didn't pretend to be polite, well. By the way, what are the approximate conversion ratios for all of these attributes of spirit into soul power and concentration? Yuri shook her head gently. That, and everyone's conversion rate is different. You have such a strong spiritual power talent, the conversion ratio must also be very high. And this is something that can also be slowly raised through external objects. Foreign objects? Timothy was curious, like potions? Yes. What kind of potion? There are very few potions that can enhance the transformation efficiency, and the effect is also very minimal. Yuli thought for a moment. However, I know that there is a kind of Tongmingju that can further consolidate the strength of spiritual power as well as the transformation efficiency. Yes? Shurchio's eyes lit up. What's the approximate price of this kind of bead? The Tongming pearl is a controlled material, a product of the capital Spacegate exotic realm. It is extremely rare in quantity and is not sold in the market. Yuli shook his head. Here's the deal. Tokiwa was greatly disappointed. Seeing Shurchio's disappointment, Yuli added in a thin voice, no, but I know the condensation method of the Tongming bead, so if I have the materials, maybe I can make. Tokiwa froze. You can still make this stuff yourself? Yes. I'm an elemental ability, and it's theoretically possible to do so as long as I know how this stuff forms in nature. Yuli paused. However, the material needed to condense the Tongming pearl is also a controlled material, and may only be available in the black market. As soon as Shurchio heard about the black market, he smiled at once. That's just a coincidence. I happen to be making a trip to the black market recently. Shaoli, can you help me make a list of the materials I need? I can buy them together then. Yuri cocked her head. You're going to the black market? Timothy, right. The water is very deep there. It's not safe for you to go as a low-ranked soul contractor. I know, the black market in Mono City is notorious for its poor reputation. Shurchio smiled, but I'm not afraid. Are those peddlers harder to deal with than a level 20 Fae? Yuli thought of how Shurchio had behaved in the other world that day. Also right. Schoolmates aren't your average low-level soul checker. I know you're strong, but it's best not to. Yuli pursed her lips. There will be a lot of fakes in the black market, and it's hard for inexperienced people to tell the difference. Turned out to be the case. Timothy frowned. He realized he had thought things simple. Yuli suggested, you can ask school sister and Erasure to accompany you. Shurchio fell silent at time. He didn't want too many people to know this about him. This superb mental strength he had now was all due to the special reaction of the drug. It was about his own biggest secret, which must not be leaked easily. If it was known that he had purposely run to the black market just to purchase that kind of mental power potion, then the secret of his mental power being so strong would also be easily associated with what was going on. Yuli's understanding character quickly saw what was on Shurchio's mind. Is it inconvenient? Aha! Tokio admitted dryly as well. Never mind. Let's just say, we'll see what happens when we get to the black market. If you can't, think of something else. Tokio exhaled. Yuli paused, and suddenly seemed to have decided something. If you really need it badly, I can accompany you on a trip to the black market. May I? Tokiwa froze. Well, Yuli smiled shallowly, we are teammates. Good, then thank you so much. Shurchio happily said, by the way Shaoli, this matter, can you help me keep it a secret? Well. Good. Yuri thought for a moment, do we have to keep it a secret from Cher too? Tokiwa froze, eh? Yuli blushed, no, nothing. After a simple and quick change of clothes, the two people went out of the school together, getting ready to head in the direction of the Mono City black market. However, it had only just left the school gates for a short while when a voice suddenly called them to a halt. Shurchio. Timothy turned his head. Only a military green Land Rover was parked by the side of the road, while a middle-aged man wearing a wide trench coat and a fisherman's hat was leaning beside the car. The middle-aged man walked over with his hands in his pockets and smiled. Got a minute? Chat? Timothy Chu, who are you? General Sun took his hat off and laughed. Why, have you forgotten me so quickly? It's you, General Sunday. Shurchio was surprised. Yuli hurriedly bowed and greeted politely. Good day, General Sunday. Tokio looked him up and down. I did almost not recognize you when you changed into civilian clothes. But I'm all dressed up like this and you can actually tell it's me? Shurchio pointed to the mask on her face. General Sun laughed. If I don't have this much eyesight, do I still have the qualifications to be the chief commander of the single city defense army? Timothy nodded. Looking for me for something? Naturally, there is something. General Sun said, then pointed to the car behind him. Someone wants to see you, follow me. Well, Shurchio subconsciously looked at Yuli beside her. General Sun smiled. What, on a date with your girlfriend? Yuli heard the cheeks suddenly red, busy waving his hands. I'm not his girlfriend. Then he busily said to Shurchio, schoolboy, you go with General Sun to do your business first, it's fine for us to go tomorrow. Timothy nodded. Alright then. Yuli went back to school first. And the two people, Shurchio and General Sun, got into the Land Rover. Fastening her seatbelt, Tokio asked, where are we going? General Sun, the residence of the Lord of Shan City. Tim Chu. Bad. He hasn't made up his case yet. 86 It's supposed to be in love with me. The car drove up to a quadrangle compound. Well, Tokyo looked up at the building in front of him. Is this it? Right. Shurchio could clearly feel that there was a strong soul power fluctuation hidden near the house. All of them were at least level 20 or above soul contractors. And the soul power was quite thick. Not bad for a place where the city lord lives. Shurchio narrowed his eyes. All the way inside, Toko met no few bigwigs. They are all big names that you usually only see on TV and newspapers, and today I actually saw them alive. However, when these people saw Shurchio, they couldn't help but come with sideways glances and then cast envious gazes. Soon, Sun led Tokiwa to a certain room. Elder Chen, the man has been brought. Sun said. At the end of the room, behind an ordinary long table, a half-white-haired old man smiled when he saw Shurchio-tan. You're Shurchio? Come on, young student, have a seat. Tokyo didn't know what to say and sat down somewhere random. Rather than being nervous. Neither is social terrorism. Only now his mind is full of how to make up nonsense in a while. Don't be nervous, there's nothing to be formal about in my dot. Elder Chen smiled with a kind smile on his face. I heard that you were the one who saved the entire transportation fleet in the Spacegate mission the day before yesterday? Timothy Chu. Just lucky. Chen Lao squinted his eyes. Oh, classmate, you are too modest. As a freshman who has only just awakened his contracted soul for more than a week, he has already risen to level 5, and even his soul strength has reached a level that a normal teenage contracted soul master wouldn't be able to reach. It can also control a level 22 high-level alien beast. Even dared one person to jump right into the chaotic battlefield, decapitating more than a dozen middle-ranked foreign beasts with one's own strength. Elder Chen recited those legendary deeds of Shurchio as if he were counting them, smiling faintly, his tone calm, but his eyes were sharp as knives. Do you know how many Imperial records you've broken? How can someone who can do all that just be lucky? Tim Chu. No wonder it's the lord of the city. I'm afraid this old man is not easy to fool. Elder Chen laughed. Student Shurchio, you're a hero now. The media of the entire empire is bragging about you, saying that our single city, a small city, has actually produced such a super genius, who will definitely be the hope of our human race in the future. But to protect you, we purposely asked the media to keep your name hidden, so you shouldn't blame us for being nosy, right? Of course. Shurchio said easily, I don't like trouble or being famous in the first place. Elder Chen nodded his head with an appreciative gaze. To have such vigor at such a young age, it's not simple. But I'm curious about your strength. How on earth did you get to level 5 in a week? And what about your outrageously exaggerated amount of soul energy? Tokyo was silent for a moment. Well, actually, I don't know. Question mark. Shenlao frowned. You don't know either? Yeah. Shurchio said with a very natural face, I am just according to this week in the school teacher class taught, normal cultivation, normal do the task, at most is to get high on drugs not more than the ordinary class of students it. And then the level and soul power naturally went up. Shurchio looked up with an innocent face, upgrading, is it hard? Elder Chen. General Sun. The corners of General Sun's mouth twitched. Do you know, fellow student Shurchio, that your current rank is the result of most students cultivating for a year and reaching their sophomore year? And the amount of soul energy you have is even higher than most juniors. General Sun looked complicated. Do you think this is reasonable? Shouldn't an explanation be given? Ha? Really? Shurchio scratched his head with an honest face. That's probably just talent. Actually, I originally thought that my talent was poor. Elder Chen. General Sun. Shenlao looked deeply at Shurchio. Looks like this kid is very defensive. If it was an ordinary child, standing in front of such a big shot in the empire, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to speak clearly. Even if there are a few good-minded ones who can get the word out, they simply can't withstand a few temptations and have to tell it all. However, this kid, although he looks introverted, silent and honest, but apparently inside it's fine as hell. At a young age, you can do this in the future. All right. Elder Chen had no choice but to change the question. Let's leave the matter of rank and soul power aside for now. Classmate Shurchio, can you tell me how you managed to control that level 22 alien beast? Tim Chu, Elder Chen's gaze was grave. I know that the Empire has a convention that the personal abilities of a soul contractor are completely private, and as long as he doesn't break the law, no one is qualified to ask about it. But this matter could be about the success or failure of our human race's battle with the Fae. Elder Chen's eyes gleamed. This is a racial battle. We, monocities, have always been at a disadvantage against the monocities' foreign races. And they don't know when they will invade our world. If we can master the method of controlling foreign beasts, our human race's chances of winning will definitely be greatly improved. Good home guy. That's a big hatchet job, race war. Tokyo was embarrassed. Student Shurchio, for the sake of the final victory of our human race, I hope you can tell me. Shenlao said seriously, or, I beg you to tell me. It's not very good. Tokiwa, I always feel a little ashamed when I say it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing that Shurcho's mouth loosened, Elder Chen continued to agitate. If you can help the Empire defeat the foreigners, then you will be the hero of the entire human race. But you won't learn if I tell you. It's fine, but you can say it without any harm. Elder Chen continued to persuade. Whether or not you can learn is left to those soul deed scientists to study. You really want to hear it? Timothy tried. Aha! Elder Chen had an expectant look on his face. Tokio scratches his head. Well, actually, the day I controlled the Fae. Chen Lao stretched his ears. Tim Chu. I think it's in love with me. Chen Lao. General Sun? 87 so handsome that it transcends race. General Sun almost had a mouthful of old blood to spurt out. God is in love with you. The corners of his mouth twitched violently a few times, forcing back the fire in his heart. Shurcho-san, this is an important matter concerning the human race. Please don't make this kind of joke. This. Tokio scratched his head innocently. I'm not joking. When I ran into the beast, it wagged its tail at me like crazy as soon as it saw me. And hardened his head to me and had to jerk it off. Yeah, or maybe, it recognized me as its dad too. Chen Lao's head was filled with black lines. General Sun. You kids serious? Oh right. Shurcho said, that Fey beast helped me block a slash from the Fey Demon Man commander, and looked back at me fondly before the interim. If you don't believe me, you can ask the students who were there. A lot of people saw it. Weren't you there, General Sun? You saw it too, didn't you? This. General Sun's face stiffened. Chen Lao looked at General Sun. Is what he said true? General Sun. That's true. Thinking back to that foreign beast dying before looking back at Shurcho's glance, it seems to be indeed not quite right. But General Sun still found it pretty damn outrageous. That was a Fey beast, a level 22 high-level Fey beast. Could it still be seduced by a human male? What, do you think you're so handsome? Are you really so handsome that you've crossed the racial line? General Sun spat madly in his mind. However, he turned his head and stared at Shurcho's handsome and compelling face for a while. Don't tell me, it seems pretty cool. Alas, Chen Lao sighed lightly. He knew that no matter whether what Shurcho said was true or not, he couldn't get any useful information from Shurcho this today. But he was in no hurry. A young man only. He an old oil man who has been the city lord of Monocity for more than 20 years, he still doesn't have a way to investigate the clues from you, a youngster, doesn't he? Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Elder Chen changed the topic and crossed his fingers. Student Shurcho, in fact, there's a more important matter in finding you today. With that, he took out a piece of paper and pushed it in front of Shurcho. What's this? Tokio picked it up and squinted. Invitation. On behalf of the Empire, I officially invite you to become our official worker. Elder Chen smiled. Well, are you interested? But I haven't graduated yet? Shurcho wondered, shouldn't this kind of thing be something you can only enter after graduating from your senior year and going through an examination? Those are rules for treating ordinary people. For geniuses, any rule can be broken. Chen Lao said, not to mention that you are the genius of geniuses. Don't dare to be. You can afford it, just by the fact that you killed a dozen or so middle-rank alien beasts at level 5, you won't be able to find a second one in the entire human empire. Shurcho was silent for a moment as she looked at the piece of paper. Joining the officials, the benefits are not less, right? Elder Chen smiled, that's for sure, there are more benefits than you can imagine. Tokio, but there are also more regulatory constraints than I can imagine, right? Chen Lao. Student Shurcho, you should know that compared to those benefits, those regulations and constraints are not worth mentioning at all. I know you don't like to be controlled, and because of that, once turned down an offer from the 3 major powers at your school. But this is of a far different nature. Elder Chen slowly said the identity of a member of the 3 major forces is nothing compared to the identity of an official staff. Tokio was silent. He was now, as a student at Manhwa University, nominally subject to the school's scheduling but actually more inclined to an employment relationship. The school employs students and accomplishes a task. Tasks completed, cultivation resources given, curriculum taught. However, students actually have the right to refuse a task if they don't want to. Even if it's a special task specifically assigned to a class by the school, the student is still allowed to find a reason to shirk it. But if you do join an official organization, or an organization like the student union, then everything is different. Assuming that Shurcho was in the capacity of an official worker today, he would have had to tell the truth about everything Elder Chen had asked him today. Tokio put down the list. I still refuse. Chen Lao had a complicated expression. You won't think about it anymore? Shurcho smiled. Elder Chen, whether I join or not, I am still a member of the human race, a member of Monocity University. As long as there are foreigners coming, I will still fight for Monoceros, and I will never back down. So why do you have to care if I join or not? Either way, as humans, we're all on the same page, aren't we? Elder Chen gave him a deep look. Good one, all on the same page. Elder Chen smiled, tapping his fingers on the desktop, pondering for a long time, and then said, "How about this? I'll make another exception to give you a preferential treatment. As long as you join, I'll give you a slot to travel to Capital University to study as an exchange student. How about that?" Next to him, General Sun's face changed when he heard this. Chen Lao. This is not too appropriate. Tokyo narrowed her eyes. Capital University? An exchange student? Elder Chen looked at General Sun. "Little Sun, you explained to Shurchio a longer." General Sun. Capital University, the best school among the entire human race. Despite the name of the university, however, most of this school is filled with senior and above soul checkers. According to Timothy Chu's last life, it can be said that they are all masters and doctoral students. It completely housed the entire human race's elite from all parts of the world. Any student who can go over there for a week to study is bound to have their strength increased greatly. There are also completely non-threatening space-gate exotic worlds for students to enter and explore at will. Any heavenly treasures obtained belong to the students themselves. The entire single city, with the cities around the province in which it was located, added up to a total of 5 exchange student slots. One has to play in the top 5 at the province-level college rankings to qualify for such a. Yet Elder Chen actually just gave away one of the slots as a benefit. 88 Travel to the black market. After listening to General Sun's description, Shurchio sort of knew what the college ranking tournament was. I said it's okay to treat geniuses without caring about the rules. Elder Chen looked at Shurchio. Almost all of the people who can enter the Capital University to study will be at least level 25 or above in the future. Well, would you like to take the ribbon? Tokyo hardly thought twice. Well, I still refuse. Why? Chen Lao only sensed that the corner of his mouth was twitching, and his forehead was already bursting with veins. Tokyo smiled. Wouldn't it be easier to say you can go if you make the top 5 in the provincial college rankings? I'll just win the game, take the spot and go again. Elder Chen looked at him with an unbelievable look. You plan to participate in the competition? Timothy Chu, aren't you allowed to compete freshman year? Elder Chen. Is not what it means. You're thinking that you, one freshman, want to take a top 5 ranking? No? Chen Lao was a bit speechless. Do you know how much time is left for the college ranking competition? Chen Lao put up 2 toes, 2 months. Across the province, tens of thousands of students competing for 5 spots, and it won't be graded by grade, which means you'll be up against juniors and seniors as well. I know. And then what? Chen Lao was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed coldly. Young man, it seems that you are on the road too smoothly. Do you think you're the only one in this world who is an S-ranked soul contractor? Tim Chu. Geniuses, there are plenty of them, and moreover, geniuses who are in a higher grade than you. Elder Chen paused as he said, but just as well, if you really think that the college ranking tournament is that easy, then you'll just have to wipe the slate clean. Okay. Shurchio Weiwei bowed. Then I'll leave first, Elder Chen. If you regret it, you can still report to me. Elder Chen's face was expressionless, but when you lose the collegiate competition, I won't be able to place you as an exchange student at that time. It means that it's not too late to change your mind before the contest starts. Didn't take it seriously though, just smiled. Okay. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Lao looked at Shurchio's departing back and touched his beard. Really, the geniuses nowadays are really one more than one crazy ah. General Sun laughed bitterly. If I had the ability to take down a dozen or so middle-ranked alien beasts when I was his age and still at level 5, I would probably be even madder than him. That's true. Elder Chen nodded. But have you ever thought about what if he really hits the top 5 by then? General Sun said. Chen Lao gave him a blank look. It's not even if this kid is young, but your brain is fried too? General Sun. Chen Lao coldly grunted. I can even guess how this kid is thinking. He is thinking that he can rise to level 5 in a week. 2 months' time to deal with those teenage Big 3 and Big 4 students is nothing? However, when the soul fitting reaches the later stages, the experience required for each level up increases almost exponentially, especially for S-class soul fittings. The later one wants to upgrade, the experience required could be 4 or 5 times that of an A-extreme soul fitting. This is also the only disadvantage of an S-ranked soul contractor. How is he going to make up for that without a lot of financial resources to make up for it, even if he is a genius? Elder Chen laughed coldly. However, this kid is still stubborn as hell, and has refused all the invitations from all the forces. He won't accept the invitation from the student union, and he won't accept our official invitation either. He thinks that having millions and millions of dollars on the little allowance that the school sends him, the little allowance for the mission, is enough? Just wait, he'll have to report back to me in less than half a month. General Sun listened with a bitter smile. Elder Chen was the city lord after all, and on weekdays, a group of people wanted to be licking dogs on the side, sticking to his side. Today, he personally came out and tried to pull in one student, and as a result, he was actually rejected so dryly. Being so refuted, it is inevitable that the psychological imbalance must be a couple of whining. But General Sun also had to admit that Chen Lao was right. General Sun himself is also a S-class soul contractor. In the beginning, in order to upgrade, casually a bottle of experience polymerization potion cost him millions of dollars. If you want to hit the basic attributes such as strength, agility and psychage, you have to spend more money. But General Sun doesn't know how. He always had a hunch that this kid seemed like he could really do it. Next day, Tokiwa and Yuri once again set off together from the school to the black market. Both of them made simple attire changes. At least so passers-by couldn't easily recognize them both. Timothy was able to experience how annoying it is to be a popular young man. Those girls at school, when they see him, it's like they want to chirp and eat people. Shirchio, what was General Sun looking for you yesterday? Yuli asked curiously. It's nothing. Shirchio replied carelessly. He took me to see Elder Chen, saying that he wanted to pull me into officialdom. Into the official? Yuli was shocked. Elder Chen personally met with you? Yeah. So you've already done the paperwork? Formalities? Oh no, I refused. Rain Lei. Right, Sister Shioli. Shirchio suddenly remembered something. Do you know about the college ranking tournament? I know, it happens every year, and the top 5 can fight for the qualification to be exchange students at Capital University. So you're planning on attending this year too? Yuli pursed her lips. I'm only a sophomore, it's still too early. Sister Yu and Sister Schwer should find a way to fight for one it. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Tim Chu. Nothing, just asking. Soon, the two of them arrived at Mono City's most famous black downtown area. The place is Spartan, and there is an air of disrepair everywhere. And there was also an air of danger everywhere. There were 2 punk jerk-like youths standing at the street entrance, holding cigarettes, sizing up Shirchio and Yuli with the gaze of a fat sheep, issuing lewd locks of smiles from time to time. 89-60% fake. This street, called Xian Copper Street, located in a small town in the East End. This place could be considered the most fishy and muddled place in the entire Mono City, and it could also be considered a piece of the Empire's abandoned land. Because this place is very close to the space gate, a long time ago there was once an alien invasion. The alien realm rift suddenly mutated and expanded over, releasing otherworldly energy, resulting in serious alienation and pollution of the environment around here. Ordinary people without soul power had no way to resist or survive in this. It became a gathering place for black merchants. It is said that there are also a number of Imperial fugitives who live here at a snail's pace. Tokio and Yuri arrived at a wine bar. It was also the only wine bar on Shin Copper Street, though what it really dealt in wasn't wine, of course, as the bar was the venue of the head of the black market fandango in this part of the city. Ouch, 2 kids. A young man who looked like he owed a lot of money took the initiative to come up and smiled wistfully. What are you doing here? Drinking? Or looking for razzle-dazzle? Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the bar's guest section. Most of their eyes were focused on Yuli's underwriting. Call out the ones you can manage. Shirchio wasn't annoyed, glanced at him and said lightly, I have a big deal I want to do with your boss. The youth raised his eyebrows lightly. Business? Are you? Soul checker, I'm a student at Monocle University. Saying that, Tokiwa took out his student ID card. So that's what this is about. It's about getting some rare stuff, isn't it? As soon as the youth heard that Shirchio was a soul contractor, he immediately understood. Turns out it wasn't in by mistake. He took another look at Shirchio's ID card. Mouth horn-toned. Freshman. Hey, only just freshman year to come to the black market to buy things. It seems that the little brother handed your family quite rich off? My family doesn't have any money. Timothy said, but I have money. Okay, you wait here. The youth gave him a deep look and turned to the back of the wine bar. While Shirchio and Yuli casually found a corner seat and sat down, then casually ordered 2 glasses of wine to drink. There were about 40 or 50 soul checkers in this wine bar field. Most of them were low-ranking soul contractors below level 5, vagabonds and scavengers who hadn't even graduated from college. There were 8 of them that were 10th level or higher soul contractors, and the strongest was one 19th level soul contractor. Shirchio was now becoming more and more skillful in applying the essence Sakaki power. As long as these people didn't deliberately block their own aura, he could directly sense their presence. After a short time, the various youths returned. He was followed by a tall, middle-aged man. Tokio smiled at the sight of the man. Because this man is Shirwanlei's father, Shirzhinsai. Shirzhinkrak walked over to the table of both Shirchio and Yuli and sneered twice, who has big business to do. Timothy Fall said directly, me. Stonecracker looked at him, I wonder how big a deal it is? Little friend, it wouldn't be any fun if I knew you dared to trick me. Timothy Chu, that depends on how much you've got. Shirzenkrak raised an eyebrow. What do you want to chirp? Without much ado, Shirchio took out a list from his arms, which was naturally made with the help of Yuli. Shirzenkrak took the list and scanned it for a few moments, murmuring softly as he read, Type T88 Essence Sakaki Cap Potion, Ink Shadow Powder, Water Gelatin, Otherworldly Lime. After reading it, Shirzenkrak was silent for a while. Sure enough, they are all controlled materials. I do have all these things you want. How much are you going to want? Shurchio was simple and direct. I only need 1 copy of each of these materials for the ink shadow powder, and I'll take as many T88 type potions as you have. Shurjinsai smiled. T88 type potion, I currently have 70 or 80 here, the price of each is $80,000, plus the price of other materials. Plus like T not more than have to be about 8 or 9 million, how about the little friend, you money enough? Can you haggle? Ha! Shurjinsai laughed, old me this reasoning never only I raise the price, never haggle. Pass a relationship. Shurchio crossed his legs and remotely shook the wineglass in his hand. I'm also a mortal enemy of the Black Soul Society, and I just killed a few of them 2 days ago. Upon hearing the Black Soul Society, Shurjinsai's face changed. You know about my feud with the Black Soul Society? Shurzenkrak looked at Shurchio grimly. You almost tore down their apartment building and made such a big commotion, who in our entire school doesn't know about it? Shurzenkrak asked again, you said that you and their Black Soul Society are also deadly rivals, why? Timothy Chu, I was invited by their club at the beginning of the school year. But I refused, and they sent Shakti to darken Shakti me. Shurjinchi had an odd look on his face, then why are you still alive? Timothy Chu, because all those shakas they sent out, I made off with them. Stone cracker. Timothy Chu, don't believe me? Shurjinsai didn't answer positively either, he just grinned, alright, just because you have a grudge against the Black Soul Society and killed a few of them, then I'll give you an accommodation. Count on you to deduct a whole $8 million. Cool. Timothy clapped his hands, then go get the goods, I'll wait here. Shurjinsai turned his head to the youth behind him, go get the goods for this little friend. The words were said with a wink. The youth understood what Shurjinsai meant, smiled, made an okay gesture, and turned around to go to the back of the warehouse. Not a moment later, the youth came back with a large bag of things, thunk a scare on the desktop of the Time Autumn. Shurzenkrak's arms were folded over his chest and he grinned, take a look. While Shurchio didn't move at all, Yuli took the initiative to open the bag in front of him and took out every single thing from it, carefully checking and inspecting it. After the inspection, Yuli was silent. There's about 60% of the stuff that's fake. Tokiwa froze in shock. Just now, Yuli didn't speak up. And yet he could clearly hear Yuri's voice again. So she's passing her voice to me with the essence of Sakaki power? Shurzenkrak saw Shurchio and Yuli didn't move for a long time. How is it, have you finished looking at the goods? I've given you the goods now, so you can get the money, right? Shurchio looked up and smiled coldly, boss sure, you don't seem to be very disciplined, do you? Are you fooling around here? 60% of what you have here is fake. 90 grab and run. What did you say? Shurzenkrak's eyes narrowed into a slit, little friend, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. You understand what I'm talking about. Shurchio's face was expressionless, Sister Shioli, help me pick out all the 60% of the fake goods individually. Ha? This? Yuli gave him a worried look. She didn't expect Tokio to be so direct about it. This is the land of the black marketeers. Tokio cast her one reassuring wink. Yuli had no choice but to exhale and still took out the 60% of the fake goods in the bag one by one. The youth's face changed. I didn't realize that these two college students knew what they were doing. For his part, Shurzenkrak had a calm face that had experienced great storms and waves, and watched as Yuli separated all the real goods from the fake ones. Not a word was said the whole time. Timothy looked up with his chest clasped, how was it? Stone cracker. If you won't admit it, fine. Shurchio pushed the pile of fake goods back, this part, I don't want it, the rest, you figure out how much it is. Silence fell in the wine bar. All the guests looked this way. The atmosphere was like a puddle of stagnant water. And like the silence before a stormy night, Shurjinsai's gloomy face grinned a cold smile, kid, you've got some balls, huh? I think I've been merciful enough, seeing as how you're a dead ringer for the Black Soul Society and killed a few of them, I'm giving you a 0. And yet you're in my yard, screaming and claiming my stuff is fake? And what shall I do with my face? How am I going to hang around this lot after this? Do you think that you can still bring these back at the original price now? Timothy raised an eyebrow, so you're trying to buy and sell? Ha ha. Shurzenkrak laughed, I'm a credible businessman, and I've never been anything but reasonable with people. While saying so, he burst out with a strength of up to level 19. Several other youths in the bar who were watching the scene also leaned over, their expressions carrying unkindness. All are roughly level 10 or so in strength. Well, Tokiwa, so what do you want? Shurjinsai's gaze was cold, leave $10 million, and your student ID card, and you can leave. Yuri clutched the corner of her coat under the table with both hands. This gang of black marketeers is not as simple as a bunch of peddlers. They can survive in this forsaken land by any means necessary. Tokiu he. Shurchio and Shurzenkrak faced each other with their eyes. In the end, Tokiwa seemed to take the first step back. Alright, that's a good point, I'm the one who took offense. How do I pay for it? Stonecracker laughed. Thought this kid was tough. Go get him the swipe machine. Okay. The youth went to the front desk and brought the card swiping machine, and playfully walked to Shirchio's front. Little student, be good and swipe your card. Shirchio smiled and handed him the ID card. Why don't you swipe it for me? Okay. The youth reached for it. When he touched Shirchio's hand, the youth froze in shock as black smoke slowly emerged from Shirchio's sleeve. Ha! What's that smoke coming out of your hand? Only to see that the black mist actually looked like it was alive, and swiftly blossomed up his arm. Soon the youth felt a burning pain. Ah! A heartbreaking scream echoed through the bar. The black flames burned swiftly, crawling all over the youth's body in less than 2 seconds. The surrounding people hadn't even reacted yet, and that youth's entire person had already been swallowed up by the black flames in an instantaneous stream. The customers in the bar all shrieked at once. Shirjinsai's pupils suddenly shrunk and he looked at Shirchio angrily. Kid! You actually dare to! Boom! Timchu burst sends out a level 5 strength. At the same time, the black mist released by the super strong Jing Sakaki power instantly Jian surged to the surrounding. The surrounding youths were so frightened that they screamed and dodged, and some of them could not dodge as well, but they were just as directly engulfed by the black mist, and there were miserable cries. Shirjinsai had just seen the power of this black flames, and did not feel like taking it hard, withdrawing a big step back. At this time, a few piercing crow cries came out from the black fog, and a dozen pitch-black crows flapped their wings and flew out, all swooping toward Shirjinshi. Shirzenkrak's eyes narrowed into slits. Soul technique break. As he shouted, a strong energy like sound wave surged out from his body like an airwave. The crow was shaken back by the airwave and landed on the ground, turning into black flames and burning. The black fog gradually dispersed. However, Tokioka and Yuri were gone. The bag of stuff on the table was gone too. The skin and flesh of Shirzenkrak's cheeks twitched, and his eyes were filled with anger. This is the first time anyone has dared to come into his territory and rob something. With hindsight, the youth saw a broken window to the side and was shocked. Boss! They've escaped. Shirjinsai directly slapped him and scolded, I don't have any eyes, do I? Can't you see? I don't need your bull. If you know people are running away, don't hurry up and go after them. Ooh-hoo. Yes. The first thing Shirchio did after releasing the urchin was to grab the bag on the table with one hand. The other hand grabbed Yuri's hand and pulled her right through the window and crashed out. Yuri didn't even react. She had just really thought that Tokiwa was going to admit it. Toki-Chiu, what are you? Needless to say, Shirchio dragged Yuli while running. Who would buy something that expensive? Dogs don't even buy them. Of course it's grab and run. Rain lay. Yuli was silent for a moment and said worriedly, that bar just now is at the very center of the black market. The villages in this vicinity are all Shirjinkrak's territory, and with a single word he can mobilize all the black market dealers around him. I'm afraid it's hard for us to escape like this. Shirchio sneered, then kill your way out. 91 escape from the black market. But they have blah 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 level 15 plus soul contractors. Yuli couldn't help but remind, they also have great weaponry. I know. Shirchio didn't panic, that's why we have to speed up Blossom, and find a gap to break through as soon as possible. If he could, Shirchio naturally didn't bother to fight with this group of black dealers. Yuli was silent, I'm a mage, my Blossom degree is on the slow side, why don't we split up and run? Shirchio raised her eyebrows, what are you talking about? You came here specifically to do me a favor, how could I possibly leave you alone? Well, Yuri was about to say something else, but was suddenly startled. Because Shirchio directly wrapped an arm around her waist and picked her up. Feeling the warm sensation in Shirchio's arms, Yuli instantly reddened even her ears. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Gift. Undead Wake Shadow Spirit Attach. Shirchio's eyes were cold. A dark shadow gradually wrapped around his entire body. Whoosh! After Shirchio's agility attribute was fully improved, Blossom degree took a qualitative leap. With his feet on the ground, one leaped straight up to the roof. Then he jumped quickly between the roofs of the Black City. Blossom's speed was as fast as a ghost, trailing a trail of residual shadows behind him. Surprisingly, it's faster than the last time I was in the other world. It's hard to imagine that one level 5 assist actually has this kind of Blossom. Yuli lay in Shirchio's arms, looking at the surrounding scenery was receding at a rapid pace, his heart was secretly staggered. The entire black market is in disarray as well. That kid robbed Master Shur, don't let him get away. Dare to play blackmail with Master Shur, don't want to live. He's heading east, the east side cut him off. I saw him. That kid is running on the roof. A few dealers saw Tokiwa and shouted out with their walkie-talkies. Since it was daytime, it would be difficult for Toku Blossom to go completely unnoticed even if she was fast. It wasn't as if Yuri hadn't done anything in Tokiwa's arms. She closed her eyes and used her essence Sakaki to detect what was ahead of her. There are so many. Yuli's face turned pale just as she probed. She gently nudged Shirchio's chest and said, Sure, Shirchio. There are hundreds of people chasing towards us, and among them, there are more than 24 of them who are level 10 or above soul contractors. They seem to know we're heading east, and they're all coming this way. Tokiwa hesitated when she heard, so which direction is the least crowded? Yuli's essence of Sakaki was even stronger than his and could probe a wider range. That way. Yuri reached out and pointed to the side of the hand. Good. Timothy Fall landed on the ground in one step, then turned the car around and ran toward the south. Running at high speed for a while longer. Yuli continued to sense, and suddenly exclaimed, Shao, be careful. Right in front, there's a high-energy reaction. Timothy turned his head in the direction indicated. However, not looking at it would be just fine, but looking at it directly startled him. A couple of specially designed RPG shells came flying at him head-on. Timothy's core head tightened. Use your stance to your advantage and slam one turn. 2 shells almost grazed his cheek. Even Tokio could feel the heat of the gunpowder friction, almost burning off his skin. However, the high-energy reaction that Yuri was talking about wasn't even these RPG rounds. To the southwest, a blue light illuminated, followed by a cylindrical laser cannon blast. Boom! The roof underneath Shircho's feet was directly blasted out of one big hole. Bricks and tiles flew gradually, when the autumn fell downward, holding Yuli one roll, just barely landed safely. Cough cough. Yuck! Shircho and Yuli coughed several times in a row and patted the ash around them. He looked up in the direction of the laser cannon blast. Only about 300 meters away, several black market dealers were arriving one after another. There were people with rifles, people carrying RPGs, and even an oddly shaped rack of blue cannons set up, and that laser had just come out of that weapon. A high-energy laser pulse weapon? Toki was staggered. Good guy. Isn't this ING City Defense Force equipment? These black marketeers actually managed to get their hands on this stuff. Yuli closed her eyes, opened them, and bit her lip. They've got us surrounded. Shircho himself also sensed that there were 2 soul deeds behind him, approaching him at a high speed. Phew. Never mind. Tokiwa exhaled. Then he put Yuri down. Dang. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures, like lightning, scurried out from the alley behind them. 1 by 8, 1 by 9. Shircho's eyes flinched as he lit up his death sight, swung his arm, and slashed out with a soul-devouring chop. That level 9 soul contractor was just about to shout into the intercom when he saw a flash of black light. His throat was cut off by a blade of black light, and there was no way he could make another sound. The man barely reacted, his pupils wide. The last thing you see before you die is half of your own body collapsing to scare away. Then his eyes went completely dark. Bang! After slashing a level 9, Shircho just wanted to turn back and clean up that level 8 soul contractor. However, Yuli had already exited his hand before him, first-ranked soul skill Waterblade. Swish! That level 8 soul contractor's and that level 9's end is the same. The body was cut in half by the high-pressure water knife, fell to the ground madly nourishing blood. Tim Chu. There was a clutter of footsteps. Apparently someone else is coming after them. Shircho glanced at the surrounding buildings, and without hesitation, he yanked up Yuli's hand and barged into one of the houses, then backhanded the door shut behind him. The pursuers, who were a step slow in arriving, met in the alley. They saw the bodies on the ground. Where are the people? Just saw them get blasted off the roof by a pulse cannon. It landed in the alley around here. Then it must be around here. Search. Timothy and Yuli hid on the second floor of this house. Both of them closed off their auras so as not to be sensed by the other's powerful essence Sakaki power. It's getting crowded Acton. Timothy stole a glance out the window and scratched his face. I'm sorry Sister Lai, I've dragged you down with me. No, it's fine. Yuli lowered his head. We're teammates, there's no need to be so polite. But what are we going to do now? 92, I won't let you die so easily. Tokio didn't say anything, silent and contemplative. Hiding is definitely not something you can hide for long. There are only a few houses on this street, all of which are stores selling all kinds of black goods. These people search building by building, and they can find it. Originally, Shircho was planning to find a breakthrough point with less manpower and weaker strength and directly kill his way out. Who knew that a group of black market dealers on the other side were so well armed? Even that kind of high firepower weapon. You know that each laser pulse cannon, but even level 20 beasts cannot carry a few actinium. After thinking for a while, Shircho suddenly asked, Shaoli, that laser pulse cannon that is as powerful as that energy blast, you should be able to create it as well, right? Yuri froze. I can make it stronger if I can give me enough time. How strong? It's almost enough to bulldoze a third of downtown Blacktown. What's wrong? Yuri asked timidly, isn't it enough? Timothy Chu. Is enough. Then you start gathering energy now, head southeast, in the direction of their heaviest concentration of personnel, and give them a straight shot. Rainey asked, what do you want the chirp for? Shircho smiled a scare, their target is mainly me, you help me blast a path, I'll go and draw them away, then. Timothy said his thoughts. Yuli was shocked and quickly said, how can this be? I can't let you go as a bait actinium. Not as bait, I have a way to get out. Shircho, don't worry sisterly, as long as you withdraw, they can't keep me. Yuli hesitated for a moment and pursed her lips. Alright then. With that, Yuli sat down cross-legged and unsealed his soul power, then put his hands together and began to gather energy. Buzz! Around Yuli's petite body, a strong flame of soul power chi suddenly surrounded her. All of the energy in the surrounding environment was gathered by her. As if a giant vortex. Shurchio could see through the cheat that Yuli's essence Sakaki power was actually as much as 5,000 points. The soul power ceiling had even reached a broken 10,000 points. Tokio narrowed his eyes. That's a bit of an outrageous statistic. The average teenage mage has a general essence of Sakaki of around 1,500 points, 2,000 points or so. Yuli this directly strong more than 2 or 3 times Xian Copper Street. Stop. Shurjin Crack and his men were going around the black market looking for Shurchio and the others. Master Shur, what's wrong? The youth next to him asked. Stonecracker didn't say anything and stood still for a moment. I sensed one strand of soul power that is rapidly gathering. Shurzencrack narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look directly at the house where Shurchio and the others were. It's coming from that house. It must be that kid and that chick. Really? The youth was skeptical. Okay. I'll call my brothers and sisters over right away. With that, he took out his walkie-talkie. Man found, everyone to 33 East Shin Copper Street. Tokio stood at the window and looked out. Pretty much, it's all coming this way. In all these years, Shurchio was the first one who dared to cause trouble in the black market. And the first student to dare rob a black marketeer. Definitely going to piss these home fires off. Shurchio looked back at Yuli. How much longer will it take to get better? Yuli replied, this kind of gathering energy of mine can be released at any time, only if the gathering time is long, the power is naturally greater, and if it is short, it is naturally smaller. Oh. Asked Tokio, so how big can it be now? Rainlay, 80 m long and about 5 m in diameter. Timothy? Rainlay explains. Is the range that can be pushed flat. Shurchio was surprised. You've only been storing your strength for almost a minute or so since just now, and you can reach this level? Rainlay, yes. Well, that's enough. Timothy, just put it straight. Good. Yuli said, her eyes lightly closed and opened again, her petite body bursting out with a stern aura. The long, silky hair that had just passed her shoulders flowed up with it. Buzz. The vast sea-like soul chi rose up to the sky, directly lifting the roof overhead. Countless masonry stones floated up lay. Crouch. Outside the house, the small mongrel BAC-kuns that gradually surrounded the house looked at the scene with stunned faces. A few were so scared they dropped their guns on the floor. Only to see an incomparably huge ball of scorching fire roaming and floating into the air. It's like a little sun. Soul technique great fireball. Yuli droned. Boom. The large fireball was released. Stick to the ground and roll and grind your way through. Destroyed almost directly in front of it, almost all the houses, trees, terrain. The scorching heat of the hot flames melted almost everything in its path. No. No. Ah. A level 12 soul contractor who was closest to that house saw the large fireball coming and only managed to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was engulfed by the fireball. In the same straight line, those level 5 and 6 weaklings, even more so, did not even have the opportunity to react, directly burnt, carbonized, disappeared, and finally turned into ash flying. Sure, Zenkrak was originally in the direction of the fireball blast as well. But he ducked just in time. With that, he quickly saw Tokioka's figure. Just follow the big fireball. Want to run? Sure, Zenkrak's eyes were red. Let's see where you can run to. Soul technique air punch fist. Shurchio rushed out with his scythe in hand following the fireball, when he suddenly sensed a drum of powerful soul power pressure, attacking towards himself. He twisted his head and saw Sure Zenkrak. Die! Shurjensai roared and blasted his fist. With a punch from a level 19 soul contractor, Shurchio didn't feel like taking it hard at all, and raised his hand to summon a few Urgles. Again? Shurjensai yelled again, soul technique break. Boom! A few Wuling were shaken away by the instant stream and turned into black smoke. But Tokio also bought time to dodge aside. Stonecracker's punch collapses the wall next to him. As the white smoke dispersed, Shurjensai walked out and gritted his teeth. Brat. I'll see where else you can run. Killing so many of my people, you have the guts to step on a horse. I will never let you die so painfully. 93 Don't move. Robbery. Timothy Chu was helpless. If you don't sell me fake goods, how can there be so many things to criticize? You're still a self-made man. Shurjensai's face was gloomy. If I don't chop you up today, I'll write the word Shurjensai upside down. After saying that, earthy yellow gas dispersed around Sure Zenkrak's body. The muscles of his body tensed up and bulged, forming a substance that looked like the surface of steel, and his level 19 battle power soared to the extreme. This person's strength and defense are not to be underestimated. Actinium. Tokio narrowed his eyes. He used a cheat and saw that Stone Shock Cracker's strength and defense attributes were particularly strong. These two attributes were more than 10 times stronger than when he stacked 3 enchantment buffs. Powerful Soul Fitter A. It's obviously not sensible to fight him hard. Roar! Shirzhinsai let out an explosive roar, and his entire body was like King Kong as he jumped towards Shirchio and threw a punch. Tokiwa dodged away again with Shadow Spirit's speedy transition. That punch went straight to the ground. In a flash, the ground shook and the rocks cracked. The vibrating airwaves spread out in all directions like waves, and debris flew about. The whole earth seemed to tremble with Lei. Timothy Chu. Good home fire. I kind of know where the name Stone Shocker Cracker came from. All around, those underlings of Shirzhinsai also ran over. Hands, Master Shir, we're here to help you. Shirzenkrak roared, stay alive. This kid put the goods in the item bar, we need to make him spit it out. Yes. A few of his men answered and gathered their soul power. Soul Technique Stone Prison. Rumble. Only a stone wall was seen to rise up. Catch him. One henchman commanded. Several people operated their skills at the same time, and those stone walls gathered towards Shirchio from all directions, as if they wanted to lock Shirchio inside. Tokio swung his scythe and jumped up across the room with a sweep of the blade. Swish! Several connected stone walls were actually cut into two hard sections. In front of Death's Scythe, these stone walls all became tofu dregs. Those few henchmen stared, completely dumbfounded and unbelievable. Impossible. This stone wall is impossible to cut through actinium. Even for a level 15 soul contractor. Shirzhinsai frowned, there's something wrong with the scythe in that kid's hand. Be careful not to touch him. Yawn, Shirchio bristled, I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Undead Wake Skeleton Swordsman. Shirchio stuck the scythe upside down on the ground, freed his hands, and quickly mumbled the incantation before bending down in a crouch and pressing his hands into the ground. An oversized patch of runes manifested on the ground. Within range of the rune, a skeletal swordsman crawled out of the ground. Morphing white bones with green eyes, holding long swords and steel shields. Sure enough, the number of skeleton swordsmen that can be summoned has become larger after the essence Sakaki power has been raised. Shirchio was now able to summon roughly 20 skeleton swordsmen. Those mixed Bakuans saw these skeleton swordsmen with a face of dismay and horror. Crouch! What are these frozen wests? Difficult, could it be that the people we used to slaughter and feed to the dogs and bury in the ground swindled? Shirzenkrak gritted his teeth and cursed, don't be so damn scared to say that. A bunch of uneducated frozen west, this is just some summon creatures. Then he turned his head again to stare at Tokiwa dead in the face. A level 5 soul contractor could not only easily cross over and kill a middle-ranked soul contractor in seconds. After such an intense battle just now, it was surprising that there was still so much soul power left to summon contracted creatures. It's not reasonable. This kid must have some kind of treasure that can drastically increase his attributes. Shirzhinsai thought with great certainty in his heart, we must capture his master and snatch the treasure. Shirchio got up and said faintly, you guys just roam around here and have fun, I won't accompany you. Those skeleton swordsmen swung their long swords and shields and rushed towards those black traffickers' little punks Bakuan. The sounds of killing, screaming, moaning, and clashing blades are all over the place. Each one of these skeleton swordsmen was enough to fight against a level 8 or 9 soul contractor on their own. Blood, staining the black market neighborhoods. Want to go? Dream on. Seeing Shirzenkrak trying to escape, Shirchio charged again. The fist instantly streamed into an indestructible iron fist of steel. This time, however, before he could touch Shirchio, he felt feet locked in some kind of frozen west and yanked hard. It made him almost fall on his ass. He looked down and saw that his right leg was wrapped in a chain. The chains were drilled out of the ground. Soul weapon hell chains. Shirchio raised his hand, his 5 fingers opening and closing in the void. Dozens of chains drilled out of the ground again, wrapped around Shirzhinsai's double retreat, feet, arms, chest and waist, shoulders. Drink! Shirzenkrak's face was suffocating red as he tried to force his way free by brute force. However, he found that the chain was actually exceptionally sturdy, and no matter how much he stormed his soul power, it didn't even move. Shirchio smiled and gave a gesture, bye. After saying that, he turned around and vanished. Those low-ranked soul contractors couldn't stop him at all. And those middle-ranked soul contractors, they're all chopping away at the skeleton swordsman. Master Shir, let me help you untie. It's... One of his men ran in a panic, trying to help Shirzenkrak pry the chains off with his knife. Don't hurry up. Yes. But this thing is a chain used to lock up the 3-headed dog of hell in the middle of hell. What's so easy to pry open? The henchman was so busy and sweaty that he didn't see any loosening of the chain. Until Shirchio completely ran away, soul force sensing lifted, those skeleton swordsmen only clang one sound scattered. Those morose white bones gradually merged into the ground and turned into white smoke. It was as if nothing had ever come up. The hellish chains that had bound Shirzhinsai stammering also finally loosened and burrowed back into the ground. Stonecracker took a look around. Tokio had long since run out of sight. One of his men came over awkwardly, sorry, Master Shir, we couldn't stop that kid. Shirzenkrak was so angry that he slapped the man backhandedly. Bunch of losers. Why don't you go after them? This. The henchman said awkwardly, but where to chase? People have run out of sight, probably have run out of the black market. Single city so big. Nonsense. Of course we're going after him in the direction of Single City University. Shurjensai looked at his men as if they were looking at a blank slate. He's a student of Monochon University, where else could he go? Can you have some brains? Oh, right. The henchman then responded, and hurriedly greeted a few people who were ready to set off to chase them outside. Shurzenkrak looked around at the buildings that had been knocked down, the wreckage and blood everywhere, and the street that had been bulldozed by the large fireball. Eyes red and fists hard. I'm going to kill this kid. It was already getting dark. Shurchyo's body quickly ran. At night, no one could even see the figure of the fast-moving Tokioka. The black market dealers would have chased him out there a long time ago. However, in fact, when the autumn pressure did not leave the black market, a large portion of the frozen west given to him by Shurzenkrak was fake. There was no way to take these shoddy materials to Yuli to make the Tongming bead. How can you leave when you haven't gotten the frozen west you want to chirp? So then he killed the back. He went back to that bar. The bar was burned once by black flames during the day, but tables, chairs, and sofas were burned to ashes. So at this time the bar was not open and there were no customers. Only during the daytime, that youth who had begun to entertain Tokiwa was in the field directing his men to organize the bar. Hurry up and get those freezies moved and throw out the ones that are broken, you hear me? Be quick about it. The youth yawned, inadvertently looked back, only to see a black shadow from the window Miso was scare past. What frozen west swished to scare past? He was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, the dark figure had burst into the bar. Swish! The blackened scythe chopped across the room. However, the slash didn't kill the youth, it just stopped in front of the youth's neck. The youth's face looked at the person in front of him in horror. You. Timothy Chu, don't move, mugging. 94. A little addictive. No one expected that Tokioka would kill back again. The field was dumbfounded. You. The waiter who was moving the table next to him was about to speak when several chains suddenly came out of the ground. Actinium. The chains wrapped around his body, and in a few seconds he was in a cocoon, with his face wrapped around it, so that he could not even make a sound. 5 minutes later. The 6 people who stayed in the bar were all tied up with chains by Shurchyo. Shurchyo picked up the scythe and put it across the neck of the mixed BAC Koen youth. The youth was almost scared to pee, his eyes fearful, his body trembling. Brother pass, Don. Don. Have words to say actinic. Tokio, I have little patience, what I say, you'd better answer dryly, if the mother-in-law words. With that, Tokioka paused and suddenly turned around with a sweep of his scythe. Swish! Only to see the nearly 1 meter thick alloy bar behind the interpreter was chopped off like a knife slicing through tofu. Crouching chow. The youth was shocked, his mouth hanging open. What kind of scythe is this? It's also too sharp. Shurchyo rearranged the scythe across the youth's neck. Let me ask you, the materials in the list I asked you for during the day, you should still have them in your warehouse, right? The youth was busy saying, there's. Tokio, very well, take me there. Youth, but. Swish. Black light cut through, and the youth's head flew off. These black traffickers often did things like giving birth to children with no skin or eyes, so there was no psychological pressure at all when Shurchyo did it. Shurchyo walked to the next one skinny youth again, and with a thought, the chain on the man's mouth was loosened. The man looked at Tokiwa in horror. This man is simply the devil. I'm as good as my word. Tokiwa put the scythe across the man's neck. Take me to the warehouse. The skinny youth said, I will take you there. But don't make a move yet, let me finish my words. Timothy Chu, that depends on whether you speak fast enough. The skinny youth said in a very fast voice, the warehouse is behind the bar, but we don't have a key, and the supervisor who has a key has gone back, so we can't open the door. Tokio, it's okay, just lead the way. And so it was that the skinny youth led Tokio to the warehouse behind the bar. It's this mile. The skinny youth said, this door is made of iron rock steel, that is a material from the otherworldly realm, so without a key. Swish. When Automachop, that iron rock steel made of the gate was instantly chopped into 2 halves, rumbling one sound fell scared to go, raised big cheat smoke and dust. Skinny youth. Tokio, is it that much trouble? Skinny youth. Tokio walked into the warehouse and his eyes lit up. The warehouse is huge. And it's safe to say that it's full of all the good freezies. The shelves on the left held basically all sorts of medicines used for cultivation, almost everything from controlled to uncontrolled medicines. On the shelves to the right, there were all sorts of rare materials, metals, gems, animal bones, and even enchantment scrolls. There are several other large containers directly ahead. Shurchyo unpacked one of the crates and found that they were all heavy fire weapons. From RPGs, to EM guns, and psionic pulse cannons, special high explosive grenades. It's almost as if it's better than the standard equipment of the city's defense force. What a treasure trove, Actinium, Tokio exclaimed. Unfortunately, there are no Tommy beads in this mile. Tong Mingju, the belle frozen west, is an ultra-rare material. One city won't even see one. Mono is just a small town and it's normal to not have one. Shurchio took out the list and handed it to the various skinny youths. Help me find all these frozen wests. If you ever fool me with a fake again. But. The skinny youth was completely afraid of Shurchio and quickly took a stand. Shurchio nodded in satisfaction. Very well, move faster. The skinny youth quickly helped Shurchio gather all the frozen west. Brother. Oh no, big brother. All the frozen west you want is here. The skinny youth carefully put everything into a bag and handed it over to Shurchio. Tokio opened the bag and took a look. 30 or so spiritual power capping potions. It seemed that Stone Shock Cracker's inventory was indeed running low. And there were at least a dozen copies of each of these materials, the ink shadow powder, the water condensate, and the otherworldly lime. Enough to make a dozen or so Tommy beads. Shurchio put the bag into the item bar and rushed the skinny youth. Not bad, thanks. The skinny youth smiled sarcastically. I should. Then, Tokio ransacked the warehouse again. Most of the Freeze West, he didn't actually recognize, didn't even know what they were called or what they were used for. But he didn't care, it didn't cost him any money anyway, so he just shoved it into the item bar in one strand. But the storage space of the system item bar is also limited. Tokio only stuffed a dozen or so things that looked up lay more pleasant to the eye. As for the electromagnetic cannons and pulse weapons, which were large-scale firepower weapons, although Shurchio looked greedy, he could only talk about it later. Yes, later. Tokio felt sure that he would come back to this mile again. Stealing a home, whoring, and robbing a home is a bit addictive. 95 Refining the Tongming Pearl. Tokioka is gone. The skinny youth returned to the bar. Although Shurchio was gone, the induction with the hellish chains was not broken for the time being, so these people in the bar were not free from the chains for the time being. Where is that kid? A fat gangster tied up back Koan asked. Gone. The skinny youth replied. Fat man, you took him into the warehouse? Skinny youth, well. The fat man was annoyed. This kid is too bold. He even dares to rob Master Shure's Frozen West. Just watch, Master Shure will definitely not let him go. If he dares to mess with Master Shure, he won't be able to hang out in Mono City in the future. Skinny youth. Fat man, right, what are you waiting for? Why don't you come over and untie us? The skinny youth didn't say anything and silently pulled out a steel knife. You. The fat man showed a fearful expression. What are you doing? The skinny youth said in a deep voice, Master Shure has a big temper, and when he comes back and finds that the warehouse has been ransacked, he will definitely be very angry, and he may also have to kill people to vent his anger. I can't let him know that it was me who brought that kid into the warehouse. The fat man's pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he thought of something. You. Put. Before the words were finished, the skinny youth had already barreled the steel knife into his heart. The fat man stared blankly at the thin youth as blood spurted out. Then Wanderlust fell scared to go. The rest of the people were stunned for a moment, and then they all exclaimed, while cursing the skinny young man for not having a conscience. But the skinny youth didn't care. He had decided to do neither. So he killed all the rest. Once again, the bar resounded with a chorus of screams. Blood has been spilled, and the miles have become a hell on earth. Stone Cracker returned to the bar in the middle of the night with his men. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground in the bar and the corpses everywhere, Shinsai's eyes were completely red, and his body couldn't help trembling up lay. Can someone step on a horse and tell me what the hell is going on? Ahem. The skinny youth climbed out from behind the bar in a feigned manner, covering the wound on his shoulder. Master Shure. Stone Cracker once strides over to him and yanks him up by the collar. What's going on? Speak. Skinny youth, it's that kid in the daytime. After you chased him out, he killed a horseback, not only smashed the venue and killed people, but also. Still what? And went into the warehouse. Ransacked our but Xiao Jing 11. Sure Zencrack's state at the moment could already be described as stormy. He flung the skinny youth out of the way and made a mad dash for the warehouse. Sure enough, the warehouse had been rummaged through, and there were obvious traces of ransacking, and a lot of high-value materials had all disappeared. Very well, boy, you've got guts. Sure Zencrack composed himself at this time instead. Only his face, grim and hideous, was chilling. He had been on this black market for over 10 years, and it was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. Men have been killed a bunch of times, homes have been stolen, yards have been trashed, and goods have been laundered. What was even more outrageous was that this was planted in the hands of one level 5 soul contractor. How it made him feel suffocated. Inform the brethren under your command that they shouldn't even bother doing business for the next few days. Shinsai gritted his teeth fiercely and spoke grimly. Actinium? The skinny youth froze. Then we. Tell everyone to squat in front of Mono City University. Crack's iron fist clenched tightly, emitting a loud click-click-click sound. What's the point of being in business if this is just going to go away? It's a disgrace. How can we still hang out in Monocle? I'm going to make that kid pay. If he's capable, don't leave the gates of Monocle University for the rest of his life. Stone Crack growled. As for Shurchyo, at this time, he had already leisurely returned to Monocle University. Just after arriving at the school's main entrance, Shurchyo saw Yuli's figure. After getting away from the black market, Yuli went back to school but never came back. Cell phones, too, don't work at all. She didn't feel comfortable going back to the apartment either. So just kept waiting in front of the school. As soon as she saw Shurchyo, Yuli immediately ran all the way over. Tokiwa, you're finally back. Yuli can see that really anxious, even the eyes are red. I have not been able to contact you, thought you. Think I died at the hands of those black marketeers? Shurchyo smiled and reached out to comfortably touch Yuli's hair. It's alright little sisterly, I told you, I have a way to get out of this, I'm a person who never lies. Well, Yuli was rubbed by Shurchyo's head, her cheeks suddenly red, and she lowered her head to keep quiet. Cough. Tokioka dared to the atmosphere is a little bit not quite right, lightly coughed twice. Just thought about comforting people. Subconsciously, he touched his head. But remembering Yuli's personality, coupled with his identity as a schoolmate, this action is slightly ambiguous. So what? Shurchyo changed the topic. Sister Shelly, let's go back. By the way, chat about the matter of refining the Tongming pearl please. Rainlay, well. The two of them returned to the apartment together. Since they had to talk about the Tongming Zhu, Tokiwa followed Yuri to her room. 96 Stress relief. Yuli's room was very clean and tidy, almost spotless. Neat and tidy without any ostentatious decorations, it is very minimalist and one can tell at a glance that it is a good girl's room. Have some water. Yuli poured a glass of water for Shurchyo. Thanks. Tokio smiled and answered one. I tilted my neck and drank it all in one gulp, and felt a rush of refreshment as I stewed. This time is really too close. Yuli sat down next to him with his legs bent and exhaled. You are really bold, in my impression, it seems like it's the first time someone dared to cause trouble in the black market. Shurchyo was curious, that gang of home fires is so arrogant that they even have the clock weapon, the soul power pulse cannon, doesn't anyone care about it? Where the hell is this black market blackmailer? It can simply be said to be half a mercenary corps. Yuli gently shook his head, I'm not really sure. I think I heard that they have someone up there, right? This was something that Tokiwa had already guessed. Shinsai was a level 19 soul contractor, which was considered quite a top-notch combatant in Mono City, but not to the point where he could act so recklessly. If they didn't have someone behind them, they would have been terminated long ago. Shinsai Crack is known to be ruthless and vicious in Mono City, and he definitely won't let up after this mess. Yuli was worried, should we talk to Sister Duanlan and the girls about this? Shurchyo shook her head, after making such a mess, it's even more important not to tell them, otherwise won't it involve Sister Lan and the others? But, Yuli was still uneasy. It's okay, Sister Ri. Shurchyo smiled, trust me, okay? Well. Yuri lowered her head, somewhat dodging Tokiwa's eyes, and for some reason her face reddened again. It's a pity that we didn't get the complete materials for making the Tongming bead this time. Yuli sighed as she felt some regret. Earlier she had seen the various bags that the various stone shockers had traded to them. Most of the materials used in the making of the Tongming beads inside are fake. Timothy Chu, however, smiled wryly. Then he took out one of the major llama bags from the system item bar and poured out the frozen west inside. Yuri was shocked. Ink shadow powder, aqua gel, otherworldly lime, black spirit stone. All of them were materials for making Tongming beads, and there were more than a dozen copies of each. Tokiwa, this reasoning should be enough to make a dozen or so tom into beads, right? Yuli back to God, hard to have believed, are real goods. This or where? The frozen west of this reasoning alone is enough to be worth tens of millions of dollars. And it's available for a price, and in the regular way, it's impossible to buy it. Timothy shrugged, in the black market, after I ditched them, I went back to that bar. There was nothing to hide, so Shurchyo told what had just happened. Yuli listened to the inner shock for a long time. She really didn't know what to say about the boy in front of her. You don't even get nervous the first time you go to a place like that? Well, Shurchyo molded his nose, maybe it will. But if we were really afraid of those black marketers, wouldn't we have been ripped off by now? That gang of home fires is just bullying the honest and timid. Yuli was silent for a long time, picking up a material in the sack. Refining the Tongming pearl will take a little time. Can you help me protect the law? Sure. Timothy nodded. Rainey made some preparations. She took out an elemental pen and drew one small runic formation on the ground. Then materials such as shading powder are arranged on it in some form. Shurchyo watched from the sidelines and couldn't understand it, only feeling very powerful. Making preparations, Yuli once again sat down cross-legged, exhaled and said, the Tongming pearl was originally a product formed by nature, and the way this clock is artificially refined, it will produce a very strong elemental energy, and I can't control it very well. In a moment, if I experience a disturbance in my soul power, you have to help me keep it suppressed. No problem. Timothy Chu agreed. So Yuli closed his eyes and started the refining. One strand of elemental energy rose up in the runic formation, and Shurshio could dare to perceive that one strand of conflicting energy was oppressing Yuli's soul power. It must be quite difficult to control, as even Yuli, the Belle's great elemental mage, said it was not good. Therefore, Shurshio did not feel relieved and meditated on Yuli, releasing his soul power from time to time to help Yuli relieve the pressure of this clock. This clock process is very boring. By the way, it suddenly occurred to Shurshio that his assist skill could help people improve their attributes in various areas. Wouldn't it be better to use a secondary skill to help Yuli distress then? Thinking of this reasoning, Shurshio looked at the frowning Yuli in front of him and immediately made an attempt. First rank auxiliary skill Death's Gift. A black light fell down and enveloped Yuli's sliver. Rainlay, Actinium. Tim Chu. Yuli's tightly furrowed brow really eased a lot, and also Vivi erected a soothing expression. After half a minute, Yuli slowly opened her eyes and gave Shurshio a grudging look. Why are you suddenly? Obviously, in the face of Shurshio's sneak attack, Yuli is not ready for the psychological preparation. Tokio scratched his head. So is this skill useful? Yuli felt a scare of the internal breath and found that it did seem to flow much more freely, and the pressure on his body was also weakened blah blah blah. Well, it seems to be a little better. Tokio, that's great. Then go on with your work, ignore me, and let me just quietly help relieve your stress from the sidelines. Rainlay. The next day. Early morning. A night passed, and Yuli finally refined the prototype of a Tongming bead. The mocking redness on Yuli's face had not receded, and fragrant sweat dripped from her 100 fair cheeks. It was obvious that this clock refining method was a great test of physical strength. If there is no one next to you to escort you, the efficiency will become extremely low. Shurshio picked up the ping-pong ball-sized, black ink-colored bead. This is the Tongming pearl? Right. Yuri, but it's still just a prototype, only half finished. Even a great elemental mage like Yuli needed 2 nights to refine a Tongming bead. It would take at least 1 month to refine all dozen of them. So for the past few days, Shurshio stayed in Yuli's room every night. Help her distress from the hard work of refining. 97, I'll try to make this quick. Time passes quickly. October, the season of condensation and frost. Tokio's schedule for this half of the month was also almost all the same as usual. Just one more thing, every night he had to sneak into Yuli's room and refine the Tongming pearl with her. It's one night at a time of refining. After all, it was a little secret between the two of them. So it's only a sneaky mold. It's a good thing that the two people's essence of Sakaki are very powerful, otherwise every day to stay up late to refine beads, hair is estimated to fall out. Yuli and Shurshio are also getting more familiar with each other. Originally, every time we are alone, Yuli will always be embarrassed, even speak seems to be formal, not to mention the two people together in the same room for a night. But with the days and nights together, Yuli also gradually let go, and can often make some small jokes with Shurshio. Phew. Tokuyu opened his eyes after going through another cultivation session. Huan. This Tongming pearl is truly magical. Tokio picked up the hand miles of Tommy beads. The bead that was originally black and ink-colored had turned into a light transparent color. This was because all the energy within the Tongming pearl had been sucked away by Shurshio. After the bead's energy was completely sucked out, it would finish turning into a transparent color, and then it would look no different from an ordinary glass bead. In the past few days, Shurshio had already used up 5 Tongming pearls. He felt that his soul power growth value was now almost bursting at the seams with additions. Tokio also received his allowance for his second month in college. As last month, the school still gives him the same $2 million allowance. But Shurshio, who had already become a 1-month soul contractor, would no longer be amazed by the $2 million, and even felt that it was a bit less. As he leveled up, he realized that the $2 million he had thought was a lot was now becoming insufficient. Shurshio, who hadn't joined any forces, didn't have any additional resources to subsidize, and had to rely on himself to earn them through other means. Yet again, Tokiwa had recently felt that she had hit a bottleneck in terms of upgrading. He hadn't leveled up since the last time he came back from the Spacegate quest, when he had leveled up to 5. He jumped from level 3 to level 5 because a few friendlies from the Dark Souls Society poured energy into him. However, Shurshio sadly realized that this clock trick could only be used once. After that, Shurshio had actually tried to have Zhou Yan and a few dolls come over and still imbue him with dark attribute soul power in the same way as that day. While the temporary soul power would still increase, the experience value didn't skyrocket like it did insanely that night. The desire to brush up on levels by speculative means has gone out the window. Actinic. Looks like we'll have to think of something else after all. Shurshio was an SSS-ranked soul contractor. The experience bar for level 5 to level 6 was ridiculously long, and the further into the latter half of the period, the slower one tried to rely on the normal way of cultivating to increase their experience. The easiest way to get high at this clock is still to get high. Shurshio remembered that among the treasures he looted back from Shurjin Crack's warehouse that day, there were a few bottles of experience aggregation liquid. He used the system to check the attributes, and the grade was precious grade material. Should work well? He opened them all to take a look and it almost scared him so much that his wrist shook and he barely held the frozen West steady. Crouching Chow? This stuff is worth $5 million a bottle. Shurchio looked at the medicine bottle in her hand Miles with a complicated expression. Just one vial of this is worth 2.5 months of your own allowance? Gee. This Stone Shock Crackers warehouse sure has a big stash of good frozen Western actinides. Looks like we'll have to go again sometime. Shurchio unscrewed the bottle of medicinal liquid and tilted her neck to drink it into her stomach in one gulp. This scene if let General Sun see, do not know how the mood. This was because this Belle Experience polymerization potion was originally intended for use by soul contractors above level 10. It's not that low-level soul contractors can't be used, it's just that it's really a bit of a waste to use up lay. The higher the level of the item, the better the effect of using the lay. And it was supposed to be one sip at a time, but Tokyo finished it in one gulp as if it were Coke. But Tokyo wasn't distressed. The frozen West was supposed to be robbed anyway. Big deal, just grab it again when it runs out. Within a short time, Shurchio felt a drum of energy flowing through his body. Immediately afterward, some sort of energy within itself seemed to coalesce faster. Shurchio took away the bottle and continued to cultivate for a while with his eyes closed. Sure enough, the efficiency of cultivation was more than 10 times stronger than before. Feeling the experience value constantly skyrocketing and jumping, Shurchio dared to feel that he was finally about to come to the edge of the bottleneck of upgrading. Boom! A psionic explosion of violent energy spread out from the body. When Shurchio opened his eyes, his entire aura seemed to have changed. Finally. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade, the upgrade reward has been issued. Cheat code. Host opens the upgrade reward. Gained, 1 million cash, Death Puppet Contract Book 20, System Points 3, Advanced Doll Making and Repairing Knowledge 1, Advanced Surgical Medicine Knowledge 1. Knowledge of doll making and repair? Tokiwa froze. I didn't realize that the system's cheats could send this spell freezing west? Sure enough, soon enough, all sorts of information about dolls and surgical medicine knowledge was constantly being poured into Shurchio's brain. And it's etched into the memory. Definitely not the kind you forget easily. Shurchio thought to himself that both of these abilities could be applied to the puppet ability. With these two skills, he should be able to transform the golem into something stronger. Just like the crooked-headed man from last time, if Shurchio had possessed these two abilities at that time, he would have been able to help the crooked-headed man's head to be fixed. Thinking of this mile, Shurchio immediately wanted to do an experimental style to see. He spent 20 points of credit, rented one of the school labs, and called Zhou Yanin over. Master, you asked for me. Zhou Yanin sensed Shurchio's essence Sakaki call and rushed to the lab. Well, lie down on it. Tokyo pointed to the bed in the lab. Yes. Zhou Yanin had no second thoughts and went straight up to lie flat. Shurchio put on the white coat, put on the mask, opened the box next to it, and took out from it the scalpel, saw, tool tongs, suture needle and thread, rope, lighter, candles that had been prepared long ago. Zhou Yanin. Master, what are you doing? Shurchio, don't worry, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Yanin Show. 98 sophomore year courses. Neat room. The young girl sat cross-legged on the ground, the energy from the runic formation lingering around her. Not long after, a Tongming bead was once again refined. But the young girl was always a little distracted tonight. The young girl craned her head to look at the wall clock on the wall. It's 1 o'clock. The young girl muttered, looking a little disappointed, looks like he won't be coming tonight. The young girl looked out the window, it's late and you haven't returned to your apartment. Where is it going? After one night in the lab, Tokyo came out of it. It's morning already? Seeing the blinding white light outside the house, Tokyo was confused for a moment. I didn't realize how fast the time went by. Got carried away last night in the heat of the moment. Rainley didn't go there either. It seems like I'll have to explain this to Sister Ri in a while. Shurchio muttered in his heart. At this time, however, just in time, a group message rang out from the cell phone FMS group. Duan Lan, after your morning classes, meet at all members in the class training room later. Xia Yao, what's wrong, Sister Lan? Is there something good going on? Looking forward to it. Duan Lan. Want farts to eat go, were so many good things. It's a mission. Our class has been too idle this month, we haven't even met the minimum task standards yet, come over here in a while to discuss it, and go find some kind of task to do together in the afternoon. Xia Yao, oh, understand. Rainley, copy that. Blue Nixie, roger that. Xiao Xia, okay. Tim Chu. Shurchio. Sister Arisher, can I not participate in this mission? Duan Lan? Lan Ningxue immediately asked, what's wrong with you, schoolmate, are you sick? Timothy Chu, I have some personal business. For the past half a month, Shurchio basically hadn't left the school for half a step. The reason is also simple. He had offended Zenkrak so badly before, and that house fire would definitely not let up. In the past few days, Shurchyo could also sense with his essence Sakaki power that right near Monocity University, there were several soul fittings with a strength of more than level 10 who had been hanging around outside the campus for many days. A bunch of level 10 soul fitters, doing nothing all day, hanging out in front of the university. This is obviously a group of treacherous people are squatting him actin. This is a feud between Shurchyo himself and Shurjinshi. He does not want to implicate this in Duanlan and the girls to swallow. Duanlan sent one smiley face and said, well then, it's just a normal routine task anyway, just filling up an indicator for our class, it's just as well for the few of us to go. I'll report you for sick rest then. Tokiwa, okay, thanks Arashur. Duanlan, it's fine. After checking in with her guide, Hoki, Shurchyo went to class in peace. Sure, Zenkrak's background is not simple. It's better to try not to move away from the school with Cher and the girls until we've fully resolved that group of mad dogs from the black market. Timothy Chu thought so. The afternoon session was a physical fitness special. This class, as you can hear from the name alone, trains students in basic physical attributes. Most of the system points of the soul contractor are very valuable. For the basic attributes in the column of physique, usually no one is willing to spend points to mention, because this Belle Frozen West at least can be exercised by personal training. The vast majority of people, what they valued were still soul skills. The class was placed in a huge training hall large enough to hold thousands of people. As soon as Shurchyo walked into the classroom, hundreds of students' gazes instantly landed on his laxity. Not only because he was previously famous, but because today's class was sophomore level. For Shurchyo, the freshman level classes were already too easy for him. Luckily, the university didn't restrict freshmen to enroll in freshman classes, so Shurchyo simply enrolled in the sophomore program. That man is Timothy Chu? What's he doing here? Isn't he a freshman? Holy, he's not planning on going straight to sophomore classes, is he? Given his performance in the other world, it doesn't seem all that surprising that he would come to a sophomore class. I heard that his 1-month school allowance is $2 million. Nima. This fire is simply inhuman. Will it allow us rookies to learn to live? Wow. It's really Timothy. I'm going to take a picture and send it to my friends. I'm in class with Toki Senpai today. All sorts of sounds came through, along with all the attention. It made Tokio more or less uncomfortable. As usual, one of him went to the corner silently. Unexpectedly this time let him see one familiar face. Yuya was in a more front row position and looked back at Tokiwa with a complicated expression. That incident earlier still haunted her. Has he started his sophomore programs already? Shurchyo noticed Yuya's eyes, but didn't take it seriously, as if he didn't know her at all. He didn't even look at her, and found his own couch. Kai started practicing his boxing. There were a few senior girls who wanted to chirp for a chance to get close to Shurchyo, to set up a close relationship. But at this time, the teacher of the class suddenly pushed the door in. Shurchyo didn't expect that the teacher of this class would be the same martial arts instructor he had met on his first day at this school. Today's lesson is mainly to train and test each of you on the limits of your body's ability to carry soul power. Instructor Wu was obviously not someone who likes to be long-winded. He boarded a dead fish face, directly close to the main topic, meaning, in the case of not using soul power, see how much intensity of soul power oppression from the outside world your body can carry. You have already passed your freshman year and have come to your sophomore year, and each of you, even without the use of soul power, are already countless times stronger than ordinary people in terms of your basic physical attributes. But this year's course, it's not as easy as freshman year. The process of just relying on your body to withstand the pressure of soul power is very painful but this clock training is to make your physical strength to a higher level, and it also relates to whether or not you will be able to get close to entering a higher level of Spacegate exotic realm in the future. Instructor Wu said coldly, otherwise, if you don't have enough physical strength when the time comes, and you get close enough to enter a high-level Spacegate exotic realm, the distorting pressure of the space-time rift alone will be enough to crush you into flying dust. Now line up yourselves in order, in groups of 10, and come to the testing room over here. 99. On this? Chenjie, sophomore class 8, highest resistance to a twofold soul tide. Kaisu, sophomore class 13, highest resistance to a heavy tide of soul power. Lin Weiran, sophomore class 12, highest resistance to a twofold soul tide. Su Ruo, sophomore class 1, top. After the first batch of trainees who were close to entering the testing room finished testing, they all walked out one by one. Everyone walks out of the testing room, almost white in color, their bodies wobbling as if they can't even stand, and they have to help each other walk. Timothy Chu stroked his scaredy cat and muttered, "Is it really that hard?" Instructor Wu stood on the side, holding a tablet in his hand, reading out the final grades of each trainee, and his already dead fish face became even darker this time. All 10 people in the first group, all failed. Instructor Wu's icy voice carried a few hints of huffing, all the way to sophomore year, and you can't even carry through a triple soul power tide. You all stayed in your apartments your freshman year waiting to give birth, didn't you? I've never seen such losers. The crowd of trainees in the first group couldn't help but redden their faces when they heard this. Yet no individual dared to refute anything. It was said that Instructor Wu was the highest combatant of Mono City University, and in Mono City University, other than the principal, it was him who spoke the language. Who would dare to mess with such a character? Everyone in the first group, go to the side and do 1,000 push-ups. Instructor Wu said in a cold voice. The first group was dumbfounded. A man jumped out and glared, now? Instructor Wu looked coldly at the man who spoke. Any questions? The man. No. Then, Instructor Wu called the list of the second group. Then Group 3, Group 4, Group 5. Yet there is not one student that can carry a triple soul power tide. Instructor Wu's anger also came up. All of you roll to the side, 2,000 push-ups. Anyone who misses one won't get out of class today. Kong, wasn't there only 1,000 in that group just now? This is too unfair. You've got a problem with that, don't you? Fine, your group will do 3,000 push-ups. If I catch you slacking off, you'll suffer the consequences. The trainees in that group almost collapsed, all casting glances of murder at the trainee who had spoken, almost hating that person to death. Tim Chu. Although it was said that everyone was a sole contractor, and since they had already reached their sophomore year, even the weakest ones must be sole contractors of level 5 or above, and their physique must be several times stronger than ordinary people. But 3,000 push-ups is a bit much. Finally, it was time for Yuki's group. Wang Chang, sophomore class 13, highest resistance to a twofold soul tide. Lin Qixin, sophomore class 4, highest resistance to a heavy tide of soul power. Martial instructor read to this point, suddenly paused to scare, eyelids difficult to have been perceived Vivi picked a scare, before saying. Yuya, sophomore class 7, highest resistance to a fourfold tide of soul power. The classroom erupted in chaos at those words. Wow. Sure enough, the strongest is still Yuki. She's also the only one who was able to resist a quadruple soul power tide in her sophomore year with just the strength of her body. After all, it's a person from the Black Soul Society and it's also the red person beside Senior Blackbone. It's really different from us civilians. Even Instructor Wu's expression loosened, not a bad score. However, Yuya doesn't seem to be happy with her results. She walked out of the testing room, gasping for air, her face pale, but her eyes held a bit of resignation. After a few steps, her body swayed and she half fell scared, relying on her hands for support to keep her pretty face from coming into close contact with the floor. Yet no one had yet to help her. In the last otherworldly operation, her teammates had all been taken out by Shirtio, and then their bodies had been eaten by the alien beasts that had burrowed out of the ground. So she was the only E in her class right now, and the new team members hadn't been assigned yet, so she was left alone in class. Can you stand up lay on your own? Instructor Wu asked as he gave her a look. Can. Yuya gritted her teeth, holding onto a wall to the side, and finally insisted on standing up lay. Gee. Toku shook her head inwardly and sighed, strong woman nah. Finally, it was time for Tokio's group. When he saw Shirtio's name, Instructor Wu froze for a moment. It was only then that he realized Tokiwa's presence. What are you one freshman doing here? Instructor Wu asked. No? Tokiwa smiled. It's fine, but this is a sophomore course after all. Instructor Wu glanced at him. I know your soul power is strong, but you can't use it for today's quiz. Some people were indeed born with a lot of blue and strong soul power. But normally, no mage's physique is naturally too strong. If you can't carry it anymore, don't force it, okay? For a first year, Instructor Wu's requirements were naturally much lower, especially since the other party was still a support. Tokio, got it. Instructor Wu said faintly, well, go in. The door to the testing room opened and Tokio walked in. 10 participants in the same group, each with one separate testing room. The room was equipped with special testing instruments, and Shirtio only needed to stand inside, and the runic formation in the middle immediately lit up. Immediately after that, the large screen in front of them immediately displayed the prompt, students, please get ready, the first wave of soul power is coming soon. In the hall outside, Yuya and a bunch of other trainees were also able to see the situation of Tokiwa and the others in the testing room through the big screen. Yuya stared at Tokiwa dead in the face. She was eager to take this opportunity to figure out just how much distance was left between her and Tokiwa. Here it comes. Seeing the indicator light in front of her eyes, Shirtio's expression couldn't help but take Lei seriously. Even Yu Unite's kind of genius physique could only barely withstand a fourfold tide of soul power. It meant that the oppressive force of this belle soul force tide on the human body must be very strong and fierce. Can't be careless. Boom! The first tidal wave of soul power had finally arrived. Only a burst of rigid soul force impact surged out from within the apparatus directly in front of the sense absolute. Like a tidal wave, it directly hit Shirtio's slice. Boom! Tim Chu. Boom! Boom! The violent tide of soul power shook the instruments inside the testing room and made them hum. But, Tim Chu, what's wrong with? As if. There's nothing to feel, is there? Shirtio opened his eyes and looked ahead, his expression speechless. This is it? 100 is this a gift? What the hell? That's it? Getting the effect? This was the thought that popped straight into Tokio's head for a moment. When he had watched from the doorway earlier, he had clearly seen that every face in the testing room was almost twisted into a dumpling as they endured the tide of soul power. Those who don't know think someone is picking at their tendons and draining their marrow. That doesn't seem so bad, does it? Shirshio frowned. Could it be because this is just the first tidal wave of soul power, so it's not that strong? Well, that should be right. Shirshio didn't think his physique was that strong. Even though he was already ranked 6 in his freshman year and was still an SSS-ranked soulfitter, he hadn't been too deliberate in improving his physical aspect. At most, it's just a few skill points in agility and Saizakaki. But he had, just now, not run his soul power to resist either. This time the indicator light comes back on. Alert, the second wave of soul power is about to hit. Timothy took a deep breath and resumed his serious lay. Boom! The second wave of soul power struck. It was still the same as the first wave, but it was obvious that the tide of soul power this time was much more powerful than the previous one. Tokio closed her eyes and frowned. Well, like, okay too? Standing outside the door, Instructor Wu, arms wrapped around his chest, quietly watched the big screen. Of all the people in the classroom, the one who was most concerned was almost always Tokioka as well. One freshman, coming to their sophomore classroom is undoubtedly another hot topic on campus forums. Anyway, during this period of time in the single city university, as long as the word Shirshio is on the topic of conversation, there will certainly be less heat. Forum editors have long had the traffic code. The girls didn't need to say much. Since the last time things cleared up, nearly half of the girls at Monocle University have become wife fans, sister fans, and mom fans of Shirshio. At the moment they were all looking at Tokiwa on the screen with red eyes. Go schoolboy wow. Be moderate, don't break your body. Mommy will always love you. The boys. Damn. The boys gritted their teeth, but their gazes at the moment were actually focused on Tokiwa's room. They don't have the same mentality as the girls though. For their part, they're expecting Tokio not to pull off any more outrageous results. Otherwise, if one freshman's grades are better than theirs, they'd still be alive as seniors. P, do you have any idea what it's like to have your favorite girl become another guy's NC fan? Woohoo! Only the second wave of psionic energy was coming. The room shown on the screen was filled with ghostly blue psionic energy constantly applying pressure in the same one direction. Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but shiver. They had just experienced the impact of the tidal wave of soul power, and just seeing that ghostly blue soul power manifestation unconsciously reminded them of the painful ancient experience they had just had in the testing room. A twofold soul power tide, the impact is twice as strong as a onefold soul power tide. If an ordinary person were to experience that kind of impact, I'm afraid that the bones would be crushed by the high pressure in an instant. Flesh would also be crushed into a puddle of mud. However, on the screen, Shirshio stood in the room as if he didn't have any sense of determination at all, completely indifferent in the face of the onslaught of the tide of second-degree soul power. The students were confused. They had the thought that Shirshio, as a level 5 soul contractor, should be able to carry the onslaught of the second tidal wave of soul power. But why didn't he look at Lai at all? Fake, this fire must be fake. Aha, sure. There was just a momentary stream where I saw him frown. He must have just acted as if nothing happened. This damnable pussy king. He just wants to show off his physical ability in front of the girls, right? It's fine, the third wave of soul power is coming soon. Soon, the third tidal wave of soul power came. This time, the pressure was once again twice as strong as the second tidal wave of soul power. That is, 4 times as many as the first psionic tide. Boom! Tim Chu. Then came the fourth weight. Boom! The fifth fold. Outside the testing room, students have long been filled with shock, amazement, consternation, stupefaction, and nymphomania. How is this possible? This fire is a monster, right? This heck is not a human physique at all. No way, no one thought he was human, right? As one freshman, Shirshio unexpectedly carried the impact of a 5-fold tide of soul power without relying on soul power at all, relying on the strength of his physical body alone. That's 16 times the impact of a heavy soul tide. Under such heavy pressure, even diamond would instantly stream into powder. The key is that Shirshio still remains the same posture just now, a completely relaxed and indifferent look. He even scratched his head. The School Eye sisters had long since committed nymphomania and stared blankly. I didn't expect that in addition to the thick soul force, even the physical body of School Brother is so powerful. Without further ado, I crave. Bare your teeth, bare your teeth. Yuya bit her lower lip lightly, her fists on either side of her large retreat firmly clenched into a ball. Timothy Fall. How many other cards do you, in the end, have that I don't know about? Inside the test room. Shirshio saw the monitor in front of him, prompting out, the 6th tidal wave of soul power is coming. The words. Boom. The soul power had changed from a ghostly blue color to a dark blue color gradually, sweeping toward Shirshio from all directions like a gale. Shirshio could feel that these tides of soul power could indeed cause a very strong and heavy pressure. With the current pressure, it should be able to pretty much crush everything. But why don't you feel any pain? Tokio didn't understand. He hadn't specifically tried to strengthen his flesh, had he? Is that a gift? This. The sixth heavy soul tide is over. Instructor Wu was really a little bit to see not scared to go, walked over to the operating table hand to point a few times, opened the microphone in the test room. When the autumn, how do you feel the decision? Can you still hold out? Shirshio scratched his face. Instructor, the instruments in this testing room, are they broken? Instructor Vu. Timothy, why don't I feel anything? Instructor Vu. 101 Self-Protection Awareness. Instructor Wu, so, you don't feel sick? Timothy Chu. No. Instructor Wu. Well, you can go on, can't you? Aha. If it doesn't work, just raise your hand. When Instructor Wu finished speaking, he tapped a few times on the operating table. The seventh tide of soul power is coming. Tokiwa had completely near into a state of total relaxation. Before the beginning of the seventh gravity soul power tide Kai, Instructor Wu tapped a few more times on the console, and a coconut-sized diamond was suddenly thrown into the testing room, right next to Shirshio's feet. Tokio? At the same time, the seventh tidal wave of soul power struck. Buzz. Under the pressure of the overlapping dark blue soul chi, the diamond, which was the size of a coconut, was seen to have turned into nothing in an instant. It turned into crystal and dust in the air. Shirshio's face instantly went white. Wukeo? Instructor Wu, well, it looks like the machine isn't broken. Tim Chu. It was then that he realized just how strong the pressure within the testing room was at the moment. The seventh soul power tide was 64 times greater than the first soul power tide. Under the pressure of this clock, Tokio finally dared to feel a hint of discomfort. The muscles were squeezed forcefully, the internal organs also sensed discomfort, and there was some obstruction in breathing Kayaki. But it was still within Tokio's reach. Vaguely, when the autumn dared to feel his muscles under the epidermis, as if vaguely what frozen west to rush out like. This is? Timothy Chu lifted and opened his right arm, and his pupils plummeted. Only on each shoulder, a white bony substance surfaced on the surface of the skin. So it is. Tokio understood it all at once. Why is his flesh capable of such high strength? 2 minutes later. The seventh tidal wave of soul power finally passed. The eighth wave of soul power is about to come, please prepare yourself for the trainees. The system prompt synthesized voice still rang emotionlessly. The group of seniors in the classroom all sucked in a breath of cold air. That's the eighth weight. That is 128 times the pressure. Let's not talk about not using psionics. Even juniors and seniors couldn't do it easily with their soul power in operation. It's just amazing. Instructor Wu vaguely shook his fist. He looked at Tokiwa on the screen with mixed emotions. 1 month ago, Instructor Wu still used to think that Shirshio was too young and naive for one auxiliary to reject the invitation of an SAN major power. But it's only been 1 month, and he's already grown to this point. Incredible. It's incredible. Instructor Wu only had these words to describe his feelings at the moment. Phew. Inside the room. Tokiwa opened her eyes and heard the sound of her bones crunching. As soon as his palms were spread out, even the center of his palms had emerged as a bony substance that fused with his skin muscles. It's supposed to be the Reaper exoskeleton's sense of self-protection. If the Death God exoskeleton is completely fused with the physical body, it should be able to carry 128 times the force of the impact. But going in scared like that, you might have to look like you did the other night. Tokiwa laughed bitterly at a scare. Also. Then Huan raised his right hand. The martial arts instructor who was outside the door froze at the sight, then immediately pressed the stop button. The rest of the students, too, exhaled at once. After all, I still couldn't carry the eighth weight. That's right, even counting the juniors and seniors, there were only a handful of people in Mono City University who could carry over a 7-fold soul power tide with their physical body strength alone. But this has been outrageous too. He's only a freshman. Tokio walked out of the testing room. Without the pressure of soul power, the bone-like substance on each of Shirshio's shoulders had shrunk back on its own, becoming the same as usual. Instructor Wu gave him a deep look. The grades are very good. With your physical strength, next time you can style directly to the junior college course. Tokio didn't say anything, just gave a slight nod. Go back. Instructor Wu said. Under the countless gazes of envy, admiration, jealousy, and covetousness, Shirshio returned to her original seat in the corner. It seems as if that skeleton still has a self-protection mechanism? Tokio thought to himself as he looked at his hand. Little brother, you were so powerful just now. At this time, one voice in the side suddenly rang out. When the autumn turned back to look, it was a delicate and lovely sister standing behind him, 2 eyes smiled into a crescent moon. The girl was all smiles, carrying a 7-fold tide of soul power in freshman year can be said to be unprecedented. Shirshio smiled bashfully and said nonchalantly, it's nothing. How can it be nothing? The girl waved her little fist excitedly. You're giving us freshmen too much face. Question mark. Tokiwa froze and looked at her quizzically. You're a freshman too? Another girl smiled. My name is Yee. You can call me Yee. I noticed you on the day of the freshman deed soul awakening. Oh. At that time, I was thinking that it would have been nice to be in one class with you. Yee said cheerfully, but alas, you were sorted into a senior class. Shurchio was curious. You're also a freshman and you actually came to a sophomore class? It seems like you're not bad at all. Leaf spat out, barely. But it's definitely not comparable to you, and I can only barely make it through a tidal wave of soul power. Timothy nodded. Being able to survive a heavy tide of soul power was already considered a very good achievement amongst freshmen. Freshmen didn't take this belle physical stress training class, also because with the physical quality of most freshmen, the impact of one heavy soul power tide would be enough to shatter their internal organs. Then we count as acquaintances now, right? Yee blinked expectantly. Then can we make friends? Can I add your FMS? Tim Chu. In the end, Tokyo didn't give her the FMS. A random excuse that he didn't have his cell phone with him and couldn't remember his fly signal yet was given the push. Yee was obviously not someone without emotional intelligence, and could see that Shurchio was just looking for an excuse, revealing a somewhat disappointed expression. Well. The bell rings. After Instructor Wu announced the end of the class, he took a big stride and left first. Crowds of students leave the classroom. At the door of the classroom stood a boy who looked like a teaching assistant with a tablet in his hand, and before each student left, they needed to go to him and swipe their ID cards to deduct the credits they had spent on the class. When it was Autumn's turn, he swiped his card and suddenly realized that the amount of credits deducted from the boy's tablets was not right. The boy handed the card back to Tokiwa and waved his hand. Next one. However, Tokioka grabbed his wrist with a snap. Senior, it's not quite right, is it? Shurchio was expressionless. Doesn't this class only cost 50 credits? Why did you deduct 70 for me? 102 deduction of credits. The male senior glanced at Shurchio with a sneer and was about to say something. At this time, another person beside him squeezed over and whispered a few words in his ear, and from time to time, he also swept his remaining light to Shurchio's side. That senior's face changed slightly, revealing a hard-to-believe expression as he looked at that person and then at Shurchio. Shurchio had an odd look on his face, wondering what these two were up to. The man said a few more words to the senior before turning his head, but by now he had changed his expression, as if he had changed his face, and smiled and said, "Oh, it's like this, the price of the school's courses has recently increased, but the elective schedule hasn't been updated yet, and this class is 70 credits. You probably don't know that, schoolboy, so I don't blame you." Tokyo, oh? Is that so? The senior smiled, yes. Tokyo was silent for a moment and didn't say anything else, taking back his ID card. But Tokyo didn't leave either, but stood in the doorway and observed for a while. Watching those seniors, one by one, deducting credits from the students who had left the class. Hawk, senior. It was the turn of a short and chubby student, who timidly asked, I don't have many credits left on my savings plan, only 70 credits left, and I still have other classes to take in the afternoon. Can you be accommodating? I'll give it to you. Next time. Accommodation? The senior's face was full of disdain. What kind of class are you coming to without credits? You're a talentless piece of, you're already a sophomore, and you can't even get 100 credits out of it, so what's the point of going to school? It's a waste of resources to keep the credits on your worthless ass. That little fatty was so red-faced by the senior that he couldn't wait to find a place to drill into. The ID card in his hand was also snatched, and the senior took it and swiped it on his own tablet, swiping the last 70 credits away from the little fatty. Tim Chu, well. These guys. It looks like it's clearly not a simple actinide of assistant coaching. Soon it was Leaf's turn. After deducting the credits, Yee retrieved her ID card and saw the amount deducted on the senior's tablet. Her face changed and she said in dissatisfaction, Hey. I'm a member of the Hap Sword Club. The Hopscotch Sword Club, also one of the clubs within the school. This club specializes in taking in soul fellows who use swords as weapons, or soul fellow students whose souls are related to swords, and is not a small force in the school. But of course, there's no comparison to the three major powers. But it's also considered the school's second-rate power. The senior glanced at her. What's wrong with the Combined Sword Society? Yee exasperatedly said, Our harmonized sword club has already paid the deposit to you last month, right? Why do you guys still want to deduct my extra credits? The senior sneered, See what you're saying, the deposit is for your club. Since you're here for the class, the credits will naturally be counted separately. Yee was anxious and exasperated. How can you guys be like this? It's too much, isn't it? Aren't you afraid of driving the students crazy? Anxious? The senior narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Fine, if anyone is anxious, go and find our Blackbone senior to argue by yourself. How about it, does anyone dare? The students in the back of the row were silent. Right. The senior looked at Yee with a light smile, or you can get the president of your Harmonized Sword Society to personally come over to our Black Soul Society to theorize, we're always welcome. Leave, you. Oh yes, almost forgot that the president of your Hop Sword Society is a wimp. See our Blackbone senior retreat have to beat the pendulum, that's alright. Ha 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 ha. A couple of seniors laughed out loud at Rai. Asshole. Yeesee's eyes reddened as she suddenly worked her soul power, and a green-colored longsword landed in her hand zone. The strength of a level 4 soul contractor was on display. I can't believe it's level 4. Shurchio leaned against the wall, arms wrapped around his chest, and gave Yeesee a deep look, a little bit of interesting actinium. It's been 1 month since the start of the school year, and most of the freshmen are still working their way through level 2 to level 3, except for Shurchio. This girl had gotten up to level 4, so no wonder she was able to take classes with the sophomores. A few seniors laughed when they saw Yeesee lit up his weapon and stewed. Yo, elementary school girl seems to have quite a temper, huh? Still want to do it? Ha ha ha, funny, let me play with this elementary school girl. Don't hit too hard, it would be a shame if such a flowery chick was broken. A few seniors also stormed their soul power. They were all third-year students, and their contracted soul levels had all reached level 10 or above. There were a few students in the back of the row who couldn't help but walk up, pull Yeezee's armpit, and advise, Yeezee, forget it. Yeah, don't make trouble. They're from the Black Soul Society, you can't mess with them. Under the persuasion of a few people, Yeesee gritted her teeth and put away the soul deed longsword. You guys will get your comeuppance sooner or later for doing this. After saying that, Yeesee left with a few of her classmates. A couple of seniors laughed idly and smugly from behind the screen. Ha 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 ha. Retribution? This kind of thing, retribution, is only something that losers imagine to comfort themselves and make themselves less suffocated. That's right, this mile is the world of the soul deeder, strength is honored, only the weak get retribution. How do you break people's YA? Isn't it good to let other little sisters dream? Ha 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 ha. When Yeesee heard this, she was so angry that she almost didn't kill back again. Good thing her classmates pulled her back in time. The crowd of students at the scene all lowered their heads, every one of them mentally repressed, but number one of them dared to stand out and refute them. Walking out of the classroom, Yeesee ran into Shurchio and froze. Shurchio? You haven't left yet? Without answering the question, Tokiwa flicked the leaves in his hand. Those guys are from the Black Soul Society? Yeah. Leaf sighed softly. Timothy, aren't they teaching assistants? Yeezee smiled bitterly. They are indeed teaching assistants, yes, that's why they have the power to deduct student credits here. For every class in college, there is almost always a teaching assistant. These teaching assistants are usually students from the junior and senior years and are responsible for helping the instructor with the class as well as collecting the credits due for that class at the end of the class. However, after the members of the Black Soul Society became mixed up as teaching assistants, they deducted an extra portion of the students' credits at the end of each class to collect the credits. A class that was supposed to be 50 credits would need to pay 70 credits to attend, and a class that was supposed to be 100 credits would need to pay 130 credits to leave. The Black Soul Society has been doing this clock thing for a long time. Whenever they happened to be in a class where the Black Soul Society seniors were the teaching assistants, the students could only consider themselves unlucky. Only the members of the student council and the Zodiac sect don't have to be docked more credits. The rest of the general student body is left to their own devices. Undoubtedly, the Blackbone is these ordinary students as a home-breeding neat pig, from time to time to harvest a wave of leaks. Shurchio laughed as she stewed after hearing Yeezee's account. So that's what it's all about. Isn't there anyone to defy them? Tokiwa asked. There used to be. A sophomore senior behind Leaf spelt sighed and said, but they've all. Since then. Without having to say scared away, Tokio knew how the plot was going to play out later. And then after that, no one dared to raise any objections to the Black Soul Society anymore. That senior said with a bitter smile, Senior Blackbone is a level 17 soul contractor, and I've heard that he's already trying to break through to level 18 recently, and he's close to catching up with some of the mentors. What qualifications do we, the untalented and weak soul contractors, have to reason with him? No one will stand up for ordinary people like us either. 103 Black on Black. Tokiwa asked, credits, the Belfries West, are transferable between students as well? Yi replied, yes, that group of Black Soul Society people became teaching assistants, and they still had to pay the school for the 50 credits of the original price of the course, but they took the rest of the 20 credits each. Timothy Chu, whoosh ga. The fact that the Black Soul Society was able to do this clock thing didn't surprise Tokio at all. I didn't realize that I had become one of the leaks cut by the Black Soul Society. Think I'm a leak, huh? Ha! All students' credits are being paid one by one. Yuya walked out as well. But she was already a member of the Black Soul Society, so naturally she didn't have to pay this Belfries West. A few Black Soul Society seniors left the classroom with their tablets contentedly. However, as soon as they went out the door, they ran face to face with Tokiaki, who was waiting for them here in the mile. The previous senior frowned, it's you? What are you still doing here? Yuya was about to leave when he heard the commotion over here and stewed, stopping in his tracks and turning his head to look distantly at Tokiwa. What's this fire up to again? Yuya thought to herself. Is the leak collection fragrant? Shurchio smiled and looked at the seniors. How about a share of my share? What do you mean? What do you mean, you need to ask? When Autumn eyes narrowed into a slit, of course it is. Black eating black. Several Black Soul Society seniors' faces stewed. Yi and a few of them also had surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that Shurchio would say that. Even if he was disgruntled, the other party was more than just the few seniors in front of him. It's the Black Soul Society behind them. Originally a 50-credit class, charging 70 credits, a class with hundreds of students, your Black Soul Society earns credits really easily actin'. Shurchio leisurely, earn so much, it's not too much to share a little with me, right? The senior at the head of the group flashed an offended look and said, you're ing deep well ice, aren't you? Get the outta here, you hear me? Seeing as you're the hero who saved the school transportation team and the school values you, we're not going to bother with you, so don't stop here and bleep at us, or else. Long-winded. Before the words were finished, Tokioka suddenly moved. Shadow Spirit instant stream possession. The powerful essence of Sakaki had already made Tokiwa's spellcasting blossom in a fraction of a second. Seeing only a residual shadow that was hard for the Roai to see, that senior's pupils suddenly dilated. He dared to feel a goo of cold, bone-chilling breath coming from his neck. The Hokage tried to swallow a scare in his throat and looked down. Only to see that a dark and cold death scythe was straddling between his neck, pressed against the flesh of his throat. And Tokiwa had disappeared from his presence in the blink of an eye just moments ago, and then appeared behind his slash. As long as Shurchio at the moment a slight hand-toe, that indestructible scythe can easily cut through the senior's fragile throat, when the time must be a pillar of blood chaotic nuisance. Several other members of the Black Soul Society were shocked and confused. With the strength of their Daisan 10+ ranked soul contractor, it was surprising that they had just failed to see what was going on at all. What the hell kind of speed is that? You. The senior panicked, his eyes showing fear. What do you want? My language skills shouldn't be that bad, right? Shurchio's face was expressionless. I said, I want to go black. Did you think I was joking with you? Senior. We're from the Dark Soul Society. Tokiwa, oh, that's right then, it's you guys from the Black Soul Society who are eating. Tokiwa's relationship with the Black Soul Society was bad enough as it was. When he was inside the space gate, he had killed so many people from their Black Soul Society, those who should be offended had long since finished offending, and anyway, Blackbone would have to settle the score with him sooner or later. Since this was the case, it didn't even matter if Tokioka was offended a little harder. Only it turned out to be a secret fault, this time a mess. When the autumn directly put the fault to the surface to come, the whole school teachers and students are bound to know. I'm a man of very little patience. Timothy Chu, so I don't want to hear you bleep. Transfer all the credits you just collected to me, right now. The senior was annoyed. Shurchio. You're too damn crazy. You're just. Swish. Before the words left his mouth, the senior was stunned for a moment. Then came a heartbreaking scream. Actinium. The arm he was holding the tablet with was severed, and columns of blood flew cheaply. The severed arm fell scared away while Tokio reached out and grabbed the tablet. Drop. Holding the tablet, ignoring the senior who was rolling on the ground in pain next to him, Shurchio calmly took the ID card and swiped it, and with a few more taps, transferred all of the school points that a few members of the Black Soul Society had received today to his account. This also includes that portion of 50 credits per person that they would have been responsible for that should have been turned over to the school. But Tokio says it's got nothing to do with him. These are just the ones he grabbed. These teaching assistants are responsible for collecting credits. What they get for the school is their concern, not theirs. Shurchio finished swiping her credits and tossed the tablet back to the seniors. Thank you. I hope that the TA you run into in class next time will still be one of you guys from the Black Soul Society. The few students who were watching the surrounding scene and traveling with ECI heard this and all sucked in a breath of cool air. Good home fire. Doesn't that mean that if we come across your Black Soul Society in the future, we have to rob it once? This is too crazy. That broken-armed senior finally climbed up lay from the ground, sweating profusely, his eyes red. You. Brothers, get together. Get this kid killed. Not only are the credits not being collected, but they are also being robbed of the credits that should have been turned over to the school. If they just let Shurchio go today, then they wouldn't be able to deliver at all when they returned. 100 or so students, 50 credits each, a full 5,000 credits to be paid to the school. It was simply not something they could afford. Several members of the Black Soul Society chimed in with the same thought and all stormed out with their soul power. 3 are 11th level soulbinders and 2 are 10th level soulbinders. Several people summoned their contracted souls and all attacked Shurchio at the same time. Tokio simply stood still. He just flicked his lips and recited a few incantations of some sort. A rolling, layered black fog surged up around them, and with sharp, ear-piercing cries, countless crows flew out and swooped down on the seniors. Actinium. Aha. The miserable screams came again, even more exaggerated than the screams of the senior with the broken arm just now, and could be heard by almost the entire school building. Those few seniors simply couldn't even get close to Shirchio before they were devoured by the ooze. Those who were able to join the Black Soul Society weren't really trainees with poor talent anymore, but they were still far from being able to resist the power of the hellfire. It was still that Shirchio had shown mercy, otherwise Wu Ling would be able to instantly burn them to the point where there was not even a crumb left. After all, this is at Manhwa University. The school administration allows students to have private fights, but they are never allowed to mess with people's lives. Hell! Hell! What is this actinium? Those few people rolled on the ground for half a day and finally realized that this black inflammation could not be extinguished. It's so unassuming. Yuya shook her head as she watched from a short distance away. The broken-armed senior saw Yuki at that moment and hurriedly begged for help. Yuki! Yuki! Come help us clean up this kid Yuya, however, lightly grunted and walked straight away without looking back. The students who were watching said with complex expressions, even the genius Yuya beside Senior Blackbone is afraid of Acton. Nonsense, this damn sure scared I'd run too. This is too powerful. One freshman actually beat 3 juniors senseless. No wonder he was able to save the transport convoy by himself. I thought it was made up by the exaggerated version of the students on the school forum. Is this the talent of an S-ranked soul contractor? Love it, love it. And the leaves have long been full of little stars. Trenching. Dig in. Dig the groove. I'm announcing it. From today onwards I'm Shirchio's little brother's #1 NC fan. Classmate. 104 tearing up the face. Shirchio felt that it was almost time before she raised her hand to call back the Wu Ling, and the black inflammation attached to the several seniors' reports finally dispersed. Seeing that these Black Soul Society people had finally been taught a lesson, the students watching from the surrounding area all dared to feel a great sense of joy, their eyes glowing with excitement. It wasn't a day or two since these people had been acting as tigers in the school with the blessing of Blackbone, and they had been harboring grudges for a long time. Having said that, even they felt a bit intolerant after seeing those seniors after being burned by the black flames. Because those few Black Soul Society seniors were really miserable at the moment. His whole body was severely burned, his face was completely disfigured, he was burned like black charcoal, and the wounds were still haunted by the black death gas that had not dissipated. Skin that had been cauterized by hellfire could not be restored by regular healing skills, meaning that this was completely what they would look like in the future. The worst is still that Broken Arm Senior, originally his arm can still be connected back through the healing art, now. Gee, that's too bad. Serves them right. Let them be so arrogant normally. Alas, but I'm afraid that this time Autumn is not much better, offending the Black Soul Society. How are you going to mix Scare and Monocle University in the future? I don't think so. Look at that Autumn, he's been able to fight off a level 7 soul power wave with just his flesh alone, and that's never happened before in history, right? And he's already level 6, I think he has the strength to take on Senior Blackbone. That's because you haven't seen Senior Blackbone's true strength. If you had actually seen it, you definitely wouldn't have said that. Shirchio walked over to the seniors who were so burned that they could barely speak anymore. Shirchio, tell Blackbone that if he wants to settle a score with me, he can just come to me directly, and stop pulling those little stunts 3 times. One junior bullied me, one freshman, and had to play a plotting game. Shame on you? Broken Arm Senior lying on the ground, the mouth of the corner of the Wei draw animal, a word cannot be said. Tokyo then turned and walked away. He and the Black Souls Society are sort of explicitly and completely torn apart. But it was just a matter of time. Stone quaking and cracking, Blackbone. Come on. Xiao Xia, Lan Ningxue, Xia Yao, Yu Li, and Duan Lan, a group of women, returned to school after completing their mission. Sister Erisher, this mission of ours is too meaningless, counting the time it took to come to Hui and back, it was all completed in less than 2 hours. Xia Yao sucked on an old popsicle in his mouth, inserted his other hand into his pocket, and said quietly, next time, can't our class take on some exciting tasks? No wonder schoolmates find it meaningless and directly pretend to be sick and skip the mission. Duan Lan glanced at him, how much more exciting do you want to chirp? Was the last transportation mission exciting enough? Xia Yao's eyes lit up, yes, I really want to do it again. Xiao Xia didn't hesitate to slap her lightly on the back of the head. Alright, you forget that we almost lost our lives last time? Xia Yao spat out her tongue, but in the end, aren't we fine? We even earned a large amount of mission bounty. Duan Lan said, the collegiate ranking tournament is coming up soon, so I don't intend for you guys to take on anything too difficult for the next month or two. Xie and Schwer both have a chance to fight for a place in the ranking tournament. You have to nourish your fighting strength in these 1 or 2 months. Avoiding injuries is what you should do, or else you'll lose more than you gain. Xia Yao nodded, that's true. Yuli asked at this time, Xie, Schwer, how confident are you guys in this ranking match? Xiao Xie shrugged, I'm not sure, anyway, I'm quite Buddhist, I can play a few places. Well, my dad has the same attitude, he doesn't expect me to get the chance to be an exchange student. He said it doesn't matter if I get top 5 or not, the big deal is that when the time comes, he'll bring me to the capital and pay for a teacher from the capital university to come to my home and give me lessons, or the one-on-one kind. The women. Xiao Xiu, is this the life plan of a rich white woman? Love it, love it. Xia Yao. Sister Schwer, in the future, if you want to wrap up the itch of anyone, you must consider me first. Oh. I will be very obedient, omnipotent, you let me dress up as a man can also. Oh. Don't talk nonsense, Lan Ningxue's cheeks reddened. It's not because Xia Yao said she wanted to dress up as a man, but because when it comes to bag itching, she immediately thought of Shirchio. Ha? What's up with that up ahead? At this time, Xia Yao suddenly called out in curiosity. The women looked toward the front, only to see blah students gathered there to watch the action. The school medical team came and seemed to be huddled and busy moving someone. What's going on here? Duan Lan was bewildered. It seems like there's hilarity. Xia Yao smelled gossip. Only to see a medical team healing soul contractor carrying a stretcher, lifting a senior student out of it. At first glance, the people on that stretcher would almost be misrecognized, and from a distance one would even think that the medical team was carrying out a few black charcoal. Because those guys were really burned black. You could even say they were gruesome and disfigured. The students around him were pointing and talking. Holy, isn't that Liang Yi? Xia Yao watched for half a day, and when the stretcher passed in front of several of them, she barely recognized one of them. Liang Yi was the senior with the broken arm. Haha, no way Senior Liang Yi, you didn't light yourself up while playing with a whip and small candles in the basement, did you? How did you turn into this demeanor? Ha 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 ha. Xia Yao scoffed without any sympathy. Liang Yi. Yuli gently pulled her sleeve, whispered, Count. Forget it Xiao Yao, he already looks poor enough. Liang Yi. But. Liang Yi couldn't speak, but he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood on the stretcher. The medical team's sole fitter frowned, the injured seems to have suffered internal injuries as well. Quickly, hurry to the infirmary. Several people hurriedly carried the man away. Lan Ningxue looked at the departing medical team and said suspiciously, Strange, these few people who were injured seem to be from the Black Soul Society? Who in our school could be so bold as to even dare to touch Black Bones people? Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes, the burnt wounds on their bodies just now, they don't seem to be ordinary flame wounds. How do I dare to feel that I've seen them somewhere? 105 Reaction of the Three Forces. When Yuli heard this, that scene of crows roaming the sky popped up in his head stew, and his first reaction was, I want to think of Lei. But before she could say anything, Xia Yao went and pulled a student who was watching and asked Kai Lai, Hey, classmate, what the hell is going on here? When that boy saw Xia Yao, he seemed to be a bit shy and said with a red face, It was your class's Shirchio, who got into a conflict with those Black Soul Society seniors and then injured them. Tokiwa did this. Xia Yao surprised, sounding a scare raised a few decibels. When Xiao Xia, Lan Ningxue, and the others heard this, they were all slightly surprised as well. Lan Ningxue immediately asked, Why did Shirchio clash with the Black Soul Society? The boy timidly said, I think I heard that the Black Soul Society charges more for classes, I'm not really sure. The Black Soul Society members charging for classes seems to be a sight for sore eyes to the older students. Although Xiao Xia and the others didn't have to pay these fees, they had heard about it long ago. Actually? Xia Yao was happy, I didn't realize that schoolmate had made a big splash in school while we were away. Duan Lan sighed, but this is big trouble, the other party is from the Black Soul Society, why did Shirchio hit so hard? Usually see he is not a person who does not know what is important. Alas. Xia Yao took out his cell phone and frantically at Shirchio in the group, Shwedi, I heard that you beat up someone from the Black Soul Society? We all saw Liang Yi and their tragic situation. It's such a pity that we didn't see you displaying your heroic looks, ha. Where are you, schoolboy, where are you? At Timothy Fall. At times autumn, 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 at times autumn. Yet Tokiwa was certainly not going to squeak. Because as soon as he got back to his apartment after class, he huffed and puffed his way through his room. The sun is shining. A well-lit room. The sun shone through the curtains and warmed the room. Ha 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 ha. Being stomped on by one freshman, I didn't think you, the Black Soul Society, would have your day, huh? The open laughter of the Vajra rat continued to come from the room. Now Blackbone that home fire will not be so angry that his head will smoke? Ha 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 ha. On another sofa not far from him, Longming similarly leaned against the sofa with his legs crossed, a cigar in his hand, and said, Boss, this is such a big deal this time, surely Blackbone won't let go of that freshman, right? Vajra Mouse, how can you say that? That guy Blackbone holds the most grudges, I think he's 80% pissed off right now, and I think he's probably going to go straight to the heart of tearing up then autumn. Longming frowned and muttered in a small voice, Ugh. Really know how to get me into trouble. Vajra looked at him strangely, what did you say? Nothing. Longming scratched his head. The main thing is that G.E. Shirchio saved me once during the Spacegate mission, I still owe him a personal favor. I'm a person who hates to owe people favors, especially when this guy is also my love rival. So I definitely have to return. Boss, you say, right? Who knows that when he messed up to the head of the Blackbone. This if the Blackbone really go to find him trouble, I still have to think of a way to help him block down, alas. The VJJ raises an eyebrow. A love rival? You and him? What's going on? How did you become a love interest with him? Long Ming was a bit embarrassed. It's like this. Long Ming told the matter clearly. I see. Vidra Mouse frowned. So, this kid even picked up Xiao Xie? It's not simple. If it was 1 month ago, Vidra Mouse would have found it unbelievable that Xiao Xie would even like one freshman. But now, the Vidra rat didn't feel anything more, only that Xiao Xie had vision. One freshman cadet then can single-handedly challenge 5 junior seniors, but also carry through the 7 heavy soul power tide. With that kind of talent, what if we wait until he's a big 3 and 4? Thinking back to 1 month ago, at the cafe, when Tokiwa rejected the 3 major powers. At that time, even Vidra Mouse thought that this kid was blabbering and didn't know the heights of heaven. But now, alas. Vidra rat sighed softly. He only regretted that he had just tried harder to pull a few more strings. Student President's Office. What did you say? When Student President Yu Wenhan heard the news from the students who came to report, even the always calm and collected man could not help but feel shocked and incredulous. You're saying that he, alone, took out 5 junior cadets, including Liang Yi of the Black Soul Society? That's right. The student assistant in front of him said, and from what I heard from the students who took that class, the first time he took the physical strength test, he carried a 7-fold tide of soul power with his physical body alone. Yu Wenhan was silent for a long time. He couldn't be more clear about what the concept of a 7-fold soul power tide was. Even for the current him, do you dare to say that he could effortlessly carry through a 7-fold tide of soul power? Originally, Yu Wenhan thought that although Shurchio was an S-ranked soul contractor, he was ultimately positioned as a support, so he didn't think of him as becoming much of a threat. Now, however, Shurchio's growth had undoubtedly far exceeded his expectations. No, I should say it was far beyond his imagination. Not right. Yu Wenhan pondered for a long time, and his eyes glowed with a strange light. He must not be as simple as an ordinary auxiliary soul fitter. There is definitely something wrong with his system rating. An auxiliary that beat 5 juniors across 2 years? Are you kidding me? The assistant said, President, you have a point. When the system didn't show his other program ratings in the first place, I was thinking that his other program ratings probably wouldn't be lower than A either, otherwise how could they be? Yu Wenhan immediately asked, is there any surveillance footage of when Shurchio dealt with those juniors? Yes. Bring it here immediately. Yes. The assistant quickly brought Yu Wenhan a tablet and played the security footage from that time. Yu Wenhan watched the entire process of the surveillance and couldn't help but frown. He actually solved Liang Yi and the 3 of them without even moving. After a moment of silence, he analyzed again, that weird black fire, it seems like it's not a normal flame, but a living one? Is that why it can't be put out? Those crows that the black fire turned into, are they his contracted creatures? Yu Wenhan watched the video several times over, trying to chirp analyze what exactly Tokioka's soul contracting ability was. Then to the aide, is there any more footage of that transport convoy mission? Assistant, no, rumor has it that the footage of the accompanying convoy was taken by the Empire and blocked off. 106 glad he didn't join. So, the Empire has also noticed Tokiwa's peculiarities. Yu Wenhan sighed. The assistant also lamented, yes, had we known that this newcomer had so much potential, we should have spent more in the first place and pulled him into the student council no matter what. Yu Wenhan, however, said quietly, no, I should be glad that I'm glad he didn't join the student council in the first place. Aide? Yu Wenhan wasn't going to explain, leaning back in his sofa chair and said in a deep voice, go and do something for me. Bring me all the footage that can be captured by the surveillance of all the activities in the school within 1 month, since Tokioka's enrollment. The assistant was confused. Ha? Yu Wenhan, just do as I say. Aide, yes. After the assistant left, Yu Wenhan pushed the legs of his glasses and put his 10 fingers together on the table, his eyes showing a cold aura. Shurchio, I will definitely figure out what secrets your contracted soul has in the end. Quadrangle Compound. Sun Yibo, also known as Sun General Jun, hurriedly rushed to Chen Lao's residence. When Chen Lao saw that Sun Yibo came in such a hurry, he thought that it was because Shurchio's matter Ching had come to fruition. Elder Chen smiled, how about it, that kid finally figured it out. Sun Yibo smiled bitterly with a scare, I may have to let you down. Tokiwa didn't come to me and doesn't seem to be coming around. Then what are you doing running here at night? Chen Lao frowned, strange, it's been over half a month, and that kid's finances are still in order? Not only did nothing go wrong, Sun Yibo said awkwardly, I checked his consumption record, he hasn't purchased any system mall material supplies in this half month. Ha? Elder Chen was stunned, never bought any supplies? Not even medicines to aid in cultivation? Sun Yibe, yes. Elder Chen. What's going on with this little house fire? Chen Lao wondered, even if he doesn't have enough money, didn't he just get $10 million for the transportation mission the other day? Could it be that he's trying to save up to buy some kind of magic treasure? Even so, you can't ignore cultivation, can you? For soul contractors, rank is still the most important. This child is really. Chen Lao couldn't help but shake his head. That, Elder Chen, Sunny Bo couldn't help but interrupt Elder Chen's broken thoughts. He shouldn't have delayed his cultivation either. I heard he's already risen to level 6. But Chen Lao was drinking tea, and as a result, when he heard this, a mouthful of tea stewed out. Cough, cough, cough. What are you talking about? That kid is level 6? Hasn't bought any cultivation medicine yet? Sunny Bo bitterly smiled a scare, yes. Elder Chen stared, this is damn unreasonable. With the experience bar of an S-rank soul contractor, without using any cultivation materials, how could he have risen to level 6 in such a short period of time? Sunny Bo took a deep breath and said seriously, this, I'm afraid, is something only he knows. Chen Lao wiped the corner of his mouth, silent for a long time, and asked, how did you know that he had risen to level 6? Sunny Bo, I found out about it when he went out at school today. It said that it was a big deal, and that Shurchio seriously injured 3 junior members of the Black Soul Society with the strength of 1 person. With that, Sunny Bo told what he had inquired about. Chen Lao heard a bitter smile. It's really a newborn calf who was not afraid of the tiger actinide. Has only just been a freshman, and dares to openly provoke the Black Soul Society. This is the first time I have seen it. Elder Chen, can you speak from the heart? Say. I think that this Tokiuchi, although he seems to be outrageous every time he says something or does something. But I think maybe he's not just making a big deal out of it without any certainty. Sunny Bo's face was serious. I, Sunny Bo, have read countless people in my life, but this teenager, no matter when, always gives me a sense of daring that everything is under control. I can't see through him. His subdued manner was never feigned. Elder Chen looked at him deeply. This is the first time I've seen you evaluate a student like this, huh? You mean to say that it's really possible for him to squeeze into the top 5 in this college ranking tournament? Sun Yai, it's just a hunch, but I'm willing to make that bet. Chen Lao stopped talking and leaned back gently. Okay, we'll see then. Evening. Shurchio joined the women in Duan Lan's room for dinner. What? It turns out that the Black Soul Society's people had already laid their hands on you? Lan Ningxue was shocked. The rest of the girls also had surprised looks on their faces. Shurchio had already recounted the previous conflict with the Black Soul Society, Zhou Yanin, by sending people to assassinate him, and at the space gate even going so far as to mess with the Fae. Of course, he also hid some things, just like the puppet and such. Xiao Xie asked seriously, is that why you've hit those Black Soul Society members so hard today? Yeah. Shurchio smiled bitterly. Anyway, I've already offended them to death, and the enmity is even deeper, so it doesn't matter if I add another score to it. Duan Lan slapped his palm on the tabletop and gritted his teeth. The people of the Black Soul Society are simply too lawless. If they can't get them together, they have to kill them? And colluding with foreigners? I just thought it was strange why the Fae knew of our actions that day and made a point of ambushing us in a place like that. So it was actually Blackbone who did this. No matter how much the human race fought internally, they had to be united when facing the foreigners. That's the bottom line. Blackbone's behavior is tantamount to judging the tribe. Duan Lan was furious. I'll go to the principal right now and denounce them for what they've done. With that, she got up and was about to leave. Shurchio pulled her back. Sister Lan, forget it. Those guys, they're careful what they do. It's not like we have any evidence, they won't admit it. 107 self-supporting organizations. Duan Lan didn't know what to say. But she had to admit, Tokiwa was right. Without catching evidence, there was really nothing she could do about the Dark Souls Society. Especially since the Black Souls Society is backed by big names. Alas, Duan Lan sighed and sat down again, then asked Shurchio, then what are your next plans? Blackbone definitely won't just let it go. Xiao Xie thought for a moment, well, like this, Shurchio, you try not to be alone these days, whether it's in class or leaving the school or something, it's best to have a partner. You'll be able to take upper level classes now anyway, so why don't you just try to stay with us so it's safer? As bold as he is, Blackbone blah 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 would dare to kill you in broad daylight. Xiaoyao concurred, that's right, that old demon Blackbone loves to play dirty tricks and make sneak attacks. Elementary school brother, you must not walk at night recently, be careful, buy him a sack set to go. Tim Chu. Xiaoyao turned her head to look at Duan Lan again and proposed with a serious face, Sister Lan, I'm applying to eat and live with elementary school brother for a while. I'll protect elementary school brother closely to avoid him from being sneak attacked. Blue Ninjago? Duan Lan. You're trying to take advantage of someone's little brother while you're at it, aren't you? Xiaoyao huffed, Sister Lan, see what you're saying, am I that kind of person? Duan Lan. Tokyo smiled bitterly with affright. If Duan Lan and the girls knew that they had offended another big shot outside of school, there was no telling how they would react. After dinner, the people went to their respective rooms. Lan Ningxue, however, took Shircho's hand and pulled him back to his room after everyone else had returned to their rooms. Then he slammed the door behind him with a scary snap. Lockdown. And then he wall thud, and pressed Shircho to the wall. Ah, this. Shircho looked at Lan Ningxue, who was so close that he could almost dare to feel the other party's breath, a little shy, and smiled awkwardly. Sister, the other schoolmates are still next door, this isn't too good, is it? Lan Ningxue herself quietly blushed and spat. What are you thinking about? Then letting go of Shircho, he asked somewhat unhappily, let me ask you, you've been assassinated by the Black Soul Society twice before, why didn't you even tell me? Timothy tilts his head, I don't think it's such a big deal, Acton. Not a big deal? Lan Ningxue opened her big beautiful eyes. That old demon Blackbone has vicious methods. I don't know how many talented geniuses have died in his hands. I don't know how many trainees have disappeared noiselessly and inexplicably over the years, and although I don't have any proof, I'm certain that it's 100% his doing. I was worried sick today when I heard that you had gotten into a fight with the Black Soul Society. Blue Ningxue said, suddenly became aggrieved. Baba Chile, you hide me. If one day you also inexplicably disappeared, I do not even know who to look for revenge. Shircho Heartmile couldn't help but raise a trace of warmth. Shircho smiled of fright and reached out to tickle her nose. Good, it won't happen next time. Well. Lan Ningxue quietly blushed delicately, looking even more beautiful under the warm light. By the way, I've always heard you guys say that the Black Soul Society seems to have some big brother behind it? Shircho asked with a curious glance. It's Acton. Blue Ningxue sighed lightly. It's an absolutely big personate, it's an existence we can't afford to offend, otherwise Blackbone also but dare to be so arrogant in the school. If only you were in the student council is also an official background, if you were in the student council, at least he'd have to think twice about touching you. Blue Ningxue thought about it and then tilted her head, well. By the way schoolmate, why don't you join again now? Tokio didn't say anything, just smiled and shook his head. If he wanted to join the organization, wouldn't he have just agreed to Elder Chen's invitation some time ago? Besides, Elder Chen had also said that all his promises were still valid until the collegiate Saikai began. If he simply just wanted to chirp to find a power that could cover him, wouldn't it be better to directly look for Elder Chen? But then it wouldn't be Tokio. Lan Ningxue wondered, you seem to have a heavy resistance to joining the club? Tokio, not really, it's just that I don't want to be bound by a contract. Blue Ningxue lightly sighed sound, but you are now offended by the Black Soul Society as one behemoth. Although with your current strength does have a certain ability to protect yourself, but you are ultimately still a single force Acton. At this time, Lan Ningxue suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Right, schoolmate, why don't you form a club yourself? Tokiwa froze in shock. Lan Ningxue laughed, it's like a vajayjay rat. If you set up your own organization, you won't be bound by anyone? Being your own boss, of course it's absolute freedom. Shircho thought for a moment, but I'm only a freshman, no one will join the club even if I build it, right? Lan Ningxue puffed out her chest, what's wrong with freshman year? You're all strong enough to hang a junior. Who dares to gossip? And your popularity is also enough, or save the convoy of heroes, at that time to participate in the mission of the elite class trainees, which do not owe you a favor. So you definitely have the capital to start your own organization. When Shircho heard this proposal, she did consider it seriously for a while. When he refused the invitation from the three major powers before, he had also said that he wanted to start his own society. But that was all just rhetoric he used to excuse himself, he didn't actually have that in mind at the time. But now, one's strength has indeed become stronger, but there are some freezes that one really can't do on one's own again. Just like the Black Soul Society, which was already quite a well-established and powerful organization, Blackbone casually sent a few of his men to charge for a classroom, and he could make a few thousand credits at a time. And there are definitely more ways for them to make money. Tokio himself is certainly very capable of making money, but the money made by one person is still not as much as a group of people in total actinium. I'll think about it. Shircho said. 108 facing Blackbone. Right, senior sister. Shircho took out 3 Tong Ming pearls from the item bar and handed them over to Lan Ningxue, smiled and said, this is for you. This is the Tong Ming pearl. Lan Ningxue opened her mouth in surprise. Right. Where did you get this thing? Tong Mingzhu is the Empire A and control materials. Even if the Blue family, which is rich and has mines at home, there are not a few Tong Mingzhu in the family treasury. And those few, still, could only be taken out and used when the very talented children in the family were laying the foundation. Lan Ningxue had only used 1 Tong Ming pearl when she grew up. However, Shircho actually took out 3 directly in one breath. Robbed. Timothy replied casually. Robbed. Lan Ningxue was startled. Maybe it's because I'm more lucky. Last time I was in the other realm, I got off a few alien demons and searched from their savings. I didn't know what this frozen west was then. Tokio made up some random nonsense. Lan Ningxue breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought you had robbed the city defense forces supply wagon. Shircho laughed dryly twice. School sister, your imagination is still rich. Blue Ningxue blankly glanced at him and skimmed her lips. It's not that something outrageous always happens on your reports. I now feel that anything can happen on your reports, and I won't be surprised even if you tell me that you went to rob the goods of the black market vendors in our single city one day. Tim Chu. Lan Ningxue looked carefully at the 3 Tongming beads in her hand. They're really all real. Then, a little embarrassed, carefully looked at Wen the Autumn asked, that. Then you give what college ranking competition, you also participated in it, right? I've heard that it's very effective in cultivating mental power. While there's still more than 1 month left, you can still prepare for it again and fight for a scare. You might be able to get a good ranking by then. Shirshio Weiwei smiled. It's just right, after being together for so long, I haven't given you a decent gift as a senior sister. Well, Lan Ningxue quietly blushed and slightly lowered her head. Let's just forget about it. Lan Ningxue considered for a moment and pushed the Tong Ming pearl back to Shirshio again. Timothy, this frozen west is too precious, and since you're still in the middle of laying your foundation, you need this frozen west more than I do. Lan Ningxue smiled cheekily. I'm happy that you have this heart yet. Oh, that's not a worry. Shirshio pulled out another whole bag of Tong Mingzhu from the item bar. I still have a big handful of them here myself. Blue Ninja? Day after day, the life of the university, just in the classroom, the cafeteria, the apartment 3.1 line around and around. Occasionally, you might even go to the library, the practical room, the lab, the clock place. Physical strengthening, close combat, long-range firearms, biological anatomy, comprehensive intensive training and other martial arts disciplines as well as auxiliary advancement, introduction to soul power control, origin of the soul. Guide to survival in other realms and practical battle strategies occupied Shirshio's time every single day. Tokyo hadn't left the school for almost a month. And Yuli had finally finished refining all the Tongming beads. Shirshio likewise gave her 3 Tongming pearls as a token of appreciation. After all, how could one let someone work for more than 1 month for nothing? Yuli Ikai began to also put off a few sentences. No. Don't need. In fact, refining Tongming beads of this period of time, the mastery of my essence Sakaki force has also reached the effect of practicing, and the materials are all you get. Where do I go to take your freezing west? Shirshio insisted. That won't do. After spending so much of your time, how can I let you work for nothing? If you don't take it, I won't dare to come to you for help in the future. Well, Yuli heard this, so she had to take it. This day. As usual, Shirshio ate with her schoolmates in the cafeteria after class. However, after dinner, Tokyo remembered that there were some questions about doll knowledge and needed to go to the library to check out a few books. So he said goodbye to a couple of his schoolmates and went his separate way. Shirshio. Lan Ningxue said uneasily, why don't I accompany you? Shirshio, it's fine, I'll just go by myself. It's noon, there are so many people in the library, the gang from the Black Soul Society has but dared to be so big, right? But, Xiao Xie spared a glance at Lan Ningxue and said, Schwer, you're almost as long as someone else is on the stalks, even if you like people again, being too clingy will be tiresome. Oh. I'm just. Lan Ningxue was stunned and turned her head to see Xiao Xie with a bad smile on her face. What are you babbling about, aha? In response, Tokyo just smiled bashfully. Eventually, he went to the library by himself. The library has the most students during the noon hour, as classes have just ended. Most of the students are concentrated on the first floor, as the only access most students can achieve is to view the books on the first floor. Tokyo was able to come and go on all the floors of the library during this time because he had once taken great credit in a group mission. He was only moving around the first floor today, though, as he was just going to check out some entry-level doll books. Several days had passed since the last time he had seriously injured a member of the Black Soul Society. Shirshio originally thought that Blackbone would immediately look for him to settle the score, but as a result, after a few days, the Black Soul Society had actually been even a little quiet. Because of this, there are even a lot of posts on the forum, speculating that Shirshio's identity is actually the heir of a powerful family out of the Imperial family of the Imperial capital, coming to the single city to practice, so the Blackbones but dare to move him. In response, Shirshio could only smile helplessly. But these past few days did also loosen Tokiwa's guard a lot. I didn't expect it, but something went wrong today. Found. Tokyo took a large open book as thick as a dictionary off the shelf. Flipping through the book, one insignificant rune mark flickered on a page in the book and then immediately disappeared. Even Tokiwa wasn't paying attention. However, after being fascinated with the book for a while, Shirshio suddenly dared to realize that something was wrong. The surroundings suddenly became extraordinarily quiet, as if no sound even could be heard. Originally, there was the sound of a fan squeaking and spinning. By the end of the day, even the sound of the fanzine faded away. The light has also become darker. Kalai. Ha! Toku looked up, violently causing his percussive head to stutter. Everyone in the library is gone. The people who had been sitting there in their seats all disappeared. The students who were reading at the various bookshelves were nowhere to be found. The entire library was filled with an eerie silence, and the view out the windows became pitch black, as if it had gone straight from noon to night. It's almost like a scene from a thriller. Shurchio only felt that the world in front of him became illusory, misty, bizarre. At this time, a rolling black mist slowly drifted. Killing aura, Tokio gently yowed teeth. Only to see that in the black mist, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was as thin as a withered bone, with medium-length hair, a pair of eyes emitting a ghostly and bizarre cold blankness, staring straight at Shurchio as if he was staring at his prey. A look like that was enough to creep many people out just by looking at them. Tokio narrowed her eyes. So it's you, Acton. Blackbone Sr. 109 Spirit Traps. The man, none other than Blackbone. Tokiwa had never personally faced Blackbone directly though. But he had already seen Blackbone through Zhou Yanan's eyes. Blackbone's eyes like an abyss stared straight at Shurchio. I don't think we've met yet, do you recognize me? Shurchio's face was expressionless. Blackbone, the president of the Black Soul Society, one of the several soul fittings with the highest status and the strongest strength in Mono City University, there should be no student in our school who doesn't know about it, right? While conversing with Blackbone, Shurchio tried hard to sense the presence of other people in the library through his spiritual power. Yet Tokiwa was surprised to find that these students who had been reading in the library were not invisible to him. It's literally disappeared. He couldn't sense the presence of anyone nearby. How is this possible? Even if this Blackbone had heavenly power, it couldn't possibly make all the students in the entire library disappear in an instantaneous stream, could it? At the same time, Shurchio also sensed an incomparably heavy sense of oppression. It seemed as if there was a frozen west called fear that gathered from all directions, trying desperately to oppress his essence Sakaki. Fortunately, Tokio's Jing Sakaki resistance was particularly strong, and it was only with the superimposition of dozens of previous drug reactions that he was able to carry this spell pressure. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they'd have been crushed by fear by now, wouldn't they? Wait, Saisakaki. Could it be that this is not reality? Timothy Chui narrowed his eyes. Blackbone looked at Shurchio sorrowfully. In that case, when you see me, don't you have anything you want to say? Say what? Like, begging for mercy or something. Didn't you put out the word for me to come directly to you and not play dirty tricks? Blackbone sneered. I will do as you wish today. Shurchio was silent for a moment, his mouth moved. Count me careless, I didn't expect that you would dare to make a move in this broad daylight, or in a library with so many people. How did you do it though? Where are the others in the library? Blackbone, they're still in the library, you just don't dare sense them anymore. I was right. Shurchio raised an eyebrow. So, this smile is an illusion? Blackbone nodded. You're smart. This belle ability is called trap art. When you opened that book just now, you have fallen into my Saisakage trap, so you can also understand that you are now in my Saisakage world. Blackbone sneered. Since it's in my essence Sakaki world, it's naturally at my disposal. In this world fear will envelop you completely, and your fear value will be pulled right up to the top. People with weak mental power, after nearly entering into this world, will even directly Jing Sakaki collapse in an instantaneous stream, completely turning into one crazy person. The fact that you can still maintain your sanity and talk to me even now shows that your essence Sakaki is indeed strong. No wonder your soul power is so deep. But even that won't do much good, because you'll still be immobilized under the pressure of fear, and in this world, you'll still be at my mercy. There was a hint of contempt in Blackbone's eyes, as if Shurchio was already a lamb to the slaughter. Tokio tried to move a scare and found that her toes could still move, and her body's limbs still seemed to respond. It should be the mental resistance that allowed him to carry that fear attack machine. He didn't voice it, though, and asked suspiciously, but how did you know I would open that book? Blackbone explained lightly, you've been taking the dollmaker's class for the past week, and although I don't know why you're taking the class, I vaguely figured out your routine. During the time after lunch, you will most likely come to the library to check out books, and most of the time you are one person. Timothy Chu. Looks like you really went to a lot of trouble, huh? Blackbone grunted coldly. Just like you said, I send out so many people, but they were all taken care of by you. Even Zhou Yanan and Unite couldn't deal with you, so it's only necessary for me to go out in person. Speaking of Lei, you're the first freshman I've ever had to take out personally. Tokio. So I should still be honored? Blackbone didn't say anything. The corner of his mouth grinned a grim smile. This home fire looks just weirdly oozing. Smiling is even more oozing. No wonder Xia Yao and the girls are always calling her an old demon. Timothy Chu thought to himself. If I kill you in this world, your flesh will simply be brain dead too. Blackbone said, walking slowly toward Shurchio, the black mist following him as he surged along. This clock killing method, in the real world outsiders look up lie. It's like you're reading a book in the library looking at it, and then all of a sudden fainted and died suddenly. No evidence will be left behind. And no one will know I got it. Killing invisibly is the highest art of the killer. Blackbone smiled sorrowfully, and Hans Jong flashed a long black samurai sword. However, if you looked closely, you would realize that the blade was not an ordinary katana, but a black bone blade. Tokio sank down and clenched his fists. What a horrible way to kill people. No wonder the Black Soul Society still takes on the business of buying and killing people. It turns out that this president is the top killer himself. It's time to send you on your way. Blackbone lifted and opened his long bone blade. Remember that in your next life, newcomer. With that, he slashed vertically towards Shirtyo. Dang! Shirtyo summoned the Scythe of Death, raised his hand, and framed Blackbone's slash. Blackbone's pupils plummeted and he frowned. How is that possible? Your essence Sakaki should have been crushed by fear. How can it still move? 110 Battle of the Blackbone above. Tokiwa sneered, crushed? Have you ever heard of death being crushed by fear? Blackbone didn't say anything, and Vivi frowned. Tokio, oh yeah, I forgot you don't know what a Shinigami is. Then, I'll tell you today. Bared to the world. The scythe rubbed against the bone knife, sending out sparks and a toothsome sound. Timothy Chu jerked his scythe, his black bone eyes narrowed, and he used his strength to leap backward. First rank soul skill, soul devouring slash. Shirtyo sighed lowly, his 5 fingers gripped the sickle handle with force and swept across. From left to right. A 5 or 6 meter long blade of black light and chi came out cutting through the sky, sweeping in all directions. What a strong bladed aura. Blackbone was slightly surprised, but his reaction was also fast. A retreat plus iron plate bridge, avoiding this sweeping air blade. And the air blades chopped the surrounding rows of bookshelves that were 7 or 8 meters tall directly in half. Rumble. Rows of bookshelves collapsed and books were scattered all over the place, raising big deceptive smoke. Although it was a Seizakaki illusion world, the environment was exactly the same as the outside world. Blackbone held his katana in his hand and chopped horizontally, then teased vertically. Those bookshelves that fell on him were then sliced into 4 pieces. Blackbones leapt into the air with his feet. Quite thick in pure soul power. But the basic attributes such as strength are still lacking due to the level. If we wait for him to level up there will be endless troubles. This son must not be allowed to leave the Essence Sakaki world alive. Blackbone's face was grim, holding his sword in one hand, the other hand behind his back, his footsteps light, stepping on a collapsed bookshelf, his eyes coldly sweeping the surrounding mess, looking for the trace of Shirtyo. Here's the mile. Blackbone's eyes suddenly swept back toward Sari. Drink! Shirtyo suddenly burst out from underneath a collapsed bookshelf. The shadow spirit was already possessed, and he swung the black as shadow death scythe in a forceful horizontal slash. Blackbone reaction is extremely fast, timely turn, bone knife when he soundblocked the sickle. The speed crossing is good, the power is lacking. Blackbone gave this comment in a cold voice. And a system prompt suddenly sounded in Shirtyo's mind. Skill, Death Scythe passive soul reaping. Effect, 45 points of additional soul damage when attacking the machine. Ha! Blackbone for some reason, suddenly dared to feel a pain in the heart and soul, gathered up Lay's soul power almost the whole laxity. That kind of dare was very bizarre, as if one's soul seemed to be cut open in an instantaneous stream. What's going on? Blackbone was startled. He then realized that the bell dared to feel as if it was caused by the scythe. He dared to think that if he was near the scythe, his soul would dare to feel an overwhelming discomfort, and his head would buzz as if his ears were ringing. There is such a weird weapon. Blackbone's face sank, and with a flip of his wrist, he busied himself with an upturned blade to deflect Tokiwa's scythe away. Then he stepped on the void with his feet, his figure retreated, the long bone knife hanging in front of his slash, freed his hands, made a few spell seals, and his lips and teeth lightly opened. The dark attribute energy in the space instant stream quickly gathered and condensed. A imposing aura formed around him. It's like a dark storm. And Blackbone, the eye of the storm. Shirtyo sensed the earthquake under his feet and staggered. Good man, is this the strength of a senior? The pupils and whites of Blackbone's eyes turned pure black. The underworld night is coming. 6th ranked soul skill underworld airwave. The dark storm gathered into a ball, compressed wildly in the limited space, and then burst out. Blackbone's eyes were cold and deadlocked on Shirtyo. Boom! The energy exploded in an instant stream, coming towards Shirtyo like a gusty heat wave. The attacking machine of this move was extremely wide-ranging, practically covering the entire library completely. Even if Shirtyo had great skill, he could not dodge it and could only resist it. However, Blackbone has absolute confidence that any soul contractor below level 20 will definitely be able to resist this move of his. The kind that can't even be found. Even if it was any teacher in the school, even if it was Instructor Wu, he was bound to be seriously injured. Not to mention that Zhou Yanan had also said that Shirtyo's weakness seemed to be his fear of dark attribute soul power. Although Blackbone couldn't figure out why Shirtyo, a dark attribute soul contractor, would be afraid of dark attribute soul power? Perhaps it was because Shirtyo's own soul power was too pure, so he was inversely uncomfortable with the dark attribute energy from the outside world? When the airwaves hit, Tokioka also had no time to dodge. The speed of that airwave coming in was faster than the speed of sound. Bang! Shirtyo was hit squarely in the body by that airwave, and his entire body was blown away. When Blackbone saw this, the corner of his mouth raised in a cold smile. It's over. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power was truly appalling. If Shirtyo's soul-devouring slash was a skill similar to the Batusai slash, it just caused a blade of chi to slice through the surrounding objects. That Blackbone, this underworld airwave, was undoubtedly a devastating ranged skill, like a tropical storm, destroying all objects and life within its range. It took half a second for the roar to subside. Rolls of white smoke from the airwaves had yet to dissipate. Blackbone was holding a samurai bone sword, his left hand was behind his slings, his feet were on the only bookshelf that could still be seen as a bookshelf, and the hem of his coat was flying, so it was really dashing to the extreme. Because the other bookshelves had already been completely turned into wood chips by the power of his Pluto airwave. That kid should have been pulverized by now, right? Blackbone thought to himself. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from the ground, and Tokwaki peeled the buried dust from Kai's head and struggled to climb out of the rubble. The moment Blackbone saw Shirchio, his pupils quaked. Shirchio shook the ash from her hair, and raised her hand to gently wipe the blood that flowed down from the corner of her mouth. That's a good move, worthy of being the president of the Black Soul Society. You should enroll in the demolition office major, guaranteed to graduate with full marks. Shirchio said leisurely. This is impossible. The shock in Blackbone's heart at this moment was tantamount to a magnitude 7 earthquake. He knew the power of this move best. It was enough to kill a dozen level 20 soul contractors within range in seconds. Moreover, he had just clearly seen that Shirchio had not ducked or taken any other frozen west as a cover, and had completely taken a wave of his chi head-on. How can there be nothing at all? 111 Battle of the Blackbone below. In fact, Tokiwa wasn't exactly in the clear at all. Although he had absorbed most of the energy of the airwave, the remaining 30% of that power had nearly killed him, causing him considerable internal injuries. Even with the exoskeleton protection, it nearly shattered all of his organs and bowels. He lifted his open palm and watched as the exoskeleton that had been floating out gradually retracted again. Timothy exhaled deeply and gave himself a blessing. Seeing his own life value slowly recovering, he picked up his scythe and stood up. And Blackbone had long since had a skeptical look on his face. How come? Could it be that Zhou Yanin's intelligence was wrong? But even so, how did he carry the airwave? Blackbone frowned, completely unable to figure it out. Thinking that Shirchio was able to carry a 7-fold tidal wave of soul power with his flesh, could it be that his physique was different? If I still can't clean you up in this world, then my job as the president of the Black Soul Society will be in vain. Thoughts rushed through his mind. Blackbone grimaced and raised his hand to form a spell seal once again. 5th ranked soul skill Blackbone Spirit. Soul energy converged around him once again, forming a skull-like head. With a press of the Blackbone hand seal, the Blackbone-shaped head once again came at Shirchio. Bang! Soul power bombardment once again exploded a large area of sparks, rising up a mushroom cloud, smoke and dust rolled. Blackbone obviously consumed a lot of soul power, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This time, I see you still. Ahem. However, at this time, Shirchio's figure unexpectedly came out of the white smoke again. Blackbone. Tokiwa rubbed his aching chest buckle. Know what the law of no smoke without injury means? Tried it all once and still don't believe it? Blackbone's cheeks grimly pumped. Dong, you. What kind of fae are you? You are not human at all. It's impossible for anyone to be unharmed after resisting these 2 moves of mine. Shirchio boarded up her face. Senior, why are you still cursing? Blackbone was thoroughly annoyed. Die for me. Blackbone held a bone blade and quickly rushed towards Shirchio. Tokio narrowed his eyes. Yulin. Now. Black mist surged. Hundreds of crows broke out of their nests from the black mist and BSC nosed toward the Blackbones. Black Soul Secret Art Shock. Blackbone murmured, only to see a cocoon of ghostly light wrapping him up in a cocoon, while a sonic boom spread out in all directions. Those sonic booms forced Yulin to stay away. At the same time, he chopped with his long blade. Shirchio drove the shadow spirit with all his might and dodged back to avoid it. While jumping back, Shirchio quickly swung his scythe, and several consecutive soul-devouring chopping chopped out in succession. Blackbone blocked all of these consecutive slashes with a shield formed by his spectral shadow. Buzz. Buzz off. Although he blocked it, Blackbone couldn't help but frown and look grave. Strange. After battling in my spirit world for such a long time, not only has his spiritual power not been affected at all, why do I dare to feel that his soul power instead seems to be getting stronger and stronger? No. Not as if. Is obviously a lot stronger. After carrying a few hard blows of soul-devouring chop, Blackbone realized that his shield had actually cracked. A rank 6 soul contractor, his attacking machine was able to break through my defense. Blackbone's face changed drastically and was filled with incredulity. Shirchio was playful. Senior, let's see how much more you can block. After saying that, he once again lifted his open scythe and chopped continuously. A dozen or so soul-devouring choppers once again broke through the air and chopped. The shield finally shattered with a thud while carrying the 13th blow. Blackbone's pupils plummeted. Dark flocks of crows swarmed. Hellish black flames, almost devouring the Blackbones. Second-ranked soul skill Phantom Shadow Instant. Blackbone activated his skill, and suddenly he flashed out of the ursine surroundings and scurried up to the ceiling. Then his body reversed, upside down in the air, and his feet stomped against the ceiling one more time. The bone knife slashed downward towards Shircho. Good timing. Tokio swung his scythe to meet the blade. Black light flash. The firelight crashed into the present. The sound of weapons crashing resounded again. A scene that made Blackbone hard to believe happened immediately afterward. His samurai's long bone sword, surprisingly, broke under the violent collision with the scythe. It made a crisp sound. Click. After the bone blade was sliced in two by the death scythe, Shircho swung the scythe blade and continued to press forward, forcing it towards Blackbone. Nightmare disarm. At the critical moment, Blackbone hastily mumbled an incantation and lifted the essence Sakaki illusion. Buzz. Just feel a spinning in the sky. Shircho froze and realized that he was actually back inside the school's library. The light returned to its original brightness. He was holding the book on doll basics in his hand, and the bookshelves around him were still in good condition. Students in the library were also walking around normally, looking carefully between the various shelves for the books they wanted to chirp. No one noticed anything different. These students had no idea what Shircho had just gone through. It's a shame, it was so close, I could have had Blackbone in the nightmare world. Tokio muttered, mentally saying that it was a pity. He could dare to sense that in that GE nightmare world, Blackbone, while having but favorable advantage, seemed to have some limitations. Blackbone didn't use his full strength. It was a good opportunity actinium. Pity, but let him get away. And I'm sure that after this battle, he'll probably be able to analyze a part of my abilities as well, so I'm afraid it won't be that easy to rely on the soul-fitting traits speculation the next time I face him. Shircho sighed softly. 112 spiritual tattoos. And the other side. The top floor of the library, inside one of the cubicles. Blackbone opened his eyes, Puffy Sound spit out a mouthful of blood, Yu has not yet slowed down, even coughed several times. Yuya, who was standing at the side, showed an expression of hard disbelief. President, Yu. Blackbone's face was hard to see. I didn't think that the Jing Sakaki trap I had set up would be useless against Tokiwa. Not only that, if he hadn't lifted the illusion in time, even he himself would have almost gotten hitched. Yuya saw the look on Blackbone's face, so she didn't ask scared away any more insensitively. She had understood something. On the monitor, Tokio had returned to the real world unharmed. And still be able to look as if nothing had happened and continue to stand between the various bookshelves looking for books to read. Undoubtedly, Blackbone's assassination failed. But how exactly did it fail? Yuya couldn't imagine it, it was only unbelievable. She had seen Blackbone use this trick many times, and it was tried and true. Not even any of those level 20 bigwigs had been able to walk out of his Jing Sakaki trap. How did Tokio crack it? What the hell happened to these two in the nightmare? A large number of questions kept appearing in Yuya's head. Yuya looked at Shircho, who had finished checking out books and left the library as if nothing had happened on the surveillance screen, with a complicated expression. Can't even Senior Blackbone do anything about this new student? Just how much more of a ceiling does he have? Tokio returned to the apartment clutching two large open books. Two books, Essentials of Doll Transformation and Beginner's Guide to Mechanics. Blackbone's assassination was just an unexpected accident for him. So Shircho didn't feel nervous and scared because she had just experienced an assassination, nor did she feel much joy and smugness for temporarily repelling Blackbone. When it comes to the emotions of the mind, Tokio takes it to death. The fact that he was able to repel Blackbone this time is still due to the advantage of intelligence. Shircho guessed that it should be the last time he controlled Zhou Yanin to tell the wrong information to Blackbone that caused Blackbone to dislike Shircho furiously with those two moves, and next time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be so lucky. Shircho spent some money and purchased a few experimental primary mannequins in the system mall. When he was at school, Shircho didn't plan to call Zhou Yanin and his puppets over to meet up too regularly. Zhou Yanin is now his undercover in the Blackbone side of a very important card. In the event of a meeting was seen, it would not be worth the loss. So Shircho planned to experiment with these primary dolls first, and then apply them to the puppets when the experiment was successful. Shircho wasn't in a hurry to open those two books, he opened his skill tree panel first. The last time he upgraded, he had kept his system points unused. Now he had 4 system points left over. Shircho cupped his chin and thought for a while, looking at a few skills, and finally used 1 system point to light up his second-order auxiliary skill. This newly illuminated second-order auxiliary skill was called Divine Tattoo Construct. Tokio read the skill profile. Legend has it that the Grim Reaper will make a pact with certain people who harbor resentment and grudges, granting them great power. But the price is to sell one's life and soul to the god of death and become his slave for life. This divine tattoo construct, which should be something like a rune construct, is an enchantment type aid to attach some kind of enhancement to a creature or item to achieve a permanent buff enhancement effect. It can be understood as the talent runes in the game. Shircho remembered that Shirwanlei was the enchantment type auxiliary. After finishing off Shirwanlei, he had also gotten an enchanted musket from Shirwanlei, and that musket was the one that had been enchanted with several runic constructs. Tokio immediately Kai starts the attempt. Normal dolls were not capable of carrying divine tattoo constructs. Utilizing her knowledge of doll masters, Tokio flipped through the books while getting her hands dirty, pulling out the tools and making a modification to the doll in front of her. Divine pattern constructs were much more powerful than rune constructs. Just to transform these few dolls into ones that could withstand the constructs, this took nearly an afternoon. By the time it was done, Shirchio had long had a grimy look and a few drops of mechanical black oil on his face. Then Shirchio and Kai started attaching the divine tattoo constructs to the dolls. Time crept by, and the constant glow of the room's white woven lamps made one lose track of time. It was nighttime until it was completely finished. Tokio squinted at the refreshed mannequin in front of him. This is Death's divine tattoo construct. It was only that the semi-mechanical mannequin, from the upper body to the waist, and all the shoulders, were painted with tattoo-like lines by Shirchio with a divine tattoo pen. On those lines, a faint aura of divine power emanated, and then it gradually faded away and disappeared. Find a place to watch it French style, Timothy Chu thought to himself. So he took the figure to the class's practical training room. Shirchio operated the console in the practice room a few times. Soon, 5 practice humanoid battle figures rose out from under the floor. The level of these combat mannequins was far higher than this primary mannequin that Shirchio had purchased in the system mall by several dimensions. If they were to be converted, each of these combat mannequins would be strong enough to match the strength of an ordinary level 10 soul contractor, whereas this primary mannequin of Shirchio's, which had just been bought from the system mall, probably couldn't even reach the strength of a level 1 soul contractor. Come on. Timothy snapped his fingers. Let's see just how strong the powers granted by the Shinigami are. Well, at least work me hardy afternoon, don't let me down. Primary mannequin Huan took a step forward. Its eyes lit up. At the same time, the divine tattoo on its body also reappeared, and the tattoo-like lines emitted a faint red light, from which energy continuously gushed out. Bang! The primary mannequin violently stomped the ground, and with a furious aura, ran wildly towards the 5 combat mannequins. 113 sponsor me some more credits? Bang! Boom! Rumble! Tokio had looked completely dumbfounded. Inside the actual combat room, facing 5 level 10 practice combat dolls, the primary combat dolls rushed into them like killing machines. The iron fists modified by Tokio slammed madly into these unmodified mannequins, each punch bringing a shocking and dull thud, each swing bringing up to pieces of steel. And the divine pattern constructs on its body were constantly flickering with a red light that represented power. The dolls are daring to feel no pain. Those fighting mannequins, even if their chest armor was dented by an iron fist, would still keep charging up as long as their center main plate wasn't damaged. Until it's completely torn apart until it falls apart. 15 minutes later. All 5 combat practice mannequins fell, and the actual training room was a mess. The large actual combat room was scattered in all corners with steel fragments and scattered mechanical limbs that had fallen from the combat mannequins. The heads of 3 of the figures had long since separated, and the steel bodies were sunken in several places, with the circuit boards of the chest buckles exposed and leaking tingling electricity. Tokio's possessed doll, on the other hand, was still standing safely and unharmed at the moment. It also left butt scratches on the surface, but overall it's pretty much intact. A beginner's mannequin, within 15 minutes, had dismantled 5 level 10 combat mannequins into a pile of scrap metal. At this point, Shirchio had already clearly understood the power of the Death God Divine Tattoo construct. It would take years for the Empire to train one level 10 soulbinder, spending untold resources for it. Even some with poor talent might not be able to set foot on level 10 in their entire lives. And Shirchio just enchanted divine tattoo constructs to entry-level mannequins, and it took a mere half a day to defeat 5 level 10 combat mannequins. Moreover, this was the first time that Shirchio had ever crafted a divine tattoo construct, and there were also at least 5 or more blunders while doing so. Drawing divine pattern constructions was a delicate job, and each single detail deviation could make the final effect achieved greatly reduced. But even so, it still achieved such a terrifying battle power bonus. Such a divine tattoo construct, if it were to be attached to a person's. Timothy took a deep breath. Unable to hold back his excitement, Swift Blossom cleaned up the doll parts scattered on the ground in the actual combat room, and then returned to his own apartment and hid in his room before Kai began to close his mind. The night passed quickly. Shirchio drew his first divine tattoo construct. It was also much more difficult to draw a divine pattern construct on one's own body. But this time, he was careful and meticulous enough, so he didn't make any mistakes throughout the process. A near perfect and beautiful divine pattern construct appeared on his left arm. At first glance it looks like a nice tattoo. The beautiful lines faintly emanated a faint dark red halo, and when it was said to be a beautiful drawing, it was more like a rather magnesium-feeling work of art. It didn't take long for the lines to fade away on their own. When the next time Shirchio exerted the power of the divine tattoo construct, it would be visible once again. The divine tattoo construct that Shurchyo had enchanted on his left arm had the effect of strength plus 750, agility plus 600, dual attack plus 1100, life plus 800, endurance plus 500, outburst plus 90%, muscle strength plus 80%, and all basic attributes plus 10%. It had perfectly complemented Shurchyo's previous shortcoming of not having strong enough basic attributes as a level 6 soul contractor. That meant that the current Shurchyo was enough to hang on to most of the 10th level soul contractors even when comparing their basic attributes. Tokio clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the strong power contained within his body. Where is this a simple increase? This is simply evolution. It was getting late, and in the morning Shurchyo had classes to attend. If he hadn't enrolled in the course long ago and it would be a waste not to go to the credits, he would have really wanted to continue to nestle in his apartment and work on his divine pattern constructs. Pulling an all-nighter and then running straight to class, this is probably something only a mentally strong person like Shurchyo can do. The morning class was Soul Power Mastery Advancement. Coincidentally, the assistant teacher this time was again a senior of the Dark Soul Society. Crouching Chow. How come it's that kid? One of the assistant seniors saw the back row of the classroom when Autumn, his face turned green. What the hell kind of bad luck is that? What's wrong? The other assistant teacher next to him asked. It's that kid. Shurchyo. What? The student next to me poked his head over to take a look, and was shocked. Crouching Chow. Not so unlucky, right? What to do? This kid ironically still won't pay his dues. Forget it, let's pretend we're not members of the Black Soul Society in a moment and just charge him normally, don't charge him extra. But if this spreads out, won't the whole school say that our Black Soul Society is afraid of him, a freshman? Forget it, last time our people were beaten like that, Senior Blackbone didn't even say anything. Even the ING senior didn't say anything, we still go up to fight for what strength? If we get injured again, we don't even have anyone to stand up for us. Said as if it were. The morning passed quickly. The bell rings to dismiss the class and the students line up to pay their fees by swiping their cards and leave the classroom in order. Shurchyo was the last to leave, walked to the classroom door, stood in front of the two seniors who were holding tablets to collect credits, and met them at eye level. The two seniors. Tim Chu. The two seniors. Tim Chu. The three were silent for a long time, surprisingly no one spoke for a while. One of the seniors finally couldn't help but speak up. Classmate, where's your ID card? Classes are over, hurry up and finish brushing it, we're going to call it a day too, don't delay our work. Shurchyo smiled, but I don't have any credits on my card, what can I do about that? The two seniors' faces changed. The senior on the left said with a serious expression, Senior, paying credits for classes is a rule of the school, and it's against the rules for you to come and enroll in a course without credits. You guys are supposed to be from the Black Soul Society, right? Tokiwa asked, interrupting him. That senior's mouth opened slightly, frozen as it was. I've long heard that your Black Soul Society loves to help people, and last time, you sponsored me for more than 5,000 credits. Shurchyo smiled, this time, schoolmate, I don't have any credits again, can you sponsor me some more? 114 request from the president of the Sword Club. You. That senior took a step back, clutching the tablet in his arms, and looked at Shurchyo in horror. What do you want? Shurchyo smiled shallowly, a white, handsome and harmless face but chilling. Are you guys going to give it to me yourselves, or will you give it to me after I give you a fat beating? Senior. In the end, the two seniors were very knowledgeable and handed the tablet computer to Shurchyo. Drop. Alert, student card arrived with 5,000 credits. Shurchyo returned the tablet to the two seniors and politely said, thank you. That senior smiled bitterly and took back the tablet, looking at Shurchyo's back as she left, with a million bitter feelings in her heart. The student next to him anxiously said, you're just going to give it to him? Where are we going to replenish the school with these 5,000 credits? The man gave him a blank look, or you can go get it back from him? Forget I said that. He is simply not something we can mess with. This clock situation can only go back to report to Senior Blackbone, let his old man to decide. The students who saw this could not help but marvel at it. That's awesome, I've never seen a freshman who dared to ride the Black Soul Society's face so blatantly in my life. At this point, Aki really isn't human anymore. Is the Dark Soul Society really going to let him bully them? See what I guess last time was really right? This time Autumn must be the son of some big man in the capital city, come to the single city to practice, Blackbone simply but dare to move him. But don't tell me, I feel so damn relieved to see the Black Soul Society in such a lousy state. And I wonder if he can give us back the portion of credits that the Black Soul Society robbed us of when he robbed us of so many credits. What are you thinking? That was snatched by someone who risked defending the entire Black Soul Society with his own skills, why should he give it back to you? Alas! As he walked out of the building, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps behind him, followed by a familiar voice that called out to him, Shurchyo, little brother. Stunned, Tokiwa stopped and turned to look. It turned out to be ECI, who had accosted him last time in the physique enhancement class. Only this time, Leaf was followed by two other people. A man and a woman. Both of them looked like Lei was an upperclassman senior. Because Shurchio could see their levels, one was level 15 and the other was level 12. At this level, you can be considered a member of the elite class even if you are a junior or above. Timothy Chu, it's you? Yi Si brightened up. Wow, so little brother Shurchio still remembers me, I'm so happy. Tim Chu. The young girl excitedly clenched her small fists and waved, her eyes full of small stars. I'm your little fangirl, oh you're my idol. Every day I've been in the microblogging your super talk in the school forum for you to brush post oh. Tim Chu. The older students behind the young girl were a bit embarrassed. The schoolteacher gently tugged the young girl back. Yeah, come on, we have business to attend to. Ah, right oh, Leaf spat out. Shurchio looked at the two seniors strangely. What do you want from me? Hearing this, that senior stepped forward and said earnestly, Hello, classmate Shurchio, my name is Su Feng, a senior, and I am the current president of the Harmonious Sword Society. The senior sister followed suit and introduced herself. My name is Yang Bing, a junior, and I'm the vice president of the Hap Sword Club. The Hap Sword Society dawned on Tokyo. Although the Hap Sword Society was only a second-rate force in the school, it was not surprising that it could be so powerful as its president. Tokyo, so what exactly do you guys want with me? The senior wore a somewhat embarrassed expression. Tokioka-san, could you please take a step to talk? This smile may not be very convenient. Instead, Tokiwa shook her head. No. Su Feng froze, seemingly not expecting to be rejected. Shurchio, how do I know? Do you have any malicious intent towards me? Do you have any plans to lure me somewhere and then assassinate me? Su Feng. Yang Bing, who was next to him, hurriedly said, Senior, we have no grudges against you. How could we backstab you? Yi Si was also anxious. Yes, brother Shurchio, the seniors and the others are being kind to you. Shurchio was unmoved, his gaze as calm as water. It's hard to say. In college, there are many reasons to assassinate an individual. There doesn't need to be a grudge, especially for someone like me, whose clock ate up too many public resources. You, as seniors, should know this better than I do. Yang Bing looked complicated, but Su Feng raised his hand, signaling that she didn't need to say scare away again, then looked at Shurchio rather fondly. Schoolmate is right, it's good to be cautious. Yi Si's vision really wasn't wrong. Schoolmate is a person who can do great things. Tokyo was silent and speechless. Su Feng pondered for a moment and seemed to decide something. He spread out his hand, and a 5-foot-long sword that was as white as snow appeared in his handchung. Schoolboy, this sword is my heirloom. You can shelter it in your item bar. If we want to chirp and harm you, we will not be able to retrieve this item. Su Feng said, handing the long sword to Shurchio with both hands. Yang Bing and Yi Zi, who were on the side, both showed astonished expressions. Senior, you. Yang Bing couldn't help but want to chirp in. Shut up. Su Feng said in a deep voice, his gaze not leaving Shurchio for a moment. That look, with a hint of pleading. Shurchio could probably guess that this other party must have something he wanted to chirp for his help. He was silent for a moment and raised his hand to touch the long sword, and the system immediately gave out attribute information. Indeed is a good sword, and the quality is excellent level. It seems that the other party did not lie. Shurchio took the long sword and put it away in his item bar. Alright, lead the way. Su Feng was instantly delighted. Please follow me. Su Feng and the others brought Shurchio to a place that looked like a martial arts school. This is obviously the training hall for the Hopscotch Club, and it's a big place with a lot of students training here. Everywhere are waving long swords, but young students stand in a row. The movements are neatly organized, look serious, in front of the elder sister who was responsible for guiding. Seeing Shurchio come in, the Buho trainees all looked over curiously. Su Feng said with a stern face, keep practicing, don't be lazy. The students then continued practicing, but thereafter glances would still sweep over curiously. Su Feng, this way please, fellow student Shurchio. He signaled a certain room next to him.